pit box right in front of you, you can lose, as we saw with Max Verstappen at the end of the very first stint of the race. He lost 6 seconds trying to get out from behind the car that had parked right in front.
So drivers who've managed to go.
So on YouTube, you have to split the stream so it doesn't get killed, basically.
But did they all? You see, now this is what I need to know. Did they all have a full tank of fuel at the restart?
They must to have run this far. They must.
You would
have done.
think so. You would think so.
To restart the race. Anyway, in any case, Rietveld, De Jong, Bennett, Bakken, Wisniewski, and McDuff and Dimitrov, he was the first of the stoppers, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So those top 6 runners have managed to go an extra lap.
So why did Dimitrov stop a lap before everybody else stopped in the Team Fordzilla car?
Tidy pit lane.
Because the pit lane was empty is the exactly correct answer, and it's what Lewis and I were contemplating before the start of the race. I was saying, my thinking was, if a stint is 10 laps, because you've got a formation lap, everybody will come in after 9. So I want to come in after 8 when there's no bugger in the pit lane at all, and you have a slightly quicker pit stop because you're taking on a lap less fuel, and you get in and out with absolutely no let or hindrance. Now, nobody did, but I think that's exactly what happened there with Georgi Dimitrov and Fordzilla. He is the first of the cars that stopped.
Should I drive the day or the night
He's on track,
just because the
and now he's in and out
grip
lap
is slow.
compared to those of the cars behind. Colin Spork at Alpine, Bonihuis at AMG, Jan van der Heijden and so on. That's going to decide whether or not they go from 3rd, which is where they were the lap before he stopped, to the lead.
I think it's McKaylee in the car at the moment.
These guys, Jeffrey Rietveld, Mitchell de Jong, Luke Bennett in 3rd in the second red line car, Matt Bakken in 4th in the second Porsche.
You can auto switch. You go to customization in the tab in streaming, and you can do redirect. I am tired, mate.
At the beginning of the race, and is still in the top 6, and then Roy McDuff in the 37 Alpine car. Those are the 6 cars that have not stopped.
Thank you, Cooper.
So
cheers,
Roy
mate.
McDuff is the last of the non-stoppers.
I'm not sure the current driver is streaming right now. They don't all stream.
Dimitrov. Now, did that slightly shorter run through the pits give him enough of an advantage? It could have given him. It's a 10-lap fill. That takes 30
Thank you, Twisted, mate.
Are you able to give us an update on what's happening with Goldie, who will be driving it, or is it still under wraps at the moment?
It's still not decided yet, mate, honestly. I think there'll be a lot of... I'm not going to just randomly give the seat to a random sim racer. Like, we need to make sure they're, you know, good enough to get in the car and drive it. I know when I was randomly given the seat, I probably shouldn't have been driving it, do you know what I mean? So I want to make sure that we make that's done propers.
Very, very slowly. Looking here at the 777D station car, as again, because we've had this red flag,
it's
got bunched up.
I'm unsure, PJ. I know that I think mistakenly leaked the TeamSpeak details. So some people obviously wanted to try and be involved in that.
In 8th place, the SF Ferrari. In fact,
but I know, I think Team Mexico like leaked the entire everything on their stream. But I think I'm the one still getting the blame for it. But I'll wait until I know for sure. But that's sort of like how I think it is at the moment.
Of the race it is. I'm starting to lose count. Oh, 8. Oh, we're 1/3 distance. All right, Jeffrey Rietveld comes back out, but it's Georgi Dimitrov who leads the race at the start. Porsche, having dominated in qualifying in LMP, were on the front.
This max start was pretty hyper.
Even into
Tyler,
the first
you need a pete stop, made from real French people, grapes and garlic, of course.
World champion on row 2.
Gib.
When I press the link, it just opens our factory. It doesn't open the server.
Oh, I don't. Now I'm publicly is blaming me, but
He might have the same.
I'm not talking public.
He's driving.
Third became the lead for Proton.
Oh yeah, now it says invalid server details.
For the triple
Dennis is driving.
Yeah, but for the Fire and Pro Drive Aston Martin, and again.
I'm doing good. I'm just tired. I'm just tired at this point, actually. I want to get back and get driving, but I've still got like another hour and a bit till I get in.
Day one, if you go to qualifying, it's like 8 PM. It's basically the same as.
Predictions
Is
on
this
the
a better
win in each
reflection of
category?
conditions?
Here, I think between Redline and Coanda for this one. For us, I don't know. I'd love to see BS win it. They're doing pretty well right now.
But before long, we'd had a red flag incident for servers, and then on the restart, the packed bunch produced more incidents. Another red flag because of a
Guy in front, Mick,
security
is doing
breach in the
52
servers,
lows.
and then we went
What the
back
fuck
to
are you
racing
going?
again.
Oh.
We're now another stint into the race, and we
Oh,
have reached the 8-hour mark. 8 hours in, just 16 to go.
Did we get
We've
smashed?
really broken the
Day
back of
server
this
is
as we head
working.
into the dusk. The battle for the lead continued. Jeffrey Rietveld in 1 and Mitchell de Jong in 20. Two of the cars that had started in the lead.
No, but I
battle,
understand, you know, I have a responsibility. You know, a lot of people watch the stream, so if I'm like being really haphazard, then I'm going to not do that.
Fordzilla were right in there. Team Redline,
Base is good now,
AMG
Mick,
Team
by the way.
Patronus, and
I know, but
Alpine. All the top half dozen in
I've
this
seen people
massive
Ziggy, but
door handle to door handle
bring to
scrap
less than him.
as they headed towards their first stops. And the situation now
Are we
as
P11 then?
dusk falls at the Circuit de la
I mean, that looks
because,
pretty
of
cool.
course,
That looks pretty cool, right?
in the Le Mans 24
RF2
hours
does do
virtual,
lighting better than iRacing
it
does
is
still.
June, not January, that we're racing in. 8 hours in, Fordzilla stopping a lap early after the red flag have taken the lead for the first time in the race. Jeffrey Rietveld second for
Fordzilla.
Redline, Mitchell de Jong third for Porsche Commander. Alpine, Colin Spork up to 4th. That's great for them. Bad news for Bono Huis. He's dropped down to 6th position.
Hello.
In the GT class, yet to stop. Ibrahim Khan took BS Competitions BMW to the top of the pile. Loic Hartog second for Proton Coanda. Alex Smoliar up to 3rd for R8G. Project One up to 4th. Oracle Red Bull up to 5th. BMW Team Redline 71 up to 6th. FS Sports Ferrari up to 7th. D-Station up to 8th. Sim Maranello up to 9th. InSpeed up to 10th. Because the Proton Coanda number 88 car of Alex Tauscher that was second and was losing ground to everybody has pitted. Now, that is not a standard fuel stop. They have an issue.
Best car!
Here at the Marla
Best
BMW,
car!
And that car has also gone by. That's Michele D'Alessandro. He's also gone by Alex Tauscher. So I'm not sure what's happened with the 88 Proton Porsche, but that car
88
is in
DC.
the pit lane a long way ahead of schedule.
And
The number 10, this is the Marla BMW. They had a spin. They dropped down the order. This is where it happened in traffic. Whoa!
No. Oh.
So they're down the order.
was it the red line car he may have just caught the back of there on the way through?
Very possibly. But the question is, what's happened?
Why is it every
to
time my car
Proton
gets
Coanda? When we
shown,
restarted the race after
it's
a
for something
second red
bad?
Flag, Proton Coanda were 1-2. They were caught by the BS BMW on pace, and then R8G, Project One, Oracle Red Bull, and everybody else have come on stronger. Looking here at the battle for the lead again.
Oh my shit, that's
Battle for
sparking.
second, rather it is. That's 20 versus 1. Porsche Coanda number 20 around the outside.
I didn't
Mitchell
see the guy
de Jong,
die.
big move. And these two, Alex, have been hugely
didn't see.
entertaining. But that early stop by Fordzilla
Something
has
happened?
put Fordzilla's Georgi Dimitrov into the lead. So this is 4 seconds
think we've just been
back.
smashed around
He
again.
only gained 3.2 by saving a lap on fuel. So he actually had a better in and out lap, courtesy of coming in with slightly
I feel
fresher
sorry
tyres
for
and
your
going
wrists.
out again with slightly fresher tyres.
Why?
Not racing anyone.
Yeah.
On the
The
in and out lap,
vibration.
which is the critical point. They passed each other a couple of times on the in
Yeah.
lap, which really.
You get
I don't
punted
know.
again.
You've got to remember as well, Dimitrov
No,
also
the
has
guy
less fuel
died
to
for-
put in.
I didn't
He
even
stopped
see.
earlier
Yeah.
and therefore has less
Well,
fuel to put in to
Pinocchio
get a
and
full
then
tank.
basically,
Will have gained him a couple of seconds.
Well,
All of these little
lost
cumulative
another 10
things
seconds.
put him 2.8 up the road, which he's now turned into 4 seconds up the road from Geong's Porsche Coanda and got a healthy lead. What a piece of strategy.
As well as coming in without any hindrance and going out because the pit lane was empty without any
I think there was
hindrance.
another
and
one as
having
well.
Slightly fresher tyres on his in and out lap, even by 1 lap. You know, it's 13 kilometres, it makes a difference. His pit stop, the last stop, his total time through the pits, including fuel, and was a 62.8 second stop. Mitchell
Yeah,
de Jong,
he's pretty.
66
His mic ain't great. I
dead.
think he was just sort of saying that
So
his
they saved 3.2 seconds.
Someone went to dive bombed him, he didn't see him. To avoid it, he spun.
So the only gain was in 3.2 seconds, a tenth of a fuel load, 1 lap. That was the time they saved. And that was enough to put them in the lead. And they now lead by 3.6 seconds, having come in from, I mean, side by side by side. That lead 3 or 4 cars were for a couple of laps before the stop. So sometimes just thinking a little bit differently to everybody else can have a big effect.
Yeah, certainly.
Oh mate, I'm looking forward to getting back in the car. I'm just
of course, is when we
sitting here like
the end of the next pit stop, and the
sitting
next
here
one,
all like
and the next one, and then
I need to do something.
Eventually, there's some kind of stoppage, or they find themselves needing a splash right at the end of the race, and that's what they'll be gambling on.
Unless.
Thank you, Ashley. Appreciated.
Creep out a lap somewhere. Now they seem. I mean, Fordzilla haven't had the best of good fortune. I think Chris McCarthy, who's joined us, would probably agree. Over 2 years, they've quite often been quite quick. Oh, somebody else is off there as well on the outside of the Ford chicane. And there's, was that a Coanda Porsche? No, somebody's just come back on. It was a sort of multicoloured, quite light multicoloured car. It looked like it might have been a Proton Coanda Porsche, but I'm not sure it was. However, Fordzilla seemed to have done everything right. They qualified 16th. In the first couple of hours, they were up to 4th. And now, just by dint of being just a little bit light on their feet when it comes to going into the pits a lap earlier than everybody else and avoiding any potential holds up, because you learn from your mistakes, you learn from everybody else's.
Not sounding
happy.
happy.
Seen that Max Verstappen lost the lead and lost 6 seconds by pitting
a
at the
knuckle
same
shuffle.
time as everybody else,
Maybe.
even though he was the leader. So they're going, right, we're not having any of that. We want a good run at this.
Yeah, Fordzilla has...
And they got 16 hours
just
to
driven
find
by
that
everyone.
back, or to back time, maybe another short pit stop in the middle of the race so that they then go the full distance. Whether the race goes green the full distance, whether it's wet, whether we have more stoppages, who knows? But right now, you know, they've made a track position gamble, and Chris, they've got themselves into the lead, and they are currently just about starting to creep away.
Yeah, sorry guys, my energy's a bit plomped right now.
Absolutely fantastic work, and talking about creeping away, I think that's exactly what you are going to do, Martin Haven. Thank you very much. Absolutely
Thank you, AJ.
Fantastic stint, and we will see
well, I
you
practice.
back again
I don't want
in
to.
a few hours myself. And Alex Brunder will be here for the next hour and 45 minutes as we watch some fantastic battles on circuit. We can see the Yasheed Veloce car, which did some fantastic demonstration earlier, Alex, of how to avoid traffic when there's an incident ahead as they make their way in towards Mulsanne Corner. But who would have thought it with just under 16 hours to go?
Now, I mean, I'll rest after the
top 14 teams
stint
in LMP. This
I don't want to
really
go to bed now.
Anyway, Alex.
Incredible battle so far, and this has been a great battle as well between the Williams car. Jack Keithley on board. Had the pleasure of having a chat with him earlier on today. Suffolk boy, which as a Norfolk boy I won't hold against him. But,
if only I didn't get the energy bars, that could have been good.
In the Williams Museum, they've been going at it for hours, as they have been at the
might open
front
my
of the
window
field.
though.
And back at the
Get
front
some air
of the
in
field,
here
I've noticed that De Jong and Rietveld have just taken a little bit of a sense.
Yeah, I might do some push-ups or something.
Started to creep back
just do like a couple. Stretch my gamer arms before I break them off.
Strategy, not necessarily still as quick as they might like.
I already
to
had a
be,
cup of tea. I don't want one.
Still under pressure from this Yasheed car. He passed
Holy
it.
shit!
I have been watching you since
Magnus, thank you.
Love you, bro. Keep going and inspiring.
Thank you so much, Christ. Thank you for the $50.
That is still over the
Thank
back
you, man.
end of the top 10. Keithley now sitting in 9th position.
Very kind of you.
Down in 10th. Mac Backen wants
Yeah,
to make
hopefully
his way
I can
back
inspire
into
you
the
to
top
not be tired and boring like I am right now.
Just under 20 seconds.
Well, thank you very much. That's very kind. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm going to just try and wet myself up quick. Open the window.
Well, we're going to see what happened to Proton.
Yeah, so the 88, just that little bit of contact with the LMP2 car. He's caught the wall on the exit of Arnage, and there is that contact, and there'll be damage for both cars there, surely.
Very easily done, isn't it, out of there. coming through Arnage, just to get on the power too much, is it? And that's what drifts you into that wall, because I imagine when you're in the car, of course, as you've been around this circuit several times, that wall comes at you very, very quickly. Just
a little bit of a lapse of concentration for Tauscher there, and he's got a little wide through the exit of Arnage. The question now is they've got a few more laps to go in this stint. Is that something they're going to be able to fix in the pit stop? How much time is that going to take them? And what are the ongoing impacts of that? The LMP car, I didn't catch which one it was just from the angles that we saw, looked like to me to be the innocent victim there. That's why that co-under Porsche was falling backwards through the field, appearing not to have the pace, having been, you know, right at the sharp end of the GT pack.
I have to ask, when you're, of course, we've had a red flag, we've had just a little while ago, when you're in the seat on either end of those, how hard is it to switch back on in those early stages when you might have been 8 seconds either side of you, all of a sudden you've got 8 cars either side of you that you could make position or lose position, particularly in an endurance race like this, in a 24-hour race like this? How hard is it to just switch back on straight away?
It's part of the job of being a race car driver, but definitely you need to remind yourself, right, I am back in the race. Everything I do from now, I'm not, as so many of these drivers have been, on the practice rig. I'm back in the event, and everything I do from now has a direct effect on our finishing position. And some drivers do that better than others, and I think that was evident straight after the restart. If I'm honest, most of the differences that we saw, most of the drivers falling back through the field were those who weren't quite switched on, rather than not necessarily having the setup.
Porsche co-under there, the 23, a car that dropped down with some issues a little bit earlier in the race, making their way forward. 10th place for them now. This is D station. We saw they didn't have a good restart. They got shuffled down the pack coming through Indianapolis. They're now starting to work their way back up the order. They are staring at the back of the SF Esports team. Not too far behind them, though, is another Ferrari in the shape of the Sim Maranello team. It's been a really good performance from the D Station racing team so far. They're looking at a 7th place position there, and just ahead of that is BMW team Redline sitting in 6th place. Kevin Siggy in the car for them at the head of this field.
Yes,
BMW
we know
team
it's the night.
Competition, just the one, one podium for them in 2 seasons. However, they lead by just shy of 5 seconds ahead of the 77 Proton car. We're looking back at that D Station car. We're on board with the SF Esports team, who have done a fantastic job to overturn what was a very, very poor qualifying.
Yes, but if you focus, you will recover the time and you'll get up to P10 anyway.
Overall, they started down 15th in class. They are now running 7th in class, so they've done a really good job so far. We'll keep an eye on them as we get further into the evening, but we're going to jump back to one of the big battles here for overall position, Alex, and this is Porsche versus Redline.
Mitchell de Jong, so difficult when you've been following a driver like this for a few laps. You both then know where your cars are weak, where your cars are strong, where you're accurate and where you're not. Can give you a really good feel for the rest of the race as to where you might be able to improve to put in those big laps at the end. But it does make it so hard to surprise the driver in front with a move, and realistically that's what you then need to do. Concentration on these 2 young men's faces as they head down into that first chicane, and 2 very well lit rooms to be driving in the dark around the Le Mans.
Oh man, so I just had did a couple of push-ups
on those faces, because they are
wash the face,
very well
bit of mouthwash to get that spice going.
Going to be happening next, but they've got plenty of concentrating.
Thank you, Jacob.
And look how quickly night falls on over Le Mans. All of a sudden you kind of blend into it as a driver. You get used to it. It's one of the nicest stints to do. You arrive at night.
These guys don't sweat.
Really
I don't know how.
It's the one where you go charging out into the darkness, which is always a big shock. Almost
roof fix
now with
Tester guy's not back.
Lamps
You're
over
right.
the circuit, blazing away, lighting those braking zones and apexes, staring back from the number 20 Porsche co-under.
Nice, Tom, man. I wish I could have been there.
From Rietveld. for second place. That's the Fordzilla car after a really
I can do like 15 in a row now. I'm sorry, I used to be able to do loads,
slowly closed in
I'll say
upon,
loads,
it must be
like
said,
30,
by
but
the rest of this battle. Should I tell you who's disappeared though from this leading battle? Is Bono Ruiz struggling for pace a little bit in that AMG Petronas 63, now sitting back in 6th after that round of pit stops, Chris.
Yeah, 8.9 back.
I mean, I'm going to get changed when I get into drive.
From Alpine Esports, Team Redline have just made a place a little bit further up the road. They've gone to 4th place. Not the Redline car you're looking at. That's Jeffrey Rietveld. This is the battle for 2nd place, but the other Redline car is on the move. Luke Bennett has gone past Colin Spork. That is a change for 4th place between Team Redline and Alpine Esports as well. Nikodem Wisniewski in the AMG Team Williams car has gone up to 14th as well. You mentioned there about the going into the night stint. Please, no.
How are we doing, chat?
Several times.
Have you asked Dave for any advice on the roof?
Yourself, and I mean, it must. I know we're watching the 24-hour Le Mans virtual, but watching it now.
The weird thing about roofs, right? The weird thing about roofs, right, is that what you want to do is that a common mistake is to try and repair it using logic and reasoning. I don't agree with that whatsoever, so what I would recommend is get onto the roof, take off all the tiles, right? Get rid of those, useless. Mix up your finest quality concrete, whatever you want, you know. Get all the good ingredients in there, get your Pete Stop Total energy bar in there for extra rigidity, right? Mix that shit and have a little taste. Yeah, good concrete that. And then have your entire fucking roof be concrete. Don't even bother doing one of those fucking pesky triangles, right? That's fucking fancy fucking university shit. I'm talking you do fucking flat stuff, alright? Flat roof. Can't get hit by the wind then. Don't worry about stuff pooling or anything like that.
Front of the field in short order, I think.
That's how I would repair the roof.
Last year, the Petit Le Mans winner in GT.
Sorry, something a moment there. I went blank for a second.
Fantastic job throughout. Has picked up some wins in the Le Mans Virtual Series as well. Luke Bennett doing a really good job so far, as we said, in that 4th place.
Didn't sound good.
Trying to now chase down teammate Jeffrey Rietveld, who falls next along. Just a little bit further back, Brabham Esports, of course, we had
you good, bro?
Himself here earlier. His team just a second ahead of Williams Esports, so we'll keep an eye on those guys.
See, I can't see what's going on. I just hear you. It all sounds terrifying.
Further up the field, and it's close behind that
it
as well.
Terrifying. Probably my first
with
being
Matt Backham having just gone past the Yas Heat car. Nikodem Wisniewski is potentially.
All I hear every now and then out of Michaeli is just that's all I hear.
And I'm making big mistakes.
Pit stops going on now in GTE. Pretty much the entire section of the top 10.
That's good, man.
Top 8
still going around.
Filing into the pits.
Interestingly, Smoliar has managed to do one more
lap. Yes.
A man we're so used to talking about in Formula 3 competition. Yes. Alexander Smoliar, pretty hot and handy on a sim as well, isn't he?
How much a board? I would never go board.
Triple 8 car. He's managed to
not until it's my time.
This the 53. This is the Mercedes entry.
So this time you have to do 15
run
laps.
by Williams Esports down the inside of the Van Wall into Mulsanne corner. And there's Wisniewski.
Yeah, Michaeli comes across another car.
Easy for me to say.
The other car dive bombs him. Michaeli be like,
apex of Mulsanne.
Like,
nice tiny move.
But
and there wasn't too much of an argument about that one.
We'll have to see what happens when Alexander Smoliar.
I'm laughing because Eros said that they showed my spin on the stream. My spin. Yes, my spin.
Winners earlier this season back at Monza.
So Mick, you are in a very polite way. You are probably the top fastest 3 or 5 drivers on the circuit, but you managed to lose overall lap time to the slowest driver on the circuit. So that takes a lot of talent. You should be proud of yourself.
Which they were unfortunately involved in, as we see now. Cars coming back out. We'll return to that in a second.
That's brutal, man. Look, come on. You don't need that.
Of the D station car, Jaden Conroy is now.
What he said there.
For them. D station just behind.
He said you're probably one of the fastest guys here, but you're losing time to the slowest.
You should catch the guy in front by the end of the stint.
What did I like?
Coming out in
Thank you, Penguin. I'm good, man.
I don't know.
I feel they, alongside Ferrari, feel they've got more of a balance, more of a chance to perform this year alongside the always fast Porsches and
he's back.
BMWs.
Got the red top milk.
Especially
I don't know, man. Red top milk is
last year,
depressing.
Such a difficult contest for them. The officially liveried, officially branded cars in the wars all the way through the race, weren't they? But indeed, Aston Martin in the shape of D station, then shaping for a move straight out of the pits. Good chance to do it on the Red Bull Porsche as they head down to chicane 1. Will they shape for a move down the inside? They do, you know, and a nice clean one up the inside of chicane 1.
Yep, Aston Martin of D station charging past the Porsche there of Red Bull, and Red Bull.
By the way, you're 5 seconds
their
off
season
P9.
to a fantastic start, winning back at Bahrain, but since then haven't quite been able to replicate that. I mean, we did have a bit of a hectic start to the season at Bahrain, but do you think there maybe has been an element for them of getting off to a winning start and then a bit of pressure on themselves, or is it just not been able to get that formula they got at Bahrain?
Well, you never truly know what's going on inside the inner sanctum of these various teams, and indeed with the simulation.
Are we actually P10 though?
Complex
No, we're not. We're P11
with their car setup and their engineering. But it can be a little bit of complacency when you've taken home that first victory. It can be a little bit of pressure on trying to
we're
stay
basically
in that winner's
we're
circle.
hoping for the
one thing we do know is they are relatively well in the hunt here.
Hoping for top 10. That's our goal for the race.
Place to the D station, sitting just inside the top 8. Maranello car, Sim Maranello car, around 5 seconds off this battle. And one thing that's I've noticed throughout watching this event, as we
flash.
this battle between the Veloce and the Williams car battles on.
Yeah, Porsche Goanda in there as well, trying to get through. We'll come back to what you were going to say in just a second. Let's pick up what goes on here, because it looks like we're going to see a move here. Porsche Goanda trying to make some places back. In the car for them is Mac Backham, and that's going to be them down the inside of the Williams Esports. Oh, a little bit of rubbing side by side. Williams Esports not having any of that. Round the outside they go through Indianapolis, and I think we're going to stay side by side.
I'd love to add to the norm by saying that I've loved your videos for a long while and you're an inspiration to many. I have a question during the grind. If you were only able to have 500 blinks until you...
just about fed up
Tell
of
us
going
blind
back,
how they use them.
For a long time, little bit of frustration paying out, but
ouch,
then
ouch,
here
ouch,
comes
ouch.
the Coanda
Little
car then
toe
down the outside. He'll do well to get round the outside of the Porsche curve.
Thank you so much for the
exactly
£20 there, my guy.
And he would have done well if he'd managed to do it, but alas,
that's what I would do.
And they give each other space, thank goodness, in the middle of the Porsche curves. Veloce then back through
Thank you,
to take that
versus Connor as well.
from Porsche Coanda, but I have a feeling this one might run a little bit, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic driving there from Heat Veloce. They could see that.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much for that. Very kind, dude. Beat cam. There's no foot cam yet.
The outside through the Porsche. I mean, that's not a move you see very often.
Actually want me to read my Twitter DMs. Oh no.
On, and it will do as we go up towards
Am I getting banned?
Now to the right hand side of screen, Heat Veloce, and to the left there we can see
do I have any Twitter DMs?
Back through the Porsche Coanda car to retake that place. In the pit lane was Georgi Dimitrov as well for Team Fordzilla. He has come into the pits from the race lead. So Fordzilla come in, and we have Jan Marco Fiducci jumping in the car for them. AMG Team Williams Esports also coming in.
Yeah, so we have De Jong in the pit lane. That is early, isn't it? Considering what we saw for the... no, it's not, because we've already seen Dimitrov in the Fordzilla car. But they've chosen at Coanda to... keep on running, so we'll see where Fordzilla eventually end up coming out, but that is on schedule actually, isn't it? That's what we were expecting. They pitted a lap early the last time around, and they're locked then into that strategy. Does rather show us that they have been maxing out their fuel stints. It was just that first stop of the last cycle where they chose to go one short and try to take the lead of the race.
That 1 point.
jumps in the Fordzilla.
Now this is an important lap for Fiduci, isn't it? I mean, you're gearing yourself up for this.
Well, the thing is, at the moment, right, I need to go turn the heating off, but I turned all the heating on in my house to try and dry out the roof.
As he's putting his gloves on there,
or the ceiling of the living room.
For him,
it seems to have worked, but the downside is I am fucking warm right now.
Thing for him to be doing.
Yep, well, we spoke about Fiduci there. He is, of course, racing for Team Fordzilla.
A top 5, I don't know.
With Team Fordzilla
Pace-wise, I don't think that I have that.
And we'll head and hear from them now.
It's like a...
So, Team Fordzilla running very well. We've got Gianmarco Fiduci getting in the car. A big lap coming up. How are we feeling ahead of this one?
Oh my God, guys, what have Fordzilla got on their shelf?
Yep.
Yeah, we're just wanting to hear how you are feeling. We've got Gianmarco Fiduci getting in the car for you. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Well, we're feeling pretty excited. I think the boys are doing a brilliant job, and everything so far has
sat on a shelf.
Well, we had a plan, we built the plan, and we're sticking with the plan. So, to be fair with you, I mean, we have put a lot of effort on how things are going. So, obviously, we're really happy to see the car up there at the front, but there is a lot of work.
Like
behind,
I'm just
so it's good when the
being such a shit house to all these people. All I've got is shit house, really.
A lot to be played, but at least we're giving a good fight and we're making a good show.
Alex Brundle from the commentary box. Looking forward into the race.
Well,
you've made this gamble on pitting a lap early. It's really paid off for you and put you out into the lead of the race, depending on what Fiduci can do for you now on his first lap out in the darkness. Are you happy with the compromise of putting yourself
that driver ain't looking too hot, man?
Shy of the fuel window of the top 6? Do you think it's a beneficial compromise to take that track position?
Yes. I think to be fair, I'm not playing. I'm actually taking this as seriously as I take in real racing, because I actually do real racing for a living. So the number says that it's perfectly fine. So the strategy is ready, and
good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you, British Racing Green. That's colour.
Stick to what we think is best to do, and hope for the best at the end.
He's not playing.
What is the feedback from the drivers right now? I mean, you look to have pretty good pace, Miguel, towards the front of the field. If being caught ever so slightly by the Coanda, what is the feeling from the drivers with regards to the balance of the car right now?
They're really happy. They are really pleased after a disappointing quali yesterday. We were a bit concerned that we will not have the pace today, but I think we have been always really competitive on the races. Probably qualis haven't been our strong point, but we were always feeling really competitive on the race trim. And so far, immediately when they see themselves up the front, they just believe. They believe we have a good package. We are ready to fight for this race, and they kept getting faster and faster. The more you believe what you got on your hands is good, and it's not worse than the cars you got around, and those cars are actually the best in the world. Well, that's only encouraging them to keep pushing and to keep doing as they're doing.
And Miguel, just back to me, Chris McCarthy here in the commentary box. Of course, Georgi Dimitrov has put in a fantastic performance. A lot of us recognise him from racing in the British F4 Championship, having recently come out of karting. How impressed have you been with his performance so far in this race?
Well, I'm really impressed. To be fair,
sorry, I get stuck in my phone sometimes. Oh, he's doing it!
But the
yes, boy!
Is doing such an astonishing job. I'm so pleased.
Good job, man.
For him, to be fair, for him and for him, I think that when you build confidence, you can only get faster and better.
I used a bit to overtake this guy.
Miguel, Jose Clara, team principal of Fordzilla, thank you very much for your time. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Guys, one like equals one position for us. How high can we finish?
Well, continuing on then through, and we're seeing this thrilling battle playing out at the front. We've seen a round of GT pit stops. We've seen that early pit stop again for the 966. That's dropped it back momentarily from the lead of the race down to 17th place. But we will expect those leaders in maybe next time around, maybe the time after that. But that next set of LMP2 pit stops is coming up thick and fast.
We're like P minus 1,000. That's how good we are.
sitting behind the wheel of that 966 Fordzilla car to get a really nice outlap in. First sector looks pretty representative for him, so it'll be all about how much de Jong and Rietveld, the Coanda and the red line that had been battling over the lead of the race, found themselves battling over second place because they battled too much through the last pit stop phase. How they are going,
I need to work out how I'm going to do this thing with Bacho later.
Through this phase as those pit stops come in then for the LMP2.
I guess I'll just do it on TeamSpeak.
For the LMP competitors. Only the three leading cars staying out this time.
Yeah, pretty much. I think maybe the other Porsche car might have stayed out. So 4 of the top 10 staying out, and that is it. Everyone else is in to the pits. We've got Alpine, AMGT, Petronas, and so
hey Rich, how's it going, man?
All into the pits. So we will see Team Fordzilla start to make their way back up the order. But as Alex said, it's going to be where they fit back in comparison to Mitchell de Jong and Jeffrey Rietveld. Last time round, Mitchell de Jong did a 324.9, 324.7 for Jeffrey Rietveld. We wait to see what Gianmarco Fiducci is going to do. As Alex said, he had a great first sector. Second sector has been okay, might have hit just a little bit of traffic on the way through. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it's Jeff.
Lap time says, overall, a personal best for Luke Bennett.
Because it is RF2, Colonel.
Close down that gap. An opportunity spotted here is that for Luke Bennett as Fordzilla has come in. This is him pushing towards a pit stop as he gets a personal best in.
Found himself some fuel, hasn't he, to play with towards the end of this pit window. Another member of the Stop Out Late Club, McDuff, in the 37 Alpine, adding his name to drivers that are going long this time around. So it looks like the top 5 as they stand.
Would I rather drop a mushroom or a marshmallow? Mushroom, man. I can go a mushroom cup.
Fordzilla car, which is a lap short, but as we've just heard from the team, they're absolutely satisfied that that won't add an extra stop through to the end of the race. Well, we'll find out, won't we? Only 15 hours to go, so not much can happen.
Yeah, I'm driving. I've driven already. I'm going to drive again.
That we're
doing some night driving.
A more certain, potentially, set of parameters than we might be in the physical version of this race. They can say that with more
That's not wrong with... Yeah, exactly. You retract that. You retract that, Mick. I dare you say that. What's his lap just now? I haven't got timing up. What lap did he do? Yeah, Bites is going to be in after
maybe the next one or
Michaela here.
Graham Carroll under a lot of pressure there as they make their way towards the next chicane. Now we will just stay with this.
Wake up. Just fucking see. 50.1, nice. That's a nice time.
How many laps you have left?
Pressure here. This is your battle for 9th place overall.
No slander here, mate.
Have been in to the pits as well. We're still waiting to see some teams come in as they make their way
I'll be back
out
in
of the next chicane. But
yeah, I know. Open mic. It's just welcome to sim racing. I always have fun to push the talk. I've been around people for many years in Stroll who do not like open mics.
Been under pressure for a good while.
Bunch of angry bastards at Stroll.
Seemingly under the similar pressure to what his teammates have been under throughout. Very fast at the start of the race. He seems to have lost a little bit of pace, and the latest candidate is the R8G.
There's that Sam.
We are just over 15 hours away from seeing the checkered flag, and whilst we have our pit stops going on and we're waiting to see who is going to
we're not even.
We're going to take this opportunity.
We're still over 3 hours away from being halfway through this race. Why is 24 hours so long? Why do we do this shit? Every year, every time I do one of these races, this happens. I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to do 24 hours with the boys. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good, man. I can't wait. And then...
So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies presents Pit Stop. Refueling bars made from grapes. The same ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop. Virtual race.
Don't you agree, champ?
You tried one of those earlier, didn't you, Alex?
Just as delicious as the action, mate. Heading down towards the Fordzilla. No, they really are, and they give you a bit of a boost as well. I brought some into the commentary box, and Martin Haven was most pleased.
It's funny how
and I only needed half a one, and he ate 1.5.
Well,
Can you type them?
I wondered why.
Is anyone here?
I thought he was never going to leave.
What happened?
It was Martin Haven was.
I got
was going to be here all night. He had a lot of energy going on.
Why did you have a drive-through?
Why? Absolutely
cut the
fantastic
last
stuff.
call. I mean,
now,
not
pit stops
the last
have
one.
been
Entry
going
with the pit
on
lane.
for all the leaders. Let's see where everyone files out. Fiducci has come out in second place, it seems, with the Porsche Carrera
drive-through.
Just ahead. We're
the cutting entry in the pit lane.
Versus R8G. This is your battle down the lower order of the top 10, as you can see to the left-hand side of screen. But it seems Porsche have made some time up during the pit stops there.
I have like
a decent amount of time, because Fiducci came in 3 seconds to the good as that move. Then those moves continue to happen.
It was the end of lap
AMD,
87, right?
Team Petronas. Yes. In fact, I think he did manage to find his way back past, didn't he? And now he's been under pressure again. That is Graham Carroll being passed by the.
Can you check what is your number of track limits that you have?
Well, now trajectory I didn't have 72
is backwards for that car. Carroll thinks about it again. The inside is the left-hand side, and they both want it as they head down towards chicane 2 up the inside of the Aston Martin for good measure, and just to help.
Total Oil's producing something edible is somewhat cursed.
Evolving all of the time in the simulation, the racetrack. We should add, this is not a stable.
Enjoy the cursed goodness. You're now fueled forever.
As the cars drive round it, as the temperature and pressure and other ambient change. So an ever-evolving racing surface for the
I have to try and dunk you on Twitter and get him ratios. Oh no.
Between these two great teams of esports and esport pros.
What RF2, man?
That you might be down on quite a lot of sleep going into the
mayo
night.
stuffed crust. I'm going to go turn my heating off and also go throw out. Thank you, Nate.
You face in terms of track conditions, like you said, and the way you approach the driving around the circuit.
Tyres see the circuit surface, and so as the track temperature falls away, the tyre behaves totally differently. In many ways, the night's fantastic. The air's lovely and heavy, more heavier air in terms of heavy, high air pressure means lots of oxygen for the engine, means lots of air to move over your wings and give you downforce. But if you've not got tyre temperature, every braking zone is a new adventure. And every braking zone certainly still a new adventure if you've got Luke Bennett behind you trying to make a move in his number 2 red line. Has fallen away slightly in that round of pit stops. Aslan has managed to make his way ahead, so Luke Bennett is going to have to bring out more of those super fast laps, isn't he, to continue to make his way through the field. The SEM9 Axel team in the number 21 car have had a lovely pit stop cycle. Here comes Bennett though, up the inside, down towards the Dunlop chicane.
Yep, Axel currently running where they finished last year, but that's about to change. Oh dear, just about enough room there to get past BS competition. That looked like it was going to turn into a pretty nasty incident going in towards turn number 1, but I have to say, good driving from Luke Bennett and the BS competition car to both make enough room to allow that Axel car to go through, and that was a good demonstration of how not only do we have a difference in track conditions, but also not only do you see the markers such a little bit later, but they also see you a lot later as well. Traffic is a big changing factor when we go into the evening.
A great feel for what it's like to be behind the wheel of one of these cars in dark conditions. Drivers tending to cycle through at similar times, so you get a feel for your group as you're out there. Whether you've got a lot of amateur drivers in your group, in terms of everyone, of course, longer pit stops for the GT cars, so you tend to get a bit more of a mixed and matched bunch. But you decide who you're up against, as we see the number 16 Pescarolo Esport Monaco parked up in the pit lane. So that's a shame for them.
He wrote it in the ticketing, but there's no answer.
So Mick, I put the message in. I also spoke to Felix. Felix told me that that's all you can do. You cannot do it anywhere else. He said it's from the rules. You just couldn't cross the white line on entry. So if the game penalizes you to it, then it is what it is.
Possibly be an early bath for them, but we will find out exactly what has happened to Pescarolo. They may have had a significant incident, which means they have had to abort and go back to the garage. And
so yeah, we are going to have to serve it. It looks like. God damn it! So I'm on Discord here now. I know now better not to go Discord from my PC.
The two red line cars, yeah, they're now together. So Bennett has
really charged.
Really, he's made a quick work of Aslan and has found his way up to Rietveld, his teammate. And this is them. Look at that big old slide rotation.
That's just how they drive this car, man.
Onto it without any feel from the body, only the eyes and the force feedback through the wheel telling him how much slip angle he's got through the rear axle in the dark, over a connection, racing his teammate in the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans. Incredible skill being employed by these drivers.
Have a nice start.
He's going to need to employ a little bit more of it because his teammate was significantly faster than him on the outlap. 1.3 seconds quicker Bennett was than Rietveld last time around.
This isn't a game, this is a stream I'm watching.
Fantastic job. He was 1.3 seconds quicker than Jeffrey Rietveld on that warm-up lap, and he is now closed down Rietveld as they make their way through the Ford chicanes. They are around 1.5 seconds back from Fiduci for Team Fordzilla. And they have all closed in on the Porsche Coanda car out front. Ayanchan Juven, Porsche factory driver, in for them now, the number 20, as they come in towards the Dunlop chicane. So
there's definitely a very big bias towards the LMPs in this broadcast.
Easy on each other. Here we can see Williams a little bit further.
I think it's just more LMP stuff going on, I think.
Floyd Van Wallburst, who found themselves in the wars earlier in
but to be honest, I always found myself doing the same thing. I was never really interested in the GTs when I was doing broadcast stuff. So
the Porsche curves on the recovery now. 24 seconds back from the lead is not a long time at all when there is over 15 hours remaining in this race. Hope you're all enjoying the coverage so far. Chris McCarthy and Alex Brundle here with you.
Is it due to rain again soon?
Go well into the evening now, and we are watching Floyd Van Wallburst, Jerne Simoncic on board here.
Touching a white
he's
line,
about to
we
line
lose
up a move
30
now
seconds.
on Williams Esports in the tow. Pulls out now, and he's going to have the inside as we make our way up towards the chicane. And Jerne Simoncic trying to pull off a move there, and that is going to be move complete for Simoncic.
Making his way past Tommaso Mosca.
Easy.
Multiple, GT driver of great aplomb across.
It's always nice seeing
GT
people that you've raced with, or people that who have wiped the floor with you, go on and do cool things.
Very much
so many people in this field I've raced against at some point in my sim racing career, and they all make me look awful.
As we check
it will be dry to the end of the race. Okay.
Fordzilla and Fiduci managed
What's
to
your
settle
car
a little
number?
bit and make his way back towards Guven.
God damn it.
At the front
We are
of the
number
field.
10,
he lost
mate.
Initially a little bit of time on that outlap and was hopped in the pit lane, but as you're pointing out to me, Chris, Bennett continues to go faster and faster.
Not only that, but yeah, look at the gap. This is now a three-way fight for the lead, isn't it? And fans who maybe don't follow esports as such would think, why is Ayanchan Juven being caught like this from Fiduci and Rietveld? And if you don't follow esports at all and you're new to esports racing, then you might be two drivers that you haven't really come across before, so you might find this slightly confusing. But in the world of the Le Mans Virtual Series, the Pro-Am is almost reversed round, isn't it? These are the professional drivers, Fiduci and Rietveld, when it comes to racing on our Factor 2.
Negative vibes from me? What do you mean?
Who is more taken to racing at Le Mans itself.
Man is just
DTM.
I've been here for
with,
hours.
Of course.
I am tired.
Years of Porsche Super Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup, and a Porsche Motorsport Junior.
I have no idea how those variety streamers do it. They like 8-10 hour streams all the time. I'm just like,
what? At the moment, Juven. But he is a man who's really got a lot of very, very fast sim races behind him.
Oh,
without quite
Good
the
luck with your stint,
experience
Jimmer.
on.
I mean, like, I'm not. I mean, these guys are just faster. I never got to this level ever.
Yeah, just a little bit, as you said.
But it's still great to get to come and have a go and come drive, you know.
Racing in that Porsche Super Cup Championship. Here we see Alpine versus RHG. You don't usually see this amount of battling going on, do you? With 15 hours to go, this is, I've got to say, this is absolutely fantastic stuff going on. Really hope you're all enjoying this one. It's been really entertaining stuff to watch. The last hour has absolutely flown by, hasn't it?
I'd agree with that.
Making their way now up towards Tete Rouge, and this is the.
I would love Mountain Dew. You can't buy Mountain Dew here in the UK. I had it. So I had it like once in the US.
I wish they actually
back in like
flash reverse camera like that.
17.
They don't. I'd love one in an Oracle 07. You're absolutely right.
I mean,
the battling has been so intense back now between the 36.
If you're going to come in here and try and be that guy, Anthony, I'm just going to ban you, man.
We'll remember from LMP1 making a return to LMP2
people like
in the
you.
World Endurance Championship across 2 cars this year. Very excited for that. I know a lot of the drivers are very excited to do this
like
kind of battling. I was talking to Mathieu Vassiliou.
I had it once. I was like 17. I was like, oh my god! Mountain Dew, like you can get like the energy Mountain Dew here in the UK.
And he was incredibly excited.
Like that weird energy drink.
Fight, as he said, of LMP2, and they've got a fight on at the moment. The team owned and run by Romain Grosjean, putting great pressure on the number 8 LMP car. This battle is over 6th and 7th position in the LMP category.
Where can you get in? I've never seen the number one.
Here we go, fight for the lead going on then. We can see Juven is the one that has allowed Fiduci to run wide there. Fantastic defending there from the Porsche driver. Just shuffles Fiduci a little bit wide, and was that a bit too ambitious, would you say, from Fiduci there, or was that just great defending from Juven?
Looked like he just got in a little bit too deep, potentially unsighted by the driver ahead. The 2 red lines still following
No, I didn't.
Bennett has been so quick, but is he able to make the moves? There they are, look, line astern, and yes, Fiduci dropping back then in the Fordzilla.
Are we? Where are we stream-wise?
Stuff there from Juven, and as we said, Rietveld and Bennett are now passed,
not too far behind.
Fiduci has to resettle here now and try and work his way back through. Let's return to this battle, which we were with at Tete Rouge just a short while ago, and this is something we don't get to see when we watch the 24-hour of Le Mans.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Talk about it!
Jimmer show
in my stream.
Poppy.
Concentration is palpable.
My workout plan is sit here whilst they're talking about the drivers having energy bars and just smash some pizza and some fries. That's what the true gamers do.
Moving around over the curb, big step.
Shame we're not in this race, man. I know we wouldn't be in the same. I know you'd probably be in a prototype, but shame we're not driving in this.
Into the Ford chicane again. They found themselves a nice clear bit of track though in terms of traffic to bounce through the Ford chicane in.
Yeah.
Well, I had like I'm talking a long time ago. I've not been to the US for a while, but like British Skittles were better than American ones.
This is that Axel car, which is being caught at 2 seconds per lap. If we judge it by the last lap alone, so this is a two-way
Late to the
fight
stream
currently,
been
Alex,
working.
but,
Thanks for
like
streaming. Your shithousery always welcome.
That's all I've got, man. All I've got is just Hal 3.
Their way up the field.
But if you're feeling like maybe this stream isn't quite the high stakes you want at the moment, I would recommend going to watch Max's stream. They've got a really cool setup over there. It's !Max in the chat.
To have the pace that merits their track position currently.
Yeah, it's a cool stream.
Which puts an interesting.
My man's getting overtaken, taking a drink.
Various drivers though, but it's Boulay then under pressure, and the move is done.
R8G going through in that number 8 car, a change for 6th position. The other R8G, the 18, running down where its number would suggest it, 18.
Under pressure, and the move is done.
R8G going through in that number 8 car, a change for 6th.
Did they just split?
The other R8G, the 18, running down where its number would suggest it, 18th place for them. And we will keep an eye on how they get on. 20 seconds behind Victor Martins in the Alpine Esports car, the number 37, which had a big incident earlier in the race. The FIA Formula 3 champion, for those of you just joining, who maybe haven't had a chance to look at the entry list. We have the two-time Formula 1 world champion, the reigning FIA Formula 2 champion.
Will we get a Team 87 car next year?
Hoping, mate. Hoping so. Not in this, but...
Other champions which would take us,
now, chat, listen. I understand some of you might not have liked Max's stream, but now that you've watched Max's stream, do you not think it's good to recommend it to people maybe who aren't aware of Max's stream yet?
And they are being caught very quickly. There we can see
and keep it going.
Just a couple of
yeah, you've got to support the smaller streamers.
Short work of Aslan, actually, given the pace that they've caught him, although their pace in terms of the general field is beaten only really by the top 3, who are
top quality steam as always, boss. Hope you're good.
Thank you, mate. I'm a twat all the time, dude.
have kind of somewhat responded to Luke Bennett now in that red line, who caught them up. I think they probably had a bit of a look at him, maybe borrowed some tactics. Ferrucci dropping.
There's a guy in that team called Spork.
Fordzilla car. So wasn't able to hold the lead, but they're still very much in the fight. 2.3 seconds back from Bennett, sitting in 4th position, and with no doubt with some more interesting strategy plays on board with the 36. This is Boulay, a driver officially sponsored by Alpine, supported by Alpine, sim racing driver.
That'll be a cut.
Way across the curbs of karting, absolutely flat this section of the lap, and the big break down into the Ford chicane across those curbs as well. The aggression with which the car is steered, quite impressive there, and very much the style though. Overslipping that front tyre appears to respond quite nicely through this simulation. And number 2 red line car, that is Luke Bennett, who we were talking about. That is the man with the pace, it seems, of this front 3, but without the track position, just the way we like it.
What do you do if you're Luke Bennett, though? Because Rietveld is also closing in. I mean, Juven's been giving up the hurry-up, I think, here, and is starting to up his pace, but do you stick in behind and almost work with them, push along?
Bearing in mind with the way that Red Line run, those two drivers are probably sitting as close or a similar distance to us in this combox, and they're looking across at each other.
Can
so
you tell me the fuel when you cross the line, please?
If they, did have contact.
Okay, but where are you on circuit?
Dave Cam is sim racing's Johnny Six,
because I'm fixing few driving times.
Oh, it's getting a bit rowdy there.
That was the R8G car, wasn't it? Was that with a back marker, or was that with...
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
I wonder.
I'm only interested in the goat that is Mahavir Wagyu, not Dan's stream.
Where is his stream?
We were expecting them to get past them quickly.
Thank you, Wolfie, mate.
It was making the move on the axle car from R8G number 8, and it all got a little bit hip and shoulder.
Hereafter Max shouted you out.
That's awesome, man. So cool that Max shouted me out on the stream.
And I expect that we will see similar movements from Boulay in the Alpine Esports car. Here we go then. Let's pick this one up. We're going to see a move
was 14.
going on from Alpine Esports, it seems, Alex.
Yeah, Alpine Esports making their way down towards the corner. He's got a much better exit though.
Max said he'd never let me down or hurt me.
That's good of him, man.
over that position on board. As we head then
guys, if you want to know the rough stint plan, exclamation mark stints, we've been pushed back by a couple of hours, as you can imagine. So I'm now driving at about just past midnight.
I can't believe I actually clicked the link. Take more money, you bastard.
What do you mean, man?
For the left-hander, and
I don't see why that's a problem.
Making the move very, very nicely and off up the road in pursuit of R8G.
That was a fantastic move, wasn't it? I mean, seemed a case that looked like a Boulay had already planned that this move is going to be made into the left-hander regardless. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Up ahead, we could see some more moves because Rietveld is only 3
Let me radio back, Joe, but after I've done my stint.
The number 20 Porsche Co-Ander car now, so it's getting very close. 6/10 between our top 3 with Luke Bennett having just set a personal best. Believe it or not, that number 2 car has a best result of 6th so far this season.
Really?
Wouldn't believe that when you're watching them now, having running in 3rd place and being the quickest car.
Is that Co-Ander just ahead of them?
Top 3.
Oh my God! Look at this. This is such a good race, man.
Flying as well. Last time round, that was actually the quickest car on circuit, so they are going along really well. But here is our top 3. We can see them nose to tail pretty much now as they make their way underneath the Dunlop Bridge and downhill they come. Luke Bennett behind Jeffrey Rietveld, and we would probably expect that he's going to tuck in behind Rietveld, given their championship position, and just work with them here to try and get past that number 20 Porsche Co-Ander car.
I am getting the sense that this is very much a strategic play. They've got the pace here, they feel, and of course you can save fuel by sitting in the toe, just getting out of the throttle towards the end of the straight. Let the car in front of you move the air out of the way for you and do the work. And I do wonder if at the next set of pit stops they will try and split the strategies of these 2 red line cars. Sit Bennett behind his teammate, try and save a little bit of fuel with him. Let Rietveld goad the Co-Ander into pitting early and hopefully run a lap longer with Bennett. It could be a strategy then. It's 2 against 1, that's for sure, at the front of this race, although it might be a little...
Chat, by the way, we are going to have nighttime hours when I do my stint. It'll look like this.
That's going to be being had with Luke Bennett himself, Rietveld as well, and as you saw earlier down at Williams, a team of people, particularly down at Redline, I'm sure a team of people in the background that will be working these things out.
Yeah, and
no, Batcher will be here.
Keep it together. And,
but I have to drive.
They don't always do, but that's
please no punterino, Jimmer.
That's what they aim to do.
And eat one for ABJ.
Yeah, to try to get the cars as far through the race as they possibly can, and it's closing up at the front.
Thank you, mate.
Can they resist the move though? That's the question. If the move is there on Juven, are they able? Is Rietveld able to hold back from having that lunge?
Going to be very hard to do so, isn't it? You are staring at the race lead of the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual. You've put in a lot of work to get back there, and now to be told, actually,
it's like a postcode, doesn't it? Yeah.
I mean, that must be, as a racing driver, the hardest thing sometimes to hear, and as you said, to follow must be even harder as well.
What these 3 all know is they're moving away nicely.
They are catching
the Fordzilla car now,
the Co-Ander car though.
Almost 5 seconds back from these 3. So they're moving away nicely. The more they squabble, the more they'll squander that lead.
Anyone for a BJ. Oh, okay.
Fordzilla jumped them on the last
anyone
round
for
just by having a nice clean in and
a sloppy driver swap into the Marla number 10.
This last time, the Fordzilla 966, when they pitted a lap early and took track position. So these 3 won't want to leave themselves open to a similar move again.
Now, we have just seen Axel lose a place. We haven't seen it, but we've seen it on timing screens.
My God,
Axel
mate.
Lost a place to Graham Carroll, AMG Team Petronas.
A sloppy swappy.
Brabham are about to line up a place on them as well. Well, we have just under 15 hours remaining. Let's remind ourselves as what has brought us here to this point so far in the race and look back at
I'm the best sim racer alive. Did everyone else die?
Well, the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual, the third running of it, kicked off in GTE there with the 888 R8G being pushed away at the head of the field in the LMP.
That was such an uber start there from Max.
With two-time Formula One world champion Max Verstappen getting on the move straight away. Sadly, for some of the cars a little bit further back, there were problems. The 86 car running into problems early doors thereafter. They found themselves being tangled. The two Proton cars made an absolutely fantastic start to the race. This was the Arnage car just managing to avoid more issues for that 86
Thank you,
car.
Tad. Thank you for remembering, mate.
Lane, they found themselves going in.
A lot of members in the stream, so thanks.
Steering wheel failure. This was for the number 39 car. Unfortunately,
really might, yeah.
Saw them going into the barriers down the Mulsanne straight. 5 wide into the Porsche curves is going to work every day, isn't it? Of course it isn't. There goes the two Floyd Van Wall cars, unfortunately out. How about this for some avoidance driving, though? Yasheep Veloce managing to avoid. After a red flag, we would get going once again, and the action would kick off just as furious as we left it. Here we could see Luke Bennett, we can see the number 2 red line car, the car that he is in. Drivers in that one making position straight away. They would waste no time in getting themselves up the order. The number 1 red line car doing similar things as they battled for the lead here.
There's something, I don't know, oddly epic about two cars side by side at 290k plus.
Then we saw pit stops, some cars not coming in as tidily as others. R8G being passed into the pit lane. Have you ever seen that before?
Can't
not
believe
many
Max
times.
called you that on stream. I would never call you a blind paintbrush, Max.
In the interval a little bit
Thank you, Sam.
The number 2 car going side by side here. This is where we see the Petronas car being passed around the outside there by red line. Fantastic driving from them. Proton ran 2 wide through Arnage, went into the barriers, and sadly for the car we were on board with just
jump scared by a Porsche there.
But straight into the back of them, and that's where it leaves us now with 14 hours and 54 minutes remaining. Let's remind you of who is where in the order then. Overall, Porsche with Juven in the car leads by just under a second. Luke Bennett 1.6 back. That is the top 3 split.
They got a roofer. No, not yet.
Yes, 1.6 seconds. R8G are absolutely flying in 4th.
Someone's coming around on Monday, I think.
Dropping down the order, sadly. Williams Esports are just outside of the top 10. Team Fordzilla on a bit of a different strategy. Keep an eye on them, though. They are currently down in 15th place. Peugeot hit trouble early doors. They are currently in 20th and still.
Thank you, Mael. Appreciate it.
Sadly, problems for the likes of Le Mans Virtual Cup. Pescarola, which we are investigating, Rocket Sim Sport as well, sadly. In GTE, we haven't forgotten about them. R8G and the 888 lead the way by just shy of 4 seconds ahead of Proton. Project 1 by Dur doing a really good job.
Were there any GTE highlights in that at all?
Come next along. We can see Sim Marinello there, just in the lower order of the top 10 in speed. How about that?
He was very kind. It wasn't him.
Doing a really great job there. P1 Esport. Sadly, they have suffered some issues throughout the race and are down.
So I'll do 1 or 2 things now.
Alex Brundle, that's where it leaves us then, as we have just under 15 hours remaining of this race. Let's talk a little bit about GTE while we have a second. 888.
No, back to prototypes. To be fair, this is the battle for the lead.
So far ahead of Proton.
Gently spread, aren't they now, a little bit? The R8G, 4.9 seconds to the good over the Proton Co-Anda car. Another 4 seconds back to the Project 1 car. And then the BMW we did see take the lead of the race just around an hour and a half ago. Now sitting back in 4th. They've had a bit of a pit stop.
This bit is always a little bit boring.
But the fastest of
you want to just be driving all the time, you know.
The front of the field.
But you do and you don't.
Probably the Proton Porsche, although the R8G does look to be coming into its own. The very, very quick car in qualifying, of course. And Jajowski leading the race currently and healthily for them. We're expecting another round of LMP pit stops, and then the GTs will be in and out again.
Thank you, Peter.
On Max's stream, Lewis Hamilton said they wish they'd be so good to win a Prague Cup championship.
A decent amount.
And Max agreed.
There are a couple of
that streams well, man. I'll definitely go watch it.
The JMX Phantom and the P1 Esports
Price is getting in next.
to all intents and purposes, out of the meaningful running.
Thank you, Zoidberg.
Barring that,
It has been that long, mate.
Down to 15th place in that GTE battle, looking to be reasonably well within the race.
And Brabham there making a move themselves on Axel, who continue to drop down the order. As you said, maybe trying a different strategy. Whoa, side by side for the lead. That is Porsche and Redline.
Holy shit.
Screen there, trying to get down the inside in towards Indianapolis. Redline being brave, trying to go around the outside, but that was great driving from the Porsche team. And somehow, Alex, they've managed to hold on to the lead, and now they have a queue of GT cars.
Holy shit, man.
The Redline car.
Calm down, boys.
Versus Redline, Juven versus Rietveld, and you've got a young Porsche Junior against a Simulator Pro up the inside, and that's fantastic management of traffic. Redlines almost come together.
Just didn't anticipate that well, man.
Curves, brilliant evasive action, but it's let Juven off the hook big time at the front of the field.
Yeah,
thank you, Eric, dude.
Satellite Racing. We saw them minding their own business, and next thing they were swamped with.
Thank you very much, Chatliner, my guy. Good to see you, dude.
And doing a
thank you for the 20 bucks. Hi. Hope you're having a good day, man. Thank you so much for supporting myself in the stream.
To get a bit of a gap and a bit of rest over those two Team Redline cars, but coming into Indianapolis, fantastic side-by-side action. RHG, we mentioned that they.
How did I do my stint earlier? I give myself like a 6.5 out of 10. I didn't pick up any.
Stay with this battle, because this
I think I picked up like a 1 track penalty.
Overall, yes, they are all on the same lap. They're split by 7.5
and
tenths.
no damage, nothing like that at all. Just the pace wasn't quite where I wanted it to be.
Who is doing a really good job to hold off 2 top esports drivers behind him, and Juven there is going to be under a lot of pressure now, Alex, as we come down Mulsanne.
Forming a picture of how these cars are being driven. They let the tyre look after itself. They get themselves the right side of the needle on fuel, and then towards the end of each pit window of each
my God!
Go for it they are. He's on the verge there in the Redline car, having a look down the inside.
The lunge. He's going to miss that, yeah.
Juven comes straight back at him through the exit, unable to hold on to it. Coanda somehow
they driving, man.
The ends of their fingernails to the lead of Virtual Le Mans.
Driving as if it's the last lap of the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual, isn't it? This is absolutely fantastic stuff here from all 3 drivers as they now make their way down towards the next chicane.
He knew he was not going to make that.
He's getting a little bit impatient, I think, in the background as well. He was just
Bennett's been pretty good here and just waiting, you know.
Remind Jeffrey Rietveld that he is just behind and ready to attack Juven.
Maybe at some point they've got to let Bennett have a go.
As they now come down towards Mulsanne corner, it doesn't look like we'll see any changes, certainly not for the lead down there. So the Porsche
thank you, Sam, mate. Appreciate it, dude.
Can just relax, but as we come down towards Indianapolis, we may see some more.
I know what you're saying. You maybe think fighting this hard right now isn't a good idea, but if you're on different strategies and you want different things,
can I invite on board already?
Sort of go for it.
Yeah.
And can he now apply that to a move this time around?
Rietveld seems pretty stable that his teammate behind is not going to attack him, and he has carte blanche to attack ahead. And Juven, if he didn't know it before, he's certainly
I'm a pretty average sim racer, but I have a good time, man. And I hope that my exploits encourage others to get involved and enjoy it too.
The left-hand apex of Indy. Is it going to offer an opportunity for Rietveld? No. Blockers on the right-hand side. No option in the braking zone for Arnage. Tiny little nudge on the apex.
Mate, this is such good racing.
Nose to tail down towards the Porsche S's again. I see more GT traffic up ahead, and it's going to be such a challenge. Where are they going?
They're going to get him right in the centre of the Porsche
will be
curves.
A critical element now as to who comes out of this final sector ahead. Looks like the Coanda just has that little bit of breathing space as we turn right, then left, then
there
left
it is.
again. But look how planted the red line is. Juven having to hold up for the Ferrari red line. Little bit of a better run through. Borks' teammate on the right-hand apex of karting, bouncing over the curbs on the exit down to the Ford chicane again. We're in status quo for another lap. 14 hours and 46 minutes of this. We might have to do it, we might not, because all three of them are in the pits.
Well, now we come down to, did anyone's...
Please, no,
I think that second red line car might be able to bounce by here.
I unfortunately missed the last 23 hours as over. How did it go?
That's a good spot.
Good. Raised a lot of money, man.
It looked to me a lot like the
Right, so just watch that number 2 car. That's got to have saved a bit of fuel there.
Oh, is that the 5? No, it's the 5, isn't it? Yeah, so that's the one with Mosca in.
Has he just...
He's run out of fuel. He's run out of fuel. Yeah. Someone give him a push, come on.
The way back to the pit box. In any case, the 2 red line cars, no such problems for them. They're getting tanks full of virtual biofuel.
We will see them back out shortly. Let's check in with another red line car.
No Punterino, Jimmer.
Thank you, Deck.
Do you have an R or G next to your name?
I have an R next to my name.
That number 5 car, Kevin Siggy, behind the Sim Maranello team, just behind that. But a real shame now for the number 5 Williams Esports.
So who's out first?
Possibly running out of fuel.
Oh no, they're the same order. Mate, they're back at it. This is great.
As they were.
But there's a Porsche between them.
And try again.
Porsche was nice there and got out of the way.
Day. Well, it would be Groundhog Day, but it's...
G stands for gamer, R stands for racer.
It's a slight change in ambient and slightly less dark or light.
For ranted swamp bus.
They'll look after the fuel again, make sure they're in the right position strategically, satisfy their engineers,
what place are we in?
And go at it for the last couple of laps all over again to try to be those
We're in 10th now?
Lead virtual Le Mans. Ferrucci, I don't believe, has cleared them in the Fordzilla car. I think he'll come out politely in 4th position where they put him. And
he would have been hoping for that battle, that much of extremer battle, about 2 or 3 laps earlier, I think. But here we go. This is another battle we were just talking about.
Oh my God, the GTEs guys exist.
This is the number 71 trying to get round the outside of Sim
Maranello.
Maranello. Side by side action going on there. Sim Maranello slamming the door shut in the face of Kevin Siggy, and that is them refusing to give up 7th place.
Big fight.
Side by side. A little bit of traffic ahead on their way down to Mulsanne corner.
So these are the cars ahead of us, so they can have a big...
Are we going to do...
a big Cremonch.
The old Schumacher-Hakkinen either side of the traffic, not quite close enough, and not quite the overspeed. That's a shame. But nice break.
Still plenty of time.
Still plenty of time. Oh, plenty of time to large it through the exit as well. For
got to large it on exit. Go on, Alex. Go on, mate.
They make their way down through the curves of Indianapolis, and massive curves. In real life, you would not want to be riding them. You would not want to be. I tell you what, you'd feel that one. But able to ride them in this simulation, and then down into Indianapolis. BMW looking lovely and stable.
Maybe why did Bennett lose time in the pits? Did he wait for the other car to come out or something?
We've seen plenty of that, haven't we, throughout the race?
We have. It's so easy to light the rear tyres up. Drivers straightening the cars as much as possible. No driver aids, of course, allowed at all throughout.
Redline car has dropped off quite a bit, hasn't it?
Here. That's the same as in real life in terms of ABS. Most of these race cars,
they are affected by the red flag, so I've been pushed back to just after midnight now.
Cars have some form of traction control system, however rudimentary.
Night joggles.
In the LMP cars, GT cars tend to have a little bit more of
a good bench
system. I think probably because they have a bit more space to put it in, realistically.
Yeah.
But in this competition, none of that's allowed, so very easy to light up.
Well,
the rear
Grim,
tyres.
this is his son.
It's fair to say, I think, more than 50% of the spins we see are somebody just getting on the fruity pedal a little bit too early on the exit as we see the red line beamer.
Thank you, Matty.
Imagine that this was the real Lehman's. Man, I'm trying to go to sleep for the past hour. The racing is gorgeous. Good luck in your stint.
Racing is good, man. Racing is good. But yeah, have a good sleep, my guy. I say go chill so you can be around for the stuff later on.
Multi-12. Yes, I reckon. Rietveld being in the 1 and Bennett being in the 2 for the moment.
Yes.
They are. I just sense there's a no friendly fire order going on between these two.
When you look at their championship positions, 1st and 10th, best prediction. Yeah, there's much more to lose in the 1 rather than the 2.
You know, the difference in the physical race would be greater in terms of speed.
It's the 1 or 2 stints.
You wouldn't tend to race like this purely because if Rietveld, for example, could clear the co-anda car,
I think you're only doing
that he would be
1 stint by
by now he'd all be on different strategies anyway, but
I'm doing 1 stint.
That's what the plan says at the moment.
To disappear into the distance and put some time. What they all know is that nobody of these leading 3 is disappearing into the distance. They all know that. Dishing out in so much of a tow at this stage of the race, whoever's leading is going to be in pretty much the position Juven is in now, where the other 2 are hot on your heels and
so now I've been pushed forward, I think.
Defend. So I think that could be the reason
what's going on.
The 2 red line cars.
Don't put me in too late, boys.
Game and waiting for either a mistake by the co-anda car or
now I'm in for 1 stint at. I don't know what's going on here.
I mean, how do we tackle that one then? Is it?
Am I back in at midnight or what? I don't know what's going on.
14 hours, over 14
I don't know what's going on. Someone's playing with the sheet right now.
Tucking in.
But I guess just do this stint for now. We'll let you know.
Yeah, do 1
Going
stint.
back to karting days,
I will
isn't
let you know.
It's not going to
I
be.
guess I will see at some point if someone starts riding with me or not.
And that's the deal. And
Yeah,
that's what you've got to have. And it is that karting mentality. And
But
just
yeah,
talking about
driving
going to
time
send it
Yeah, so I
up
think
the
Mo and Felix are sorting out
into
the
Indianapolis.
Oh
Take
my
all that
God.
and just throw it straight in the bin because they're about to race for the lead of Le Mans Virtual.
There we go. Maybe
Am I getting benched?
Poor exit from Juven.
Getting benched.
Got just more of a toe than last time round. That saw him getting the run. He's tried that move already. Didn't work last time. Hasn't worked this time either as well. And Jeffrey Rietveld might have to.
That's right, Fridge Man.
The area he attacks here.
We are the lonely drivers.
Juven as they come up through the Porsche curves.
P1 Esport are last.
Oh, a little bit of contact with the wall on the safer barrier on the outside of the first left-hander of the Porsche curves. Will that have made any difference to the car? Looks to have got away with it in terms of the way the car's behaving. But sorry to cut across you, Chris, but a little bit of a touch for the co-anda against the barrier.
That's a sign.
My stint currently is two tanks of fuel.
Yeah, definitely. And the pressure is being put on, and that will change this race completely. Against any one of these teams, any damage at this point, it's so close, it's so tight.
P6, so we do need to
and
pit.
Speed at the front is so high that any one of these drivers making a significant mistake is realistically going to end their chance of victory on any run through any of the fast corners. Yep. Those are the stakes that we're dealing with as they joust.
How am I feeling? I'm feeling okay. I need to just like sort of wake up a bit.
Of Tetra Rouge and off down towards the fastest area of the racetrack, the braking zone for the first chicane.
Here we go. Let's see if we see a move then from Jeffrey Rietveld. He's getting a little bit closer all the time here. Juven is surely
Max is actually racing, yes.
He wants to hold on. There he goes. Darts across to the inside and to the left of our screen. Here comes Rietveld round the outside. He's tried one already, and this time
there
he
you go.
it perfectly. And that
He'll come back at him though.
For Jeffrey Rietveld. Rietveld. Fantastic driving, Alex.
That's not over yet. Juven in the tow, having a look down the inside. He's been forced to the outside by Rietveld. Good defensive driving, but he will find some purchase out there on the wide extremes, the right-hand side of the track. Can he do to the red line car what was just done to the Coanda? He's going to have to brake
another one.
Extremely late indeed, and he is doing, and he muscles him out of the way on the second apex of the second chicane and regains
this car sounds so good, man.
Coanda. Now what can Bennett do about this? Absolutely nothing. He's going to leave his teammate to him. He's going to say, you have at it, boys. I'll pick up the pieces when you're in a heap of carbon fibre in Mulsanne corner. And will they be as they head down towards the braking zone for the famous right-hander?
Here we go then in towards Mulsanne corner. Luke Bennett has the best seat in the house as we hit the brakes. One more time on the exit there. They come out as you were. It's Juven we look back from. Rietveld we are staring at. Behind that, Luke Bennett waiting on to see what is going to happen and just waiting for his teammate to make a move, which it looks like he's about to do. He's tried this into Indianapolis before. It hasn't worked. He's tried a couple of times down the inside. Is it going to be third time lucky? No, not quite. Backs out of it that time. And Juven, for now, holds on to the race lead. What a fantastic lap of racing so far.
No, my friend, this way is also closed, says Juven on their way down to Indianapolis. And
this is fucking banging racing,
measured by pixels, couldn't it? As they head through the right-hander at Arnage. But you've got to give it to Juven. He's not a he is a driver who's raced simulators, but he's not a simulator driver.
No.
And he's using a lot of real
but he's very fast in the sim.
A fair amount of fender muscularity to keep that Coanda car ahead. The two red line cars biding their time. He needs a buddy up there, doesn't he, to give him a bit of strategic freedom. Unfortunately, the other Porsche Coanda languishing a bit, down in 10th place. The 23 car driven by Schuring at the moment is a long way back off this battle. We got a car off.
Oh no, that's Axel who have gone off in the 21, and they are now going to get back going again. So they have found themselves in dramas down.
I do have the S still.
Unfortunate for them. It came up that they had stopped briefly, but that is going to be them unfortunately not coming through the first sector. But
yeah, guys, bicycle streaming now, so exclamation mark bicycle in the chat, and we'll
for the Axel car because they were running so
get into
well.
our strem.
Meanwhile, we have pit stops going on in GTE. Erhan Yayovsky for RHG. The AAA Ferrari is into the pits, as had several other teams.
I am.
So we are
Bicycle is doing
pit stops being served by our leader in GTE. We will check in with them shortly, but it's pretty hard to take your eyes off what's going on here because we are going to see, I've run out what round we are on now, because we're going to see more battles going on. It's showing that Axel have stopped. We did see a brief shot of them getting going again. We'll check in with that shortly.
Second Discord. Oh wait, no, I'll do that on my phone now, don't I?
Hit terminal issues after what seemed to have been a bit of an incident for them, but a poor exit there from Rietveld, and Bennett is now pulling alongside him.
Alistair Young behind the wheel of that Axel car, and as we stay as well we may with this leading battle. And has Bennett had enough of watching his teammate try to send it down the inside? Does he fancy a go himself? Well, Rietveld keeps the first challenger, and is this that same car? That is Young, isn't it? Who looks to have, is that quite a lot of steering damage to me?
He's not celebrating, is he? That's him trying to get going again. That's at Indianapolis.
Yeah, I suspect he's got damage, which has caused him to have another off. He's, as you say, he's marked on our timing screen as stop, but he's quite clearly trying to limp that car back to the pit lane. And actually, he's not far. He was down at Indy, and that's just about where the leaders are coming down to now. So let's hope he manages to keep that car well out of the way as our leaders head down towards that section.
Luke Bennett must be thinking, let me have a go at the race leader here. You know, you've had your chance, let me have a go now. Of course, They are all racing for
I don't think Bennett will pass.
There's no doubt.
I think he'll stay there.
More than happy to play the team game, but I can imagine the driver.
I mean, you're frustrated, but Bennett won't do it. He's a good boy.
Himself, Alex.
The number 5 car, just checking in on that, we saw that stopped on the way into pit lane. We didn't see too much of it. It's now marked as in the pits, having lost a massive amount of time with Mosca behind the wheel. And hasn't yet come out of the pits. I haven't seen how long it's been in the pit lane, but it seems to be longer than a standard stop. I do wonder if they're stuck and are trying to work out a way, the Williams eSports team, to get that car to the pit box, to get some fuel in it, as Red Line 71 continue to try to battle their way through the GTE field. Rudy Van Buren now behind the wheel of that BMW. That's a battle which is over 8th place with the Sim Maranello Ferrari.
Yeah, we go from an ex-Porsche Super Cup racer to a current run in Rudy Van Buren, a man who turned eSports career into a professional one. Juven is into the pits, by the way, so that has released Rietveld and Bennett, and this is going to be a critical part of this battle.
I wonder if they can. Why are they in the pits so early?
Extremely
the drivetrain
for Juven to be in the pits. We have seen a little bit of contact.
Yeah, I will be the next driver. The Stint image adds like 2 hours to it, basically.
That was quite a quick pit stop as well, wasn't it, that he just made? So I do wonder if he picked up a little bit of damage there, Juven, and has released.
Thank you, Jester.
Hey, Jimmer, checking in after 8 hours. How are we doing?
I'm dying inside. I might actually go into cozy hours.
Some contact off screen, I wonder, because
that's much nicer.
Did see some, but it didn't look like he was losing much pace. But
well, the other option is a drive-through, but I haven't seen any suggestion of one. I don't see any reason why he might have got one. And I'm pretty sure at the front of the race, as he was, if there was a reason, then we'd have seen it. So Juven,
that's an odd one, isn't it?
We've got to assume that he may well have picked up some damage. We did see that Coanda car grab a slice of the wall in the middle of the Porsche curves, didn't we? Under pressure a few laps back, and I wonder if they've taken the opportunity just to pit that car and then continue.
TLDR started P7, P11 now. We had a DC at some point, lost a bit of time, but gained it back with red flags. We're still in 11th though, so Bias in the car now.
That good commentary, nice.
Yeah, some good commentators here. I think the door is ruining the lighting here. Oh, my bunda. Wait.
GT cars. Battling their way through still. Rudy Van Buren making his way through in the 71. And, behind the wheel.
Do not disturb me, I am gaming.
That BMW, which these GT cars really jump up and down the order through the pit stops. We are expecting another pit stop cycle in GT to be coming up relatively shortly. They tend to be around, well, 14, 15 or 16 laps. They split, of course.
These fucking trousers are great, man. I love them.
Than the LMP cars do. And still trying to make his way past that Ferrari
I'm in the... no, I didn't get a ladder, unfortunately.
Colours, Rudy Van Buren. And heading there down towards the Forest S's. Such
headphones, there's some audio technical ones. They're very good. I forget what the actual thing is called, though.
Part of the racetrack to put together. Rudy Van Buren keeping the pressure on. They've got the ARC Bratislava LMP car following. He's going to make his way through now. First past the BMW.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Quality of these events has really gone up in recent years. You ever going to do an Earl 24-hour race, Jimmer?
I mean, I've done
on the road.
I've done karting stuff. I wouldn't mind doing a car race. I'd love to give it a go. It might be pretty tiring.
Is it an LMP car coming up to lap you, or is it a car you're directly racing with for position? Impossible to tell. One thing Rudy Van Buren knows is he's got a car ahead of him, and he needs to try to make his way past it as fast as possible.
I said, like, whilst there have been issues, I think there is definitely, like, they are nice to watch. It's a nice thing to watch.
Racing Porsche.
Thank you, deodorant guy. Oh, I've shut the door and it's immediately got warmer in here. Okay.
Still, around 12 seconds
oh, I
back
keep banging my fucking knee on the fucking
Jimmy,
wheel.
with some racing shoes, do you recommend most? I got my boyfriend a pair of Sparko shoes for Christmas, but I want to get him something better.
I mean, the Sparko boots are pretty good, but I mean, I wear like actual racing boots. I'd say, I took stuff for Brissy before. Yeah, hello.
But it looks like they've managed to
find
some way to get that car to the pit box and then continue on with their race. Unfortunately, they now sit some 3 laps down at the absolute back of the meaningful LMP field. So what a disaster for that team. Good to be back out on the racetrack, but such misfortune. There is the car, the number 5 LMP car in those colours of Williams Esports. Went down to see them earlier on in the race in their incredible facility down at the F1 HQ in Grove, and they were right on top of it. Here we go then. Fordzilla under pressure. This is Ferrucci under pressure from R8G. There's the move down towards Mulsanne corner, and Ferrucci got in that car in the lead of the race and is really starting to suffer in terms of pace, unfortunately. Around half a second back from the 2 team redline cars that have been realistically gifted the lead in terms of track position of this race, Chris, by that pit stop from Guven in the Porsche Coanda.
Yep, a real shame there for Guven in the Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, I have that sheet open.
So
2/10 ahead.
I basically went through telemetry, or not telemetry, live timing to understand what our driving times were, and aligned it to the new red flag situation. And there's also new driving times that we are allowed to drive to, so they've shifted the goalposts in terms of the maximum and minimum times. So I've tried to alter our strategy around that. I don't know if it works for you, but is it possible at all for you to do the single stint basically after Weizsäcker as a double right now? Would that work? It should mean that you start at basically 20 past midnight all the way through until 1:30.
I mean, I can do that. It's got a double down at the moment, but I can do single if you want.
Sorry, I've provided 2 options basically. So I've gone from a V2. The thing with the V2 one is Mick basically drives from 2:30 all the way through to 5:30. And I'm not sure if his eyes will work for 3 hours at that time when he's not going to sleep. So I've tried to shift that one and then gone to copy of V2 pre-race stint ban. The other tab, the third tab, I was referring to that.
Well, which one would you prefer me to do? I mean, if I'm honest, I prefer driving more at night. But if it's better for us for me to drive more tomorrow, I'll do that.
GT cars at the moment out on track. Charlie Fagg behind the wheel of the D-Station racing car. Ollie Behrman, then Prema, junior driver, a great British hope in feeder series behind the SFE Sports team.
Thank you guys. Sorry I'm missing some of the alerts here. I'm just having a chat with...
The other option would be...
BMW team Redline, last year's winner in that very BMW. Weizsäcker, a lady who was absolutely on top of a Richard Mille
so it means that you do a double now
car over a
immediately after Weizsäcker.
Hyman behind the wheel of the Proton Coanda Esports. He's sitting in 12th.
And then you would do one tomorrow morning.
Another great
I'm fine with that.
Driver.
At 9
Gustav
AM.
Grimbergas and David Pittard, the Aston Martin, one of the newest Aston Martin work drivers, now behind the wheel in 15th
Yes, let me
place.
ask. Let's figure out where Weizsäcker is on the track before I ask her the question.
Not to mention some of the great sim racing talent we have out there leading the way, and it's a great privilege to see these drivers in real or virtual giving their all around.
Look at me.
This
is weird, me preferring to drive at night.
I'm going to stick my neck out and say the most iconic motorsport venue don't Twitter don't tweet me, don't tweet me.
Oh, no, I mean,
we can have the discussion, but don't tweet me.
It's the grid, isn't it? You know, the amount when we go through, you know, F1, F2, F3 champions. We've got champions who have won the Le Mans 24 Hour. We've got champions from the States. We've got champions from pretty much all the major championships around. We've got champions from lower formulas as well, of course.
It does mean, by the way, you would start to drive in like 11 laps time.
Dominated the world
of
kart racing as well, have become world champions.
Well, that's fine as well, but
and then drivers who have won just about everything when you put them all together in the esports world as well. And it's very rare that in a championship you can put all of those drivers together. But in the Le Mans Virtual Series, that's exactly what you can do. Oh dear, that was something that could have ended in tears, couldn't it? But we are watching.
By the way, the theory behind it is to not make either you or Byteska do the graveyard shift.
The Oracle Red Bull Racing Team. This is a battle for.
Well, I think I'm the slowest guy on the team, so I can be graveyardy.
Nah, but I don't feel right to ask the two pros to do midnight driving at like 5 AM.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
hold up a Red Bull.
I am a diva.
Much in the way he hopes to be doing in a couple of years, I would imagine. In perhaps different types of machinery, putting in some fabulous performances in a Formula 3 car throughout this year.
Cut out, so you.
To be honest, I much prefer the car now during the night than during the day, so I'm okay with driving in the night.
A new experience for him. I don't think I have seen
Oliver
Behrman. Have you seen him in an endurance car, Oliver Behrman?
Fight me, Byteska, mate. Let's do it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I haven't come across him on my various.
Okay, so to make it easier for me, how much sleep do you need, Byteska?
Races in the endurance racing world, but
doesn't really matter.
I'm certainly under pressure from the Red Bull Porsche.
Yep, and this is going to be a change of position. Jaden Conwright going through there, someone who raced in single-seaters himself, finished third in the F3 Asian Championship, raced in Italian F4, but then moved across to race.
I'm just on the good advice of the guys at Simutech who do this dash, just testing the brightness of it.
Last year.
Please, no.
I was already prepared for a little sleep from the schedule.
Do 100% brightness like this. Every time I hit the limiter, I get this.
The change was the beginning of their race.
So like what we had pre-planned doesn't work anymore.
Through the field, we've had a couple of stops.
Yeah, true.
For Josh Skelton and Arjun Maini jumping in the.
But I put it to like 10%.
21.
Which is nice.
No, sorry, 21 and number 444. Canapino has jumped.
It was only like a bit higher than that, so.
Williams car and Ottavini jumping in.
Thank you guys. Sorry, I've been a bit distracted, just trying to sort this out.
Is one of the first to pit. That's the 966. Then dropping back through the order. That's moved.
Good luck, fellow sim racer from Wisconsin. How is the BMW? Smiley face.
My guy, hello.
Places back from current FIA F3 champion Victor Martins, strongly connected to a seat with potentially ART next year in Formula 2.
It's going well, man. Thank you so much for the $20. Sorry, I'm being really rude on my phone here.
Great season.
Thank you, dude.
Everybody expecting him to continue.
Yeah, it's going okay. I mean,
his campaign towards Formula 1 with a Formula 2 seat next year.
We're just in the night time now.
Undisclosed for Victor
we could be doing a bit better, but we'll keep driving around. You know, keep giving it our best.
Made his way up to Formula 2 and has now been racing the last couple of seasons in DTM. Here we have a look at the Marla Racing Team. Byteska Visser.
We're not quite as quick as
and just behind them
the pros
is Raul Hyman in for Proton. So two very talented drivers going head-to-head here over 11th place, and we can see Hyman closing in now.
So shall I get ready to get in?
Back from Byteska Visser as he gets a little bit closer. Are we going to see a move coming up towards Indianapolis? Not quite able to get down the inside into the right-hander. Stays behind for the time being. They've got to be careful because they do have one of the LMP cars making their way past, and they are going to move aside there just to give them a little bit of room to come through. I think that was the Veloce team.
Maybe it was the Peugeot.
Is it the Peugeot team?
Making its way through the 93 car. I haven't seen too much of the 93 car. They're now sitting in 18th position.
Well, I want to get ready just in case, so I'm going to back in just 2 seconds.
Will
my
continuing their hypercar program in the World Endurance Championship throughout this year. Great to have them involved in the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual. Not absolutely at the front of the field this time, but they look to be having fun every time we drop in on them with Haley Edmonds out in Paris.
Just tuned in. If you win Jimmer, I'll buy 50 Punterino stickers.
To get himself ready to race. It's Briand in the car at the moment for the 93.
So in my mind, Bites, what probably will work is for you to do these next 10 laps, then Jimmy does a double, Mick does a triple, I do a triple, and then you get back in the car at 7 AM.
Further back, we've got the Proton
that's
car
fine for
here
me.
of Hyman chasing down Bijtskevissa. Had a fantastic start to the race.
Pretty much Jimmy does the vast majority of his driving in the next 2 hours.
The Proton car remains up the field, just 7.5 seconds back from the 888 car, the R8G car, which leads the way.
And then an early morning shift, or late morning shift on Sunday.
Fantastic speed though from that R8G 888 car. I mean, they are routinely 7/10 quicker than the Coanda chasing them. The BS competition, BMW looks to be able to hang on to them, but you know, 7 seconds, 7.8 now as we've crossed the line. This time out front, and looking to have that kind of easy speed, the lap-on-lap pace that gives you the win in these summer races. They had the pace in qualifying. And they're really going to take some beating with what is a very strong driver lineup in that 888 car. You know, you've got Scott Andrews still to come, the real-world driver. A lot of esports experience though in IndyCar's own series and at the 24 Hours Virtual. Alexander Smolia, of course, we've discussed, a serial Formula 3 competitor, and then Jajovski and Andonovski, the two drivers with massive simulator experience in that team. R8G Esports looking like the force to be contended with at the moment, and I really do think it's either the red line cars finding some speed and a really big strategy call, or that it's one of the BMWs basically that's going to take it to that R8G car. I think when you look at the Porsches, they just don't appear to have the lap-on-lap speed, although that's a better lap, to be fair, from the second place 77 Coanda.
Yeah, they've done a really fantastic job so far. R8G come in, the 888 has proven that it can win.
Are you playing the F game again?
We saw that back at Monza when they went and won a race. We saw them do a fantastic job last season as well when they were able to also pick up a win at the Nordschleife. Here we go. This is the number 71, Rudy Van Buren, trying to make some progress ahead of the Sim Maranello team. These two running
there was a
together and
donation I missed there.
Most of the cars ahead of them here, so we
thank you, Parker, mate.
Working together here. Or Rudy Van Buren will be keen to get
appreciate it, man. We aren't going to win, I'll tell you that. Thank you so much for the $10. Sorry, I wasn't here when that
Porsche Super Cup driver
popped up.
2022 Red Bull Sim and Development driver Rudy Van Buren.
Chat, I know you too well by now. You're all trolls.
A bit shorter work, to be honest, of this Sim Ferrari as he makes his way
doing the double.
Back
yeah, I
through
thought
the
so.
field.
That's fine.
Man who was the 2018 winner of McLaren's World Fastest Gamer, and a massive list of accolades in both.
Sorry, I've come back. Was there a development?
On the race
so the answer is yes.
But he.
So I'm in like 10 laps, 9 laps.
At the moment, as he was last year,
taking now in 9.
Victory of the BMW team
Copy,
red
mate.
line car, and they've kept a relative stability, pairing him alongside Bonito in that 71 car. They've kept Lorenzo Colombo and Kevin Siggy.
I know, exactly. Yeah, I'm a bit of a troll, so my chat's the same.
Pretty strong, but he spun it, Van Buren, on the first apex. Thanks for pointing, Chris, pointing frantically at the screen while I list his accolades. Well, we've all been off there.
Well, there we go. An ambitious move round the outside. And that saw the
just stretched.
red line car.
Even gamers need to stretch. Oh shit! I need a wheel.
We saw that side-by-side action.
Just I haven't got a steering wheel.
The red line car.
Steering wheel.
For the lead.
Gloves. Give it to me.
Away for the race lead with Porsche Coanda, but that time it didn't quite work out at all, did it? So we will see the other red line car now having
Jimmy Broadbent brackets pro moment.
Thankfully for them, they do have a gap over the rest of the field. In speed is the next car along, but they are now going to have to close that gap back down to Sim Marinello. It just looked like, would you say that was an ambitious move, just a bit unfortunate maybe for Rudy Van Buren?
Yeah, to be honest, I looked up from listing his achievements just as they were making contact. So I'd love to see it again, but he looked to have got just a little bit deep. Tried then to climb over the curb and make it work, but couldn't quite do so. I'm sure there's no harm done, just a little bit of time loss in what is a difficult position for an out-of-position red line BMW, really.
Please, no, Antarino.
At this stage in the race.
Thank you, Ben, mate.
At this stage in the race, also a
Thank you,
load
dude.
of LMP.
Thank you for the
2
hearts.
pit stops on our textbook.
You're cute.
Top 5 late stoppers.
My lights are auto, but they are mapped anyway.
Indeed, now just coming in 1 lap later than the rest of the field.
Genuinely love all of your content. You're the reason I'm chasing my motorsport dream.
Awesome, Joey, man. That's cool to hear, dude. I hope it pans out for you.
There, actually, Juven. Oh, of course, he made that little.
Always good to dream, man.
So he's now
I love all your
the
content.
real lead of the race.
Never change or at least try to.
Thank you, Pizza Man. I mean, I've been thinking of doing some different style of content recently, but it's not too different.
We don't have information as to what
but,
for.
But thank you. I appreciate the kind words, both of you. Thank you.
He came in the pits. It was a very short pit stop, and he ceded the lead to the 2 red line cars. And the interval for Juven is in line with what it takes. 22 seconds back. It's in line with what he
KSI fight. Did he win?
To drive through the pit lane.
Who was he fighting?
So
he was fighting that tall guy, right?
Through for him. Not seen Victor Martins in the pit lane yet. He's not made it quite through the 3rd and final sector, but he has been on the same strategy as the leaders in that 37 Alpine, so we would expect him in relatively sharply, and then we're back to the status quo with most of the field, and indeed Victor
knocked him out in the first round.
Most of the field broadly on a similar strategy. Ottavini makes his way past Martin, sitting in 5th position in the only really truly off sequence Fordzilla car.
I'm trying to think what they would have been given going back away from Fordzilla here to Porsche Coanda, what they would have been given a drive-through for.
He's actually dropping back a little further, so that our timing screen
right, Scott, you know when your stream has random freezes, I get heart attacks.
Updating as they come through for the next lap, so he's actually a long way out. So our theory
well,
of
my screen doesn't have
damage
freezes.
could not be wrong there, Chris. Although on the intervals, he's
that's
still
very good to know.
He's still only 20 or so seconds back. So
here's the move then.
Yeah, forcing the issue a little too hard, wasn't he there, Rudy Van Buren? A bit of side-to-side contact, tries to get a bit punchier over it on the 2nd apex, and doesn't quite make it work. You could argue
I mean, he's there.
Is pretty clear, actually, that once you've got a car alongside,
I don't know, man.
there needs to be racing room. Rudy will no doubt argue that there wasn't racing room given, but I think
he was there.
He was very, very deep.
Please, no puntery, no jimmer.
The outside line.
Big fan of the Sim Racing Stewart series. Kick bunnies tonight, Jammer.
Thank you, Gut Bomb. I mean, mate, we'll probably get. I'm just driving around. I'm going to try to just hold position and give the car back to
the difference.
Oh,
there.
fast guys in one piece.
Number 8 car, the R8G, slowly they are starting to work their way forward very, very well here. They were almost at one stage, it was just shy of 20 back. They're really starting to push forward here. 10 seconds is now the gap to the leader. So this is a really good driving by R8G. 4th place for them. Do not count them out of this race. They are moving forward not only in position but in terms of gaps as well. This has been really good from them, Alex.
Behind in terms of gapers. ELMS champion in 2012 is a Le Mans overall podium finisher.
They're still working.
Many years for Rebellion.
My first thought, yeah, I think I would be.
In virtual Le Mans, in
I'm not too far off bicycle, but I'd say
team,
I am.
Experienced 36-year-old Swiss professional race car driver. Seems to have been going.
I knew that would wake you and Batcho up, mate.
He was around when I very first started, a very fast pilot behind the wheel of a prototype car. And you're quite right, they are making progress towards the front of the field in that R8G, mainly at the expense of the Fordzilla car as it continues to cling. We've got Pinto and Felipe Drugovich, reigning Formula 2 champion, just jumping in the 2 red line cars. So a switch over.
That's the reason I have 5 stints. Yeah, probably. I mean, I
lost though. Interestingly,
you put your best foot forward.
Car, which comes out of the pits 4 seconds back from the number 1, having come in what I consider to be broadly nose to tail.
Unfortunately, endurance racing, you have to sort of put the ego aside a bit, you know.
Just over a second, but you know.
I'm like, but also at the same time, these guys are quicker, and I want us to do better.
Definitely lost some time there, whether that be possibly through traffic, or is this a change in strategy maybe, do you think, for the number 2?
Little bit of damage to fix, or a little bit more fuel used and therefore slower in and out laps, any of the above. But it's quite a big amount. It'll probably be a combination of the above realistically, but it's quite a big amount to lose.
I'm quite glad that like we're not driving the prototypes, because I think like driving one of these things on the edge would be so difficult.
Number 1, Diogo Pinto.
I mean, look at that.
That almost sounded expensive, didn't it? He's headed into the first part of the Dunlop chicane with the car we're on board with. But Diogo Pinto now leads the virtual 24 hours. He's Porsche Esports Super Cup world champion, runner-up in Porsche Esports Carrera Cup in 2021. He won iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring in 2020, a man with considerable esports accolade and a very safe pair of hands, although he's been caught slightly by Felipe Drugovich.
You said the I word.
On the outlap. So
that did not look fun at all.
F2 champion. Taking a couple of tenths out of him in sector 1 on this first.
I wouldn't say we're winning.
I thought he might lose it.
We're winning the Broadbent competition, which is we are the highest placed car with a Broadbent in it.
Straight up to speed. And he is now just 3.5 seconds back. Ottaviani falls next. This is the 63. This is Graham Carroll trying to get past Will Dendy, who is just
love your
Will
stuff.
Dendy, who races
Can't say how proud of you I am for chasing your motorsport dreams.
Thank you, Rick, man. I appreciate that. Sometimes I think that I shouldn't be there, but I also am, you know, very appreciative that I am. So thank you for that, man, and the kind words.
Graham Carroll, who's done a great job when he's been in the car so far this race, and he has now put that AMG Team Petronas team up into 5th. Will Dendy drops to 6th place. So
if I hear Dendy, I think of like tendies.
Had to work very hard at times to hold on to a top 5 position. Up to 5th. Next for them will be Alpine Esports. It could get worse for Dendy as well. Look in the background in the white-coloured car. You can see that is Juven. Having had to serve what we think would have been a drive-through penalty, and then behind that is Bent Viscal for Floyd Van Wilburst. So Bent Viscal, another very quick peddler.
Doesn't bode well. Bicycles the slowest.
Porsche Super Cup racer Maurice Skuring for the number 23 Porsche Coanda. So some big names in the championship there, all starting to queue up in and around the top 5. That's an area of the field we're going to have to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, Bent Viscal, a man with prototype experience for Algarve Pro, amongst others, driving in the European Le Mans Series, of course, a serial competitor in FIA Formula 3, and coming to coming to a sim race.
I was hoping the car feels a bit nicer now. That's why I wanted to drive at night more. I felt good at night yesterday when I was practicing.
Moving back through the field as well. Whatever was befalling that AMG Team Petronas car early on in the race, Bonahuis jumped in that car in 4th place and then really struggled for pace after the restart that we had a few hours ago. They kind of continued to descend through the order, struggling for pace, but it looks like whatever the problem was, they've sorted it and are now on race-leading pace. Whether the track's just come to them or they had a little bit of damage they've now sorted out, but they've managed to hone the car in and are moving back
Please, no
to the right end
Jimmer.
of the field.
I just did the GT2S7 license test. 5 at Laguna Seca. So 1 minute 11.760 seconds. The gold time was 1 minute 13.400 seconds.
Obviously goated.
Good luck in your stints.
Obviously goated. No one can compare to that. So I said Mario. Sorry, mate. I can't read. Oh, Mario. Thank you, Wesley, mate. I appreciate it.
Please, no puntery, no
Tracking ops as well.
Good luck to you and your team, Jimmer.
We'll have fun.
Where to look in this race. 14 hours remaining, and there is a lot of battling going on up and down the order.
That's when I go to my go off screen. It does that.
You very much deserve to be there. You have put in the work. You have done a great job over the last few years, really pushing yourself. I know it's hard to shake those feels, but just know you 100% deserve.
Thank you, man. Sorry you got cut off there, but
Indianapolis.
That's very kind of you to say.
Takes the inside line.
Yeah, it always feels like that.
The only way to
but that's what Brian's are for. Bad Brian.
Coming down into what looks to be the second chicane. Having looked down to see where Charlie Fagg has placed in previous iterations of the race. Well,
I'm driving next, so I'm in the car next after quite a good stints. You can watch those, by the way, ! Bicycle in the chat.
Charlie Fagg unable to hold on to the position and will have to continue making progress.
Well, Alex, we've had you around Williams, we've had you around Mercedes, we've had you here in the commentary box for the last 2 hours or so. What have you made of what you've seen so far on the track, off the track as well? What have you made of the third running of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual so far? Because I know we're going to see you back, of course, tomorrow.
I'm very much impressed by the level of driving that's being undertaken by both pro race car drivers and, as always, sim racing pros. But what an incredible day to meet a couple of these teams, see how their operations work. And it's
Thank you,
going to be
Budgie.
an interesting race through to the end. I'm blown away by how close it is at the front of the field. The runners and riders, the race is starting to take shape, isn't it, after those unfortunate red flags earlier on in the event. So I'm going to throw myself at a bed for a few hours, I think, just so I'm speaking a little more
Alex
sense
going
when
to
I
bench.
and but I can't wait to see what the situation will be to take us through.
Thank you, Yunkai.
Can Redline cling
Thank you
on
for
to
months.
this one? Can Coanda recover after mysteriously?
Yeah, you won't see it live,
losing that little
unfortunately.
bit of time? All remains to be seen.
I guess it's almost like when you raced in it yourself. You wake up to where are we now? What's our situation now? I imagine it's almost like the same thing, but we thank you very much for joining us up here. We will recap as to where we are very, very shortly. Ben Constanduris is on standby to come back in, but for now we are going to follow this battle just a little bit. This is Red Bull versus D-Station. D-Station doing a good job to hang on so far and hang on with the Oracle Red Bull Racing team who have got through, but Ollie Bierman is now the one next along. They're going to have to keep an eye on. There he is in the Ferrari in the background as we see some of the guys making their way down here. Well, thank
Good
you
luck
to
for
Alex
your
Brundle.
stints,
Let's go
Jimmer.
back and look
Stream is in the
at some
background
of
while
the
I
then
drive in
as he
Azetto,
leaves and Ben
listening out
Constanduris
for
makes
any
his way in.
punterinos.
This was
Have
some
fun and drive
side-by-side
well.
action
Thank you, Snail, mate. Hopefully no punterinos.
Porsche and
We're
the
not doing that
Redline
today.
car. and this was when they approached the satellite car.
Really love your content. Helps me relax after a day at work.
Thank you, man. You've all been very nice to me today. You don't need to be, but you have been, so thank you for that.
A little bit further round there, and
there was a great
really good job to avoid.
Martin Haven retweeted something that I was in and I said, please no punter Rooney. Very cute. Thank you, Matt Graves. Brand new member.
In the number 20 would repay the favor. This is when Axel had a spin.
Robert Wickens 100% forced feedback challenge or no balls.
I mean, I'm not as good as old Wickles.
The spin collecting a bit of the curb, and that would see them then having to limp round to the pit lane. They would find themselves in the gravel a little bit further around the circuit. As you can see, the amount of speed,
how many laps
the bike's coming out of that Mulsanne corner, and this is what we saw a little while ago. Red Bull going past the Ferrari. This is the number 2 running a little bit wide. That is the other team Redline car, which now has Felipe Drugovich in, and they are 7 seconds back.
Hey, Ricardo.
Teammate. This is when we saw the number 71 car take a spin. Unfortunately, that is Rudy Van Buren, was trying to make a move down the inside of Sim Marinello. It did not quite work out for them, sadly, and this is the Porsche Coanda getting down the inside there of the Bicolis car, and that is a move complete.
Oh, that's so much grip, these cars, man.
We see plenty of moves going on. We're well into the evening now. We have just under 14 hours remaining, and with the time,
sometimes I haven't really spoken. I spoke to like 30 every now and then, but that's really about it. Not like anything big.
Plenty more of it to go. I'm very pleased to welcome back to the competition.
Please, no Antarino.
Ben,
I love watching your vids. Always brightens my day.
Thank you, AJ, mate. That's very kind of you.
The racing that we had, and out of it, Diogo Pinto for Team Redline in that number 1, leading the way from the fellow Team Redline car. Fordzilla in chase, but we definitely have to keep an eye on those two.
I think we're not at a great pace at the moment.
Down in GTE, Triple H still leading.
I really struggled in my first stint with the car, so I'm hoping it's a little bit nicer this one.
That is how it is for now, but 20 seconds between the top 3. Not a lot at all, is it?
Not a lot. I have to say it did feel a bit like a sprint race for about half a stint, didn't it, between the number 1 and number 20, and ultimately the 20 picking up a penalty for contact, multiple contacts with the 1. It was not a drive-through penalty for one single contact, but actually a reprimand over.
I don't think the car's dog shit. I just don't think I'm very good at driving it. Well, I think they're all esporty setups. You know, they're made to be as fast as possible, which means they're like oversteer a lot. And you drive it right on the edge. But I'm not very good. I'm not very good at being on that edge.
I have to say, it felt very aggressive from both sides. But ultimately, race control taking a good look at everything.
I'm not good at edging.
And believing that Guven was the more aggressive of the two, and that's why that number 20 machine now sits down in 5th position. So it's gained 1 position over AMG team Petronas Esports. And I think as we go through the night, Chris, we're going to see a very different complexion to the leaderboard, because we are, for instance, the first time we're seeing Pinto and Drugovich in those cars. We haven't seen them in the Redline cars whatsoever so far. Guven obviously making his kind of first couple of stints in the 20s. So we're seeing drivers that we haven't yet seen before now making their play.
Yes, yeah, they are coming into the night stints, aren't we? As we said, Pinto, Drugovich, we've got Will Dendy out there, who we haven't seen in this race. Guven, as you mentioned as well, making his appearance. Elias Sepinen also out there as well for Yasheep Veloce. That's certainly the first time I've been, since I've been here, that he's come out, a driver that has
Please, no Punterino, Jimmy.
Amongst other
Thanks for all the content, Jimmy. You absolute mad lad. Keeps me reminded that anything is possible if you put your mind to it. Good luck for the stint.
Thank you, Alex, man. Well, I'm hoping what's possible here is I don't fuck it up. Put my mind towards that.
Been a while, Jimmy. Best of luck. Thank you for being you, man. Helped me and many others through some very tough times. Can't thank you enough, man.
So 160.
My pleasure, man. Thank you for supporting me.
Thank you.
Apologies. 38 countries is how many they are based across.
Jimmy, you should join the server if you haven't already.
Yeah, I'm about to.
Between 180 drivers. So most teams, of course, we've got the likes of Alex and
let's
Haley,
get this ready now.
Some teams who have all their drivers in one
Where's
place,
my other camera?
But most have their drivers across different venues and across different parts of the world. And maybe that's slightly down to how they pick who goes out where.
That's what I want. I want the hub.
Are out in the evening.
Is there?
As I like to do across the night stints.
Here we go.
Get in touch with us. Hashtag Le Mans Virtual on
That
Twitter.
was, I think, fine.
And I'm going to be monitoring the YouTube stream as well. So be nice. We are
Around there,
any
maybe?
questions that you have for.
It's been nice being next to you.
It's Chris off now. Yeah, if you have any questions, do let us know on either their YouTube stream, chat, or indeed Twitter. Once I've logged in, and we'll try and.
Just time chat. Let me just do this quick. Just gotta make sure that I'm all in the car and connected before I actually change the screens.
You got this, Jimmy.
I look old right now. Thank you for that, mate. I will do my best. Has the server changed? I guess it has.
Jimmer.
Hello. Goodbye.
Yeah, whatever. I'll get you next time, Broadbent.
Oh my god, let's get rid of that. It's different one anyway. Don't leak, don't worry. You can't see it there anyway. That's not how it got leaked last time. What's going on?
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Thank you, Wesley.
You are my hero and Schumacher. And I love Simone.
Cool, man. There is a good sound of Steam being like this one. Why is this all wonky?
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Joe Jimmer, good luck with our stint, no Spinnerino.
Thank you very much. I will try not to Spinnerino, my guy. Wait for it. Oh my god, that's a 49. Very nice. Right. It is nighttime hours. Who is up, chat? So we're doing a double. Dash won't be covered once we start. That bike is just rolling it. I need to roll it more. If I can do anywhere near this pace, I'll be very happy. My chat's always been wild. There's a black box there. If you go back to the... Well, I guess you can't see it. But basically, it will come up with all the data once I start driving. I've just put it there in like now in preparation, so... Moon! No, I didn't link the TS this time, George. Oh yeah, have the Australians taken over? He is competing in the event, Baron, yes. That is Roman Grosjean and Pascovissa. It's actually her driving now.
Go get him, Jim.
You actually catch his stream. Exclamation mark Max. Oh, I've done that so many times. Every time you lock up into there, you just fucking feel like away and it's awful. Hey, David, man. Dude, you were so much faster than me earlier. I was happy you didn't catch me, though. Max is actually in this race, though. So guys, I'd appreciate it if you are enjoying the stream and looking forward to being here for the rest of the race, hitting that sub button. You can also hit the like button as well. Today is the year I get slightly closer to 1 million subs. Today is a year. Yep, as you can see, I'm in peak mental condition to be driving the double.
Jimmy, thank you for sending so many people to my stream.
That's okay, Max, man. I'm just glad you're doing it. It's nice you're being so accessible as an F1 driver, you know.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Did someone say Aussie takeover of chat? LOL go
Oh
game
no.
Jimmer.
Thank you, Miles, mate. Much appreciated, dude. Thank you, Stephen. Cheers, mate.
I'll box this lap.
Copy. I'm here. I'm ready.
Can you walk us through how you stay focused and avoid drifting off, going through the same corners for multiple hours in a row? What do you focus on?
I focus on the Rufusy I've got downstairs, how I need to make sure I'm quick so I can repair it. I just focus on the next corner, just the next corner, one corner at a time. All I do, all I've ever done.
Please no.
Thank you, Isaac, mate. Flashed him a long way back. Yeah, that's what I do. Next corner. You got to just not get too frustrated if you have a moment. I'm driving about half a lap.
You got this, Jimmer. Keep it clean and quick.
Thank you, Stephen, mate. Appreciate that, and for the membership. Sorry. You go. Oh my God. That was spooky.
Yeah, I didn't expect both of them to go through there.
LMP2s.
Good job.
Thank you. Good luck. The car feels much better than at the beginning of the race.
That's why I wanted to drive at night. It did look better. Got that BMW M8 Ussy. Let's go!
Let's go, Jimmer. Get in the rhythm and feel the rhyme.
It is bobsleigh time.
Go give them hell, Jammer.
Right, focus on fuel and focus on getting up to speed.
Please, no Pantorino. Jimmer.
You've got this, my dude. You're gonna smash it.
Smash something.
Please, no Pantorino. Jimmer.
How many stints have you done so far?
This is going to be my second and third. Got the disco lights.
Please no Pantorino, Jimmer.
If you ain't first, you're last. Go get them tighter.
Oh, well, we're pretty last then. Okay, I like that. I need to just turn in the time a bit later.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
Roses are red, he are Jimmer, set April, in that banger.
Thank you, I think.
I guess.
Oh.
Yes.
I dyed my left eyebrow blonde just for the stream.
Give you extra speed. It's a good decision. Give suck, give suck, give suck.
Please no punterino, Jimmo.
Go get them, Jimmer. Remember, please no punterino.
I'm remembering, my guy. Just a small wobble, it's fine.
Active the Jimmer beat.
Oh my god. Oh. He ain't gonna be in rush hour 3. We're in my lap too. No, a 352 with lifting in the Porsche curves for a guy crashing. It's okay. Thank you, Unknown.
Please no punterino, Jimmo.
Jimmy, you got me into sim racing and crippling debt.
Don't blame me for that, man.
Please no punterino, Jimmer.
You're doing great. How is the car feeling?
Much better, actually, in these conditions, Baz. Feels like I actually have that rotation that I'm used to now. Pretty sure I just locked up all the way into there, but no way of knowing because RF2. Yeah, vibration now, it's okay. Guys in front are pulling away a bit. We're at the start of our stint though, so car's going to be heavy.
Don't listen to them, Jimmy. Hunterino, you want to.
No, I have to resist.
Thank you for the endless streams and videos, inspired me to pick up sim racing and pick up some IRL racing this summer. Love from Toronto.
Awesome, man. Hope it goes well. Bit too much into that. Bang, and the time is gone.
Please, no Punterino Jimmer.
Sorry I'm late to the party. Good luck these two stints and remember keep your focus and stay calm.
I'm trying to, my guy. Doing alright so far.
Mad Lad mode on, full send activated, let's get it.
Thank you, man. Fuel's a bit high, that one. Damn it. Well, this app's going to be one to forget.
Please, no Punterino Jimmer.
In the words of Rob Schneider, you can do it.
Thank you, dude.
Good luck, Jimmy from Australia. Yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah.
I should have turned that off.
Nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah.
Please no Punterino Jimmer.
This is how it's going to be.
Finish off my birthday with a bang. Not like, oh God, please drive safe.
Personal lap time goal in mind, obviously as fuel drops will go down.
Lap 51 would be nice. Everyone's gapping me, man. Sag. Considering that first chicane, that wasn't an awful lap.
All these big names in this race and Stephen J. Bailey snubbed again. Shake my dirty hands.
I know, man. It's criminal. Bailey would hate this race.
P1 not far, just send it.
P1's pretty far away, but I'll keep sending it.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
I see B. Collins.
You do? I don't think it's him, though. He's not really like a sim guy.
Jimmy, Mythbusters proved that only taking right turns is more fuel efficient. Try that.
Thanks, mate. So hard to like spot your apex when there's a car there.
Please no puntery, no jimmer.
Over 13 hours to go, a big jimmer. Plenty of time for things in front to happen. Keep your head down and your
I'm trying to keep my head fucking down.
No punterino.
Please, no punterino, jimmer.
Fine captaining of the Panzerland yacht. Full ahead, Schnell.
So I've just turned off TTS, guys. I get you're all trying to be supportive, but it's not helpful having that fucking thing in my ears and trying to break into a corner. I appreciate you all being generous and whatnot. I should have turned it off earlier. I didn't, so. Fuck off. Just that one to forget. I seem to have like a good lap, or just a lap like this where I lose like 2 seconds. Oh, it's still there, for fuck's sake.
Strap in and feel the G's, baby.
Good. You can remove the seam, but it still comes up. Good. Oh well. Guess boss man's just got a deal. Oh, what was that lap? That lap was so bad. Got 53. I'm still better than my actual run through there.
Please, no Pantorino. Jimmy.
Jimmy, do you want the tip or the whole thing?
Naughty, naughty. It's my fault for putting it on, man. Like, I appreciate you guys wanting to donate and whatever. It's very nice of you to do that. But I should have turned it up before I started, and I didn't, so it's on me. We can't give Motorsport Games a tough time for not protecting their servers and then basically me do something similar and then be like, oh, it's fine. Carry the speed there. It's difficult carrying the speed through that first chicane because I always feel like you come really close to track limits, and I don't want to, like, obviously, like that. Got to get fucking sent on, aren't they? I just fucked it up. Looking at my mirrors, amateur. Too early. Stint's going by relatively quickly though. Not feeling 100% happy so far, but all I heard was 6.25, but copy. 6.25 litres of fuel a lap is the goal. To get back into those 51s, come on. Better. Oh, that's about to get ruined by his prototype though. Oh no, it's not. Look at this.
Jimmer, you've got 3k people here supporting you. Keep it up, man. The pace shows shortly, my guy.
Thank you. Too early. Still seems to survive it though. Am I locking up? I'm not like touching the brake that much. I just did that blind. Who is that? Let's see. Bit too early there. Just getting a bit of understeer because I'm getting too high on the curb. Too much speed. That was spooky. Guys, just don't even worry about it. Like, it's...
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
6K watching 3 times the official MANS virtual channel.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's mad having people tune in. I always appreciate your support, especially given that it's like now midnight. Thank you for being here, guys. Sorry I'm not talking too much. Just trying to focus. You have to be so smooth in this car. I know I must look pretty slow, but I feel like I'm on the knife edge all the time. Just how this car is. When you get it wrong, you just hemorrhage time. Hit the curb wrong, for example, there, and the car doesn't turn in the way you want it to.
Do I have to be at a certain level on iRacing in order to take part in your charity races? Keep up the good work, smile.
No, it's free for all.
Please no, Jim.
That was an example of ain't care there. That's familiar one. It's not carrying the speed on the exit there. Still a 51, okay. Not bad.
Fast vacuum cleaner.
V fast. Fuel wasn't good that lap though. Shit! God, don't see that little wiggle. That's enough to ruin this entire straight. It's so so precise. I just don't seem to have that, you know. Fuel is looking okay in general though. Yeah, it's unforgiving is how I describe it, man. But it's a good challenge.
Jim, where I enjoyed your Beam Drive Rage video you did, it's great.
Thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. Too fast. Helmet. No, that was okay, but then I had to slide and now it's not. Ah!
No Antorino, Jimmer.
Have you seen the Deutschlandring track on AC, and if not, can you make a video of it?
In the nicest possible way, mate. I'm not really thinking about videos at the moment. I'm sure I'll look into it at some point. Thank you for the support, my guy. That guy spun. Too early, Jimmy. I just lost like 3 temps. Great. Oh yeah. So easy to lose so much time, man. You have comfy night radio, just when I go to sleep. My stint just happens to be a bit later. That show is always watching. Oh yeah. Don't dive me! I get dived big time here. Follow my lap time. What am I doing? Fuck it, I'll take the penalty. Give some lap time. Driving like a helmet, driving like a helmet. Driving like a helmet. Don't just have lose time, it heats the tyres up, and hot tyres, bad. Dennis Jordan behind us. Was that Dave Jordan? Whoever Jordan it is, they're going to fucking come and get me. I think it's Dave. Anyway, they're fast. They're going to come and get us. So if I can keep ahead of them fully in the percent on that pit, that's good. Minor panic. Distracted by my fuel there. pretty on edge for fuel. Big lifts, I guess, these next couple of laps. That was 6.24, but I need a couple of like low 620s now.
One final wee wee woo woo for today. Good luck, Jimmer, for the night.
Thank you. Need 6.2 of the line to make it round, basically. Oh, plenty of fuel. 6.16 that lap, so. Now it's going to be the hyper lap and we're going to have to pit. Oh my god, this is like, look at the hyperlap, man. Oops. How's that faster than... Oh, whatever.
Box.
Copy.
Jimmy, now entire Stint 50. You can do it. I saw you in lap.
I know, mate, it's there. The hyperlap is there, dude. It knows I'm pitted, it's like, fuck you. I don't have time to turn the thing off.
Please,
nice stint, Jimmer.
Please no Pontorino, Jimmer.
Thank God my fuel calculator worked. I was worried about that.
That's all right. I knew I had it in hand. What? Oh, 50 seconds, I guess. Here I am burning fuel like an absolute king. Nice getaway, Jimmy. Thanks, Jimmy.
Please no Pontorino, Jimmer.
Get in, Jimmers.
Yeah, whatever. I'll get you next time, Broadbent.
Chungus car.
Please no Pontorino, Jimmer.
Excellent stint, mate. Love your work.
Thank you, dude. Maybe we can catch Slovato. Or at least getting some time on him.
Please no Pontorino, Jimmer.
Here's a couple of quid for one of your used virtual front lefts. Hope the gods of grip shine more brightly on you.
I'm sure they will, mate. Thank you. Oh, someone's randomly joined. Yeah, the guy behind me is going to just chomp time out of me, I think.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
Can I get an off?
No. All right now.
Please no punterino, Jimmer.
Oh shit.
You just have to try. Never give up.
This car's so fat after a stop. Pull me. Losing time on the straight because of the car being heavier. It'll come back to us. Hello, wall. The B-Tech lighting, yeah. This is my Christmas. I can't afford the real one. I got the B-Tech one. so hard to judge that when you can't see where you're turning in. It's a nice lap considering the fuel. Jimmy, you absolute bellend. I lose time in sector 2, just because I'm not very good at it, frankly. These chicanes are like very, very precise, and I'm not that level of precise. I mean, I play RF2 once a year pretty much, so that's how comfy I am in it. Too much speed, good job to me. We don't really get a choice of what we drive. Well, I don't anyway. I'm just a guest driver, so I don't just go, yeah, I'll drive that. It's either you drive this or you don't drive at all. So here I am. I was a bit too late on the brakes there. It's okay, I made the corner. Kind of worked. Got a big fucking stutter there on the way in, but whatever. Getting some stop picking up these penalty points. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You're not going to move the Chungus M8. No, I don't think that'll be anything for us there. I think that sort of resolved itself. I'm more annoyed because I lost like a second dealing with him. That line was horrible. Just absolutely horrible. Yeah, Max has the upper hand for now, boys, but you never know. You can go back to catching him at a second per second, like we did last year. Feels good. Oh, I didn't even see you here, Beck. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Sometimes the car just snaps to the right there. You have to just correct it and then you lose time, lose speed. I'm enjoying it a lot more now. Like, I'm enjoying this. This is nice. I'm feeling like in the rhythm. I like driving at night in RF2. Yeah, I'm coasting a lot to save fuel. You can just about see the number underneath the. I'm aiming for 625 or lower a lap, basically. I felt much. I felt slow earlier. Or on Heinrich, isn't that one of the commander cars or something? Oh. My pace, I mean, I think it's about as good as I can do. There's a few, maybe a half a second in it if I was really nailing everything. I knew I wasn't going to be the fastest in our team, but my job was just not be fucking awful, which I don't think I'm being, and just keep the car in one piece, which I've done so far. The rest of the team have driven this car all year, you know. This is my first race in it. Damn it. The guy behind us so fucking fast, Jesus Christ.
Are you happy in a GTE or would you rather be in a prototype? Love all the content, both IRL and sim. Keep up the great work, my guy. Smile.
I mean, I'm not really bothered. Yeah, it's better to be in the GT, I think, because the prototype, the way they drive those things. I can't do that. Ah, I missed my fucking turning point. Got a bit of wash there as well. It's funny, like, how disturbing it is to be lapped. Is the car behind the P2? Or is he just really fucking fast as a... It's gotta be taking 2 seconds out of me. Okay, I feel better now. I was like, shit, this guy is just wrecking me. Ooh. That's what happens when you catch the curb in the wrong way. Mate, this lap is arse. I hate that. I hate that you have... Those chicanes dictate so much of a lap. Nice small sound though. No sleps on my mate, we don't do that here. We game. We are real gamers.
Please, no Pantorino. Jimmy.
Alright to my mate. Sleep well. Annoying slide there, cost me a bit of time. That annoying middle stint bit now where you just lose time everywhere. Damn it. Damn it, I'm overtaken, man. He's too fast for me, boys.
Wishing smooth turns and fast laps. Keep it up.
Thank you. Oh my god, you spooked me. I shouldn't have reacted to that. I reacted to that. I got spooked by the guy like half looking. Oh my god. I'm picking up 20 points here. Toss, guys. That was just enough fuel. How? Oh, good. Now my tires are ruined. Told you. I think I got away with that. I did. Fucking hell. That was a close one. Shh, don't tell the team, chat. Didn't happen. Silly mistake, but you know, luckily harmless. Disco.
You are doing great. Keep up the pace, Jimmy. How do I convince my wife that my 1-year-old needs a sim setup? Cheers.
Just buy one. Sales on sale. Just lie. Lying to your wife is a great thing to do.
Here is some money for new underpants.
Thank you, ma'am. I need that right now. Slap is fucking garbage.
no Pantorino Jimmer.
Please no Shantrino Jammer.
Why is it always like a wire mid corner? I swear, like it goes stream abs like right now.
Please no Pantorino Jimmer.
Jimmy, you legend. Eggplant.
People can do what they like, you're right. No, Brian's right, man. I made the mistake of not turning that shit off, and ultimately, you know, you're still giving me money, which is very kind of you. I know I'm not really complaining about that, but obviously I didn't turn it off, and the result of that is it's a bit distracting. That's my fault. I'm a big boy and I'll get over it. Hey Sam. But thank you still for supporting the channel regardless. It is appreciated. I hope you don't think it isn't. To be fair, whatever I do in a situation, you know, it'll be wrong to somebody. The thing that would have resulted in people, it not being wrong to people, will be turning my TTS off at the start of this. Hello. Moron. I dived me so hard I didn't make the corner. Nearly halfway, boys. Yeah, that line sucked.
Pleasner, Punterino, Jimmer.
No, you don't have to change brakes in this. That would be cool though, wouldn't it? You have to do that in ATC, don't you? Thank you guys, appreciate it. Thank you for your support. There you go, guys. Halfway there.
Please no Punterino, Jimmer.
Oh yeah, Chungus. Considering that helmet centered me, that wasn't too bad of a lap. Why did it slide? I had barely any throttle on. Losing 3 temps in the first sector, I fucking love that. Sent me 7 disconnect. They're definitely ahead of us. Go P1, shit. Oh, we'll take that if they don't come back. That's not going to complain about a freebie, but got to get there first. Nice flat spot. Feel that, chat? That's also nice. Literally, there's no communication on the wheel when you lock up. There's nothing to tell you you're doing it at all. You're just clueless. Everything you notice is that the wheel stops vibrating after a corner. Whoa, yep.
You're safe with you have 6.35.
Okay. I know, I'll push a bit more. Okay, I'm overdriving now because I'm actually carrying more speed into the corners than I'm used to. Let's go back to lifting. You were good at that. Well, that's still young, a penalty. It's Alex Young's kid, I think. too much.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
Hey Jimmy. You're going alright so far. Keep working hard and keep your head down. Good luck for the rest of your stint.
Thank you. Oh. Why did David Parrow just got a drive-through?
I'll have a look.
Unsighted. No, slide. I knew that was going to go off like now.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart for playing the YouTube algorithm game. I have no doubt it can be difficult for creators. Love you, Jamble XO.
Thank you. Pipe of that, come on. No! Ah. Well, it was a hyperlap. Should have been a 50.4, but hey, we made it, chat. My fuel, however, is looking fairly close, so I'm going to be nice and easy on this lap. Wow, it's very early on the brakes. Boxing.
Do you need to change underwear after that save?
That's fine, mate. I'm so used to it now with this car now. Oh. We got our 50. Oh. Thank you guys. Sorry if I was a bit grouchy. I was just concentrating. You know how it is.
Can I put a wang on this? Oh!
£3 for 3 stints down. Good going, Jimmy. Get some rest and go get 'em in the morning.
Thank you, Andy, mate. Oh. Ass. Oh, that's. I've only got one more stint left now in the morning. Oh. Waiting for RF2 to get his shit together. That sucks for the Proton card, didn't it, man? Big time suckage. I don't know where we are when it all shakes out. How horrible and tired I look, man.
Can I put a wang on this?
Oh! Great drive, Jimmer. Absolute legend.
Thank you, mate. Batcho, where are you, my friend? I need to find you.
Please, no Pantorino. Jimmer.
Are you winning, son?
I need a...
Disconnected.
If I have that, I need to... Oh, they've changed the password, haven't they? Yeah. Why they changed the password? Gee, I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. I'll get you next time, Broadbent.
My last stint's at 9 AM.
Please no, Pantorino Jimmer.
No fuel going wasted.
I'm really happy with that stint, honestly. I'm like, I think I drove the best I could have driven there. I know I wasn't as fast as the other guys. I never have been that level, you know. I never pretend to be either. But
no Punterino,
I'm actually
Jimmer.
happy. I'm happy with that.
Good stint, Jimmer.
It felt
Did
good.
very well.
Felt solid. Thank you, man. I didn't get the car. I mean, I had one little moment. But other than that, I felt pretty good.
Channel switched.
Good day, Jimmer. Glad to be catching a stream. Love you, mate. Keep up the amazing content.
Hello.
Hello.
What were you saying, sorry?
What?
What were you saying?
No, nothing.
Oh, okay.
I was talking with my engineer.
I'm going crazy then, sorry.
No worries.
No one talks to Jimmy. Badge.
Channel switched.
Bacho, would you like to come and take the reins, my good sir?
Madonna, no love
Answer your questions as much as loving our chat.
Is it?
And thank you so much.
Questo 10% dico ma dietro c'è una vibrazione infinita. Come c'è un bene.
I met Haniowski last year.
I'm going to turn these guys down a bit.
July, June, I think it was June. And the first thing he did was he came up to me, he poked me and said, "Oh, you are real."
Fair.
Thanks, Erhan.
I imagine that happens quite a lot in sim racing because so often it's just
You never see each other.
You never see each other, and it's all about.
Oh,
Discord.
God, my wrists hurt now.
Always going to be a move. That's the 63. AMG Petronas Esports trying to get past the number 8. Struggling a little bit on speed recently. The number 8.
Thank you, chat, all for being here. I'm going to hand over to Bacho in a bit.
Why is the 8 down in 20th position as well?
It might be the Fordzilla.
Where are we
I've
now?
just seen blue and orange and got that one. It is indeed. That was Bonner
You
House
did the
getting
best
past.
you could have done. Proud of you, mate.
Sorry. RHG and Fordzilla sometimes at this time look pretty similar. But I do agree. What has happened to the 8?
That's question number 1.
Please
question number 2 is
Hello.
Alpine Esports doing something different to Redline to find themselves 15 seconds to the good?
It's been a while.
I know. Well, we've both been busy. Things going on. I've been good. I've been hanging out with the boys down there below. We were playing a version of Marbles, but in a set of Corsa.
Oh.
It's a place where like you can just pick cars and it keeps reloading cars and you pick which one you want and then you watch the AI race it and you root for it to win.
That sounds really fun.
It's really cool. Yeah, we gotta show it to
So
you.
that's what's happened. A minute and 5 for Lartaloo and a minute
So,
26.
I'm going to give you the choice.
Kind of makes sense. So I was told that Colin
I could put chat as well. But do you want to hear the team speak? Because there are different volumes. They're not all on.
They were doing with the tyres.
I need to turn the broadcast down a bit.
The stop where Tim Lartaloo comes into the
Yeah, I'd say if you're gonna have them on, have them low.
Over to Colin's ball, but whether they're doing different, I mean, it is clearly working.
Not to insist.
It's me.
Coming into this day,
What about me?
Concerned about their speed, particularly when it comes to the straight line speed, and then they were like, "Well, it's a bit late now, so let's just get on with it." And see what
I think I'm
happens.
going to mute them actually because some of them are on now, or aren't on now, and they're going to come back on and they've got loud mics.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes when I have to compete with them, it can be frustrating for Chad, I think.
We'll see if Humrick can try and get through. I don't think these two will hold each other up too much coming down into the second chicane of the Mulsanne. Surely
I do need to get a tea though.
You go get a tea, man.
All right, tea and some scones.
Whether it'll be down here, whether it'll be down into Mulsanne Corner, or even with the big teammates, they can time
with cranberry and orange.
Down into Indianapolis. The 20 should go ahead of the 23 fairly soon, I'd suspect. Again, we were saying it before, with them being these two Porsche Commander cars.
I'm trying to tidy this up for you boys. I go there.
There is the look to the inside, and I think we'll see the 23 lift out before we get into the braking zone of Mulsanne Corner. It's actually what it started doing now. The 20 is the lead car. It's not only the one that's fully in championship contention, even though the 23 is not a million miles away. It's the one with Mitchell de Jong. It's the one with Josh Rogers, Lauren Heinrich, and Chan Juven behind the wheel. It's a strong
Okay.
car.
Oh, chat.
I know who I'd be putting my money on.
What place are we in? I think ours is ready. Thank you, thank you, Spud, for the £50. Thank you, mate. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore that. I was just talking about each other there. Thank you also to Bellfire.
Have a drive-through penalty.
I will check this out 1 second. Let me pull up my my little race.
Thank you, Smart as Marbles, as well. Cheers, man.
We have 3 drive-through penalties at the moment. We've got a drive-through
P11
20 for the unsafe release. That's one.
Why are we so far down, man?
Drive-through for the 21 for causing collision.
Like,
That is
is it me?
Drive-through for the 51 for an unsafe release. That is the SF Esports, rather. Sorry. I don't have anything on here about a drive-through for the 89.
No, it's Yoyoski who's feeding all the rubbish to the YouTube chat.
Unless he got a drive-through for track limit excursions.
As you say, it's not coming from race direction.
Not as far as we can see, unless they've just not updated the spreadsheet that I'm looking at.
So Terzic has just come out of the pits.
Was it a short pit stop, like a short run through?
Stand by, caller.
Let's have a look. It's all right. We're just trying to work out this lap. It is early in the morning, and that lap.
Yeah, 32 seconds.
So it was a drive-through.
It was a drive-through, so it must have track limits.
Must be track limits, or like I say, race control might have said something that hasn't been put onto this spreadsheet just yet, for whatever reason.
Well, no. Usually the spreadsheet has like a complaint before it's
Oh.
resolved.
Spreadsheet. Well, let me just refresh it a second. Let's see if we can.
I was waiting for Bachelor to come back.
Take it back.
Sorry, I'm just having a little bit.
I just said it was rubbish. I've got lots of computers to look at, and
I've still not got anything about that.
I don't think I even have the. Do I have the Radio Bacho logo here?
They've done it.
So yeah, it's just like what I'm saying is that I don't think it's come from race control. But they definitely have done a drive-through.
What drive-through penalty can come from the game then?
He must. Oh, I mean, actually, Erhan Yoski, he's a good man. He understands the platform here. You'd hope so from a two-time R-Factor 2 Pro champion, GT Pro champion. Could have got a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. That is very plausible. Track limit excursions. I'm not
have a
sure
shower
if
of some
it
sort. I
is
think
a,
maybe I need to have a shower. I've got the game of sweat going on.
It's just a drive-through, and I did see the question about what does BS stand for. It's not what you think it is.
Hang on, before you answer the question, Flamin Official says it stands for big socks.
Nice.
It does.
Thanks, Jake.
Brilliant.
Jake Cooper. There. I'm not letting you go under any pseudonym, but BS obviously means Burison. Which
doesn't actually mean anything.
No.
It means South Office.
Does it really?
Bureau is an office, and Sud is South.
Maybe little.
South Office.
I correct me if I'm wrong, BS competition, but I think
just a little.
In German, that is.
See, this is the thing, though, is that when you hear
little something for people watching.
Could you imagine calling your company South Office in English? Because everyone will be like, "You're crazy."
Yeah,
you're crazy, man. Like, yeah, but I've put it into one word and I've removed one of the F's or something. And I'm like, "Wow, yeah, genius marketing."
Talk about a channel logo. Oh yeah.
Well, it's like my local pub. It's called the Bec Jeune.
Sounds
really cool.
Right.
Yellow beak.
Nice.
Less cool.
That is less cool.
Do I not have a Radio Bacho logo? Cool. No, I don't. But I do have.
Yeah, that's like. What's the detective's name in?
Wait, if I. Okay, here's the plan.
Benoit Blanc.
Yeah.
This is like, well, Blanc. Oh, that's the right name. You like Blanc? Blanc means white, mate. It's just white.
It's just like our friend.
We'll do that.
Yeah. Romain Grosjean.
Yeah.
And his friend. Can't
and
remember his
then,
name.
Thomas
Petitjean.
And then.
And their teammates today, Matthias Poulet.
Yeah, Mr. Chicken.
Mr. Chicken.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Corvettes. Why are there no Corvettes on this grid? That is a good question. We don't really have an answer. Of course, we didn't have that many last season. We had the, I think it was the triple one that went under there, but the Red Bull. We also had for this, satellite racing came, I think, in a, almost official. Well, I think.
I get Tom with myself in the picture. Fantastic.
You've effectively have free reign over.
You've ascended.
You're there now. For whatever reason, no one selected the C8 arm.
Right.
I think they can even theoretically take the C7 arm, but I don't think you wouldn't.
God, what a time that was. Long time ago. That picture with you with just your mustache.
It's the same as in the first.
No, Antorino.
I can definitely go.
Great couple of stints, Jimmer.
Thank you, Mini
Have
King,
a
mate.
good rest whilst we listen to the beautiful dulcet tones of Radio Bacho.
My lord, are you ready?
I'm as ready as I'm gonna be, my friend.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me leave you in the more than capable hands and dulcet tones of our very own John Bacho for Radio Bacho here at Le Mans.
What an intro. Thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah. Ferrari are not going to allow them to race a LMP.
Telling me like the bird.
Ferrari hypercar in the game. And
hey everybody, how are we all doing?
Cars in WEC next year. So I think the GTE class will stay the same. And then
there's a flood of you in here. Oh my goodness.
But we do have
I hope we're all having a good time. I have been, even with a few delays here and there, but we're still going, aren't we?
Maybe leave it 11.5 hours, or actually, to be fair, if you fancy trying to.
Hey Charles, doing good, mate. How about you?
Go and stick a good hot lap in. Post it on Twitter, and it's a really, really good lap.
Oh man, and in true so, Who else? Millennial Chicken, JPN02. Gotta do all the shout outs for everyone in here. I'm gonna read all how many 100,000 names there are here.
But no, let's say it's great to have.
No, that's not gonna happen. The Parkster, Smart Ash Marbles.
Again, more in future coming on the platform, hopefully before the end of or the start of next season. All we're saying is we would like to see it. Thus, it should be the case because we want to see it. That's the only reason. And thus, it's going to be a very, very busy time for the development team behind the scenes. We have no progress on the 77 Proton Kwanda esports car.
Well, I show up to these things with nothing to go on except for what all of you are up to in chat, and then that just kind of sparks conversations from there. But certainly a good time to just chat about whatever's on your mind, what's happening in the race. Things tend to derail quickly, and we're on to 10,000 topics at once. But it's really cool to hang out with all of you again. Although for some of you, maybe it's only been about a month from the really, really cool Zolder 23 hour that we did at the end of 2022. So share a bit more time through the night time, as we often do in these. And Virtual Le Mans 24, I've just been over the moon with watching the broadcast earlier, and seeing my friend Lewis McGlade up there with Martin Haven and all the other broadcast folks there in exclamation broadcast to see their official stream, and how how incredible this event gets each time we see it. And in our Factor 2, again and again, I don't know how many times we're going to stick to this platform for the Le Mans stuff, but the exclusivity of it all. I saw a lot of people in chat just saying, like, why do we keep doing this in our Factor 2? And it's about who owns the name.
Open setup which you can do what you will with. Obviously, it's locked in at the start of the race. You can change tire pressures and
tell us a scary story. For these night hours, and now I get the flashlight, put it under my chin.
And then when it comes to the car
have I ever told you about? I don't have any scary stories really. Unless I'd have to think about driving in my life that was scary. Most of my scary stories are being out in the woods, and the weather turns to shit, and suddenly the ground is like a muddy morass. You're afraid of mudslides and getting hit by lightning and or trees falling on you. Those are the only scary stories I have. How did I get that? I was born with it, I guess, Chris. Born with it, and then I practiced at it too.
Some people can drive and some people can't, even if it's in the same category.
I've looked at streams that I did from years and years ago that I've since privated because I don't want any of you to see them. They're highly embarrassing. But I think there's a timidity in my voice, and it just took a long time to get used to it. So I think that works for a lot of people when you're streaming or podcasting, recording yourself. It's hard to use the same kind of inflection you would with another person. And I've said this before, and I even said it today in chat because I was talking to some people about communicating, in videos and that, and I picked this up from Jimmy about pretending that I'm talking to my friends or talking to my best friend or something when I'm looking at the camera, or that invisible person I'm communicating with. I mean, it's very odd for anyone that, if you're ever in this position that I am, or I feel very fortunate, of course, that there's all of you out there. But of course I can't see you. I have to imagine the you that is there and try to reach out and talk to you intimately,
Yeah, no, it's the BMW. I don't think it is. I don't think it is fair to just blame the BMW. I think Redline...
Hey, Schabacher, thank you very much. Again, him giving it to... I didn't ask the most important question before I left, which was, can I curse? Jimmy, are you still around somewhere? Can you tell me... Am I allowed to curse, or do I have a limited amount of curses that I can do?
Unchanged lineup versus 2022 because it is that strong. Yeah.
I can do it without dropping any F-bombs. Somehow, I mean, I'm a professional.
A 3:47.8.
Pure sailor mode.
Extending his advantage over BMW Team Redline to roughly 20 seconds.
Yeah, it is.
Now.
Yes, the gift of gab while racing is a difficult skill. And Jimmy definitely has that. I've tried to stream, drive and talk at the same time, and I can kind of do it in between corners. But if it's, you're going wheel to wheel, or if I'm being pushed or nervous, I have to go in a full quiet mode. You know, and even when you watch Jimmy, he's got that concentration gear, that switch he turns on. And I saw it a bit today, right, when he was out there in the M8, in the massive M8. He was really paying attention to everything he was doing, not so much chatter, you know.
Oracle Red Bull Racing is the Porsche in 4th position. The lead Porsche ahead of Dory Sports. They were another of those teams.
No Burr Eagles Maximum Sweat. Maximum
And
Sweat.
they're right back up there as well. So never say never. Couple of notes that I have
Yes, but don't be naughty. All right.
Well, Mr. Florian Haas.
What's your favorite car in this race? The Porsche. The Porsche GTE will live in my memory for a long time. I mean, we get another year of it in WEC before we jump over to the GT3s. And certainly the Porsche GTE that had the tuned exhaust that made it shriek. And then they, well, turned that down a bit, didn't they? But that was a really beautiful car.
The drive-through that he got, it was a drive-through on pit lane entry. That's where they picked it up. So it wasn't.
Why are we here? What is the meaning of it all?
I would assume so.
GP laps.
It wasn't for, you know,
you and I both know that the meaning of it all is just finding those things that propel you forward in life that you absolutely love. And watching GP laps discover all those sim connections to real world things. For things GP laps and I weren't even old enough to see. What a treat it is to have our hands on them at a track that doesn't even exist anymore. And at least for myself, that's what it all means. The pursuit and passion for something that you enjoy. Otherwise, it's very, very relative.
And then there was a lot of speeding in the pit lane because we were using the endurance pits, and everyone thought it was a good idea to.
I work blue. Yeah, I only do the comedy circuit tour. Only work in blue.
What happens when you clutch in and you've got the pit limiter on? Pit limit doesn't work, does it? Because it's limited by
I haven't owned any cars, Tom. And in fact, of my family members, none of them really owned anything exotic. I had someone I like to consider a half-brother of sorts, or a step-brother, or I don't know how to describe him. He was an exchange student from Japan that lived with us for a long time. When he was in college, he bought a Mustang II. That's about as cool of a car as anybody in my sphere owned, at least in direct family wise.
They have dropped down to 9th position.
Other than that, I had my best friend's mom, who is the absolute coolest person. I mean, she was into her 40s and 50s, and she'd just blast AC/DC out of her car. And she owned a 68 Pontiac Le Mans with I think it started out with 427 or 455 or something like that, but they kept boring it out and making it bigger. That thing was both a land yacht and a monster, and I will always hold that candy red 68 Le Mans in my heart. What a machine!
But soon may lose.
Listen, like the Mustang 2 is as good as we got, right? Well, not a Ford anyone's gonna write home about, but the other things we had were just sedans and trucks and stuff. Like my parents owned a VW Rabbit when I was little, all right? Not a particularly cool car, you know.
Last year, sorry, in the 2022 GB3 Championship, and he did win.
No, not a Fox body. No, we're talking like 72, 74, or somewhere around there.
Aston Martin Autosport Young Driver of the Year award. I can't remember exactly which round those three are, but it's in that vein. We won that Young Driver of the Year.
Favorite sim to race? To race in sim racing? Because it's very different than like where I like to lap, right? You know, circuits. Like we were driving Hungaroring the other day, Nate and DHR and the other lads, and I love racing that, or driving that track. I don't particularly like to race there. I mean, Bathurst, I think, is still my favorite existing track, both to lap and to race at the same time. Just what a challenge, you know. The mountain section. I can't wait for Bathurst 12 Hour. It's gonna come up February 3rd through the 5th. It's really tricky, of course, because Australia times and US times for when it begins, plus starting in the dark. But I do love Bathurst.
LMP car, and he is
some things remain the same.
Aboard that car once again. driving from his home over in
Can I tell you why Super GT is awesome? I could talk about Super GT all day, Electric Abyss. I mean,
which actually is the better
the kinds of car and the GT 500s and 300s, I could bore everyone to death with my love for Super GT. Did you have inside knowledge into me loving Super GT Electric Abyss, or did you mean the content creator Super GT?
Haley Edmonds a few hours ago.
Years ago.
Yeah, years ago. Different.
First 24-hour event. I think it was Le Mans, wasn't it? Like 2017, 2018, something like that. I've not gone back to listen to it. Really, oh man, that would be embarrassing, I think, to hear those old broadcasts. I was in a very different place in my life, for one. And who knows, maybe it sounds shockingly similar to what it does right now, but I recall that it went well, and people were really, really sweet, and that kept me going. You know, I certainly like having the affirmation from chat afterwards, just to be like, was that any good? Did we have a good time? Did I feel the space well? You know, when you have those moments of self-doubt every now and then, and so far so good.
Yeah, diverse, yeah. R8GR as well. Yeah. They are on every platform.
You think so, Icky? Well, again, I'm never going to go back to find out. You can let me know if I was, but
shout out to Ridox
you know, it basically just, again, I was trying to communicate with all of you in the same way I talked to Jimmy or I talked to Bailey, and so it unlocked the part where I'm not uncomfortable or I'm thinking about my words too much, you know, because I'm with all of you, and you folks are just the cutest. We have the best times together, and so you're all my friends as well, and then, so I feel like I'm always reconnecting with you when we get to have an endurance race.
Great fact, though, from our friend who has already provided us with
a Calsonics fan. It must be Marlo. Must be my friend Marlo.
Has been calculating how many baguettes it would take to cover the circuit. He's also now calculated how long it would take a snail to do a lap of the
Type R GT Honda, yeah, the Civic for 2024. So interesting, we have a Fairlady Z, a Civic, and then a Supra. I don't know if they were going to announce something different for the Toyota in Super GT 2024, because the top class having car models that are not the most exciting. I mean, I don't want to shit on people who love Civics and Fairlady Zs, but it's not the NSX Type S or GTR that we had in 2021. So actually, maybe the Type S is 2022.
I don't know.
Unless the Toyota's going to go to the Camry or the Corolla, or they should roll out the. Probably not the Corona. That's not a good idea. What's the Chaser? You'd have the Toyota Chaser. Toyota 8086 GT500 would be pretty rad.
It's kind of hard to tell from there as to whether it was a bit late. This is on board with the Peugeot going around the outside. This is always quite risky. The Marla's.
That's right, there is an LC500 that's taking over from Apex Racing, APR. They're no longer using the Prius. So it went as the Toyota hybrid LMP1 engine in the Prius, then they changed it to a slightly larger, like, what is it, like a 5.4 liter V8, and then the Prius is just going to change into the LC500, a very detuned LC500. So anyway, Super GT, because it has so many kinds of car and individual idiosyncrasies for each one, especially if they're based on a actual car or they're a GT3 car or conforms to this chassis that's pre-built by a company, and then you can put in your own engine and give it your own flavor as such. I don't know, it just makes for a really interesting variety of cars, and I don't know what everyone else is looking forward to this season. I mean, here we are at Virtual Le Mans, and they did show off some of the cars for this season, like the 9X8 I saw in one of the bits that they were filming there in and around the studio, and obviously with the car list for WEC came out the other day with the 13 LMHs. I was kind of hoping that there might be one more LMH on there, like the Isolta Fraschini, but we did get the Bicolis Van Wall in there, and obviously the ones from last year, and Ferrari coming in, And it's only a few more days now till we get to see the first of the GTPs at Daytona 24. So this time of year is just exciting. If I was jaded at all from the end of last year with motorsport, for whatever reason, I get that certain feeling, you know, when F1 cars are about to be revealed and new categories are emerging like they are in IMSA and WEC and heck, I mean, I watched some of the Mexico City race Formula E today with those Star Destroyers, the very low polygon race cars going around. I felt like such an old man though, because I thought that the Formula E cars didn't sound super annoying today, which is rare. Electric vehicles tend to hit that part of my spine that causes anger, and I think they're even what Bailey, Hodge, and Nate were saying is that they're more high pitched. So I think it's closer to a dog whistle or to a range that I actually can't hear anymore. So that's the best. Electric racing is going to be great if they could just, you know, make it high enough that I actually can't hear them at all. There's so much road noise from those Gen 3s with the groove tires and the sort of slow speed corners of the shorter version of Mexico City that I mostly just heard that. It was the friction and the rolling lateral noise coming from those tires. So that was interesting. And then I saw a Maserati go into the wall, and I was sad.
The exclamation mark competition will also work, and it will give you all the links and stuff to how to get over there and deal with that competition. So yes, obviously do all of that stuff.
Yeah, they looked a little quicker, and the article I saw the other day is that they're only going to get faster with each year, and I don't know how that's going to work. I obviously only read the headline, so if they're just going to give it more power over time or what, but the claim was that they would gain a few seconds over the next 3 years.
Something that I know very much about because I'm too old for it. It's just
look like paper airplanes.
Most of the Twitch at the moment, thankfully, I think all the questions have moved on to YouTube because they realise that's where you're looking at. Because most of
I don't know if everyone would ever go back to those groove tires again. That was a bit of a problem, especially as Michelin came in and then they argued about the grooves themselves, the depth of them, when did the grooves turn into basically slicks. F1 can munch a tire, can't they?
Yeah, look, you need to go find.
Is he not watching the race? No, I'm not watching the race. Are you kidding me? I could watch the main broadcast if you like, but it's going to be difficult for me. Plus, I'm on delay.
I'm like, yeah, perfect. That's the conversation I'm ready for once we're done with this broadcast. I don't think it will happen, weirdly enough, spookily enough, but you know.
Hey, Lunar Weasel, some of the friendos around here.
Well, maybe whilst we're listening.
A car was punted, Paolo. I'm so sorry. Who? Well, I'm not. You know, I was gonna say who was it, where was it, but no, it's all past by now.
I won't cry in a corner. It's all right. On board, you get to see some of the hard work that is being put in by Luke Browning at the moment.
Got bullied by an LMP.
Wrestling this car around as best he can to.
I saw a close moment there with Jimmy in one of the LMPs in the down on the Dunlop. It's just the wrong timing for the prototype coming out, and Jimmy on his line and on it and wasn't going to give way, you know. And just they made their way through it well, but you could see that, you know, how tight it can be. It's always nerve-wracking for me. I'm sure it is for you. Anytime you come out of the pits and you're side by side with someone like right into the braking zone and not quite sure who's going to have the right of way, you know.
It's constant short sprints. Consider being part
What's
of
the best thing about Jimmy? His incredible hair. The fact that he doesn't have to wash it like I do constantly with my weirdly oily hair. What is the best thing about Jimmy? He's just the sweetest. I mean, well, I don't know what else I could say. You know, he's so kind to all of his friends, and you know, get to talk to him about things, and he's always himself. You know, I've known him for close to 10 years now. I think it's going to be 10 years this year. And I don't think our relationship is any different from then to now. You know, with certainly the fame and YouTube success and doing things in the real world. And end of the day, I still chat at him and we make the same horrific jokes and we make each other laugh. And it just feels like I know who he is. You know, he's very authentic, and I love that he's basically the same on the air and off the air. You know what I mean? Like the only change, even for me, is that maybe we're a little more you know, we put a little more enthusiasm into the things that we say when we're on, but you know, the same vibe and friendly, you know, kind of back and forth that we have. Just say he's cute. Yeah, he's just cute. Yeah, that's the best thing about him. I could go on about Jimmy all day because I mean, I've been here in the trenches with the rest of you in the chat, and from very, you know, with 1 to 5 people watching on Twitch and starting out on YouTube and moderating and probably banning hundreds and hundreds of people over the years, intimately involved with the rest of you that maybe weren't quite as cute, at least in the moment. I've always wondered if we should have like a general amnesty at some point. The system for banning in YouTube is kind of weird. It's not quite as progressed as something like Twitch, because they have like ban requests that you can do and a whole set of tools. But from what I mean, there's people I've banned from like 2015 through 2019. I would hope that they probably grew up and aren't as caustic as they were when we eliminated them from the chat. Or if I was just in a bad day and people were backseating Jimmer while he was playing Gran Turismo 3 Seattle Camaro stage, and I was getting annoyed at people telling him what gear to be in, and I just went on a rampage.
For staying up with us at this hour, but I can't remember what they are. I've got them in front of me, and then
the silent ban. That's right, the shadow ban. GP Labs. I can't think of anything better for some people to be type. They're still typing in the chat, thinking that I can read it.
No, it's just banter, isn't it? It's no fun.
Maybe that's all we need, Scott the Car Nerd.
Well, you know,
and, glad you're here today. Scott the Car Nerd, shout out to him, is here for most of the endurance races. I think in the last few years, Scott, there's only been like one. I recall that maybe you weren't here. You had something else going on, and so we had to trade off on the job of copy paste, or you know, the copy pastes to keep everyone apprised of what's happening.
It was the restart where both Floyd Van Wall by Burn.
Yeah, exactly. Scott's paying attention where I can't, and I'm just pontificating and then looking at chat. Doing good, Miguel. Hope you are too.
For the bunching up of the field, let's say. That's true.
I met Jimmy through sim racing. Yeah, probably not a dissimilar story to a lot of you for your mates and people that you were in teammates with. It's just, you know, Jimmy had a slightly different path than the rest of us, in that he found he was already sim racing, and our friend Schumann invited him. He saw him in the race, and we were always looking for more people to hang out with us because our Factor 1 league was dying. It was really dying out, and then we were trying to get into our Factor 2 and also struggling a little bit. And so just one of those casual invites. You never know where it's going to lead when you strike up friendships. And so, yeah, that was all it took. He did some races with us, hung out on TeamSpeak, and was so quick to, you know, get involved in what he was doing. He just loves to share, you know, whatever happens, and that carries through with, you know, when he's here on stream and that he's being his authentic self. So the rest is history. I mean, we just kept racing and hanging out and watching stuff together, and yeah, from his time in university, and obviously the, you know, going out on the limb and YouTube and spending literally all of his cash on his direct drive wheel in his shed to where he is now.
Also, Dan Wren is also the one who's also putting together.
Reminds you of your Forza group, Forza 4 group. I wonder where they are. I bet a lot of us have those individuals that might still race. Like I was in a Yahoo group for our Factor 1 years and years ago, and God knows if any of those folks are still racing, let alone together. It's kind of fun to reconnect with them and see where people are at. You know, we have old-time members from our sim racing league that pop up every now and then, and we hang out for a few days, we catch up, you know, and then kind of go back to what they were doing, you know. Some of them got a little older, or they got married, and maybe got into another hobby, you know. Sometimes sim racing isn't for everyone for life, but we, you know, it's always think of them fondly for the times we spent, because you do when you're really in community with people and driving a lot. And back then we were doing several races a week, so we'd be on and practicing every night. And, yeah, very, very close back then, and so that's how we all got to know each other really well, because we had a lot of free time and just loved being on track and trying new mods and trying to get races organized, you know.
According to our timing screens, but wasn't able to make it stick. So the
that's awesome. Big Christopher?
Of a second again.
Gaskin saying that I met one person in sim racing 5 years ago, and we still race today, and they're still your best friend. Yeah, when you have that common connection, there's something to that for gaming, especially. You know, that when you have it between yourselves, it's such a language you can speak and something you can fall back on. You know, when there maybe isn't much else going on, or some bold moves there. Dunlop. Someone's skipping across the track there. When you don't feel like talking about anything else, or maybe you're trying to ignore some of your problems, your racing friends, or just for the good times, you know, we can do a little bit of escapism together. And especially when you form a racing team with them and you're in the car for 24-hour events like this, you know, you're going to learn a lot about them in that time.
Number 20, as the Ferrari blinks with a connection issue, disappears out of its periphery.
I know they cut away from that pass at just the wrong moment, because it's so tough. I've been at that quote-unquote job of trying to pick the right shots as things are happening, and every now and then you'll just skip away right as something was about to develop, and it's really hard to go back to it again. And if in your brain you've already kind of switched modes, you know.
Is he going to need to get out the throttle? As it happens, he's cleared the Ferrari going into the first part of Indianapolis, and
now
38th. Outside goes Lauren Heinrich, both of them making short work of
that
particular Ferrari, and neither getting held up.
I think when it comes to dealing with lap traffic,
well, cool, Miguel. I hope you have some fun with that. You know, LFM, a sort of matchmaking service, you know, similar to what iRacing would do, but for a different game. If some of you didn't know, and so a lot of pickup races there for stuff like ACC, and they added R-Factor 2 for all the content that they've added recently. And I've seen Bailey doing some driving there with some of the touring cars. Favorite LMH and LMDH? I'm going to be biased on this one. I just love the look of the Ferrari 499. Even when it was in its spy colors, I thought that was a fantastic and radical shape. And then in its colors, I feel like they made it for me. It's the right color balance of red to yellow to black. Magnificent looking thing. And then the LMDH, the Porsche 963 is the most. That one and the Cadillac, I think, are the most solid looking for me. What about the rest of you? You have a preference for your LMHs and LMDHs?
Losses and gains all of the time. It's such a mind-boggling process.
When I get started in Sims, where do I start? Wait for Assetto Corsa to be on sale. And you can get the Ultimate Edition for like $5. Get that and a cheap Logitech wheel. Figure out how Content Manager works. Get one of the custom shaders patches, and then just start driving stuff. I think it's a good cheap way. And if you could find a used DFGT or a G29 or something like that, you know, don't spend more than $300 on something. If you're just starting out, there's enough content in there for you to at least get used to it and think, is this something I want to do, you know? The AI is not so great, but at least you'd have an understanding of different cars. There's street cars and track cars, race cars, and then from there it'll be easier, I think, to pick your way through all the other games, which have myriad pluses and minuses.
Williams and Fordzilla leaving the pits together. A little bit of kissing between the two of them as well. What happens late at night? Peugeot and Marla, a little touch between the two of them, both of them going around. Peugeot with only a little.
Oh, good shout out there too from FX for Race Room. There's some good free content.
Really feel as though the Peugeot did too much wrong there.
On console, like ACC is on console, isn't it? And that's pretty damn good for for a lot of us who might be snobbish about PC sims, that there is something like ACC there, which I believe is a sim. I mean, there's always somebody in the chat that would argue otherwise, but it's really cool that exists on console if that's what you're used to. But for me, at least, having a wheel and a PC it's where it's at. But I have a lot more experience at driving, and you know that's what I love to do.
At that point, the LMP1 was always on Brent Hartley's fault because he's the one that's going around the outside and kind of risking it, where the car's always going to understand.
Are there different levels of how it's quote unquote dumbed down, Sammy? I don't know how you mean in dumbed down exactly, because I'm sure there's different controller options in that maybe smooth things out a bit, but I'm not aware of the levels of difficulty that are on the console. Started with GTR 2, another good one, and a fairly good driving school, something that racing games don't lean into very much, do they? But at least for taking a corner, apexing, and I mean, interesting cars are the 03 and 04 FIA GT cars. Another period of time that I will always love.
Taking a quick look at
yeah, that was a great game. Really hard on systems at the time. like a lot of sims out there when they're brand new. Whether they're flight sims or driving games. That's another good one. Microprose Grand Prix 2. Bailey was talking about that just the other day as one of his intros into driving. Jacques Villeneuve's game of choice when learning the F1 circuits. The first NASCAR from Papyrus. Yeah, there's two of you that said it near the same time. GP Laps and Terminator.
They are looking for 4 on the
I had a friend named Nick who gave me the CD for NASCAR 1 and 2. I played IndyCar 1 with Paul Page, and I had seen Indy 500 from I can't remember if they were called Papyrus when they first made that one. And it's pretty crude, but it had 3D graphics, and I played a lot of racing games in the 80s, so it was pretty obvious to tell when it made the jump from animated sprites, things like Pit Stop and Ayrton Senna's Super Monaco and games like that, Nigel Mansell, and then it jumped to having 3D objects out there like what they were doing with the Papyrus games. It was a clear game changer.
Was within a tenth of a second.
Rad Racer, I remember that. I remember the AI as being very recorded, but didn't Rad Racer have like boats and big trucks? There was a whole variety of different cars in Rad Racer.
Behind Chris Lullum, but this looks like the tastier of the two fights right now. See if Sport can get through now. We'll look to the inside, potentially might weigh it up a little bit more. He's going to go for it now. Looks to the inside, going down into the second chicane on the Mulsanne, commits onto the brakes, but that Porsche's not going to let that one stick. Just a little bit of a kick of oversteer going onto the brakes, turning.
Mod Nation Racers.
Colin Spork will get past boost there now, and I've got to say, Colin Spork, absolutely a driver to focus on when it comes to the future of them in the world of sim racing.
Getting a cracked version of NFS Hot Pursuit, and then modding the cars. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Hot Pursuit, that was the
a future superstar, current superstar. If you really
is that Need for Speed 3? Yeah, because High Stakes was after that one. Yeah, gosh, that's in the series of Need for Speed games that I really did play. Roblox does have racing. Roblox has not just F1, Marlo, and I know you know that Roblox offers that, but there's NASCAR Roblox. What a system! I think that from what I've seen, the NASCAR Roblox runs a bit smoother than the F1 version. I don't know what's up with the F1 thing. All the streams I've watched of it, things are moving at not just a low frame rate, but like a frame rate that starts and stops. So all the cars' position will accelerate and then come to a halt. And some cars inside of other cars. It's very hard to watch. But there's something great happening in Roblox, but I feel like I missed out somehow.
That is leading.
Yeah, Toka was awesome. I was watching someone stream some Toka Race Driver 2 just the other day, and I was really surprised at how well it held up. Does anyone know if we're supposed to have another kind of Toka now that Codemasters is owned by EA?
Scallywag. He's alright, isn't he? It's alright. I think he might look for a decent sim racing career.
High Stakes was your favorite? Porsche Unleashed, I thought was really, really cool because they had the balls to put some cars in that maybe weren't the fastest. I mean, there's the first car, which is the 356, the cutie that it is. And it was just a nice love letter to the Porsches, obviously. And there's a couple other games that had done that. There's some console-only games, one for Ferraris, one for Alfa Romeos. That they're like, they felt like Gran Turismo Light, and maybe the physics weren't great, but it's cool that they had the license to put in a bunch of cars that maybe people had never seen.
But in sim racing,
San Francisco Rush 2049, hell yeah! The arcade game of Rush was really, really neat. I'll never forget it because whenever you put your quarters in and hit play, it would say Rush.
But it does make some mistakes.
And then you turn the wheel all the way over to the right to the quickest and most almost said the line, to the quickest car there, and it would say it's dangerous. I had a real love affair with Rush, but not so much Ridge Racer because we just didn't have that machine. So when I watched Jimmy play Ridge Racer Type 4, and Nate as well, they have the same kind of fever for those games. The style of music and the frame rate and all that.
Busy with other things that these mistakes creep in, but in sim racing world, you do see mistakes come from Max every so often.
What's surprising about that, sometimes going back to those mid-90s games, the IndyCar and NASCAR and that, like GP Laps and a bunch of others have brought up, is just that how sim they were. That like the setup screen is surprisingly intense, for the time, for having things like camber and a wedge and just things that when I was 13 I had no fucking idea what I was doing. Sorry if I actually can't swear. There's my one F word for this hour. Sorry, Jimmy.
It's simply an opinion. Porsche commander going for the move.
Vanishing Point. I know the movie Vanishing Point from 71 or 70 with the Dodge Challenger. But no, I didn't play a PS1 game.
Indianapolis, and that is deal done for Lauren Heinrich. Had the outside, but
hey Josh, thanks.
For the braking zone. And now, how much does he check out straight away? Up into second once more. The recovery.
As many of those games as I've played or I've looked up, it's amazing that there's a few that fall between the cracks. Like Nate was playing Enthusia a few months ago. Never heard of that game. It was not on my radar. The Initial D game that Lalo Freeman just brought up. That's another one that I was completely ignorant of at the time.
I am baffled as to why you would even try that. Going around the outside when you're not there.
Oh, Matt Hawker, that comes down to who buys the rights to use the name, and it being under Motorsport Games, but through R Factor 2 since 2020. This has been the one that they've had. The first one, which had a couple issues, I think a couple red flags, similar to this race earlier on, and then last year's, which was completely smooth. It does seem very random, but yeah, it is a little tricky then for the other games that want to have their own Le Mans 24-hour race. Some of us are getting a little used to this for how the events are, get to be on what platform. It all comes down to business and money, doesn't it? Carmageddon, the game where they had to change the characters to robots in the German version because they didn't want us to have anyone being run over. Carmageddon, the game where you could never really decide if you wanted to beat everyone by racing or beat everyone by destroying them.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I feel as though Josh Rogers.
Oh, cool, Sinister. I'm glad you're liking Dirt 2. It's really a good complete game now with all the content that's in there. And I'm looking forward to what comes next in that series. It's been a little while since they released Dirt 2.
Yeah, because they rolled back their basically everything they were doing. They weren't taking part in everything. They were picking and choosing what they were taking part in. It's this concept of you are no greater than the team you are in. And so, obviously,
Alex Scott said there was an incident going on while I was talking all over it, and LMP2 that we had an issue with, so we've fallen back to 13. We were in 11th for a while, weren't we, Scott?
I'd love to see Josh do some real racing, like Baldwin's able to do. Used to do karting back in Australia. Seems to have the right mentality to go into and be a professional racing driver, but some reason isn't able to express himself.
Which old racing game would I commission to remake if I could have it again? Well, I just want to know what Jeff Crammond would do if he could make a Grand Prix 5. And he had all the time to make it, you know? Like Grand Prix 3 and 4 were really, really cool. I think I certainly look at Grand Prix 3 as one of the first games that really got me into racing, thinking that there's a lot more going on here and I want to work at it. And not only that, but it had enough of the strategy and interesting AI and what the weather did that I held it as a standard for a long time. And just what an interesting game, and certainly Grand Prix Legends after that, and that game took over my life for several years. But I just want to know, like, what is Jeff Crammond doing right now, and would he like to make another F1 game, and what would he do with it?
The level that we saw Josh Rogers in 2020 and 2021, where
we're at 10th for a minute. Okay, that's the highest we've been so far out of the 17 that started in this race.
Especially, Josh Rogers is the fastest person in sim racing. Yeah, especially in 2020.
GP4 crash compilations. Jimmy had enough of his own hilarious crash compilations if you were around or went back in the archives to see when he made a whole series of videos where he was a career driver in Grand Prix 4 and photoshopping himself into a driver's suit. I want to say it was in a Sauber, and kind of introducing the series as if it were a real series and basically role-playing as an F1 driver. Jimmy always, just looking into new things. And back then, to keep himself interested, that was really fun. But there were some incidents with the AI. I want to say at Imola, where they were failing to get into the pit lane and crashing in a way that had all of us pissing themselves laughing because they just were driving into accidents seemingly on purpose. You have to find that one.
Yeah, okay, it's a Formula 1 car, but Rogers has been offered more opportunities than we know about. Oh yeah, and I think a lot of the time, he is
FXRD.
Asked to, forced to, or needs to say no to.
Okay, I'm good. I'm glad somebody remembers it. Let down.
This whole thing of
it's like that wasn't a fever dream I had, right?
See how well they do. That is really unfair against a sim driver because I can promise you. Well, we all know what the outcome will be. They ain't getting up to that speed because driving a Formula 1 car. Even if you can drive a Formula 1 car,
WRC license moved to Cody's from where was that with the other team that just put out WRC Generations and several of the WRC games before it. So we can see what's in store next. I'm always happy to see another rally game and some more content and what they're going to focus on. If they're going to keep it to just the incredibly fast modern cars we have and which old ones they spice it up with.
And it's such a hard thing to understand that when you've understeered off at a corner and then you go, what went wrong there? And they go, well, you weren't going fast enough. You think, well, what? Yeah, what do you mean I wasn't going fast enough?
Death Track. What system was that on? Christopher LeBlanc? I don't think I played Death Track.
Would not be fair. But still, I would, if there's one thing that I want to see a random rental kart race where we have like some of the grid, I know this would never happen because it's completely impossible.
Surprising lot of you checking out the Jimmy Mug link today. I've been smiling all day from people going, "Oh my God, I can't believe this happened." I mean, you have to look at it once, and then you can decide whether or not you want to buy it.
In a rental kart race in Battersea. In an old bus
you and me both, DJ Cloud. That's on my wish list for any new rally game. I've been sorely disappointed ever since Mobile 1. I'll never stop crowing about how great Mobile 1 Rally was back in 2000, but God damn it, they had whole stages that you could drive on that were more than 10 minutes long, and I've been wishing for that ever since. The Rally Sport games, the Colin McRae games, they always went for ones that were 3 to 5 minutes long. Richard Burns has a few that are close to 8 to 10 minutes, and of course Richard Burns Rally is even more expanded through mods, and I think they have some longer stages now. But for a modern rally game, it's like they're not leaning into the sim part as hard as I'd want them to, and part of that is having full-length stages.
Oh yes, I saw that on Twitter. At Rye House, yes. with GB4 champion and third place in GB4 champion.
Surgeon is here, friendo. Hey, Vincent.
We also had myself. We had John Jackson, who's the...
Just went RB hard with modern graphics. I don't think Richard Burns Rally is going to be the Falcon 4.0 of Sims in the way that maybe GPL has. It's something that can, you know, get DirectX, something like DirectX 11 or 12 or VR support or any kind of RTX. You know, that's... Who knows? Anything can happen, I suppose. And it's interesting watching some of those games age through time.
I'm like, that is so disheartening. My claim to fame is that at the Nürburgring round of the World Rallycross Championship, the promoter put on a kart race with lots of World Rallycross drivers participating. And in one of the sessions, I was the fastest.
It's in an arcade sense. You like the new Dakar game, Cameron? Yeah, it's, you know, I know the last one they made had a bunch of promise, and this new one I've watched extensively with Stephen J. Bailey, 69-time world champion, and just like Loeb, after he was done being completely dominant in his sport of choice, he went to go do Dakar, but not just in any old vehicle. I saw Bailey do hours and hours of stages in the Dakar game in a 2CV, and he loved every minute of it. Don't let him say otherwise. But he really got to see a lot of the map at very specific speeds, driving his 2CV around. It was a lovely time. There he is, absolutely hating what I'm saying right now. It's fantastic. Don't jump in this channel, by the way. Don't jump in this channel. You can't refute it. You can only voice your doubt in the chat. Thank you very much.
AMG Team Patronus Esports, all in the pit lane. There's
We're down to P13, Ben. We had an LMP2 getting greedy with us.
Can actually go for a nap. It's fine.
Bailey's scowling and frowning at me. I can feel it. I can feel it from here.
Leading the 101. Yannick Bock and Liam Duval. Yannick Bock, who I did say earlier, is not in his normal sim rig, which is not an easy transition.
You're probably right, Leonard Weasel. Bailey just gets even. Oh boy. I've been talking to them a lot of the day here, watching Jimmy, and also hanging out for just sharing stories and that, and talking about what we're doing at Assetto Corsa. I'm really excited for that, because there's some really cool cars we've been driving lately. The Ferrari 333, Toyota GT1, and the R390. They're totally not those cars, though, because they have different names for legal reasons. But RSS sell them for AC, and we've been driving them, I'd say to death, but that would imply that now we like them less. And so I'm just going to say we've been driving them incessantly out of pure joy. And I can't wait to get to race some of that stuff. And also, you know, getting Jimmy in on some of those races as well. So look for that in the future, I hope, for some events every month or so. I can't give you any dates just yet, or which ones Jimmy can make, but it's pretty exciting.
Switch Max out for, or switch Luke out for Max. Because it's kind of, I'd always say that
take it easy, C-Trains.
A double stint in LMP
is not enough.
I'd want a quad stint, because if you double stint, you are
and Zhao, hello, thank you very much.
An hour and 5 maybe. So that is not a stint in a 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. So as you said, we'll find out. I think it's after the first.
Yeah, Bailey, I've already cursed on you. You can't go over the limit. You know, wait till the next hour when you want to call me that, and we'll be good.
Verstappen's not getting back in for another.
Only one F-bomb here so far. You got to keep away from your gratuitous cursing, which I am guilty of.
Taken over the one, so this should be some fast laps. Rietveld was the man that qualified.
Fictional track that should come to life.
Yeah.
Grand Valley. No,
I've got to say, Luke, who's doing this is his
fictional tracks
for Team Redline. Of course, used to race for Fordzilla over the rounds
hey, Bruce.
Series that we've had at the Le Mans Virtual last year. Moving over into.
Have you ever driven Claw Hammer? That's a pretty cool track. Or Road 1, Mills, Toban. I don't know. I really don't like fictional tracks too much. Old Ring? Anyone remember Old Ring? Because they're fake. I mean, I know that's being awfully reductive, but I like learning about tracks that actually exist. You know, as I said before, I love Super GT, but watching some of the races was really tough when I didn't have a version of it to drive. Like there weren't very good Fujis for a long time. There's obviously been Okayama and Suzuka, but you know, there's a decent Fuji that I've driven. One for Sugo now. Pretty much all of them, even Motegi. And I didn't used to think Motegi was all that great, but getting your hands on it and getting a feel for the radius of the corners, what the flow is like, you know, that's the best of what sim racing can do. And so then, even as if I'm watching a race or commentating on a race, I can put myself into their shoes so much easily to what they have to consider, you know, when they're driving around each other, or you know, whatever's happening in the race. But I don't have a version for Autopolis to drive, unfortunately. That's the only one I'm missing from my. And there's some older tracks from Super GT like Mine, Highland, some tracks that don't really exist anymore. I suppose you have to go back to the '90s and early aughts to watch them.
And he was like, right, well, that's my red line career over. See ya. Off to Alpine. Oh dear.
We're in the M8.
Clutching in. Oh yes. Would these
Don't worry, if you ever have questions in here about the simple things like what track are we in, what car are we in, who's driving and stuff like that, you just wait a second for Scott. Scott's got the paste on deck.
Real drivers. There is some of that. I don't know the ins and outs of it enough to know whether.
Yeah. Electric Abyss knows. Sugo is. It just has a really fun layout to it. You know, that little chicane in there at the start is maybe not so great, but the rest of it are these medium speed corners. You know, where you're really picking your lines specifically. Very, very hard to race there. But what makes Sugo is the last corner, because it is like a nearly flat right-hander up the hill. And there's bumps there, and if you cock that up even a little bit, you'll have the car behind you wanting to pass into turn one, and it's just a thrill ride. And when you can feel that same thrill just from a sim race, I can only imagine from the Gs you'd be pulling. I'd love to see an F1 car go through Sugo's last turn.
Like there are,
hey, Mr. Brisket.
There has been a lot of that. I mean, I know some drivers that have been paid to do it for like say, for smaller teams.
The canyon races from Need for Speed. Stretches of road from games like that, sure. You know, Assetto Corsa has something like that. They have lots of that, actually. There's some free tracks and others that are paid with a little bit more detail to them, maybe longer, that are based on railroads, highways. Because, you know, there's a lot of streetcars in Assetto Corsa you can get for it that are in packs that are called Need for Speed, that have, you know, 40 different GTRs in them to all of your Gran Turismo's content. And you can have that driving experience. And there's a mod out there that puts in AI cars to drive around, you know, just give you another object to do your best street racing impersonation with. You just got your first win in iRacing. Hell freaking yeah, Jim Bear. What car were you in? I'm really proud of you.
An understandable, an acceptable medium, because
there's two of them for AC. There's one that comes from R Factor 1, and there's another one that's I believe it's scratch made, and that one is much better. Let's put it this way: if you download one of them and the curbs and the chicane are like 10 feet high, you're on the wrong one. They should just be kind of rounded and small.
They have put in the hard work.
In the street stocks, well done, Jared. I mean, here's cheers to you with my orange tea.
And race leaders, they were battling properly for the race win at Sebring. We'll have you remember about the Sim Maranello team.
Welcome into the rest of you. It's the Radio Bacho hours. I probably didn't do the best job of introducing myself, but I'm here for Jimmy on the late nights for these 24-hour broadcasts to keep you company, talk about pretty much anything. You know, what I'm missing from Radio Bacha is the ability to take phone calls, and I know that is extremely risky to do. So, but I can always dream that what it would be like to have individuals from here be able to you know, talk amongst ourselves and ask questions and be like, oh, hello, where are you from? first time caller, long time listener, you know, all that kind of stuff. Wouldn't that be great? But I don't think Jimmy and myself can trust some of you. Who knows what you'll say on the air? Stephen J. Bailey's messaging me. I better find out what.
Far too many sponsor names.
You found me a version of Autopolis.
Let's not start talking about
Bailey, I could kiss you.
It's like, oh, good. Here's a corner with 3 different names. Yeah, exactly. Because me and Martin were having this discussion. Because I was sat there.
I said hi in chat there. That's my my name that I use here on YouTube. I don't upload to it too much, but it does have some of my highlights that I did over the last couple of years. I mostly am over on Twitch. You can do exclamation macho. Some of you just don't do Twitch, but a lot of what that broadcast is motor racing, and we watch old races from ALMS on Mondays and Super GT on Thursdays. We've been pretty consistent with that. We've watched all of ALMS from 1999, and then we're getting to the middle of 2003. I don't watch Sebring because I mean 12 hours of racing. It's a bit much to sit there for 12 hours and chat over. So I'll watch like an hour-long summary of it, basically. And some of those have Martin Haven in it. You get to see how damn tall Martin Haven is as a pit reporter, and all these names of drivers that are super famous and some that are yet to be famous. And then on Thursdays, where we've been focusing in on Super GT racing from 2009, and we have almost caught up. We have one race left to be fully caught up in Super GT. It took us over 3 years to do, so that gives you some indication of my commitment to motorsport, and it's not focused on any one thing otherwise, because we talk about whatever comes up in the news from day to day. So there's a lot of great broadcasters out there that only talk about Formula One, but it's fun to show stuff from Dakar. As questionable as those highlights and the narration have been. WRSC from all the Red Bull Rally stuff, highlights from sports cars, IMSA, we watch a stadium truck race, a Roblox race. You never know what I'm going to show. I try to find, I don't know, steeplechase. No, people running. E-scooters, unicycles. I've had electric unicycles that I've shown on screen. I just love finding people being competitive. But of course, the main focus is on IMSA and WEC and all those ones I just listed.
Yeah, because obviously with the
we need to watch more stadium trucks, to be fair, but there's just so much out there. I mean, I'm spoiled for choice, and it's fun to just put my own spin on it, and what I really like to follow, or what I think is really funny.
Yes, 3 hours 36 is the minimum driver time, and then 348.
Pedanticism. That is a good word.
I think. Something like that.
Thanks, Yellow. I really appreciate it. And Furubanka knows all about the e-scooter. You put an E in scooter, you're missing the whole point of scooter with that E. The E goes at the beginning.
Final pit stop. I was like, we're getting ready, and I was saying it for about an hour. We're getting ready for the
lawnmowers. I don't know if I've watched any lawnmowers. Oh, and no tractor pulls just yet. Who knows? We're still in winter, and I mean, we only had Formula E this past weekend, and there's Monte Carlo WRC the week after, and Bathurst 12 hours. So if there's room and I can find a lawnmower race, or maybe a banger race. Thank you for it, Buck. Thank you for fixing that.
D-Station.
Oh, that's right. V8 supercars as well. Well, they're just
within
supercars.
2 seconds of each other. There they are on circuit. This is for
the Thai channel. I didn't. To be fair, Nate and Bailey found that one, but in Thailand they have, what was it? There were like M3 E30s, E46s, a Porsche 944. What else was there? A bunch of really interesting cars that were like, track club cars from 20 years ago, racing in Thailand. There were these super trucks that look like, kind of like Utes, but even more higher center of gravity. And the Thai announcers were going absolutely bananas for the racing there. So that's a channel I got to keep my eye on too. So like I said, there is a lot of incredible motor racing happening, and just. You should see my Sundays and the amount of videos I click through trying to find something that looks halfway entertaining. And if I'm really bored, maybe we'll have stationary bike racing, like Peloton, on a stage. That's totally a thing. People, I mean, Europeans can make a sport out of it.
Tried explaining it to my parents on more than one occasion. They're like,
a food review? I'm the most boring food review. I don't see very well, for one, and so maybe that would be either the most scary cooking channel you've ever seen, because it'd be like, chat would be like, oh my god, the meat's not cooked all the way, he's gonna die. But really, I'm a microwave chef for the most part. I have too much to do, and I have too little time to spend on making food.
First bit, I think, being with proper telly and stuff. Were we on proper telly? We were on Eurosport. Were we?
Spectator drag racing. Yeah. I've seen some channels that are just that live stream it and film it. I mean, again, there are a lot of corners of the world that, like Jamaican street racing, rallying in. I can't remember if it was Antigua or Barbados. I apologize for not knowing which it was, but yeah, just what a different kind of vibe there, with especially the Jamaican street racing, where it's a lot of cars from like 20 years ago that are still racing. You know?
We're okay now though. That was 2.5 years ago, and you've got about.
They call Peloton static cycling a gym. Oh, yeah, for the individual groups that do it and the Peloton stuff, because there's like a whole social aspect to the Peloton stuff if you do it online.
Changed a lot in the last 2 or 3
Rate Jimmy's anchovies. I've never had anchovies, so I can't give you an opinion on that one.
But he can't understand the point of watching it as it's a virtual race.
Good thing you don't need your eyes to taste food. Oh, for the review part, I guess. I really only like candy. I have and peanut butter. Like, I have an extremely narrow taste for peanut butter, in that I refuse to believe that anything other than creamy exists, or that anyone could like peanut butter that is. I don't even like to say the word because it makes me feel gross. Crunchy? It's vile. Like candies and stuff. I would rate those.
You have to come into it open-minded. Whether you are.
No, I've never had anchovies. Maybe I haven't lived.
Having only watched.
I don't. Tractor pulling. I'm not sure. They do it locally here, and I always skip out on it. So I'd have to watch some more to get into it. I learned to appreciate drift racing in 2022, and I heard Jimmy saying that he doesn't really like it. He found it boring, but I watched just enough Noriaro streams where I was like, all right, Noriaro, I don't want to just hang out with you at the Tokyo Auto Salon, which, as cool as that was, but I'll also watch you commentate over this D1 race. And I got it. I finally got it. I'm not going to say like I'm setting my timer to watch it or something like that, but I understand what it's all about, and so I know I'm willing to grow in my advanced age, and not just do that thing where I only like stuff from when I was a kid.
It can be quite hard to tell the difference occasionally. And that's
what? Ultimate car control? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
At the start of the race, whatever, and just watch it.
I don't know what to say about that.
Because it is.
I guess as a spectator, for him, if that car control doesn't look difficult for the person that's doing it anymore, it loses. Maybe it loses some of that allure for him. I don't want to put words in his mouth. I don't want to guess, but they're so good at the drifting part that you have to look to, how close they're getting, how they're, both tracking and mimicking the other person, and then adding their own style and trying to make it look, even better. I think that aspect with the points, for those of us that are used to point-to-point racing or timer racing, doesn't quite work for them. But I had to make that shift in my mind, where it's like, okay, we're not, forget about the fact that they're not racing for time. When all other racing is that. You know what I mean? I had to find the thing that other people are enjoying about this, as opposed to what I want it to be. And I think that's a big shift for a lot of things. And when I started appreciating other sports, it wasn't trying to look at rugby and go, well, why isn't this like NFL or something like that. It's like, well, okay, I got to appreciate why it's not and what it does differently. Or cricket versus baseball. I mean, I could always say I prefer baseball, but I understand cricket because it's, I wanted to watch it enough, talk to people that do appreciate it, can tell me about the finer details, the strategy, and that, so I can really get it.
I've got to get Martin Haven to say it at some point in this broadcast. Whilst we approach,
because the alternative is just turning into a cranky old man, and I have to resist that every chance I get. And you know what? Some of you will as well, and some of you will succumb to it, and you'll yell at clouds and every car that crosses you wrong. And, I mean, I still do some of that.
There are people out there that will be like, Crofty's my favourite.
See, there you're doing it, Fold. You're trying to say one sport is better than another. When, like, I can't compare NHL to Premier League, other than the offside rule is equally as confusing to my parents. And rugby to the NFL is also very apples and oranges in my mind.
Just a touch. I mean, Proto Coanda needs something from this race, and they don't have the 77 in it anymore. One Collins for another. Bryn.
Test cricket is won by the team that stays awake the longest.
Oh, I forgot about baguettes. Yes, you're right. Snails, baguettes, and Jaffa cakes all covered.
My head's very, very much of the internet, of course. The thing I like is better than the thing you like, and I'm a little bit over that. I don't mind sharing the space with the rest of you for whatever you're into.
Last year, where the lead Proton Coanda car, the one that had done well through the season, got to Le Mans and then struggled, and then the other Proton Coanda car that had struggled through the season came through at Le Mans and finished third. And we are seeing the same thing.
Top Fuel drag racing. See, that's one where I bounce off of it a bit. The sights and the smells, amazing. I watch it on TV, and the amount of time it takes to get a race started and how quickly it ends. I mean, all too relatable for some of us, I'm sure. For that, all that build up and it's over in a second, or maybe 3 seconds if you're lucky. It's the amount of work and the speed that they hit. Any car that can get close to or over 300 miles an hour has my respect. But it's not it's not something I think about or watch too much in my spare time.
Really had the results to follow it. Yeah. Qualifying wise, I don't think they've had, particularly the 77. I don't think it's had a particularly bad qualifying run this season.
By doing drifting, and also I can't drift very well. I mean, any drifts I do are completely by mistake because I'm trying to do that form of racing where drifting equals loss of time. Making the rear dance and all that is never my intention.
They've had okay pace. It's just piecing it together. There has always been issues, be it of their own making.
Dylan likes drag and drives. It's is that just for more normal cars, Dylan?
Using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. Somebody just said, I was trying to judge the Le Mans Virtual teams by who has the nicest encode. But they're all
Mr. Brisket, is that a good thing or a bad thing, living next to a stadium? I mean, I assume you knew that there was a stadium there when you moved in, so it may be hard to complain. I'm talking to you, people that live around Brands Hatch and Castle Coombe. Where did this racetrack come from?
So please don't judge me if I've said something bad. I'm not sure what I've said. Either way, I thought you might
terrible on match day as well. I guess so.
I mean, anything technically
I've never lived near a stadium, but well, I guess I kind of did. There was a high school. I grew up when I was a kid, and so whenever there was band practice, even at 8 in the morning, they'd do the warm-up drill, boom, 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 and that would be my wake-up call, and the horns just sailing. There's 100-piece marching band out there. And some of the football games, the gridiron style games, you could hear from a ways away. But I think that place could seat like 5,000 or something like that. Not like being next to where the Seattle Seahawks play and there's 110 decibel screams coming from there. That's got to be crazy.
That's their second sim driver.
The best racetrack in the world? Like, I always speak highly of Bathurst, but every country has, you know, a really, really great racetrack. So it is hard to choose, and I hate being so boring. Just not that Bathurst is boring, but you know, I mean, for me, classically, I love Terra Florio, of course. I mean, Nordschleife is a great track. It's not the best racetrack at times, you know, in that you passing somebody is not easy, but yeah, the criteria for a racetrack and something that is just fun to drive is very different. Like, I love Suzuka, but difficult to race on. I think Fuji is a better circuit when it comes to overtaking, into turn one, into the hairpin, halfway around, and then at Suzuka it's just so one line around. When an overtake occurs, it's pretty mind-blowing. You know, if someone's passed around the outside into turn one, or somehow they goof it before a Dunlop there, that left, the double left before you get to the Ferris wheel, or someone's bold enough to get you at the first Degner, or you're as brave on the brakes as Kobayashi. You know, there's always an opportunity, but it's damned hard, you know.
You kind of sit there and be like,
your favorite's Donington. Yeah, and some tracks I think are better with some cars. Like, I wouldn't want to drive an F1 car around Donington, but a touring car, a GT3 car is exhilarating.
Fairly real world cam positions.
You don't like the first sector of Suzuka? Just there in the S's? It's tricky how you have to balance it on the throttle and get your line just right, you know, to hit that each apex as best as you can, because it will directly affect the flow of the next one.
I like the idea that we can. There are some things where I'm kind of like, oh yeah, be careful with getting a little bit too close. But then when it comes to
Walmart parking, I'll have you know Caesar's Palace has the best parking lots. We all know that. Everybody from 81 and 82 knows that. The biggest kart track you've ever seen in Caesar's Palace.
Oh, this looks crazy and unrealistic. And then you go, yeah, but they're doing them in real life. The follow cam, when a drone is following a car. Yeah.
Spa, Laguna Seca, all incredible tracks. I have a little bit of burnout from them because they are in every game these days and wonderfully modeled. It's a lot of overuse, and I think anyone that does public lobby racing in something like ACC knows that. And obviously, you know, it's a very popular event when it appears in iRacing. So just yeah, I still love Spa.
Kind of shots where it's just sort of I don't know. It's being artsy for the sake of being artsy, and there are some occasions where
which version of Adelaide, Will Branson? The one that they use now, or the longer one from pre-96 with the F1 cars? Not that it added much.
They went through a left-hander into a 90-degree right, and there was a
VIR Macau. Yeah, all you are picking really great tracks and very unique.
The best shots that I've ever seen in motorsport. I'm like, that is crazy, it's ridiculous, and I adore it.
I live closest to Portland International Raceway, and that has its own style to it. It's extremely flat. The main straight is a drag strip. It has a chicane and a surface change that nearly causes a major accident every time it's raced, except for this last IndyCar one. Somehow they went through the festival curves without incident, and I think even the announcers nearly fell out of their chair to say, I have never seen that. It's almost a foregone conclusion. And then it Mickey Mouses its way to the backside and past the trees, and it's a really quick lap. I mean, it's just over a minute. And I really don't like Portland that much. I think I did when I was young and stupid. I don't mean, you know what I mean? Like, I was ignorant to what it was. I liked it because it was close, and I could watch an IndyCar race there, or an ALMS race, amazingly. But to drive and to race, I think it's kind of bad.
They are French, but they are artistes. Yes.
Portland T1 and Monza T1. Yes, GTP Dylan. Yep, you just have to resign yourself to it.
Where there is a unique
Road Atlanta is a great track, for sure. There are more good to great tracks than I think there are bad ones. I think it's easier for me to pick out ones I don't like. That one in Utah, the Miller Motorsport Park. I'm not a big fan of that one. I don't think Summit Point, not that Summit Point gets used for anything major, but it's not high on my list at all. Lime Rock is also, to me, it's good in slower cars, but it's mad to think that they brought 4 classes there with R10s of Lolas and GT1s and 2s there, you know, just stupidly slow.
Random about catering standards at Le Mans in 1995 in Kramer Racing from Martin Haven at 3 in the morning. Yep, that is exactly what you're about to get.
You're biased. You must be in Portugal then, if you're picking Portimao, the southern Portuguese track, and not Estoril. Oh, I feel like Estoril gets shafted sometimes because Portimao came around and showed everybody what you know, what incredible work they could do with the elevations that were there and that part of in the Algarve. I still like Estoril. That chicane in the middle could go, but and at the end of the lap, I guess. But it's still an interesting track.
You imagine a completely different face when me and Chris McCarthy, we were at...
you can't stand Mid-Ohio? That's interesting. That's interesting. That's another one that, in real life, I've watched a lot of races there from kart and IndyCar and IMSA and other stuff, and it is a hard track to have a multi-class event. You know, you can get stuck behind people for ages, but that's one I like to drive. Road America's... It's just kind of middle of the road for me. I think Elkhart Lake, I like it in that the curbs are nice and flat. It's pretty easy to see the apexes, but I don't really enjoy it that much. And the carousel corner, I screw it up a lot. And maybe that just comes down to me being bad at driving, but it's really tough for me to understand the angles for carousel. You know, how much you can carry in at the beginning and then, you know, degrade down to that apex, and that there's definitely a spot there to maintain your speed and apex through it, but I've yet to find it after all these years. You hate Coda. Yeah, not a big fan of that one. That one and Watkins Glen, you know, those are not so good in my opinion, but I understand their value, and I think Watkins Glen is very good for the series that go there. You know, I watched from this past year Super Trofeos and MX-5s and Porsche Cups, and a lot of cars go through all the GTR America cars, and they were good races to watch.
Unless you've seen them first on TV somehow, then
the thing about Coda is that I think it was designed for an F1 car. You know, it doesn't feel right for some reason, and I know it's how subjective can I get to say it doesn't feel right. You know, that in something with that amount of downforce, it works for me. But when IndyCar have gone there and NASCAR, certainly last year with the NASCARs, we're neglecting the track limits even more than IndyCar, which is surprising, and I don't understand why they painted lines there if they were just going to go around and say that's illegal. But whatever, that's fine. It just doesn't rub me the right way, you know.
And you like somebody or you don't like
and if you have something that understeers a lot, has a high amount of tire wear, the way you have to drive it at Coda is probably not going to be as fun, because you're going to be so worried about how hot the tires are going to get, especially at the front.
We've got a very important questioner coming in. Welcome back, Martin.
Yeah, you thought Ferrari Challenge there was alright? Okay.
It depends what's in it.
For bikes and MotoGP, I mean, there aren't many tracks that MotoGP goes to that I would say are I wasn't so sure about the Indonesian track. We'll see how it is in the dry. Even Argentina, the Buenos Aires one, is just a shadow of what it was in the 60s and 70s. But I don't know, MotoGP has a habit of making every track seem kind of good, really, just because the bikes race so well. Even Le Mans Bugatti, you know.
Because I keep hearing, it's a Team Redline sandwich. I'm like, you don't name the sandwich after the bread. It's probably going to change a little bit, though. It might become
what about Yas Marina? Did the changes to the track change your opinion at all? Because
know why you have a sandwich?
I thought it was going to be a lot better than it ended up.
So you can eat while continuing to gamble and play cards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not into Yas Marina. I don't know what else to say about it. I think it's kind of overdone to just blanketly say it sucks, you know. I don't race there very much, and in all reality, I don't have much opinion about it, you know, other than one of the most boring F1 races I've ever witnessed was there, and I think that taints my opinion of it in some way, which is the 2010 race. At the very end of 2010, the whole reason why we have DRS is because of that race, and I was extremely frustrated as a Ferrari fan to watch that.
Where are we quite close to as a village?
You liked it before? The new one seems fun too. Okay, that's cool. Knobhead. Like driving Yas Marina. There's some more positive people here. I'm happy to hear that the revisions there, without having the turn after the chicane for some reason, and quickening up one of those corners has improved it in some of your. Again, a lot of you are more experienced with it than I am, and I'm willing to admit my biases.
Now to business. Two things I need to know. One, who's doing the hourly highlights in 5 minutes time?
Hey Sarah, yeah. Phillip Island. I've seen GTWs, GT3s go around there, and it looks pretty fun. But I'll always think of Assen and Phillip Island as motorbike tracks.
Happened in the dark. Okay, excellent. I'll make heavy weather out of that. And secondly,
so I will cover what.
And it's not quite as dramatic at Phillip Island if you hit a seagull with a GT3, as opposed to Dovizioso headbutting it. That's an image I'll never get out of my brain.
They were putting together the highlights package.
Magny Cours. Oh, bring back Magny Cours. You know, the days when we swapped off in the German Grand Prix? Do that for the French Grand Prix. Let's give Magny Cours another chance. With the cars we have today, I bet the Imola chicane will make your neck hurt.
Coanda 20. They had a drive-through penalty for contact.
Hey Reese, welcome in. Yeah, we're hanging out and doing my thing. Just talking to chat about everything and anything. Well, the Mala team going around the BMW M8.
On the 20 car, and yet they're only 45 seconds.
All the info that comes up, Scott, the car nerd, has, and I'll probably just cheat and look at it when I forget.
Had a steering wheel failure. That was the Coanda Proton leader, and they are out of the race.
Michele De Sala.
Over the lead to the 888 RHG.
D'Alessandro in the car. Sorry, an Italian moment there.
He picks up his Sharpie.
258.
I was going to say, yeah,
Marker of doom.
You've not been dealing with this for a little while, so there might be a few other retirements in all of
this. Oh, totally, Levi. Is that Levi the Istanbul track, where I was so anxious to see that speck of F1 car go around it, and they resurfaced it before the race, and it wasn't done curing, drying, whatever you want to say, and it turned it into the weirdest wet race that was dry I've ever seen. The conditions there, even when it did dry up, they still didn't change tires. Forever a wacky race in Istanbul that they subbed in there for that year during COVID.
Collins, obviously Proton Commander. No,
and Puka Kelly's no longer.
So they did manage to super glue the wheel back.
It's sad to see another track from that hemisphere go away. A couple in Australia have over the years, but one in New Zealand even.
Rockets are out, but they were in again.
They did come back in again, but they are out now.
In, out. Shake it all about. Okay.
Exactly.
Le Mans Virtual Cup team.
It was a really good send-off for Puka Kelly.
Had a disconnect and they never got back in. Okay. So Le Mans Virtual Cup team.
One of the best races. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to commentate it with the last Mushroom Trophy race that we had with the DHR folks. Was there, and I was recovering from a surgery at the time, so I was just trying to hold still, not laugh or move too much from what they took from me. No, not quite. I had a. I don't want to talk about my surgery. It was gross. Either way, my belly button will never be the same. Every time I look down at it, I cry.
Well, no, they did it on lap 1.
Yeah.
And then actually,
that was a really cool race. I'll miss that track. That one in Oran Park, soon to be Sandown. Thankfully, they'll live forever in Sims. Yeah, always sad to see them go.
Being prepared, is that right?
I'll just go off now anyway. And I think
hey, Chris.
in replay, it was
Amaru Park, what a good track you got there, Zane. Do yourselves a favor one day and load up some ATCC at Amaru Park in the 80s. Jimmy and I have watched a bunch of those races together.
He just binned it.
On that occasion, yes.
On my Twitch is at the exclamation Bacho. And those same races that Jimmy and myself watched, where we'd be rooting for the Volvo 240 box and the Alpha GTV, the GTV 6, I think. It was bright yellow and had Ignis wrote on it. And we watched several of those seasons together, and that was those kinds of moments that inspired me to do the Twitch channel like I have been in the last few years, which is bringing that energy for viewing stuff from the past and having an appreciation for motor racing that we can't ever have back, except for specific historic days, Le Mans classics and Australian classics too. They love bringing out their old cars. I hope we get to see some more of Bathurst 12-hour in 2 weeks. The real footage of those cars being ragged around, just driven 1010s. Dick Johnson in a mighty green Mustang, talking crap about everyone as he's passing them, communicating with the commentators with ship-to-shore radio well before anyone else had it, and with robo cameras moving around in the inside of it. And just a great time, and it was just, we had so much fun. I thought, I'd love to do this, as a thing with chat, and I've really enjoyed being able to bring that stuff to people.
Hello to all you truckers out there. Right, okay, so
did he say no punter? He kind of did. I mean, have you ever seen that video from '98 and Murray Walker down under for the Super Tours going around? And I think it's Derek Warwick turns to the camera and Murray's almost convinced that they're chatting with each other. They had a lot of moments like that in the Australian broadcast. Again, well ahead of their time. One of the more superior TV broadcasts for racing you've ever seen, even today, in my opinion, in terms of technicality, how they speak to the audience. They don't dumb it down for you. They talk to you like an adult who likes racing. What do you know? Not this like NASCAR and Sky approach where they're just like, what's understeer? I'm going to explain push. It's like, oh my God. That they would check in with drivers and want to chat with them, but they sometimes would be going down Gonrod or wheel to wheel the 635 and yelling at them or something. And those are just such great moments if you go back and watch them. Some real racing hours going on in the 80s.
Their recovery drive. Fordzilla also have fallen back a little bit after
the bend. That's another. I haven't driven the bend. I've watched some onboards and one of the GT3 races from there. The landscape is lacking in things to look at, but the layout itself is nuts, really nuts. I can't believe it exists, but I just find it hard to follow. And again, my lack of driving in sim means I don't know where anyone is, so I really have to pay attention, knowing like what sequence of corners that's coming up. I don't know about you, but it's really important for me when I watch a race to kind of know where they are.
He did alright with that, I'm not going to lie. That was, I was looking at some
oh, that's cool. I need to drive it some electric.
Was relatively ropey.
Those cars in the dark. Right, 2 questions before we release Ben into the tender arms of sleep.
Is a Jaffa cake a
yeah, much more in depth, Sarah, for giving you the details that not everyone would know, and that might be interesting to the strategy, or in a longer race, in the thousands Bathurst, where they might have to do brake changes, how quickly they do it, what devices they use, and all that is not completely obvious to all race fans. Or if you're a race fan but you're just checking in and you might not know the individual rules, those are the things they're going to focus on rather than just basics of how does car go,
We haven't got the actual data for that any longer because
I don't know how many times Martin Brundle has told me that there's a saloon car amount of electric power in an F1 car, you know. But yeah, I got it, Martin.
We will know when he is or isn't in the car.
Exactly. They will be timing that. You can go to bed now.
When did it come back?
Yes.
Actually, quite a bit. Quite a while ago. It was
How dare you? I'm going to go
like 5 hours. The 2 red flags happened in quick succession, and there was a pretty long break in that second one. But since we've been back, knock on wood, touch wood, cross your fingers, rabbit's foot, etc., it's been going fine. Someone was trying to accuse me of cursing the race because I made mention about, I'd be on today for Radio Bacho if the server holds out, and then we went through quite a spell. But it's going all right. It's going all right.
So nobody will be in security.
We can see obviously quite a few questions that were coming in that YouTube chat. Well, we can try and keep an eye on things. And yes, it is the real.
How do we have someone in chat who's named Batchos? Isn't that a little too on the nose? From Bacho to Batchos.
This is a good one for you because having done the real world.
Good to see you nonetheless, my bat friend.
And they were saying, what was it?
May our echo locations always come back to us true.
Versus the real one.
Never slept in a hotel in the middle of the night at the real Le Mans.
That is a good point. There are some
and had a hot shower indoors. No, that's quite a difference. Very few differences other than.
It's a nickname of your last name. What? That's awesome. Things are going all right, Jester. How about you? Someone asked, is Lopez up? Who was that? Lunar Weasel. Lopez is sleeping. I'm sure if I took off my left headphone here. No, I actually can't hear him snoring. He's not snoring right now.
There's no difference in the amount of dedication and professionalism and just sheer will and hours and hours and endless hours of practice put in by the drivers who are at the top level in sim racing compared to the drivers who are in the top level in real racing. The only difference is there is that removal of jeopardy. You can shunt the car as heavily as you wish.
How have I been since the last time we saw each other? Assuming that was at the Zolder 23. I've been good. It's gosh, I've just been. What have I been doing? I've been reading a lot mostly. Reading and streaming and. Thinking about what I'm going to do next, you know, the year's upon us. I talked about it a little bit in Zolder. I'm still hoping to have an eye surgery in this year, in this calendar year. That's a big hope. I'm not sure with the schedules of people, and I still have to get after people for that, but there's some mighty cataracts in my way. Some of you might have some older grandparents and that typically go through something of that order later in life, and I'm having it a bit younger in life, but that will greatly help my vision. So again, I don't have any good time frames for it, but I'll certainly talk about it whenever I can in future, depending on what the endurance schedule is going to be like this season. And I spent some time with family, saw my brothers and a bunch of my brother's kids. We hung out and we watched some college football together. And just had a good time reminiscing about the past. My folks are really good at that, and obviously I have an interest in history of racing for sure, and other bits of history, just to share what we've learned. You know, everyone in my family reads, and we have our own unique subjects that we focus in on, and then kind of experiment around and so we always have something to talk about from what we've learned or what we've seen and what we're thinking about. And I really cherish those times together because it's often like these broadcasts, really, they're just sort of a free-flowing, ever-changing list of topics, you know, and one thing just bounces to another, and those are my favorite ways to converse at any time in life with my best friends and with all of you. That it's fun when it's effortless, and the time flies by, and anything can come up and take us down another rabbit hole.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of
football, yeah,
and carriages and all the other stuff, and you think
I had a friend that got restorative voice surgery last year and got their voice back. Oh, thank you so much, Socks. What a man. And over time, is it changing and turning more into how you think they're gonna sound from that? I've never met someone that had voice surgery before, like on their voice box or their vocal cords.
Things that happened 40+ years ago, we've already checked that box. But just when there was more access than there is now, when I was first getting indoctrinated by the passion of motorsport.
No, you won't see me at Daytona, I'm afraid. I'm certainly going to be watching it then. And I don't know if Jimmy wants to do the Daytona 24-hour race for iRacing. There's a small, I think there's a team trying to get together for DHR and driving it. Jimmy did say he likes driving the LMDH and wants to put more time into the wide snoot bimmer.
I'm sure he would.
I mean, you did? Oh, okay.
Sit down and ask him, is it N-gauge or is it
So, you know,
who
knows? Maybe I'll be on in a couple more weeks or something, whenever that race is supposed to be.
There's different.
Well, I have to say, when I was a kid, you know, we had scared.
Well, yeah, I'd have to say I'm still a little bit scared, Batchos. That's anytime you think of the words "I" and surgery, you know. But I have to put some faith in the people that will do it, that they've done it before. They've seen my particular special brand of eyes, and that it'll be A-okay. And I will do my best to not Google what that surgery may look like or what's gone wrong for other people. I'm going to stay away from Reddit or any other places where people share their botched surgery stories. Don't tell me any of them in chat now, please. I need all the confidence I can to do this thing. I mean, the truth of the matter is that my left eye has gotten bad enough that it really doesn't matter. It's not a big deal if they mess it up, because it's already bad. It's over 2200 in the even being able to read text kind of thing. So I'm really only using my right eye now, and so if I couldn't see anything through it, I'd shrug my shoulders, because I'm looking for any kind of improvement whatsoever.
Just purely on the brakes, turning the rear end, didn't want to have any of it, and Romain Grosjean going for a bit of a spin, as we can look at our race leader now.
Is that Grosjean then getting towards the end of the stint and the end of the tyres?
Potentially.
It'd be weird to have it on the same week. What weekend is the?
It's 4 o'clock.
Is the 24?
Europe, so
I gotta look at the calendar.
Where do you think he is?
Surely he's in the States.
Yeah, no, I think he is in the States. I'm trying to remember where it is. The last time we spoke to him, he was in, I think he does live in Florida, East Coast. So. And
Martin telling us he doesn't have the leg strength to use the brakes on a modern car. I forgot about that. Common thing for those drivers. David Coulthard's one. He often drops lines like, I don't know how these guys do this, or I would be afraid to do that. There's a clear sea change in drivers, for some drivers, that they decided that, okay, I'm a little older, my life's more precious, that maybe fear this feeling that you had. And I don't know if it comes down to fear or not, I'm just guessing, that suddenly, doesn't want to jump in an F1 car every weekend. And, but it's really cool when I see Brundle get in a Lotus from the 80s, a McLaren from 75, or the M23. And I remember seeing Brundle in the Lotus 98T several years ago, that they're still willing to give it a go. To what percentage they're able to drive those cars, I don't quite know, but they really respect watching everyone else drive them, knowing that their time is kind of come and gone, and they can watch, relate, and commentate over it. Who do you think in the F1 grid will be a commentator at one stage in their life? That isn't now. Obviously, Button has joined. Herbert's been there for a while. Damon Hill, the Silver Fox, has been on Sky for quite a while. Anthony Davidson, but like exclude Chandok, exclude what's his name? My brain. Anyway, just someone that hasn't been on the air that you think, oh, I bet they'd be great at this. Seb, Ricardo, Ricardo would be interesting. Lando has a really good voice. I love hearing him. Daniel Ricciardo is very silly. Do you think he could keep a straight face for it? He's a real jokester, that guy.
Well, I think that would.
Yeah, Alexander Albon comes through really well. George Russell has a very smooth delivery, I'd say. Sebastian Vettel would be really interesting. I think there are other things in store for Seb. Want to see after 2023 what he's feeling like. For 2024, I'd love to see Vettel come out of his break and drive something at Le Mans, jump into an LMH and give it a red hot go.
104 years after the first one. So now we're at the 92nd or something running. So okay, we're going to have to put it back.
I've seen a couple of you voting there for sorry, for Alexander Albon. Trying to think of anybody else.
But we know
Ricardo's maybe a pit reporter. That's a pretty good shout, Nick, because I think he could get a lot out of other people by being able to rev them a little bit. Have those lines that can crack people. Because sometimes in racing, you get someone who's a little, I don't want to say robotic, but maybe not as animated, and you need the right kind of person to just open you up just a little bit with the. And I think Danny could do that.
Yeah, it hasn't run every single year, so there is that double joy. The centenary Indy 500.
No, Scott's going to leave us. Who's going to tell me what's happening in the race, Scott? I need to elect someone in here who's going to monitor what place we're in and who's driving, because I can't have the audio on.
If there's no Indy 500 that is not.
Actually, no, I could have the broadcast on and at least have that playing a little bit just in case.
Desperate to go.
And I would love to go. Nobody is going to pay me to go there because my voice does not suit Indy 500.
Yeah, Scott, we need everybody in chat, however many there are, to fill in the mighty void that you leave when here in the chat. Love you lots, Scott. Thank you so much for helping for several hours today. It's all right. You gotta rest. You gotta rest. I can chat and mod all at the same time.
I would urge you to go. I'm not a very good disciple of my own advice. I would urge you at almost any cost. That's a ridiculous thing to say. I would urge you to go to Le Mans. It is as good as you thought it would be.
Many questions have, many points have come in. They are kind of questions.
Okay,
towards the 68 days in January.
Only 68 days left. Yeah. Well, it's
come up like 3 times.
30 days has September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31, excepting February alone, which has 28 days bright and clear, and 29 in each leap year. And January has 74.
Nice.
Ooh, that's a good question, Game of Shadow, about what the actual effect of the oscillation from the fin would be when the speed gets just so and it's moving back and forth.
Obviously, Martin Haven, Lewis McGlade, we're just going to
accidentally hear myself. That's terrible.
On the commentary, we are commentating from Silverstone.
We are
this year from the studio that we've actually done the Le Mans Virtual Series from. It is
for 2 years.
Oh, no doubt, Shen. Everybody needs a Scott the Carner. We need to clone Scott and make Scott the permanent Nightbot. Yeah, his AI modding ability for all of us to use.
Truck outside, which presently isn't being used. We've got our standard studio upstairs. In fact, if you go on to Twitter and go on to Le Mans Virtual, it was a long time ago, or you could go to Lewis McGlade 78, because I did retweet it. I think that might have been a technical issue.
Yes, that was a technical issue.
I did do a walkthrough, or you can go back to the start of this broadcast. I did a walkthrough of the studio, going from the TV truck into where we're doing.
I love the words technical issues when it comes to sim racing. They aren't as bad about it in this as iRacing often are when they have broadcasters over it. They don't like to talk about when something bad happens, when it's a glitch, a game problem, an engine problem, and that'd be a little difficult to ignore in something like our Factor 2, because we, well documented with little things or gremlins in the background of this game.
It's quite central. It's not too far.
Advanced as it is,
north,
you know, incredible tire model. Love the force feedback in this game. A really interesting slip, and what it does with the throttle. Even watching Niels Husingveldt's newest video about what a game like this or even BeamNG do differently than a lot of other sims for the response of the throttle. That's a really interesting video. It came out yesterday. I still respect R Factor 2 a lot, but my God, every now and then it does things that just make my head hurt. You know, I can't roll my eyes hard enough. So it continues to be that game that when it's good, it's great, and then when the problems arise, it's just a disaster. You know, so. I love that it's still going at this time, but yeah, every now and then I can't help but put my head in my hands.
It is 777
not the D-Station car. That is coming down into Indianapolis.
You think this will be the year that Toyota gets dethroned? It'd be nice. We've had a few consecutive years with the Toyotas there. One because they were pretty much the last ones standing, and then the other attempts as a car spun there. Or has it spun, or are they just about I guess if they would have DC'd, they probably would have disappeared by now.
Again leaves me with some fairly large concerns there for the 777. Mark White behind the wheel. This car has done. Oh, I think they've.
I'm waiting for Martin Haven to say Control Alt Delete.
Hasn't he? And that automatic, the camera then automatically. What happens there is, why do we get the pit lane shot? And I didn't understand.
The catch-all for any car that can't quite get going. Give me the old Control Alt Delete.
You tell the computer to follow the car. And when that Aston Martin
just taking a power nap, clearly
automatically by the game or by the sim, we've got to stop calling it a game, because actually it isn't really a game at all. When the car is automatically put back in the garage, the camera shot immediately moves to the garage, and so I understand that. Actually.
Oh, I heard that, Nine, and I love Lewis, but I couldn't disagree more when he was like, "Oh, the red flag really spiced up the action." Like, don't say that too loud, because then F1 will throw them in there just for funsies. You know, you get these like green-white checkers at the end of the races. I don't want to see that. I mean, it does. Yeah, any kind of time you have a safety car or red flag, it's obviously going to change the complexion of the race completely. In the end, I know Lewis and the rest of them were doing everything they could to fill time. I mean, I've maybe had that happen once or twice. Nate and myself, I think, when we were doing the 24 together, and I was commentating over it like this, that Jimmy's stream just stopped working. The video stopped working, and then we had to jump all over to Nate's stream, and I was trying to link and fill time. Like, killing time when there's nothing going on is a real skill, and obviously there's a lot of pros involved in this broadcast. So, they're just talking about anything they can.
Got no gears.
Potentially, you'd still be able to bring it back to pit lane. No, they shifted there.
No throttle or something.
They shifted there. Yeah. Potentially, the throttle is a thing. The engine didn't.
Because he wishes he only like red flags because he wishes he got one for Abu Dhabi 2021.
I do not know as to what's happened to the 777. It could be a
I don't want to talk about that race.
Now, if that is the case, and the way they
I never want to talk about that race.
Still be able to rejoin, but they will be way back.
And a different Lewis, yeah. It's all right. We're talking about Lewis McGlade, the fine-looking gentleman when they jump over there with the longer hair and the glasses. He's there based on merit. It is so awesome to see Lewis doing this race again and doing some real-world races in and around Britain. For some of the Formula Series there. Just hard work. I started in Race Room, got like an early deal with them, and used to go over to Nordschleife for the Nordschleife 24 when they have a Race Room event, and just kept at it and aligned with R Factor 2 and Jimmy Allison, who's running all these servers through the VEC League. Lewis has been on that team a bunch, and I think it's just a matter of time before he really cracks into sports cars in a big way, and this is a great stepping stone for that, and just shows what the perseverance and to be good at a craft is. I'm so happy that he's found that niche and continues to do it. So I said it to Jimmy earlier today that I'm listening to Lewis,
for Le Mans.
And I'm watching you with the amount of viewers you've got, and they
done a very good job because
they both got here on their own accord. You know what I mean? And they're two people I know on separate branches. So I'm just so proud.
Well, you start off with the WCTV camera plan, and you go, okay, well, if that's where decades of experience have led the cameras to...
Oh, yes, the DHR name drop, yes. Who's also self-effacing, Lewis McGlade, talking about his own experiences in driving and sharing that bit about running out of fuel. You know, we'll never let him forget it. In the same way we don't let Jimmy ever forget about the incredible crash that he caused at the start of a Le Mans race, of which he gets upset every time we mention it.
You shouldn't be that low at Le Mans, but the problem is when you are within that.
I only saw a little bit of the Formula E opener, Bruce. I got to the part where the Maserati had an incident, and I was too busy watching this, honestly, so I'm going to have to catch the highlights tomorrow or Monday.
Shots I still maintain one of the prettiest things in motorsport.
They are, absolutely.
There is something about it where I'm just like...
What about you? Did you like the new cars, the Gen 3s going around? Very pointy, those cars. And I don't mean in how they handle exactly, just the overall shapes that they have. EE.MP3, yes.
And has been, I guess, for some while back in lead. It was always creeping its way back after they
happened
had
in
that disconnect.
First race.
Kevin Siggy following them.
It was probably early on, so I saw very little of Mexico.
They were both disconnected out of the top two. They're back in the top two again.
I'm sorry, the chat have asked a few times now as we've got D-Station back out on the road. What height are you? Because they want to
barely look like open wheel cars.
It takes to do a lap.
But do you think it's an improvement over the Gen 2? And for those that watched the race, did they have as many, kind of side-by-side chances for overtaking, that you hope for?
6'6". I'm probably actually more like 6'4" now, because I've spent my entire life, as you do when you're tall, just stooping a lot to hear what's going on. Yeah, because everybody
Martin Haven talking about his height. There I was giving him mentioned earlier about how he's such a tall dude, but now he says he's 6'4".
No, I think so. Whatever.
That's all right, Martin. You still got still got like 6 or 7 inches on it.
Out of the car, but unfortunately a decent result.
Because you can't swap drivers when the car is out on track, because that at least is real world.
Cheers, Devon. Glad you like it.
So he's got to get it back.
Well, I'll be here for a while, so tune in, pull up a chair, get some tea, or something stronger if you need it. It is the weekend.
Okay, so Charlie Collins.
3-day weekend here for some in the States.
Okay, right. So that is. Yeah. So. Hang a minute.
Oh, apparently Evan Dalton's got an answer as to how many. This will be good. How many Martin Havens?
Of course, it is a calculator job. 1 meter. Let's say it's 1 meter 95, which makes it even easier.
They did have. So they worked out earlier what an average baguette was, which was 0.7.
Is that a baguette, not a bâtard? Again, you see, the French have so many different words.
Time in the UK.
Bread, loaves, because there are
at 3:30 in the morning there.
Estimated, it would be 7,060.1 Martin Havens laid down side by side, or would be end to end, I'd hope, to complete a lap of Le Mans. We're on board with that D-Station car, and you can see the damage. So there's a lot of suspension damage.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume.
So I'm hearing Lewis give these Martin Haven facts right now. Pretty great.
Indianapolis, I would suspect there was potentially something.
What's the best motorsports movie? It's Sylvester Stallone in Driven. It's
he's probably had a shot.
I think it's still John Frankenheimer's Grand Prix with James Gardner. I'd say as a racing movie, trying to include the action, but also have enough story to it. It's my complaint about Steve McQueen's Le Mans. The positives are it's the best footage you're going to get of the 1970 race, but the downside is it's kind of it, and for a lot of us, that's all you need. I think Le Mans has aged well. historically for that, you know, for at least capturing the feel of a Le Mans, what the people are like, what the, you know, the moments away from the track and that on the track. Incredible footage that was shot, even with Steve McQueen literally laying on the road as cars drove by him inches from his body. I mean, he's what a lunatic, but thanks for the incredible footage. But James Garner's movie, for the time of F1, very little safety, and you know, they kind of party like it's their last time, and all very friendly with one another, and just yeah, from beginning to finish, I think it's a complete film. Grand Prix is my favorite.
Everyone else's race here.
Jimmy drove a couple times. He drove earlier on, then we had the red flags after he was done, and then he got in just before here in the dark and gave it over to me once he was done.
He didn't go off at Indianapolis, did he?
Days of Thunder's okay. It's all right.
Because he escaped back to pit lane, and then I don't know why. I don't know whether there was more of a technical fault, whatever.
It's a racing movie. Death Race 2000. What I like about Rush are the character studies, how well acted the character, you know, the person who plays James Hunt and obviously Lauda. From what I've seen from their interviews and heard them, that they're well acted in that way. So I think my brother told me Lauda liked the film and gave it, he said it was something like 70 or 80% true, which you have to say is pretty high for a lot of films. Movies often do that thing where they say it's based on a true story, and I instantly go, well, this is going to diverge heavily. But there are, I haven't seen it in a while, and I can't remember them specifically. There's a couple facts that maybe aren't right, but whatever. You know, you got to tell the story in 2 hours or less.
Who is in the ALC Bratislava car number 44? That's the bright yellow car. In fact, you can see him in the background. Just there.
Still waiting to see Ford versus Ferrari. I'd like to look at that.
So
Obviously, I read about it and watched a documentary or 3 for the 66 race, but I still need to see the big budget picture.
So this red line, it's a double-decker Porsche Coanda sandwich, because we've got 2 fillings of Porsche Coanda between the red line cars. Then in 5th place, AMG Team Petronas, the 63 car, and that's always.
I can't even imagine it, Marlon. That's you know, every sport has its stories about people that overcome incredible odds. Yeah, some like Jorge Lorenzo riding a bike with 2 broken legs. I would not do that. Colin Edwards, and this happens in bike fly. Colin Edwards riding in a race a week after he broke his collarbone, and boy, when they interviewed him before they went out, he looked, he had the 1,000-yard stare, let's say. Tazio Nuvolari from the 30s has a ridiculous story about, oh, was it? He used like a wrench as a steering wheel, and he had some other incident. I think he was burned as well, but yeah, Niki Lauda like trying to get his helmet on and seeing the inferno he was rescued from and driving in that season. Oh man, that's stronger stuff. When it comes to pain, I could put up with it for a while, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna like continue about my day with said pain. I usually wait, you know, I wait for it to go away. I can't think when I have that amount of pain.
Yeah, carry on.
I think so. A few people go,
Herbie the Love Bug? Which one? They made 2. The original one or the new one? And they might have made more that went straight to Disney for all I know.
Well, they were brought in much earlier on, actually.
That's cool. We moved up a couple spots because we were P13 not long ago, and now P11, 36th overall. I see us there on the big list. In the Mala Racing Team, number 10.
There is tomato and coriander soup in the catering tent, and it smells lovely.
Porsche in front, Ferrari behind.
At 2:45, I was not quite ready for tomato and coriander.
I think 5 o'clock in the morning might well just be enough for me to sneak.
Isn't it for how it was shot? Like how colorful it is, the cinematography for that Speed Racer 2008, Tristan?
Not the thing you have when you've just woken up. It
reminds me of like Tron 2.0, where I think it will just gain more appreciation as time goes on, much like the first Tron movie, and people use it to test their color, test their sound, and that for their little home theaters and TVs.
Oh no, it'll be D station, won't it? It'll be D station coming round and trying to keep out of everyone's way. That's fine.
Yeah.
There you go. They were stationary there, just off on the odds on. Yeah, when it comes to these, once we go for our long 6-hour break, for one, the red flag cut mine down a little bit.
Yeah, all that side of it kind of calms down, doesn't it?
I can't help myself.
To Susan Kari, that we're in the quieter hours, and we get to hang out and get a little close to each other and hang out, which is what I love about it.
And then you end up just talking to everyone, and I probably left here about.
Initial D movie is the best racing movie ever.
And on my way down, I walked towards our.
Tell me, was there just a movie or was it a TV show as well for Initial D?
Stop it! There's just so many people here.
Well, and the problem is, you know, if you have your break too early, then actually
the
Alex. Ability to shut everything down and go to sleep is very hard. And so you say, okay, right, you have 6 hours off. Well, you obviously don't, because by the time you leave the building, you're down to 5.5. By the time you get back to bed, and
as an anime,
okay. Covers, you're down to 5 hours. Then you need to get up an hour beforehand, so you can
well, not quite anime. I still have to watch that last season of Castlevania, and I also have. Well, I only got to one episode of Edge Runners for Cyberpunk, the one that was made in parallel to each other, right? I don't think. Obviously, they're in the same universe exactly, but it's not like one looked at what the video game was doing and then made something based on that. They're using the universe of Cyberpunk as the role-playing game. And those are the only ones I've seen recently. I've really been in documentary mode the last couple months, and obviously reading a bunch of books. I'm almost at the end of a trilogy of books called The Long Winter. The Winter World, The Solar War, and The Lost Colony, all written by A.G. Riddle. I've read almost all of them in like 15 days. Yeah, 15 days. So yeah, man's been busy reading.
For his overnight stint, his overnight kit while we're in the caravans.
He didn't have the in-speeds tents. I hope no one wants to come into the pit lane soon. If I were race control, I'd be on. I hope they. Eduardo will probably be on the blower a little bit.
777 wasn't moving.
See, that's good. He's even cutting across the grass to
it was just off in the gravel.
Somebody coming into the pit lane, and also to save himself a couple of meters.
Here we go. Oh, this is going to get dangerous. That's Arnage coming into the pit lane. Now, again, Mark Veit reads that one brilliantly.
Yes, another vote for Driven from Edgar, and then you took it back and immediately. That's too bad. At least admit it's funny. It's a so bad it's good film.
Oh yeah.
I need to force Jimmer to watch Driven with me.
I think they're just basic cars in game.
There's no real way to invite everyone else to do that too, but like. You know Rift Tracks, the MST3K that turned into Rift Tracks? I wonder if Jimmy would want to do an audio file you could sync up to a version of Driven that you could find, and we would just talk over it and pick on it. And then you could download it and just sync it up to whatever splash screen is at the front that will time it to, and then you can hear us riff on it.
Them getting a decent result from this race. That ship has very much
either that or just be an hour and 30 minutes of us going, this is so dumb.
Still get to compete with the Monster, and also I think they have earned our respect. I also wish we could hear Eduardo, by the way, on this broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely.
He made it back in! Hooray! The godliest number of numbers, the 777. I knew that Faith would bring him back. It's the Lazarus of cars.
In wherever the first round of the Asian Le Mans Series is, not Dubai, not Bahrain, Abu Dhabi. Which is what he will be doing next.
I've got one taker from my Rift Tracks idea. Thank you, act like you know.
What's the story this year? He's going to do Asian Le Mans, he's going to do European Le Mans, and he is going to do World Endurance Championship and a couple of other things. Among the couple of other things that he is not going to be doing is he is not going to be returning to Formula One. Just far too much going on.
Oh, where do they run everything for VEC, the Virtual Endurance Challenge? They do have a website. I can't remember anymore because Jimmy Allison kept changing the name. He picked like 3 different names in as many years, and now it's scrambled my brain so much. My brain? That I can't actually tell you.
Entirely understand why.
if you just look up Virtual Endurance Challenge, I know another league in sim racing that has the word virtual in it, but they have a YouTube channel which will probably direct you to a forum if you can't find it.
Location. There are a slew of LMP pit stops, by the way. Redline have been in through, and
but we're connected to the roots of this league and the person that runs it, Jimmy Allison, all the way back to the days of VOR, Virtual Online Racing, and the Endurance Racing League, and then they had a split for reasons I will never go into, and or either that or I can't even remember all the details, but. You know, my good friend Garth, who's no longer with us, was a part of that, and him and Jimmy and some others all ran it together, and then went their separate ways. And obviously, Jimmy Allison's still doing it here with R Factor 2. I'm really happy that it still exists.
Fuel strategy again. So basically, by 8 hours, nobody had got any fuel strategy.
The Group B film? Do you mean the French one about the Peugeot 205 T16?
First stop after the red flag.
That jazz, the piano playing is storming up the mountain with the sun in your eyes. I don't know how anyone could drive with the sun at that level, but one of the most incredible pieces of racing. You know, or just I was telling my brother about this the other day that I love that film. I don't remember the name of it. It was someone in a Ferrari 275 out in Paris, the Champs-Élysées, early in the morning. The sun's barely up and just barreling down the streets. And gosh, it looks like a lot of fun. And it's just so cool to see the city at that time. You know, it's such a snapshot in time. Nate and I talk about this a lot. That super high quality VHS, I know those are weird words to put together, of people. It's an HD video essentially, but from like the early 90s in New York City. It's another one that sticks out. I love these like time capsules of footage that you look at them now and it looks so high quality that it's easier to imagine. You know, there's some YouTube channels now that are using some smart AI, some machine learning to make motorsport videos at 60 frames per second. And okay, some of them are a little better than others, but there's one from Fuji, it's 75 or 76. It's being allowed to hunt, and Carlos Pache, etc. And it just Jackie Stewart's talking over it, and I just love seeing those cars at that frame rate. You know, it just brings it alive, and it's cool that they keep adding more and more of that footage, that standard. You know.
And they went to Sandown. I think Phillip Island wouldn't accommodate a modern
getaway in Stockholm. I've seen that. Yeah. Those were really fun to obtain. You know, well, you'd have to get creative with the torrent sites to find a lot of those, and especially in the pre-YouTube era.
Bathurst would, but you couldn't race wet around Bathurst.
No, unfortunately. I mean, GT cars probably, but no, the prototypes probably not.
The dipper would be backbreaker territory.
Although Tom Aaron possibly.
Does Rendezvous in Paris count? Does Before Sunset count? No, that's not a racing movie. That is definitely not a racing movie.
Over many years, British racing journalist Simon Aaron, who passed away just before Christmas.
Thank you, Super Mick Cooper. Good to have you.
A series of bizarre online.
Queen of Speed. I have not seen. I have not seen that.
I don't know what the platform he was using, but he'd sort of post a tweet, and it would be, due to an unfortunate typo, the 1986 British Rallycross Super Prix was held for Group C rather than Group B cars. And so you had Jaguar XJR.
My partner and I were sharing videos of these scary moments on bicycles. She has a bunch. There's someone in New York City who rides around on a bike that has no brakes. He just uses his foot against his back tire, and he can get going like 40 plus miles an hour, really flying, right? And he's got to do this really interesting weave technique plus the foot on the tire to try and slow down for certain intersections. And it's shot really well. I had this chase camera behind him to show these incredible things he does. I mean, illegal? Absolute. Fun to watch? You better believe it. And then, I didn't want to play the one-up game exactly, but it's like, oh, wow, we're sharing videos. And I found, what's his name? It's like the Black Devil of Moscow, I think, early 2000s, where he's lane splitting on a Yamaha R1, I think, going light speed. At least with how fast you can see all the cars going past him, you'd think they've hit light speed. Or ludicrous speed, I should say. And so it was fun. We were both just sharing like crazy traveling videos.
It's a fantastic venue to go to as well. I mean, I haven't been this century.
No, you're not seeing Jimmy, but you are seeing Tom, and he's looking at me, and I'm not looking at him. I'm paying him never mind. There in the corner with my tabby.
Shows that you can now see
fixies, yes. Absolute fixies. Oh, that guy is brave.
Is on its way. It is 4:45.
Hey, Dan. Radio Bacho is on. Live for the next few hours.
And light and quite high, so it's not leaden skies and rain.
I hope I can. My voice can make it.
So we should run nice and clean and dry.
Swindle says Roman's out of the car from the stint.
If I can chuck a fiver to race control.
Cool seeing Roman continue with the esports. We were with him and his team last year at Daytona.
That is true.
Lulu 63.
Yeah.
There's some real sweeties in that team too that were super sweet to me.
Oh dear.
We could probably if I got
no, there's no way to see the view from the car. I'm sorry, Sam. I would love to show it. Jimmy would love to show it, but we're up against another limitation of our factor, I'm afraid, with how they made the multiplayer. So there's a limit to how many people can be on the server, and I think there's 43 slots total. And obviously, if you want to do a driver change, you need to have the other driver on the server. They spectate. It's a different flag you have when you join, and then they click on the name of the team that they're with. They hit a button that is the ride along button, and that enables the driver to then select them in the pit window. But again, there are only so many slots for spectators as well. I want to say it's in the 70s or 80s, something like that. Maybe it's more by now. I'm actually not sure. But either way, there is a limit. And the last thing you want to have, of course, is like all of your teammates, which there'd be 130 plus people on the server at once, sitting on there. And since you can't do that, and people have to be able to come on and join in, that it's just one of those frustrating limitations of the game.
But maybe Ricardo Patrese has.
And I mean, it's cool that iRacing doesn't have anything like that. They can have about as many. I don't know. Maybe they have a hard limit too, but it's extremely high. I mean, you can go in and spectate a race just as long as you own the car and one of the cars in the track.
Suggested a bizarre line of conversation to Ben actually a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Jimmy's voice changed. He turned into how old am I? A 41-year-old person from the Pacific Northwest. It's really something. I'm Jimmy's friend, Bacho. You might see me in the channel here as John Bacho. I also go by Bacho Grande. And I've been hanging out with Jimmy for a decade now and doing these races for the overnights since I don't drive multiplayer very much anymore. And I just get to sit here and entertain the rest of you as best as I can while the race is going on in the night time. Hey, another one from the Pacific Northwest. Hello, Fi.
It's the whole sweet and savoury thing, isn't it? Where it's salty chocolate bars. We are talking about some random stuff on this 24 hour, I can tell you that for free. As long as we don't talk about moon cycles, we're all right.
Well,
I am trying to remember to hydrate. I was forgetting there for a second there.
It is a concept
Sam.
that very few people are aware of, but everybody knows, his career's on the way, and you know what that means.
The F40 in Japan. That one doesn't ring a bell.
Use of waxing that I can think of, but other than surfboards and whatever else. But yeah, as the moon grows towards being full.
Watching Onboards of Isle of Man. No, I didn't know people could go that balls to the wall.
And waxing and waning is a concept as well. Things fluctuate, they go up and down, things wax and wane.
Yeah.
But
we winning? No, we're not winning.
What it refers
That's
to is
why,
the
I mean...
or they do now. Because
there was some disconnect. We had some disconnect issues earlier. Another thing that pops up with R Factor sometimes, and when there's one disconnect, you never know if it's gonna take another car with it. I think the most I saw drop was 7 at once before the server had real problems. But that one just seemed like a run-of-the-mill and completely random R Factor issue. But just 2 classes here with a lot of prototypes, and what, 28 prototypes and 17 GTEs to start with.
Keep an eye on them, it's going to be fun. And I then said,
yeah, we're the number 10 car, the Mala BMW.
Sports car racing. And Lawrence Van Tor replied, I had to Google that.
What?
I know.
Oh dear.
I know.
Well, he is. How old is Lawrence Van Tor? He's
knocking on 30, but
as I say, he's not. I thought he might have been younger than me.
When you were growing up, I suppose Laurel and Hardy weren't.
Am I a weeb?
Because there was other things.
That's a complicated question. I think it depends on what your definition of a weeb is. I don't identify in that category, but I think if anyone's watched my streams on Thursday, they might think I am. I mean, I do love Japanese culture and Japanese racing, and the car I support most in Super GT is not the Hatsune Miku car, which is a Vocaloid. I know it's not. I mean, it's still weeb culture, but it's the Subaru BRZ R&D car. But certainly I've watched my share of Japanese cartoons that you may refer to as animes.
Cemented the way that
not a bunch though. I tend to go for the critically acclaimed stuff and then kind of stay away from the rest.
A classic that goes back to the Greek classics. And
like a lot of things, I know just enough to get myself into trouble.
Personified so much by Lauren and Hardy.
Yeah, the new Civic, the 2024 they rolled out there at the Tokyo Auto Salon. Looks pretty cool. I'm anticipating some more good Super GT action this year. The season starts in the middle of April. And time is forbidden, yes. A ramen dude. Yeah, Studio Ghibli.
I only know because of my dad.
Right.
Ghibli.
Again, same with up 2 Ronnies and whatnot. But
yes, rear-wheel drive, Civic, for sure.
Well, no one's going to be asking me questions. I've got 3 questions.
I've seen some Robotech. I'm a bigger fan of BattleTech
No one wants to ask me questions
because of the tabletop games, the PC games, Crescent Hawk's Revenge, MechWarrior. I've played every MechWarrior and just about every adaptation of BattleTech, actually. Yeah, my love for that goes really deep, but obviously I'm aware of the designs and that were used that are similar to Robotech and all the court cases and that came from it.
One was
it sure is, Matt Holmes.
In a real hurry, I bought a Hillman Imp, which is not the problem.
Love the Subaru Rally series.
Which I really
Subarus too, but
they're quite a good car.
It's a change of pace.
If you don't live in England,
I missed the Subaru Rally cars, the sedan ones, for sure. But something about that GT300 BRZ, it just has that look. It's got that sound. It has the flat 4 boxer. EJ20, the team is really cool. I love that they live stream their races and have a whole media team dedicated to just showing the car, talking about the car, and it's a really cool way to watch the race from just that first person, from the perspective of in the car. It's my favorite thing to witness racing from.
Super comfortable as a motorway cruiser. 3-litre V6 TDI, the same as you get in an Audi A6 and whatever.
We're the number 10 car, Dave.
The Phaeton was VW's arrogant move into
our position here has changed, probably because of the pits, right? It's really hard to track from this perspective, of course, from the broadcast what's happening, but we've gone from 38th to 36th and back.
So they made it with a slightly more sensible engine. The problem was, that it would barely get 30 miles to the gallon.
I did, yeah. Cartoon Network was showing that stuff. That's how I get into FLCL, Enquiries, and Cowboy Bebop. Long enough to realize I didn't like the dubs for Cowboy Bebop, so I went and bought that series and watched it in Japanese, and absolutely love it. I can't say I've been a big fan of the blues, but what Japanese music has done for decades now is fuse it with another style or bring it into modernity in a way that made me really appreciate it. And I just love the story of Cowboy Bebop. I gave the Netflix show a watch, and it was very average. And then I quickly found out after I finished the very last episode that they weren't going to make a second season. So time lost, shall we say? But I'll always love the anime. It had such an energy to it, and I have a unreasonable love for corgis, for Welsh corgis, because of Cowboy Bebop. Anyone that I'm getting is probably not going to be as smart, but hopefully as lovely.
So it was very clattery and horrible sounding.
I was trying to be nice. I thought some of the acting in it actually was okay by the middle and the end. It didn't. It had a rough start, and I don't know. Just like video games to movies are really hard to do. It takes the right kind of director, the right kind of game, the sort of story, like Last of Us. I haven't seen it, obviously. I think it comes out tomorrow, the Last of Us TV show on HBO, but I just, Pedro Pascal's in it. I'm gonna watch it, probably. Even though I didn't play the game, I watched enough of it, and it just seems like one of those series that's more conducive for a live-action medium. I don't even know Star Butterfly. See, there's so many in the genre of anime that I'll just blank out, and I have no idea what that is.
And he had to come around and take the bonnet down.
Yeah, because
they're all pretty smart, having had them for 20 years. Maybe not Einstein. No, they've got like that herding dog brain, just not in the herding dog body exactly. That's really cool, Matt Holmes, that you've had them. The one thing I've read about them is that they're very personality driven. They can be a little stubborn and have very much a mind of their own, and I find that endearing. Some people might not, but and who knows, if I were to actually have one from my very own, I would get frustrated. I have a cat who has a lot of personality, and let me tell you, there's times when I really need to help him out or do something, and that there's a barrier between us that makes it a little more challenging.
Sad fondness for my
We're in the Mala car, the BMW Mala. It's there in 38. And you'll see it as it comes flowing by there on the WVC tree. That they're still sticking with those graphics.
He came round and made sure that it was fine himself.
Hey, it's Steve Phoenix, friendo.
I didn't get to meet him. I was very sad.
Well, there you go.
Very sad about that.
Well, he's very approachable, and if you find yourself at a British touring car race, he will always make time.
It's filmed in your city. That's cool, Astra. Did you go and see a little bit of it from afar? Try to get a walk on as an extra.
And actually see, that is one of the singular joys.
Jimmer would love to race LMP. I mean, as long as I've known him, he would prefer to be in the fastest class. As he often says, he wants to do the bullying. He doesn't like being bullied. And I think they're planning on being in the BMW LMDH for Daytona 24, so look forward to that. But in races like this, he doesn't always get the pick. He doesn't get a pick. The Mala team asked him to be in it, and he said yes. So it's just how it goes. I think in the last one, he was in a Porsche, and a complete aside, I think it's good for him in a way to not always be in the quickest, so that you gain a little bit more perspective in the multi-class race. But I would say that for anybody. But jumping around in class just gives you a new appreciation for what the others have to deal with. And it's funny that all the people I know that are GT people, they think the LMPs are all bullies and they do whatever they want. They're always dive bombing me, etc. And all the people in the prototypes think that the GT cars are getting in their way. They don't stick to their lines. They break in weird places. They turn in like I don't exist. Each class has all kinds of things to yell at each other about.
be in the privileged position, and God knows we really are, where people will spend their own time for no
my favorite car ever driving, I can only do that in sim racing. I've never driven a real car. My favorite car to drive, I mean, right now, it's still the RSS GT1s. You can't pry that Ferrari 550 out of my fingers, as well as the RSS Ferrari 333. That's pretty much all I've driven for the last 8 months. But going back, the DRM M1 Pro car, the Alpha GTA from Historics. What else did I really love? The Ford Capri Group 5 car and race room. I don't know how that's changed, by the way. That was a long time ago when I drove that. Just things I'm trying to remember that I really loved wheeling, you know.
I'm still growing up because there are still always going to be people that are better at it than me, whatever it is, because that's the nature of the world. And so
the Maserati GT4 in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Can I pick another one from that? It'd probably be the... that's really hard to pick from the GT3s in ACC for ones I actually like driving the most. Like, I love driving the Porsche in that game, but I'm terrible at it. Just... I can't keep that thing under me. It's too difficult.
Watching it on the TV, Murray Walker getting so excited about it, you just were drawn in. You couldn't stop it. You could not stop it. And so,
good night, Super McCooper. Glad I could entertain you for a little bit.
The same passion and love for this that we have.
And then you get people into commentary.
I see a Jake Witcher here, another friend.
Of commentators that I've got my little group, my little clique that I drag around the world of sim. Do you have your little group that you kind of? I know Addison does.
Oh, that's cool, Jake.
He's got a few.
You have all the familiar friends from Faint Motion Motorsport out there. I'm so happy that you're still repping the name and racing together. And into Enduro last time. That's cool. You got P3. I'm really happy for you.
Murray Walker and James Hunt. Yeah, that's the classic combination.
And in second split. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the excitable commentator and the pro that, well, actually, Murray.
Take it easy, Steve Phoenix.
The guy or girl that knows what's actually going on. The only place, really, where you work with other commentators, or in my life...
I already heard Jimmy's New Year's resolution today. At least it sounded like one. He had a goal for 2023. He wants 1 million subscribers in 2023. I don't know if anyone else had a quick and easy one of like something you want to achieve or accomplish. And I'm trying to think of what mine would be. I pick up goals and stuff just throughout the year. I don't like save them up just for January, but I think I decided I wanted to have a lot more fun. I wanted to have more fun this year than I did last year. And I wanted to read 20 books this year. I didn't get the 20 in 2022. I only read 16. Very ashamed of that. You can't believe that Jimmy didn't stay up. Oh, he can't stay up for very late. You kidding? Anytime we've tried to like get him to do a 24-hour broadcast, he's collapsed. I think he gave up on that a long time ago. Man gets tired once it turns like 1 in the morning. Hey, it's Sinjin, my favorite GPL friend. I'm glad you got the jazz on. I don't have it on for me. I've got a little bit of Martin Haven and Lewis in the background for me. Martin and Lewis. The classic Martin Lewis.
Not a disconnect. You can see he's all over hanging on to that.
I know, Tony, but I could always do more. I'm not obsessing about it exactly, but I like filling my time. You know, there's moments where I go for a walk and I want it to be quiet and observe the world, listen to what's around me, and have like a little Zen experience in that way. And then other times where I want to absorb. You know, I read Wikipedia for fun. I listen to history books to, you know, make the time go quicker kind of thing. So I just like trying to soak up as much as I can. And I've really gotten into fiction lately. That was one of it's just a difficult subject for me for some reason because I I'd start to drift off in my mind because I didn't think it was important, because they weren't real-world events. But then I realized I just needed to read more books that I really enjoy, as opposed to, like, read Count of Monte Cristo and I'm sure people love that book, but like Herman Melville's Moby Dick, or anything by Faulkner and James Joyce and stuff, Ulysses. And those books, like, they make me hate reading. And I don't mean that because they're bad. I just don't. I don't have the right temperament for it, or the right kind of education to understand it. So it's like I read Dune books, or BattleTech books, or some other sci-fi that I can find. Things that are fun, that make my imagination go wild, as opposed to reading something that has a lot of critique and all this other these must-read classics, to compare yourself. And I just found a way to say I don't care about that. Maybe I will at one stage. The closest I ever got to that are two books in terms of like ones you should read in college and learn to understand. And one was Divine Comedy of Dante, and that was a real struggle for me. But I do love it. I read it. I try to read it once a year or so, and I always get something different out of it, even if it requires a lot of side reading to understand all the backgrounds and what's happening politically in the 13th and 14th century of Italy. All right, those topics don't come up often. And then the other one was Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian, and that might be my pathway into understanding 19th century American and English classics. But I read that one thoroughly and understood it as best as I could, and adore it. I mean, it's a real part of my soul now, but it didn't spark me on to then go and find all these other really, really dense works that they're challenging. I know there's something valuable in that challenge, but I'm just not up to it yet.
But it will have so much that
I kind of, yeah, a little bit. I mean, I read history books and sci-fi mostly. That's my go-tos.
Sort of pictures or dimly sort of recollected stories about the 30s or the 50s or the 60s or whatever. So it is,
and The Expanse. Don't forget about The Expanse. My favorite sci-fi. I think I love it even more than Dune. I think the first Dune book is the best sci-fi book I've ever read. But all of the Expanse books together, all 9 of them, and then their novellas, is top drawer right there.
With a beer in hand all day long, just
best looking GT car in your opinion? Any class? Again, the Super BRZ is the top for me in GT300. I'm still getting used to the 296 Ferrari that's just been unveiled. That the rear end, how flat it is, maybe reminiscent of earlier designs, but I need to see it in motion in full livery for a race, and I'll get back down that one. Other, certainly in the modern GT categories. I like to look at the Lambo Huracan. Just going by aesthetics. Hey, Josh Callan.
Yeah.
Surely it's going to get binned.
Gerhard Chen is here too, another friendo.
And it sort of looks like the kind
Jimmy's a diva. His words.
Sim racing, but
it crashed. Yeah. It crashed a Flanscard. And it's like,
I haven't. My brother's read some of the Star Wars books, the Ken Anderson ones. He also helped to write one of the Dune prequels with Brian Herbert. But there's all those Wedge Antilles and ones with the Emperor and that. I haven't. My brother told me a lot about them. And then obviously once Disney purchased the rights to Star Wars, they retconned a lot of that stuff. And so I really used to love the Star Wars universe as a kid. And I think I've just gone in a different direction for sci-fi now. I certainly hold the original 3 movies close to my heart, and for that childhood love for it. But since with especially the Rise of Skywalkers, I really walked away from the franchise a little disgruntled, I guess, with it all, which is not exactly the most controversial of takes, is it? But I also realize there's just better. To me, I think there's better sci-fi out there that I wanted to satisfy.
It's not going to be. It's going to be more than 30 grand. It's not going to be an insignificant amount of money.
Love the look of the 488, not sold on the 296. See, yeah, I'm kind of in the same. I did, you know, I had to read Jack London when I was in school, so I remember To Build a Fire, and we might have read White Fang. If I did, I'm pretty sure we did. That's a hazy memory, though. When I was in school, it was hard for me to read. I didn't have the attention span for it. I wouldn't say I had ADD or anything, but I was just way more interested in computers and music than I was in reading books, and so I just couldn't retain any information. I'd read a page, forget a page, reread the page, getting frustrated now, can't, you know. So school was really hard for me in that regard because I didn't care, you know. And of course I wish I could go do that again, because now it's easy for me to read chapters upon chapters and then regurgitate it back to you in summary form, which is exactly what I needed when I was in school. So I just didn't have that skill yet.
Well, there was someone who asked a question, and I've seen you ask it a few times, and I will answer it because it was to me.
It's been the opposite for you, in that like you found it easier to read in school and absorb that, take tests, do what you had to do to get through it, and now that you're done, are you possibly burned out, DC33?
Around sim racing, I think the Le Mans
yeah, I figured there'd be a few that would be the same, and I guess I shouldn't be surprised that there's others like DC.
I really enjoy working.
I know people that went through a lot of school, post-grad, you know, graduate, PhD, that by the time they were done with it, it's just like, I don't even want to look at a book. The last thing I want to do is read. And medical students, law students, incredible amount of studying you have to do. And so my friend Schumann has had to do that for a lot of post-grad stuff, and I tried to help a little bit. At least I take some credit for it, that he's gotten into fiction since. I got him to read some Warhammer books, and finally got him into The Expanse. So I consider that a success by my standard.
One of the people that I work with, and yes, to get that name wrong.
I'm busy watching streamers on Twitch. Oh my god, the minutes that I watch for streamers on Twitch was some of them in the thousands of hours. So yeah, how did I have time to read 16 books in 2022 with that many hours?
Of commentary in sim racing these days.
Hell yeah, it's insane, Catalyst. I love it. Even though there isn't any love, much love at all in the Warhammer universe, I still like it.
It's a different world.
It's grandiose and extreme to the extreme. Extreme is too light a word to explain Warhammer 40k. And what was the last book I'm almost done with the Ravener series. And I've gone through the Eisenhorn ones, although there's a fourth Eisenhorn book that I need to get.
It comes and goes.
No, I haven't seen Farscape. No, I haven't. It's on my list. I owe it to a friend to watch it. But I'm glad that you gave me another endorsement for it, so it will hurry me on to actually watch it again. Someone told me that, I think it was Bailey who told me that Babylon 5 was going to have a remake, possibly. I'd be into that. I heard that had a really interesting political angle to it, but the some of the 90s graphics for it didn't age super well. Had a Walter Koenig of Star Trek fame in it. Chekhov. That's a series that I'd like to see redone. You know, they've already redone Battlestar Galactica from the 70s in the early to mid-aughts, and I heard that one might get a reboot, which I don't know. I really like the Edward James Olmos one, but sure, okay. I would never argue with more sci-fi.
And that's the thing of it. I mean, it's sort of almost. It's not even, you know, who's your best friend among the commentators, because.
Koenigsegg CC850. Give me a sec.
Either, because you have this strange relationship where.
I mean, I know Koenigsegg a little bit. They don't make boring cars.
a position where we choose anybody else in the team.
It's got no wing, unless... Is there a wing that pops out of the back at speed? From, I'm just looking at its resting state. It's a Koenigsegg, which means it's going to do an ungodly speed. It's a wonder of the supercars, what they do with that company.
One of, I don't know, possibly...
I feel so behind on that stuff, you know, from the fact that I don't watch Top Gear anymore, or Grand Tour. Even like the auto blog site is not in my rotation these days, so whatever comes out in the Hyper and Supercars land is kind of unknown to me, you know. What's your thought on Henry Cavill producing a Warhammer 40k movie? I hope it works. G-Hammer, good to see you. I've seen you in this chat for years now. It needs someone who loves it to make it something. And I'd say the same of how he portrayed Geralt in the Witcher series for Netflix. You know, that whole series is in trouble without him in it. They did like an origins story that was supposed to be thousands of years before the events in The Witcher, which that show already had a timeline issue as it was, and then they just brought up a bunch of characters I don't know and probably I'm not going to care about in the grand scheme of things. And it was like, oh, Cavill was making that because he loved it. He gave it such respect, you know, and he's busy, and he 40k is outside of the games, which have gotten much better in the last 10 years, when they weren't just making like Plants vs. Zombie reskins or just a chess game. Now that they're, you know, much more like Battle Sector and Gladius, they're having these tabletop-like games or 4X games inside of Warhammer. And there's been the animated movies, that one that had John Hurt in it, and there's one that was supposed to be about the Grey Knights, a lot of like fan-made stuff in 40k, but a big budget Warhammer would be rad. You know, it needs, for something so epic, it needs an epic studio and an epic amount of money to get it right. So I'm going to trust that he knows what he's doing. Any thoughts on Denis Villeneuve directing Rendezvous? I don't know. I didn't know. I'm only aware of him making that the second part of the Dune movie. I'm still anticipating that, so I'm not sure about that one. I hadn't heard about it.
Commentating on a 24-hour race.
And your mum was probably of exactly the same. Just rolled.
What a cool name, 1998 Lamborghini Diablo SB. Cars I can't wait to see in JGTC racing.
A good one to watch.
So who won that? I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah.
No clue.
Astartes. I've seen that too. It's not bad.
He had 6 pit stops. It was a wet race at Canada.
Oh, okay.
It's funny because he said he was willing to do the sequel to Dune, Messiah, which isn't a very long book, but maybe that hasn't happened yet, or he's wants to take a little bit of a break, you know. And look at the huge length of time between avatars for James Cameron.
I feel that's the bit that part of me goes.
They kindred garlic. Jibber's in GMT. He's in GMT until it turns into BST.
And I'm afraid Formula One doesn't squirrel me at all anymore. And it's really sad because actually
Dylan, you liked Battlestar Reboot. Did you like the ending of that show? There's an endorsement for Babylon 5. So you liked the show, but would you want to see it come back and then for them to reimagine it?
The other problem is that I work at weekends, and I'm doing other things.
Oh yeah.
And so I don't watch it, and I don't watch it on replay, and I don't go back to it. And if I happen to be not working and at home, I will watch it.
Would it make your life if I knew something about Digimon? Well, I'm gonna disappoint you greatly. Fold it. I don't know anything about Digimon.
And I always tell myself, like, when I get home, I'm gonna watch it. And every time I'm sat there and I go, right, open up.
I'm not resistant. It's just that it didn't come across me for some reason. No?
I have no problem with that, but it's because I already know the result.
But if you're going to watch a Grand Prix, don't go online first.
There was rain. Yeah. And then Jimmy, I think Jimmy said that they turned it off after their red flag server crashing events. And I don't know to what level the rain, which came in April. We had to look this up earlier because one of the touring cars and a different rain model was released in the 4th month there for 2022 for R Factor and for R Factor 2, and so it's off now. It was definitely spitting in those first 4 hours.
I was like, no, actually, I'm just going to look at the result. You can't help it. Like, in this industry, you generally forget that everything happens because you're so focused on what is happening.
Yep. Ugly cars as well. Anyway, the Gen 3 car is just a...
Digimon, a name I haven't heard in 100 years.
I quite like it. I like the fact that it looks more science fiction.
Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, I've no, those were not around when I was young, so like I probably moved on to some other stuff, and so I was playing PC games and playing punk rock, so I don't, some things I just kind of skipped out on. I like to say I'm interested in everything, but there's always holes in my knowledge, because oh my god, there's just so many things to read about. I'm trying my best, chat, to know a little bit about everything. So, quiz me next time I'm on, and maybe I learned something about Digimon. How old is Jimmy? He's going to be 31? I think he's 10 years younger than me. He's 31 now, I believe. So he will be 32.
25 years that if you don't have the strategy
I'm pretty sure.
You can't follow Formula 1 or have
not that I ever think of Jimmy as a certain age,
So get rid of all that nonsense. I know it's really interesting. It's really interesting how the strategy's going to be the
Pokemon was my jam in school in the late 90s, early 2000s.
It's a sprint race. It's not.
Yeah, it was huge then, and I was just getting out of high school in ¡99, so.
Hello, DTM, we're looking at you.
Yeah, what was I watching? I was probably just watching Fight Club for the 3rd time. A film I could never watch today, but in 1999, that and The Matrix, I was like, oh, these are my jam.
And everybody says it, and everybody knows it, and nobody does anything about it. They go, yeah, we'll introduce pit stops. Why?
What's your favourite?
Jimmy will be back in the car whenever he's up, I'm sure. So
it's what someone's already asked.
the stint timers, the stints and in exclamation stints are. I think they're more or less right, but in terms of order. But the close to 2-hour delay that we had from 2 separate red flag incidents just pushed everything back a little bit.
Because of the car that we were racing when we were racing.
I'm 41. Don't tell me. Don't tell anyone. Just keep that between you and me, all right, Eric?
2014 at the R18. There was something about it that I really, really liked. But I think it's that thing of like, it was my first endurance racing.
Just make kids fire our stuff.
Whether it was a good car or not, whether it was ugly or not, almost is completely irrelevant because I have a story with it. I care about that car more.
Of all the cars I've watched at Le Mans.
Well, when I was a kid, it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, G.I. Joes, Transformers, and that was enough for anybody who had discretionary income to construct a large collection. But I didn't have any money left for Pokemon, and I was already spending my cash on PC games, the large box games there to play Quake and Quake 3 and Total Annihilation, stuff like that, and Ultima Online. Back in that time.
Ear-shattering noise those cars used to make, and you never forget that. Good morning, Stuart Dent, if you're awake.
Doesn't look like Dave Fast 22, please.
It's like when Concorde took off. There was nothing.
I'm getting those laugh lines, and I'm proud of those. The lines that are popping first for me are from laughing too much. I don't think anyone would ever get to the end of the road and say, "Oh, I think I laughed too much. I'm really regretting these lines in my face." I've earned those for good measure.
Batshit And that
yeah, total shout out to Total Annihilation. It gets a little passed over in modernity because it came out the same year that StarCraft did, and obviously the Blizzard game was the one from the incredible scene in Korea for competitive gaming, and still is today to some extent. Well, I mean, maybe it's finally slowed down in the real-time strategy genre as it's transferred over into other ones there, but. Chris Taylor's Total Annihilation was what me and my friends loved to play. So, and Supreme Commander.
Since the very dawn of the Group C era, I watched.
But things that are from my PC loving era that really aren't much of a thing today, which are arena shooters and real-time strategy games. They've transformed, you know, and that's fine. We were just talking today about how Epic is still working on Unreal Tournament. They haven't made one of those in ages, and I think it's just forever in beta. And I don't know if it's because they want it to be just so, or they're anticipating that people are going to want to play that kind of game again. But they also make Fortnite, so they have their finger on the pulse for what people want, and it's not ridiculous weapons and jump pads and teleporters and other consumables that give you superpowers. I guess it's just changed.
Utterly left field Japanese nonsense.
Command and Conquer. Yeah, Command and Conquer Generals is really good. I mean, Dune 2, made by Westwood Studios, that I think Westwood stayed all the way true to Generals before they finally broke apart, didn't they? And there's a lot of really good war games that have come out of the RTS genre, but the way in which you communicate to your units is different. Turn-based war games are really big now, which is great for me because I don't have the eyesight to keep up with something as quick as an RTS. But you know, titles like Company of Heroes and that, which were great back in the day, but they just don't have that kind of popularity now.
And where did it come from? Where did it come from? Because that car, the winning car,
Commandos, hell yeah.
The other car was
not an easy game,
and
Commandos.
All the Mazdas leading up to it that Orica ran were white, with a bit of blue or a bit of yellow or something, but they were all white.
That's true. Nostalgia sells, and certainly in the indie market. There was a great game called Grey Goo. Not a good name for an RTS, but it was certainly inspired by people that love Command and Conquer, and so on that market, a small team that harnesses in on people being rose-tinted about the old days, that they can have limited releases for that, you know, and have some success, but big budget. They're not as willing to go back on that if the market research isn't there.
It's less
war game, Red Dragon war game, Airland Battles war game, European Escalation. They took RTS and made it a little bit different. Like, what is that game called? Ground Strike, and also with Dawn of War 2, that they went away from base building and made it more about the units you have and trying to move. Instead of the thing that plagued RTS games in the 90s is that there'd always be people that would turtle up, right? They would just base defend and put up defenses and walls, turrets, and they wouldn't go anywhere. And they generally didn't do well in multiplayer games because it was all about the speed, capturing points, having control, and min-maxing your way in build orders to make sure you got out these critical units and would just go over there and stomp them, or you could do the StarCraft thing and just rush them really quickly. All viable options in that, but the idea of building your own base for a lot of people would just be to hunker down, and that's just not viable for a lot of these things. So I love that they started making games that were just like, well, what if you don't have a base? And all you can do is move, and you know, into the MOBAs. And I think that was a successful strategy for them in breaking up the gameplay. Have I played the hit game Among Us? Yes, I have. I have played Among Us a couple times. It was all right. You know, I played it with some people from my community, and we had some fun with it.
No, I wasn't saying that. I just said that.
Have you played this hip game called Among Us?
Really? And it wasn't an art car, it wasn't a Warhol or a Jackson Moore, it wasn't...
Call of Duty, I don't know.
A silly idea.
Was that on ColecoVision or
They
something?
didn't have a sponsor's livery to put on it, it just evolved into that. And it is one of the most famous Le Mans liveries.
It sounds fake, yes, it does,
the
Theodore Guy.
Martini colours and the Gulf colours and all the other, you know...
Yeah, you're sad that anime FPS, yeah. Arena FPS, they tried with Quake Champions and Quake Live, and I've learned that people that like Quake, there's not a lot of them anymore. You know, there was Quake 1, Quake World, Quake 2, all the mods, Rocket Arena, Action Quake, all the stuff that led to Counter-Strike. We just have Counter-Strike. Like, they've boiled down like the zenith of all those properties to what people really wanted. And, you know, I don't know where there's any room anymore for Capture the Flag. Like, where where's Tribes at? Where there's Team Fortress 2 is still going, which is great. That's born out of Quake. So, you know, they've distilled down the cream of the crop from those things, and they just continue to exist. But the stepping stones to them have elements that I think are only in a lot of our memories. Yes, Bailey's still up and still pining away for more Tribes. Overwatch 2. Is Overwatch 2 available now?
I can't remember what the car was, but the base...
Only anime FPS I can think of is Ghost of the Shell, and I heard it wasn't very good. Bailey's always listening. He's just waiting for me to say Shazbot.
That red, white, and blue sort of transforms. It doesn't
always watching. Only people I ever saw that were actually in Overwatch 2 were in some kind of beta on Twitch. I'm off of the Blizzard bandwagon these days. I'm waiting to see what the hell is going to happen with it.
I just want to say, by the way, that there was one thing that was
looking like my dad.
Disappointed with was that we've got 45 cars out there. Now, don't get me wrong, 5 of them are new for this. But
Oh yes, the combination of sounds alerts to make your own sentences and Tribes. So good.
Special livery for this race, and I've always thought that when I
it just replaced the other Overwatch. Okay.
No, I mean, does the platform allow you to create any livery you like?
Yeah, that was recent. G-Hammer, that they shut down all the servers for Unreal Tournament, even for 2003 and 2004. Some legacy servers that can't be maintained. You know, does that allow for a third-party server, like a master list, to be started? You know, like GameSpy went away a long time ago and took away the ability to look for Battlefield 1942 servers, and so you had to direct connect to them or find other browsers. And some of these games that have to have an authenticator, you know, they don't last forever. There was a time that I want to say that Valve wanted to shut down Half-Life. Like what they used to connect you to Half-Life, they had to rework it because I want to say Sierra Entertainment was bought by Vivendi, and then Vivendi made it over to Valve, but there's this time in the middle that they just didn't know what to do with the servers, you know. And R-Factor 2 that we're looking at now, there was a subscription for R-Factor 2 for the first 3 or 4 years of that game's life. You could buy a lifetime edition of R-Factor 2, so you wouldn't have to. It was like $100, but otherwise you paid something like $10. I can't remember what it was. And at some point they just decided, oh, never mind. Never mind. We're just gonna make it free. We're gonna make the. And that was just for the matchmaker. That was just for the ability to find servers, because they're like, you know, keeping this thing that helps you connect to other servers is expensive, so you should pay it. But the one thing that they didn't do, which was pretty terrible, that they didn't reimburse people who spent money on the lifetime edition of R-Factor 2. And again, this game changed hands a couple of times before it got to Motorsport Games. So I really felt for those people that spent that cash, because it's not like they reimbursed them. They didn't say, oh, okay, well, you're going to get all of the DLC or items, however they sell them, for free for this amount of time. Other games that went through this were, that I could think of, are usually MMOs. Star Trek Online's one of them, where they had a tier of lifetime, and it was $200 or something, and then they decided to go free to play instead of the month-to-month, because the month-to-month subscription thing was not working unless you were EVE Online or World of Warcraft, and that was that. So that wasn't that, actually. They gave all the lifetime people in Star Trek Online like a boatload of stuff, like ships and all the upgrades and all these, you know, rare things, and I think you could be a Borg or something like that. Like, they certainly were cognizant enough to acknowledge that these people gave us a lot of money and expected to go into perpetuity. We should probably reimburse them somehow. So they gave them a bunch of in-game items. Like, okay, that's something. That's better than what our Factor 2 did. Yeah, you had lifetime? Do you still play Star Trek Online, Chuck? Or go back to it every now and then? It happened with the Old Republic, too. Not even Star Wars Galaxy, the one after it. Which, is the Old Republic still running? Margaret? No, game hasn't crashed in a while. Touch wood.
So Porsche Coanda, the number 2.
Oh, I haven't played in years. Okay, it's still going.
As well, because that suddenly showed us in the pits and now does not.
A couple big L's happening right now. I gotta turn up the volume.
So 20 Coanda, Fordzilla.
Okay. Oh, good. Old Republic's still going. I like that they made basically a single-player MMO that you can play co-op with people and have an MMO feel without then just instancing a lot of the rooms that you could go into, so you're having your own experience for to tell a story of sorts. You know, really hard to find that in a lot of MMOs.
Is that they will get the teams. The rule. What should be said to the teams is.
I feel that way too, Cheese. It's like I watch Spa 24, even the real raids, and every time I tune in, I'm like, God, it's dark. It's still dark. When does the sun ever come up? Does the sun ever come up? So, I don't know if you're in North America, but the time zones for when we're available and when Europe is running their servers almost always mean that we're watching races in the dark.
You won't be able to do that if they've been disconnected. You have to rejoin with the driver that got disconnected.
I want to say, I'm pretty sure that the sun and the angle of the sun is based on the month that the server is on, which I believe is June. So sun up for the server will be whatever sunrise is for mid-June Le Mans.
Once everything's reset itself, race control will give you 2.
They're not in, because they do track that in this game, as they do in AC and to the time of year that it is for what the angle of the sun is.
That's tough. Yeah, that is just how it goes. Because it's rounded.
Nice Guild Wars 2 getting another comeback.
Round it up, then you're way ahead of everyone, and that makes you. Yeah. So
you missed playing Fallout? Did you play much of Fallout 7060 TWI? I skipped it, and we're not gonna have any new Fallout for a while. I hope you like spaceships with a touch of Fallout in it, because Starfield's coming. I think it's coming this year, isn't it? So that will hold me over. I'll try to play that. I hope my eyesight works with it okay.
The Vanwall team generally.
GW2's just been around forever.
Although the number 4 car is up in the top 7.
I'm glad you found what you wanted in Final Fantasy 14. There's an MMO out there for most of us. if you're like me and sometimes you just want to invest in one character and have a little bit of a grind, you know, something to wake up and log into. I finally quit EVE this year, though. I finally quit EVE for good, for actual good this time. I mean, I'm never gonna install it again.
Arnage still shown in the pits. AMG Team Williams shown in the pits.
18 years of playing it. I'm done.
So it looks like he's tried to rejoin and it has not happened.
Yeah, we'll keep you up to date. Like I said, I've got.
When I quit, though, every time I wake up in the morning, I get my coffee, I do my routine, and then I go to the EVE launcher and go, oh right, I deleted this. It took me a week to undo the muscle memory that was like, this is part of my routine. I wake up, how long does it take for my skill to get done? Did I sell any items from last night? You know, check my mail.
Do everything in their power to avoid it. But if we do get it,
Oh, I've not played Star Citizen. No, I haven't had the computer to play it for a long time, and I'm gonna wait till it's done. I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna sit over here and you tell me when it's done, and then I'll install it. How about that?
You know. Yeah, one of my longest commentaries ever.
You didn't know about Starfield? Well, you know what? If you like Bethesda games and that style of game, don't watch anything about it. Like, treat yourself. I dare you to not know everything about a game before it comes out, and give it a try and see what you think. You know, because it could be fun that way. Knowing, I'll just tell you this much: it looks like a game that they made. You just have the ability to like travel to more planets. So think of the Outer Worlds, not the Outer Wilds, the Outer Worlds, but with a budget. That's kind of what this game reminds me of, and there's some space combat and stuff.
He just left us with rain and fog and 9 hours to fill. Yeah.
It's so good. You want it to come to console. How come you want Star Citizen ball games to come to console? I'm curious. Is that just where you prefer to play games? It's more relaxed, or what you're used to? I think of that game and it's space sim, like, you know, so you need a lot of functions. More so than Elite Dangerous, I think, just for the variety of systems, the amount of ships, and all that you can do in the game. But I'll quote somebody I watch called Long Live Quebec, who shows that game off from time to time, and he describes Star Citizen as a mile wide, but an inch deep. Right? The scope is huge, but there's no depth to it, and there's all the potential in the world. And I love the idea of it. Just tell me when it's done.
And probably I probably came here to an 8 clubs meeting or something to start with.
So it's super buggy.
The events I came to was the Silverstone 6 Hours, and that was my first proper endurance motor race. And even then, you know, and all through the Group C era and ever since, it's been a really good racetrack for prototype racing, for sports car racing.
Do you really fault the people at Frontier, Tony, for how Elite Dangerous has turned up? Okay, giving everyone space legs was something we asked for, and from what I can tell, it wasn't received very well. But I really had fun with Elite Dangerous, as did Jimmy. He streamed Elite on here several times when it was in beta, and I made him play it when he got VR too, because I just wanted to hear what he thought of it. And I don't think I've heard a human being make that noise. Like, Jimmy had one of those out-of-body, like his brain convinced him it was real kind of thing. Like, he looked out into space and he thought, "Oh my God, I'm in space," and which sounds pretty cool. But the main part of Elite and into the DLC Horizons, which is pretty much mandatory after a while, gave me that old familiar feeling I wanted of the old Elite games, but more so into, like, speaking of Chris Roberts and Star Citizen, Wing Commander Privateer, and the Freelancer game, that just had that, I want to exist in this universe, progress. There's no real story in Elite Dangerous, unfortunately, but, like, you know, get better ships and do some trading and blow some stuff up and gain some faction. You know, all those kinds of things you even find in an MMO, but it just it scratched that itch for me, and it was out and available and doing a lot of things that Star Citizen wanted to do way before they were able to. So my whatever 300 hours or so, which isn't amazing, but with Elite, I think was time well spent. It's just kind of, I kind of want something else, you know. There's room for them to grow, and I don't know if they're gonna make what they're gonna make after this. If, you know, especially after the sort of sour feeling everyone got from the Elite Dangerous Odyssey stuff.
That's really tough for them.
Nil point. Well, actually, they get the 1 point for participation.
Right.
Let's be honest, that doesn't do anything for them.
Does
just being a space boy without a lot of pressure. Yeah, that's true.
Yes, I believe
so. Where Freelancer and Privateer had a through-line story to give you a reason to go to places and uncover a larger mystery, very similar games, those two I just mentioned, and Elite just had this overwhelming procedural nature to it, and it was both a blessing and a curse, you know, to have that many systems to travel, much like No Man's Sky, and then after a while, when I saw enough of them, I was like, they're not really so special anymore. But one thing in Elite that's changed a lot is that it's way easier to make money. So a lot of those 300 hours was me just grinding it out, you know. But you know, I'm glad that people are able to jump into other ships and form up for some co-op things and doing some mining together and in wings, you know. It's cool. I love playing it with friends too.
No, even then the Triple Eight were out of it.
Well, I thought we said the top 8 could mathematically win.
That's an LMP.
Ah, so it is, of course, yes.
In GTE, I think.
Oh, really? An SG, and kind of pushing everyone towards Odyssey, even if you didn't really want it. That's interesting. So,
plus 36.
That's 68.5.
You played Elite for an hour and was blown up by a bandit on your first mission, never played it again. Oh, I feel for you. And that's every fear from a developer in the gameplay loop, that someone, you know, right out the gate, they do something that gives them a negative experience, and then they just bounce right off of it. I mean, in Elite, you always can have a sidewinder. There's no game over in that game. It's pretty hard to actually lose something for good and put yourself back many hours. It's kind of the big difference between something like that and EVE Online, where when you lose a ship, it's actually gone. Even the insurance won't really cover much. But in Elite, your insurance covers everything. You know, they didn't want to punish you for making mistakes like that. We played with my friend Schumann once, he doesn't play a lot of flight sims or space sims like that, but I think the first thing he did when he undocked with his Sidewinder is he shot the station, and it was instantly killed, and he really didn't come back to it for a while. So I feel that pain. I get you. And I mean, I've played games too where I've instantly hit a brick wall and I was just like, this isn't fun. I'm not understanding this, you know. Thank God for the refund system on Steam.
And Panis Racing, the 65 car, they're 12th and 13th. GR have just stopped and left the pits. In fact, both their cars have just stopped and left the pits.
Oh, who's the R's Graph? No, it's the Graph ATRS car. Oh, was that? No, it's not. Was that?
Oh, okay, SG. Yeah, I haven't checked it out in a while.
I thought the Graph car had more white on the back than that.
I'm
41.5% shown in the pits
sure
as well.
Oh, spun.
And Jeffrey Rietveld is in, the race leader. Red line 1-2 at the moment, by the way, from Alpine. So Alpine 36 car. And then AMG's 53, Team Williams.
Yes, Jessica. Yeah.
Patronus, again,
I'd say 99% there. You know. Obviously, we're more personal and talk about things we might not talk about on stream, you know. But like the way we interact is very much the same. You know, he's an extremely authentic person, and you see it in what he shares. You know, and talking about what's been what things that happened recently, or what's going on in racing, or what's happening in his mind. I mean, I was walking to the store the other day, and he was letting everybody know that, like, he wasn't been feeling good. He's been feeling a bit depressed, and people were giving suggestions and advice, and which is always a tricky thing to do. And then he was just flat telling people, like, I don't, there's reasons why I don't take depression meds. And he gave some of those reasons, some of those symptoms, and it's just like, oh, it's just so bold, it's so honest and so transparent, and I love that, and I try to do the same as well, Not that I share everything with my audience, there's people in my life that want some things to be private, and sure, there's other things for myself I don't always like to talk about, but yeah, he's a great person on and off.
BMW Team Redline, 4 Team Redline.
KSB2. I hope it's good. There's some controversy around Kerbal and Take-Two and the original people. The idea of a multiplayer Kerbal Space Program is very, very appealing. We're the number 10 car, the racer.
It's the early hours of the morning for us in the commentary booth as well.
Yes, and I have had some sleep, although not a lot, and Lewis has had none. So yes, even less than not a lot.
Yet. In 14 minutes, they'll be rushing back to the hotel.
BMW joint ship.
I've checked out because I thought I'm probably not.
Yeah, we're teetering in between overall 38th and 36th.
And as is traditional with Le Mans, because Friday night tends to be the drivers' parade and all the other nonsense, and then everybody's having a
KSP is really cool.
You just don't get any.
I really had some good times with that. My proudest achievement was learning how to dock all on my own. I didn't read any guides. Figured out how to move the damn apoapsis and periapsis around like for 3 hours to get to the same orbit with something and connect two things together. And once I figured that out, I was like, I am making a spaceship in space, and designing it, bringing up all the parts, and then going out there and assembling, this behemoth that was absolutely a pig, and it did not do what I wanted it to do. But I did make it, and I'll always be proud of that. And then, of course, after I learned all that stuff, I went back and watched as many Scott Manley videos as I could to, one, listen to his sexy Scottish voice, and two, to actually learn something from someone that knows what the hell they're doing. And then every cheat sheet that exists for how to get something into orbit, realizing, wow, I was really doing this wrong for when you make your burns and breaks in the...
I am not a racing driver, as much as I would love to be one.
Double crash.
Your first race to be, go and take part in the 24-hour Le Mans. That is a recipe for disaster. So as much as it's a great idea,
we've tried to plan a Microsoft Flight Simulator video. I think we'd be like oil and water. How can I put this? I'm a little more by the book, and he is as far away from that book. I mean, he would have thrown it out the moment he would have thrown it out when I wasn't looking in whatever we were in. You know what I mean? He wings it, and I love those streams. It was not easy for me to watch at times because, you see these maneuvers when he's coming in the land or whatever, and you're like, oh my god. But he looked like he had a good time, even though he might have been drinking during some of them. And he made some landing stick that I didn't think were possible. So I've tried to get a bunch of my friends into flying, and most of them have been highly resistant. So we've done some DCS like 9 years ago, and he did learn to turn the A-10 on and shoot a couple of the weapons and land, and that's one of my crowning achievements. But the moment he learned how to do that, he instantly quit. So I think the repetition and the learning of it, if he doesn't really love it, it would be really hard for him to do. But there is something there in being like a co-pilot, or to use a really old reference, The Odd Couple or Grumpy Old Men, right? Like Jack Lemmon to his Walter Matthau or something. But just different approaches to how we do things.
Far too much of a physical danger to everybody.
I love the idea. I love the idea of one day being able to do it. But I know, as a fact, that will
he crashed, recovered, and crashed.
I am more than okay with it.
They were really fun. Again, for something like Microsoft Flight Simulator, I wasn't tuning in because I thought we were going to get the expert thing. We already get to fly with an expert as it is, who makes all of us look like we have no idea what we're doing. I mean, literally being friends with someone who flies U.S. Navy jets certainly knows what he's doing. And it's always been an honor to have him teach me anything. I mean,
because you can't race in the summer because that's when you earn your living.
I study things in defense often, but boy, having somebody there that actually does it just gave me a knowledge dump that I will never forget.
Because it's just unsustainable.
All above board, of course. He's the most upstanding guy.
Sat in a garage for 13 years before I sold it to a
Welcome in, RBHM. Good to have you. You did come in just in time. I'm still going to be on for a bit. I'm trying to plan out when I'm going to eat dinner.
Between earning a living and paying your mortgage, or messing around in a Mini at Cadwell Park for 10 laps.
I tried SnowRunner with friends. Very fun, very frustrating. Funny, it was Were you the one that was the more responsible of the two? Were you like basically the Bailey of the group, you know, where you're trying to keep everyone on task, you know? The mother hen, the lead elephant in Jungle Book, trying to get everyone to follow in tow.
5.6 up the hill at the Festival of Speed. I go no.
Because Jimmy is the runt. He's the one that's just running around with like a helmet pulled over his eyes at full speed, and you're just like, kid, you are going to die.
The more people you meet, the more bizarre, random things.
You see the sun already, Gamer Shadow.
I love that. I love being out of my comfort zone there because you learn so much. But I'm not a danger to myself. I'm not a danger to myself if I don't hit my marks and I have to reshoot something, or if I have to lead
Maverick taught me. Absolutely.
Because I'm good at leading a show, but I'm not intimate with the sport.
Maverick taught me all the moves.
That I don't mind.
Except for the brakes one. He doesn't do that one. He told me that's complete BS. I think that's the best part about having. I mean, one of the best parts about having a pilot as a friend is that you can ask all the dumb questions you assume, and then he'll just tell you flat, like, no, that's not a thing, or no, you know what I mean? Like, it's just easy from films and flight sim stuff to have an idea, you know, a pretty good idea of what something is like, and it's nice to just learn that extra bit of like what they would actually do in the real world. And of course, the big thing from when we do flight sims is that we always pulled turns harder than you probably would in real life, because your body would actually tell you, like, no, you can't do that, you know. Sustained 7G turns in DCS F-18, like, you'd pass out so fast. I would pass out.
I never had the ambition to race there. I just wanted to go back.
I like, do I stay up local time?
Racing there, because it's such a...
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be up later today, and probably later than I usually do, but I'm committed to filling in until he gets here.
You know, a big match on centre court at Wimbledon, or you know, a test match at Lord's. It's just such a...
It does, it's because it's it has a lot of lift, the A10, but it doesn't have a lot of speed. Yeah. And so the immense amount of drag. Obviously, A10 has its engines sitting up there for to take all the drag and slow it down. I mean, 300 knots is considered fast, extremely fast in an A10. So that's something he taught me about not bleeding energy. You know, which is, those of you that play World War II combat games know that. You know, it's all about energy, all about the E. But in something like the A10, it flies very easily, and in someone's hands, when you're not feeling those forces on your body, and you just want to turn around really quickly, you can instantly just start hearing the stall warning come up because of said drag and the kinds of turns it can pull. That's a pretty good turning radius. Just, you know, maintain a turn that and keep your eye on the speed. You know. War Thunder Gang, yeah. There's a game that doesn't put as much emphasis on how you bleed energy. We're in the BMW M8 racer.
No simulation. If you wanted laps in the car,
yeah, those games are just for fun. I can see them for the fun that they are. My good friend Coin Operator likes to bug me about that and make it seem like, you know, he's elbowing me about, look at this awesome sim called Ace Combat 7. Like, it looks fun. It's a very different game.
But what he didn't do was drive sims.
Yeah, IL-2, the battle over Stalingrad, and all of its other, its many expansions. They're very, very solid.
And actually, knowing you'll be rubbish at it, it's not a problem.
It is, yes, with all of its DLCs. A lot of them go on sale for like 50% off, but pick the ones you like in IL-2. Really look at the planes that are on offer there, because there's a wide range from the different theaters, Kuban, Moscow, they're over Poland and Romania, and now they're getting into Normandy. So yeah, just pick ones that seem interesting and kind of stick to them. It's very easy to just overspend, and then you have more planes than you know what to do with, and then, I don't know, if you're like me, it's hard to pick one. The game for PS3 was, I played a demo of it. I thought it wasn't too bad, and trying to make an IL-2 game for the console, you know, they had a lot of padlock aids to try and find the next target, and It wasn't super sim, but it was fun.
It's all about. It's the same, you know, same as racing cars or racing horses.
And Angry Birds. If AC7 is a sim, then Angry Birds is as well.
Really quite dangerous and trying to control that.
A little bit, it's sort of around DCS a little bit, Ben. It seems to come up every time because people in here remember that I've flown a lot of it. Not so much lately. I have to admit, one-eyed Bato doesn't fly super well, and it gives me some sadness, but I'm holding out hope that I can get a cataract surgery in the next 12 months, and then I could at least have some depth perception back. And I got to fly the longbow long enough to feel comfortable with it, but that was right before my left eye just stopped. So one of these days, I'll get back in that bird and fly my dream there. And it sounds like they're still adding to it. It doesn't even have the fire control radar added, and they're still trying to get the radar guided Hellfires in, and some other jammers and stuff like that. So the list of things that need to be added and or fixed in DCS is a never-ending laundry list that never gets shorter. So I'm happy to put it off for now because I know it will be better later.
It's speed.
It is, yeah. Altogether, I have several friends that ask me, I want to get into DCS, what should I pick? And I mean, it's the hardest thing to recommend to someone, you know, unless I make like a flow chart of like, do you like planes? Do you like helicopters? Do you like to fly fast? Do you like to shoot things on the ground? You know, to try and recommend, because I own too many DCS modules. Granted, I bought them sort of one at a time when they were being released, but again, back to the fact that I have 10, 15 modules of it, and they're an incredible investment in time, you know, and I think for those of you, much like my mates I was just mentioning, is that if you want to get into it and you like the idea of it, you have to love it, because it's going to consume you, you know. I mean, as experienced as I am in DCS, when the F-14 or the Longbow came out, I put 50 hours in a week in it to understand, at least, especially in that first week, just to understand the basics and know what all the switches do and that kind of thing. And so if I bought a bunch of them, I would be spreading around my attention too much. You know, I wouldn't really understand it well enough to really love it. You know, and that's what it takes for that. It's a real time commitment.
Again, one of the things I talked about it earlier, one of the delights I have is that professionals will talk to you about...
Yeah, they keep the IL-2 name going because it has such recognition from the Oleg Maddox ones from, what was it, 02, 03? It's kind of funny that it's still called that, since it's naming a game after one plane, but again, it's just the series. The IL-2 started because actually the plane I've probably flown the least in all of the IL-2s. But it remains.
Less entertainment in use, or they do try and make it visually.
Our position, you say, is now 36th. So BMW back into P11. So there's pit stops happening and an exchange of places based on those different, based on those stops. So you got to keep your eye on it.
Yeah, and that's to me the whole job. It's the delight, you know. Sometimes
had to deal with me.
Yeah, sometimes blue car, red
Combat Air Patrol, the Microsoft Combat Air Patrol. I wish they would make another one of those with a game like MSFS that has the entire map. Imagine trying to recreate like the Battle of the Eastern Solomon Islands, Midway, or Coral Sea with a one-to-one space. I would like to see that.
And that's all part of the joy of it as well.
Hell yeah, Falcon BMS. That game's getting VR. A game from 1998 has DirectX 10 and will now have VR in it. And the reason for that, of course, is that the source code is available. That people can work on it, and it's kind of like GPL for flight sims, but it just continues on through time because of the community.
What's left?
Yeah, what's left? I always get time of day and hours remaining.
Oh, really? I stay away from that. It's a very big group, the Grim Reapers, aren't they? And I've enjoyed their videos for quick tips or quick starts, and when they do community stuff, it's a huge group on YouTube for putting out videos, and I don't follow their individual dramas, so I hope it doesn't destroy them completely, whatever it is, because I like some of their content.
No, he's not been brought in. We've not pranked Brundle yet.
We haven't pranked Brundle. We might. Well, yes, we did that significantly.
It was very well choreographed.
You still love the truck simulator games. As a kid, which truck simulator? Like, there's a truck racing game, I remember.
But it turned out to be the old man, and very entertaining that was too as well. So the race continued through.
And the VR actually runs for you. Oh, it's so cool that I know someone that's tried it, because I just saw the trailer for it a few weeks ago. It's a new terrain. Oh man, that Falcon engine desperately needs new terrain. The tiles they've had for all these years. Even at one point you had to pay for high-res tiles. The thing I like about something like Falcon BMS is that it is the entire peninsula of Korea. And something like DCS doesn't have a map that's even... Oh my god. Sorry, I was just seeing the replay of that car. It doesn't have the map size to compete with that, and I don't know if you know this, but jets they go really fast, and some of them go really far, and the map size in DCS means that you really don't have long missions because there's just not enough space to travel in. Yeah, Marianas is pretty big, but it's devoid of anything really. There's what, 3 or 4 islands? It's one of the free maps they put out in the last couple of years.
We are nearly there. Now, in this race, we are closer to being there than we would be finishing at 3 or 4.
Oh, cool! Exploring Oregon, my home state. I've only played Euro Truck Simulator, and it was always a good time. That's another one I think I've kind of retired from. But it's cool that Jimmy did that run in Euro Truck Simulator a couple weeks ago without a map. Asterisk. Except we're at the very end, because there's no way you could see what business he actually had to go to make his delivery. But he went from the top of the UK to Romania or something. That was a fun stream.
Yeah, certainly. I was surprised when I came back in.
They said they're working on that again post Watermelon. Whether they actually get it out this year, I don't know, but desperately. The handcrafted missions, their own mission generator, that stuff is all crap. And multiplayer for DCS is a mixed bag for me, and you need a bunch of RAM. I think you need 32 RAM to do multiplayer on the bigger DCS servers, and I like to play my flight sim solo, and there just hasn't been a lot of reason to play it, and that's what Falcon BMS had over something like DCS was a campaign with assets that you could remove from the map and that could be built and produced, and if you took out a bridge you could stop in advance. If you took out arms factories and whatever, command and control, you would actually damage that part, that they couldn't put out as many munitions, or their ability to control troops is worse and stuff. So and that stuff was all done dynamically to where the tankers would be, who's running what packages for missions, and DCS has none of that at all. You have to find the missions that people have made, make your own, or just do whatever pre-programmed ones they put in the game. And it's fun for a while, but I need the dynamic campaign, and I hope it comes this year. That's probably a tall ask.
It's you, the car, the track, the
Are we finally on the screen?
But as dawn starts to approach, there's get McNish going on it, get Alex Wirtz going on it, get Jackie X going on it, and they all get quite lyrical about that magical sense that a new day is dawning, and it's not in the context of a race or anything else, it's just that sort of almost emerging from the cocoon of night. And it's a hard thing to sort of put it into words, but there's a very spiritual feeling about it.
You start to feel half sensible because you're back in the hours that you should be operating as a human, is the first thing. Second thing is, and it's not what it was, this happy hour stuff, you know, because it used to be that the track cleared majestically.
How long has Martin Haven been on? I swear to God, he's been talking longer than
going on in the GT ranks. But it used to be that cars crashed through the night, had mechanical issues, had a lot of problems, and
we're at team number 10, Jack Trade.
Cool and lovely in the sun, rising over the horizon, which gave drivers that feeling of being all alone out there. I mean, I have done races here early on in my career.
I saw the top of the screen when he's gonna get up about ish.
Nothing. You can see quite a long way as you come out of Tetrouge down towards Walls Corner. The first chicane.
Maybe take a little break here while we're on screen, and I'll get something to eat. And be ready to do the last part of it here, which I see how many hours. About 2.5, 3 hours till Jimmer's up, so just give me, I don't know, about 10 minutes to refuel and get back to it, and we can hang out some more and talk about whatever you feel.
Slightly, because the traffic are all doing their big laps as well.
The happy hour thing in the race is a bit like the qualifying happy hour, which was always the first hour of the last session, Q4, on Thursday evening, when the air density and the track were at their best. And actually the happy hour thing here was that you still have the cooler air and the cooler track surface of night, but better visibility. And that's often why lap times seem to drop and speeds seem to rise, because the heat of the day hasn't come back into the tar, and the air, the charge going into the engine was a little cooler from the overnight low, and maybe a little damper as well, and that all helps sort of avoid detonation and allows you just to force a little bit more engine through and produce a little bit more power, a little more air through the engine and produce a bit more power. So there was all of that about it as well. And having the ability to see further ahead and judge other traffic and to see further through the corners. Paul Truswell always used to have this theory that at nighttime cars became magnetic because there'd be long periods of nothing and then a big clump of cars. And of course, because of the reduced visibility, it makes it a little harder to get by other cars in the dead of night than it is in daytime. And so that clumping effect tends to happen. And so part of what happens then is that you've got knots of cars circulating like little boys following a rugby ball or a football in the night, and they haven't quite unwound by the time dawn arrives. And so there are periods where there is nothing in front of you for a chicane or two chicanes on the straight.
Well, it becomes a lot trickier to make the move because the hardest thing to judge in the night is distance. It foreshortens all of the braking zones. That's why I remember Jenson Button jumping out of the SMP LMP1 car after his first stint and saying something very Jenson Button-esque, like, I felt like I was going 1,000 miles an hour. And that's what gives you that sensation more than anything, that the night foreshortens everything. What that means is you operate from reference points, which is fine when you know what those reference points are. Put yourself down the inside of another car, all of a sudden you've lost one of those to him that you can't see, the lovely blue marker boards down to the chicanes that everybody uses, you can't see on one side of the racetrack. And so you're having to judge braking based around a sequence of reference points that don't really exist for you, meaning that making those moves is ever harder. And that's why you see GT traffic, particularly amateur GT traffic, following each other for 35, 40 minutes or until the next pit stop, just because they don't have the confidence to get that move done.
It's a bit like being stuck behind a truck on the highway and not being able to see around it. You can't see whether it's safe to pass. Well, exactly. But your speed is limited by the car in front, and yeah, you do see a lot of that at night. Now, we were riding on board with Mohammed Patel in the Marla Racing BMW as he went by the satellite racing car. That was a change for position. That was a top 10 change. What we're looking at here is the Project One Porsche, isn't it? So that's the
chasing the Sim Maranello car.
Yeah, and the Sim Maranello Ferrari had not just gone by him, did he? sort of hadn't quite picked up on that. But this is the battle for 4th place.
The Project 1 was a little quicker last time around, so I would hasten to suggest that the Project 1 Porsche is catching the Sim Maranello Ferrari.
Now again, if you have access to a timing screen anywhere online, there are a lot of green laps last time round, and this is that again, that happy hour thing. Some cars, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 cars on the last lap have done their fastest lap of the race. That's happy hour. They can see where they're going. The tyres are whatever they are. They're on whatever fuel load they are. What is important is the track has not yet got back up to the daytime highs in the sort of 20s, 30s, and they're getting more out of the tyre and they can see further ahead, and so they're actually getting more out of themselves as well. So we've got a whole bunch of green laps coming in, which are fastest race laps for the car, not just for the driver.
Here's one for you, which I know will interest you, because a little bit of contact with the wall there. That for the Project 1 Porsche in the mid-corner of the karting sequence. Let's see if that affects him. I saw a bit of contact through the night for one of the LMP cars that then cost him for the rest of the stint. But I've always been convinced that the second day of every Le Mans I've done has been hotter than the first day, until suddenly I realised that my radiators were all blocked up, that my driver cooling vents were obviously all blocked up with detritus,
full of rubbish and rubber. Yeah.
So I noticed a pattern that it always seemed hotter in the car on the second day. I thought it must be some quirk of French weather, that Sundays were always slightly warmer. And I suddenly realised that it's probably as a result of having less driver cooling.
Well, and of course the other part of it is you're more fatigued by Sunday, and so you feel it more and it has more of an effect on you. But no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, radiator ducts and everything else. And that's why you see, you know, well-staffed teams and well-run teams spending a lot of time scooping muck out of radiators, ducting and so on at pit stops, because yeah, you don't want to get 18 hours in and then have all the tyre debris building up and boiling the engine. Got a good run here on the Sim Maranello Ferrari. This is going to be a pass, or at least an attempt at a pass. He's got a really good slingshot down to the chicane, puts the car on the inside.
This is Gassner in the Project Porsche.
And that's
around the outside. He's going to have to skip the chicane.
Yeah, front wheel lock up there as he turned in. You saw the right front, the unladen wheel, leave a big black mark on the road. So he negotiated it. The Brabham goes by, but he was slow in, and that means, Alex, he's going to be slow out. And here comes the Ferrari back at him.
Yeah. Could well be obliged to cede that position back, actually, the Project 1 Porsche. Well, he's not been given a choice, because the Ferrari is going to move back ahead. Having another look then down into chicane 2. Nothing doing this time. Gassner behind the wheel of the Project 1 Porsche. Galbiati behind the wheel of the Sim Maranello, the number 26 Ferrari, blasting down the Mulsanne on their way to Mulsanne corner. And so this is the battle, which is over 5th position in the race. They're some 16 seconds back from Rudy van Buren in the BMW Team Redline, number 71 car, who in turn is around 5 seconds back from the top 3. So it's in the hunt, this battle.
Yeah, it is. Now, let's get back to Rudy van Buren. The BMW, when Kevin Siggy was in it about 30 minutes ago, had another disconnect out of the game. It was one of 5 or 6 cars that had disconnects all around the same time. Axel did, another couple of LMP cars, a couple of GT cars. And they dropped down out of the top 10 into 11th place, so, or 13th, wherever they were, into a basically you're only scoring 1 point for writing your name correctly on the top of your examination answer form. But because it was not an individual, because it was a bit of a group disconnect, laps lost by those cars were then reinstated by race control. So you mentioned Kevin van Buren. That 71 car no longer in 13th place, and therefore losing the championship to Oracle Red Bull. They are now back up into 4th place behind Oracle Red Bull and are now back in control of the championship. So it's not a factor of the platform. It doesn't automatically reinstate those laps. Those are manually being reinstated on a case-by-case system by race control here, by Ben, by Lewis, by Eduardo, to make sure that for reasons that are out of the team's control, they are not greatly disadvantaged by those incidents. So the Team Project 1 car now on its own. It's in Maranello car of Kiko Gagliardi. Gagliardi, great Italian name. Kiko, not sure that's the most Italian name I know, but there we go.
What is the most Italian name you know?
Ludovico Scarfiotti.
I think Giancarlo Fisichella is not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's there are a lot of very Italian, you know, lots of Enis in motor racing, famously.
You can tell we've made it all the way through the night.
Well, Scarfiotti particularly is in my head because it relates to that question I asked very early in the race. When was the last time we had a reigning Formula 1 world champion in the real Le Mans? Because we've got a reigning Formula 1 world champion in the virtual, and the answer came in. It was 1965. It was further back into history than I would have given credit for. And the last reigning world champion to race at Le Mans in person was John Surtees. So he was the 1964 Formula 1 world champion for Ferrari, raced with them in 65 for much of the season before he fell out with their team manager and left in a state of high dudgeon.
This is the famous story where he leaves before the beginning of the race, is it not?
Yeah, but in 65 he raced with Ludovico Scarfiotti, and they raced over 200, I think it was something over 250 laps, which would have brought them way into Sunday morning, probably past Sunday lunchtime, before the car retired. And Ludovico Scarfiotti, yeah, just, I mean, a really great Italian name, and a man who I'm afraid was a little bit haunted by tragedy.
So the Italian driver under discussion is actually, his full name, Kiko Gagliardi, is actually Emilian Gagliardi.
So Kiko is just a nickname.
Moving a little bit more.
How you get that from Emilian, I don't know.
I have to ask him after the race. He's a bit busy right now. A man who has done a fair amount, third in Italian GT Sprint Championship last year. 2021, he was in the GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup, so a serial GT3 competitor.
Botherer.
As we see, fancier, as we see is that the Veloce car?
Yeah, no, that's Bonahuis coming in AMG Team Petronas car, 63. Yassit in as well. Sandy Mitchell in the 28 car. Who else is in the pits? R8G number 18, Maxime Poulet, and Thibaut Cazubon for Panis Racing, 65 car. He's in as well. GR are in as well with the 86 car. And we are possibly not that far away from another round of the front runners coming in as well. Max Verstappen leading from Luke Bennett and Maurice Schuring, and Mitchell de Jong in 4th place. So red line 1-2, Porsche Coanda 3-4.
Into the pits then for Max Verstappen, a minute and 5 ahead of the rest of the field at this stage, and it's friendly fire behind. Then you've got both Porsche Coandas in 3 and 4. So how they qualified, but backwards, basically, with the 2 Porsche Coandas out front, locking out that front row in qualifying, and then the 2 red lines behind. Well, we flipped it for the race, with red line having a bit of a cleaner run of things.
Yeah, Porsche with a couple of disconnects as well.
Well, there was a drive-through.
The 20 and 23 cars. Yeah, 20 has had a drive-through, but they also had a disconnect. I think 23 had a disconnect recently as well. So that sort of just blunted them a little bit. Pit stop stories. Last pit stop for this car, where Max got in, 1 minute 27.6. 1 minute 27.0 for the number 2 car on their last stop, and that was a driver change. 126.8 and 126.4 for the 2 Porsches. So they are within a whisker of each other in the pit lane. However, if you're losing half a second in a pit stop and there are 3 an hour, that's 1.5 seconds an hour times 24. That's half a minute just in the pit. Now, it's not a lot, but they are so relentless at everything else, these drivers, that actually it might end up being the difference between being able to make a pass for the lead in the last half an hour and not.
Well, especially in a race like this, which is fought so closely. I mean, you've got that #1 car jumping ahead slightly through this section of the race. But yeah, that kind of margin is not something that they're going to be able to drive away throughout the rest of the race. The two red line cars were pitting in sequence when I left.
They are again. Luke Bennett's in now, and so that's just his distance. He's a minute behind Max on the road, so he comes in a minute behind.
They were pitting in sequence with the rest of the top 5.
Yep.
And they appear to be now 1 lap short, which interests me.
Well, the Porsches were a couple of minutes behind, and they're in the pits now.
It's just a case of latency in terms of where they are on track. So
yeah, exactly. They're coming to the end of the same lap. And, of course, because we had that big server crash and everything got reset, everybody started again on full tanks, that sort of gradual separation that you might normally expect to see by this stage, 16 hours in, they've only had 8 hours to do it, effectively.
Interesting feel because it gave us a true feel of what was achievable for the various cars on a tank, and it became abundantly clear that we were dealing with haves and have-nots in the fuel stakes. Basically, anyone you're looking at, if you have the benefit of a live timing from 5th place upwards, or throughout this pit stop phase, it's about to be shuffled round. But both the red lines, the Alpine, and to a degree the AMG Petronas, although they're not achieving it every cycle, are able to go a lap longer, more or less, than the rest of the field, and then everybody else seems to pit together.
In fact, I mean, again now, you know, Max is on an out lap, so is Luke Bennett in 2nd place, so are the Porsche Coanda cars, they've been in and out. Jas Heater in, Floyd Van Wilburst, the #4 car, Brabham are in, so too RHE, so too Panis. So they're doing as many laps as the leaders. They're on the same basic lap strategy, although actually Panis has lost a lap. Brabham is the last. In fact, it's not Brabham that's in the last car. It is Jenny Simoncic in the #4 Floyd Van Wilburst car. The 9th place car is the last car still on the lead lap. Team Fordzilla, real disappointment for them. They had a disconnect as well just recently. Gianmarco Fiducci is at the wheel of the 966 car. But when I left at whatever it was, 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night? Yeah, 9 o'clock at night. Fordzilla were leading.
Well, it was a very, very audacious pit strategy. They double shuffled the lot of them. It was quite impressive with de Jong behind the wheel, pitting a lap early, finding a nice clear pit lane, and then sending themselves into the lead while Redline and Coanda were busy battling away over what they believed to be the lead, but actually wasn't then in the end.
Exactly, and Lewis and I had talked about this, whether anybody would do it at the start of the race. In the real Le Mans, if you've got a 2-car team and if you can do 10 laps, that's 9 because you've done a formation lap, and even though it's not at full racing speed, it just takes some of that extra lap out, or that 10th lap out. So it's 9, and if you've got 2 cars, you will stop 1 a lap early because you can't stop 1 a lap late, so 1 will come on in after 8 laps. And I said, is there any mileage in somebody, even with a single car team, coming in at the start of the race, a lap earlier than you anticipate anybody else will come in? You'll have a slightly shorter time in the pit lane because you're putting less fuel in because more remains that you've not used, and the pit lane will be empty, and nobody did. But at the second red flag restart, that's exactly what Fordzilla did. They went from 3rd, they stopped early, they were less time in the pits, their in and out laps were no real different from anybody else. They didn't lose anything for sure, but by virtue of spending less time stationary, they got themselves into the leader race. And then they had a disconnect and a problem, and that is what has dropped them out of contention again.
If you're dealing with two teammate cars with sequential pit boxes, it's not just strategically beneficial. You, in fact, must do that. Otherwise, you end up with a nose-to-tail pit stop and a pushback and the associated loss of 6 to 8 seconds. So there is always, where I've been in a 2-car team and you're both relatively competitive, there's always been an agreement as to which car's going to stop short at the beginning of the race. It's also even worse than that, of course, because you've got to drive from the pit lane to the grid before you even do the formation lap. And there are I always find myself gently giggling at the innovative lines taken to shorten the distance between the pit lane and that grid, as we see the ARC Bratislava car in and out of the pit lane.
Yeah, 888 went in there, and you saw actually, because the ARC Bratislava car wasn't right up in its marks, it was sort of meandering in the middle there when it was parked. Erhan Yayovski for the R8G team in that Ferrari had to go a long way round. He's actually parked relatively square, so if somebody came in front of him, then that would be a bit less of an issue. But they are in the last of the real garages there, and just beside the cheap seats, the new Granny Annex extension.
I know he's parked that to for a quick exit, but my number one mechanic be having words if I parked my car like that.
Yeah, but again, you know, there's nobody there with a jack or any of that stuff, so you don't have to line it up on the marks, and there's nobody to guide you in either.
Perfect parking in virtual terms, because all his teammate or he can fire the car back up and get out of the pit lane, and why not give yourself the absolute best out and out he's come. Jajovski in that R8G Esports car. He was a minute and 52 clear of the field. Let's see where he eventually emerges.
You know, he's in and out, and they should be heading in soon. Looking here at Satellite Racing, and we talked here earlier in the season. I said, doesn't that look like a Paul Newman era GTO GTP Nissan, and that is exactly what has inspired that livery apparently. So it had the desired effect. It made old farts like me immediately think back to a period that was particularly important to the team boss. So Satellite Racing's Aston Martin, David Pittard, Nello Pastorino, Jimmy Nasula, and the man at the wheel now, Estonian Henry Sinek. So that car is currently lying in 13th place. Always good to see. I mean, again, you know, so many of the elderly members of the motoring Twitterati are always complaining about modern helmets just being a mess of colour. Well, there's a modern car using really bold, straightforward colours effectively, but it's a proper throwback livery.
I think cynic might be the word here for you, Martin.
Well, no, I mean, you know, when you look at driver helmets and you think of, you know, a Graham Hill or a Jackie Stewart or even a Nelson Piquet, you know, they were so distinctive. And actually, one of the things I really enjoyed was that when Nelson Jr. came racing, his helmet was absolutely his father's helmet. And actually, Kaz Nakajima, you look at Satoru Nakajima's helmet, it's the same. And if it works, why would you not? You know, why would Damon not have the London rowing colours that his father made so famous? Why would you not?
I've slimmed down and down and down and down and made more and more and more basic my helmet over the years, and I do indeed carry.
But you've got that, you know, you've got a helmet that is recognisably an echo of the colours your dad had, which were red, white and blue, British colours, very straightforward. And in those days, you know, helmet painters didn't have days and days and weeks. You know, the Mike Fairchilds and so on had so many helmets to do. You had to be pretty clear and pretty blocky about it.
Those colours were the colours the car dealership down in Kings Lynn had the most of.
Right.
That's why the body shop that used to
just
pay.
as well he didn't start racing in the 70s or whatever, because then there would have been a lot of bronze and tobacco on the helmet.
Exactly.
Yes.
Taxi beige.
And would have been very on message now in the early 2020s, but in the 1980s would have been why is your helmet taxi colour beige? Because we had quite a lot of it in stock.
Yeah, quite a lot of it in stock.
We repair a lot of beige Toyotas. So there you go. Just as well, the Japanese were quite keen on big, bold primary colours in those days.
Repair is such a strong word. We call that refreshing in the motor trade.
No, that's when you blow over a car for the second-hand lot. Repairing is where they bring it in when they've just run into something. That's genuine repair. That's what body shops are for.
Well, running into nothing is Max Verstappen out at the front of the field. He's actually being caught slowly by Luke Bennett in this sister car, about half a second a lap was at 1:05. Goodness me, as he backs it out of the Ford chicane. And just a reminder that, as we spoke about when I jumped on air, it still only takes one moment. It's incredibly impressive driving at the front of this field. It only takes one moment. If that had rotated 10 degrees more, that car then, it would have changed the course of this motor race in a way which is irreversible.
And a lot of the time, it's not your mistake that changes your race, as you will know to your cost from many different occasions. It's somebody else's mistake, and that's the thing about Le Mans. It's when outside forces come and find you, and then that's it. What looked like the perfect winning run goes, or doesn't. The onboard of the 28 car zooming through all of those barrel rolling cars at the first restart. That just shows you that sometimes luck is on your side, because no matter how much the driver may have felt that he judged it perfectly, to some degree where the pieces fall, and in that stage it was large pieces, entire cars falling literally, then that's kind of out of your remit to control that.
I do think Morelli should adopt this rear-facing camera system into the Oreca 07. That's the marshalling system in the real car. It would be fantastic if it operated as that rear-facing camera as well. Max Verstappen skips his way out of chicane number 2. And let's just follow on board then, shall we, with the reigning Formula 1 world champion as he heads down towards Mulsanne corner. A man who will surely tackle Le Mans for real. Misses that apex to get a lovely straight run. Cuts the apex curb as aggressively as he can, staying inside track limits and using that exit curb. Happy hour with Max Verstappen very much underway. Last time around, a 3:25.7. His teammate 1/10 quicker, a 3:25.6. And he glances the curb on the kinks through Indianapolis, prepares the car and fires it in to the right-hander. Keeps it on the right-hand side to roll in through the left-hander and dances the rear through the exit of the left-hander at Indianapolis. Patience at a premium, and is delivered in reasonable proportion by Max.
Is Max in the split? Hello everybody. Back with coffee, back with gummies. I decided not to drink any limeade. I thought that was just too much sugar. And I'd get the dreaded sugar crash.
Number 1 fires the car into the first apex of the Porsche curve, slightly wide. Watch the front jump through the mid corner. That's going to be difficult to deal with, and tries to keep it flat through both apexes. Keeps that nose down, the front tyre.
Yeah, I'm on the 10 a.m.
As he makes his way through the mid corner of
karting, what are we at?
Track to spare on the
9:35 p.m. Coffee boy. Thank you, Paulo. Thank you. Hello, Crytek. I missed Max drifting.
As you'd expect, but maxing those curbs out.
Purposely drifting.
We got 7.5 more hours.
Currently 37th. You thought I went to sleep? No, heavens no. I gotta stay up. I gotta stay up till Jimmy gets back.
And you can see, the gear quadrant going up and down as he flicks up and down.
I do have old man hours lately where I start thinking about bed around 7:30 or 8 o'clock, read my book for an hour or two, and then pass out.
It doesn't move. So
I'll be up a little bit late, but I don't think I'm gonna screw up my sleep schedule.
From those onboards,
I'm a West Coast boy, so that's right.
Dance on the pedals. We need to see that foot move, whether it's the left foot or the right foot. It needs to start moving in sync the way the hands do. Because if you can see it, it needs to be animated.
I think for a show.
And the Mala team, EOIC, number 10 car. That's in 30th. Yes, there it is. Before it just went away.
Or on and off the throttle. Even just have it moving on and off the throttle. When he's off the throttle onto
a sundowner.
See the foot move across. I mean,
that's me. All right.
Distraction techniques, particularly in a rally car. When you're in a rally car for the first time.
I think one of my struggles in life, I probably talked about in the past, is keeping a regular schedule. It used to revolve on like a 25 or 26 hour schedule, and I used to think some of that was just bad habits, you know, and then my brother got on the idea, twatting the microphone, got on the idea that maybe if I didn't go out very much, you know, I have a sedentary lifestyle sometimes, that it was negatively affecting me, but I think it was a combination of lots of insomnia / depression and anxiety and OCD that, you know, because I could be up checking locks and windows and counting things and keeping things straight and flicking light switches and that with my OCD, and so sometimes that stuff would keep me awake, or I'd have a irrational fear that, you know, something bad was going to happen, and but also I just loved I love doing things, and sometimes it felt like that was more important, you know, watching this movie or this documentary, watching, you know, marathoning a show or playing a game for 20 hours straight. It was more important than sleep, right? Because I thought I was going to miss out if I didn't do it. And I don't know, maybe I've just got enough maturity in me that now, or I've dealt with some of my demons enough to calm those parts down so that I can say, you know what, that game, that movie, that thing I want, it'll still be there when I wake up. I don't have to stay up for ages and ages.
Not sure if that was the 37 car of, that was 65, that was the Panic
Super excited for the first, well, I like to say one of the first races of the year, but obviously it's not. But Bathurst 12-hour, one of my living heroes, which I know you're not supposed to do because they might disappoint you, but I'll still call him that. Number 46, Valentino Rossi in the BMW M4 for the Bathurst race, and I loved watching him drive with WRT in GTWC. And now I'm going to see him pound around the mountain. I hope he loves it. I hope he does well.
Definitely in this race, and that car also has just left the pits.
I know it's like two people I've loved. You know, when they were doing their thing in the heydays, Michael Schumacher and Valentino Rossi. I mean, you can call me a glory hunter if you want, but they were just on 4 wheels and 2 wheels, like some of the best I've ever seen, you know, and I just fell in love with who they were as athletes, you know, as drivers, so and riders. And I love that Valentino's having this, you know, this extra career after doing literally everything on motorbikes, except for maybe Isle of Man. I mean, I don't think he would do Isle of Man, at least not anymore. There were a few years there that he would show up and watch from, you know, not the sidelines, but from somebody's front garden or whatever, and he just looked like he loved it, but you could tell it was like, I don't think I could do that. So there are some limits to what he might do, and especially now he's not exactly young, but yeah, the races he did, I watched him at Magny Cours, Brands Hatch, and a few other places there, GTWC, and so yeah, just a couple more weeks for Bathurst. Guy Martin, also a legend. Right up there with those guys. I really got into Guy Martin from watching his YouTube videos. A friend of mine would send them to me, you know, all the time, where he was answering letters and just speaking extemporaneously about all kinds of things. I mean, there's that video where he just explains why the gearbox of a truck is more interesting to him than maybe a Formula 1 gearbox, and the intricacies of that, how complex all the clutches and the what's the word he used for it? I can't remember now. He's way smarter with mechanical stuff than I could ever dream to be in 10 lifetimes, but it's just one of those guys where I just want to hear him talk about the thing he loves, you know, and as a rider, you know, maybe not as like an Isle of Man, but just the nerve, the kind of mentality you have to do things like Northwest 200 and Ulster and those Irish road races, even apart from Isle of Man, you know. So yeah, Guy Martin's a legend. And his TV show, you know, stuff where he does with the Spitfire and the boats and all that, you know. I haven't seen all of that stuff, because some of it did just come out, and they were British shows, right? And they're probably around somewhere, but I haven't viewed all of them.
Under 4 minutes back, so actually they're making pretty decent progress. So 4 minutes a lap. What's a lap? 3:50.
And if you don't know much about Guy Martin or that form of road racing, like just watch Closer to the Edge, the documentary about the TT. He's in it a lot. So are some of the other riders, but you know he's definitely a highlight in there, and just gives you that inside look into what it takes to want to ride a motorcycle around Isle of Man. You know, they're not normal. I say that with utmost respect.
To their competitors,
Yeah.
but
Well, if you'd the laps you'd lost there at the red flag, you didn't get back. So the laps they lost when they were in the pit lane weren't lost by the red flag. But yes,
it
you're right.
allows you to scoot up.
Brought everybody back some. Yeah, any other non-full lap gaps closed right back down to almost zero. So you're absolutely right. And there was a sort of
Good morning, good morning, Russell. Sorry.
Didn't, and then
Tripping over
did
my
again,
words.
right around the 8-hour mark.
Another erstwhile leader, the number 20 Porsche Co-Undercar.
Yeah, and so also on that note, if you want to get to know more of those riders like Rossi and them, watch Faster, Fastest, Kentucky Kids. They all have like Jason Statham and no, not Statham. It's Ewan McGregor. My bad. Sorry, I was thinking Truth 24 for a second. Ewan McGregor, and I think Brad Pitt does one of the narrations too. And you really get to see that carefree attitude that Rossi has. Real calm, and cool, and collected. You know, obviously cares a lot about what he's doing. He's extremely into his motorsport, but like there's that other part of him that just has some really scary things happen mid-race, and he just finds a way around them. Doesn't seem perturbed. You know.
They have been victims of that. So that's sort of taken the two.
Good night, Zach. Hey, thanks for being here.
Out of the battle with Team Redline. Still more cars coming in the GTE
balls of tungsten.
category.
I knew it's a toss-up between the Porsche 963 and the Cadillac. I can't really. Engine note-wise, I'm going to pick the Cadillac all day, every day. You know, but I think the Porsche 963 is so tidy. You know, I think it's what I both expected the LMDH to look like, and it's there's not anything I hate about it. But until they're out there on the track, I don't know what to think. There's still the question mark about how WEC is going to balance these cars. You know, we'll get another taste of it here in this season before there's even more cars out there, because obviously not all the LMHs can be ready, not all of the LMDHs are near done. So but those are the two I'm looking forward to, and obviously the Ferrari in LMH itself. Obviously. I do stream into EU friendly times. Yeah, thanks for asking, sir. Not as friendly to North America. Just I don't have the biggest audience for that. I don't know why exactly. I don't give. Maybe it's because I don't give the best amount of attention to something like NASCAR or the short track stuff. I'll still watch it, kind of, in our own special way, but most of what I watch is EU friendly. So the streams that I do on Mondays and Thursdays, they start at 4 p.m. GMT time, if you want to hang out with me on those days. Still toying with the idea of maybe adding more, but any of you that are content creators or follow them, you're certainly aware of burnout for people that do stuff on YouTube and Twitch, whatever. And I'm well aware of it, and so I've been doing it 3 years, just over 3 years solid, without many breaks there. And a big part of that is, one, having a schedule, and two, setting a schedule that isn't too intense. And there are some years where I added a couple days and we did something a little bit different, but I generally stick to motorsport and like personal news. You know what I mean? Like things I think, just like if you've been hanging out here for the last 3 or 4 hours, it's kind of like that. We have conversations, or I, think of things from what I've watched or seen, and relay and relate them, and we converse about it. And sometimes it's just more of a monologue, and other times, you know, it's a conversation. It just kind of goes in and out. But the main focus there is on racing. I like tracking what's happening day to day in the news and watching highlights of stuff, and then when there's time at the end, we go back and watch a race from the old days. I don't know how many people are into that, but like I've also grown into the fact that the world of motorsport isn't actually that big. You know, people love F1, but when you step away from F1, which I can't show that sport on stream for obvious reasons, F1 TV, the Duke video for a lot of other things, but it's been fun to lean into the fact that the people that want to watch really love racing and hanging out, and so, you know, trying to serve that niche to folks that are hungry for it and love the interactions that we have, as opposed to in my mind where I've thought, oh, I could make this more broad, I could make this more generic, you know, to a wider audience and have a bigger net, but I don't know, I guess because I don't play any games on stream, or at least I haven't in a long time. It's again, it's harder for me to play games as it is, and I really like this. I like just communicating with people and getting to know more about them, and hopefully, and in turn, them knowing about me. Hey, you go. There's some people in chat that have done the command. If you wanna hang out with me over there. I try not to plug it too much because I like, you know, keeping it about other stuff, but yeah, it's always fun when there's new faces around and they, you know, and we don't have a lot of folks that watch. It's probably it's around 50 most of the time, and it's really comfortable. The chat doesn't move too fast for me, and that's what I like about these late night ones here too, is that there's obviously less of you because Jim's not around. No, I don't take any offense. It's also getting late. Some of you need to go to bed. But seeing what you write and having some back and forth there is easier for me to keep up with.
Is absolutely confirmed as being stopped on the timing.
Hello, lead chicken.
Luke Bennett has taken the lead of the race in the number 2.
Please keep the lead out of the chicken. I've had to spit a BB or two out of some game my dad has killed. Not any chickens, I think.
Now, has he had, and again we saw this, that there he goes coming out of the garage, and
yeah, if you just go to the Twitch one, I think I have some other the links are there if you really want to. I'm not super prolific on Twitter or YouTube. I have the last few days. When things come up and I have something to say, then I'll put it on Twitter about sim racing, about what's happening in racing. Every now and then maybe a post about something in social justice or something like that, but it's pretty rare. So it's one of those I don't tweet just to do it. You know, it's I gotta have something in mind, and I like to fill in the character limit to the maximum. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm a bit of a wordy bitch.
In 5th, now 6th position as he goes behind the 36 of Tom Lartilieu.
Oh, Martin, you are tuning in at the right time to look at R Factor. This is like the money shot for R Factor 2 right here. The sun's finally come up. You're getting those nice rays. You get that warm morning glow, and that's always been what R Factor 2 has excelled at. It got much better with DirectX 11, of course, but yeah, this. It's a very pretty game in the right light. Once it turns to like noon, it doesn't look that different to me from a lot of other sims. It's funny, there was someone in here that was like, "Oh, the graphics are so bad," and it was in the middle of the night, and I was like, "What game are you looking at?" I know I don't have the greatest device, but like, yes, I will say ACC has better nighttime graphics than most of the other games, but they're all pretty damn comparable, really. I mean, you know, iRacing needs to, I don't know what iRacing's going to do. I mean, they got to get the rain out there first before they can really start working on graphic fidelity again.
So my understanding is that there's an opportunity to return completely.
That's a tough one. R Factor 2 versus AC Soul, which AC Soul was a revelation for many of us who maybe weren't looking into it, Assetto Corsa, and then you saw screenshots from people going like, hey, look what mods can do, and like, oh my god, that's amazing. And there's a new Soul is going to turn into Pure, right? And the only way to get to Pure is there's a Patreon for that. I think it's like $1 to get the latest version of Pure. But I think AC actually looks better than this with Pure. With Soul, the color needs it's just not quite there yet. But the next generation for the custom shaders patch and a set of Corsa is really just going to blow the doors off of anybody, you know, if people haven't been paying attention to AC.
In which case, because obviously you'd wait, wouldn't you? You'd wait to lose a full lap.
I believe so. The same person has stated that that's the next thing they're working on. It's got rain in it. Has some other weather effects. The lighting just looks more natural. Yeah, you have to see it to believe it. Soul is, I think the contrast in Soul is a little high, and maybe a bit dark sometimes. But you know, there's all kinds of ways to tweak that too. I mean, the modability of that game in game, there's like an app for it where you can just dig through and change the colors of the sky, what kind of hue it has with the cloud colors, how much the stars shine through. I think there's like 20 pages of ambient light effects you can change, so go crazy if you can tailor it to your needs.
But let's see if we can get a shot of that Team Redline car circulating. We're following the number 20 Porsche Coanda at the moment. That's sitting in 4th.
AC's kind of become Skyrim in the sim. Well, yeah, sure, yeah.
We're waiting
just all kinds of ways to bring it forward.
Sector 2 in that number 1 red line. There he is. Let you know where he does. There he is. Yep. And
Chris Davidson, yes, so, absolutely. Just keep that in mind. That's a good thing to remember, that if you can hear your neighbors, that means they can hear you. You know, I often heard my neighbors having sex above me, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh shoot! Same from where I live, where you know, there's people having a conversation in their backyard, and it's like, man, they aren't talking that loud. How come I can hear exactly like every word they're saying?
Loses a bit of a grip of where the car is.
The wall fart.
You can't really overwrite that, otherwise.
Or you end up like what's his name in Office Space, talking to his neighbors through the wall.
A kettle of fish you don't want to get into. Here is the number 20 Porsche Coanda car, Mitchell de Jong in 4th place now. So they're now up to 3rd and 4th, and will move up to
Sometimes he really loves the text-to-speech. Maybe I've missed the times where it was bugging him. If it was on while he was driving and he turned it off, I don't know. I wasn't around for the first stint too much. And honestly, not too much in the second one. I was trying to listen, but it sounded like he was concentrating. Me and the DHR friendos were doing a few things together. So yeah, the text-to-speech, really, it's a mixed bag. You never know. It's gonna be. I've heard it say certain things, and I've rolled on the floor laughing, you know. And then other times I'm like, all right. All right, someone's just repeating the same thing over and over again. It giveth and taketh away.
Chasing a single red line when earlier on
for the LMHs, yes, they are not. I don't believe they're very legal. The ones that are out there for LMH and AC and RF2. Well, there's the van. There's the old Bicolus. That's, I think, in R Factor 2. There's the Toyota LMH is out there. There's a Porsche 963. There's a Peugeot 9X8. I think there's a real rough, and I mean like only recently done 499. When they come out very quickly, I generally assume that their physics are not good, or they probably threw some of their cars' files on it and just said good, just so they could get it out the door. But that stuff ends up making its way into AC one way or another. It's that's the level of the platform now. That there's a lot of really great model makers. It's the part where you have to drive it that takes a little more work, and why I end up respecting companies like BRC and RSS that you know, make original sounds, make original tires and physics.
Fabien Lebig in for Panis from 13th place in the
GT4s? In which grid
back in
are you talking about, Woodsy?
Now, he had only just stopped 2 or 3 laps ago, so this is not a regular fuel stop.
The BMW is an LMDH.
This might be to sub in another driver, because Max has got
the LMH is,
with his rig.
you know, the Toyota, Peugeot, Ferrari, Baikalus Van Wall, soon to be with the Azotta Fraschini, and what else do we have coming in that? But the LMDHs are like the BMW, the Porsche, Cadillac, Acura, Lamborghini, and I must be missing one.
A lap or 2 before, or 3, or maybe 3 or 4.
Nope, Ferrari's an LMH.
So
if you're in the LMDH, remember they're being made by 4 different chassis makers: the Orca, Multimatic, Dallara, and Ligia. And then each of the companies gets to put their own spin on the bodywork and using it. They're using different engines too. So, but with something like the 9X8, 499, Toyota, those are all made of their own. They make the tubs, and they have slightly different rules too about drag coefficiencies. You can dig into that through a few of the web pages. I think even one of the Wikipedia pages could sort of explain that a little better for you, and then also put them in tables so you can see, you know, which ones are using the Dallara and Multimatic. But I think it's worth digging into if you really want to get into, if you want to follow WEC this year, so you can understand the difference. That's right, yeah, the Alpine is going to be an LMDH as well, yeah.
Podium positions, they'll be looking back to the Mercedes, the AMG Petronas esports car.
Garage 56 NASCAR. I saw pictures of it at VIR, and then I watched it go around at Sebring with wing mirrors. Pretty sweet. The people in my community were saying, well, how come they don't just make this car for the road course, for normal NASCAR? My goal for that car, I don't know what their goal is, but my goal for the NASCAR is that it does under a 4-minute lap time. The GTEs there can do like a 350-ish, give or take. And I think it, you know, just from a rough guesstimate for me, I was like, if they could break the 4-minute barrier in the NASCAR, that'd be pretty cool.
Driver in Formula 1 led the stats on almost everything, if not everything, last year. Laps led, you know.
I want to go there too, Cameron, but if I were to go to Daytona, how can I ensure that the weather would be good? It's been a race here or there. Last few years where it's like 60 degrees and raining. It's like I've got enough rain where I live here in Oregon that I want to travel 3,000 miles to get rained on, but I know it's more than that. I can withstand the rain. I'm not weak to it, but I don't know, I feel like going to Florida in January, I want it to be 70 degrees and kind of sunny. I'll take an umbrella. I don't own an umbrella. I never owned such a thing. Greetings, Vancouverites.
To sit out an entire season as the F2 champion rather than go and
you can't ensure the incentive would be good. Just take Spirit Airlines flight and hope it doesn't happen. Okay. You're right. I can't control that. And the weather apps I have are frequently wrong.
And some great rookie.
That's right. The centenary of Le Mans, not the 100th running of it, but 100 years since they had run it.
Real run for his money at certain events throughout the year, but really experience and class showed for Felipe Drugovich.
Now we've been looking at all those dates for the big races this year to plan around for some stuff, and I hope we can bring some of that to all of you through Jim's channel if he's able to get that day and drive with us some, because you know, like the Mushroom Trophy and what we've been doing in Assetto Corsa. Every time Jimmy hops onto that stuff, he seems re-energized, you know, because we always feel like we're getting the band back together in that sense that, you know, he's off going around the world and testing cars and having a great time, and then it's great to like get him back to sim racing with friends, you know, like where our love for it all came from.
Porsche Co-Anda driver change in the 23 car that is in 5th place on his outlap, and Bastien Boos, the Super Cup driver, is driving that. He is currently in 5th place, and Mitchell de Jong stayed in the 20 car, which is in 6th. And these are the 2 cars that you're looking at. We ride with the busy hands of Mitchell de Jong, and right in front is Bastian.
Watching from Portland, well, I'm just south of you, let's say.
Use of steering lock. That's definitely not on ration, is it?
No.
As they get down to...
Good to know there's some other people here from Oregon. Anyone else from Oregon or Washington? Just curious.
Going at pretty slow speed. You're not developing massive amounts of tyre temperature in the tyre. Obviously, in its model, quite resistant. Look at this then. The battle.
How do I feel about the absence of GT Pro? Do you think it was necessary? Yes, it was. The differences between GT3s and GTEs have always been rather pedantic in my eyes, and that's someone who often gets into the weeds about racing, but I really didn't understand why the 2 things existed after a while, and obviously GT3 is so ubiquitous that it's the clear winner in terms of as a category. So it was certainly sad by the time, you know, Ford was leaving and then BMW was gone, and then there just weren't very many left for Pro. You know, I'd rather have more in the Pro category. But I'm excited for what's new. You know, I'm the kind of person that says, like, yeah, let's see what's coming. I always wanted to embrace the next thing, and if I want to go enjoy the cars that I thought were really cool, like those GTEs, like IMSA of 2016 and 2019 is a really good time. They're balanced extremely well. I mean, those top 10 GTLM Pro cars, or just GTLM, sorry, they stay in the same shop for like the whole race. You know, it's a 10/10 white knuckle affair in those years, and I can just go back and watch this and enjoy them. So, like, I'm excited for STCC this year, going to electric cars. And I'm not super into electric stuff, but it's new. You know, they're going to go to Falkenberg for Swedish touring cars, and I don't know what's going to happen. That's exciting. And I even got into the electric cars from Nitro Rallycross this year. Nitro Rallycross started doing stuff that Global Rallycross just made it look boring, you know, and okay, the send it light when they go is a little weird, but that's just 41-year-old me that's combating that. Either way, but I like watching the Nitro Rallycross event.
At the tail of the cars that are in
it sounds like full-size remote control cars, yes. Your state doesn't exist according to the internet. What?
Second place in the hands of Philip Dennis. And then Max Verstappen returning to the pit lane for a second time.
There is a time limit on the LMP2s. I can't remember, was that supposed to be 2025? Or 2024? Because I know that obviously the GT3s come in 2024, and there are some teams right now that are in the middle where they're just like, they don't know if they're going to become customers for the LMDHs at some stage. So they're just, you know, sticking with their programs in P2s and waiting to see what's next. You know, gotta figure out which way the wind's blowing. Hey, Ontario. In fact, I was just asking where everybody was and if they were close to me, but I want to see the rest. Get a good feeling for all, because I guess Scottsdale, Arizona. I haven't been there in a long time. Sydney, Australia. Oh yeah. Always happy to see the Aussies out. And this is the time of day to see them. Lansing, Michigan, Stockholm, Tacoma, all right. You're not too far away from me in Tacoma. Logan's in Oregon, nice. Fellow Oregonian. I was watching a documentary on some Oregon history just the other day. More Ontario, Montana.
Yeah, Ritson in the 86. It's a car we saw in various stripes.
Mount Pleasant.
At the start of the race, if you recall.
I hear it's a terrible place. No. I've never been to Michigan, except for Detroit, and that was a layover. Morning, Sam Cliff. My mom's house. Oh. Well, say hi. Say hi to my mom.
Mohan Ritson is the man at the wheel.
North York.
You know, when
Illinois, Bend,
the tires are hot,
Outpost Jared from Bend. Sweet, you're not too. You're just a stone's throw over the
car on your outlap. You're also
huge cascade.
trying to not damage the tire as you're getting it up to speed. It's cruel in many ways. That the most dangerous.
It's an unpleasant. That's true. It is. We should probably just skip right over it. That's for another day. Mine was more recent. It was from the 80s. I was watching the documentary about the Rajneesh there that took over the town of Antelope in the north central Oregon. What a tale. That was all when I was a baby, so I don't have a recollection of it. But it's a good documentary. It's called Wild Wild Country.
He brought the tire in, and then the
Oh my.
he felt it under him, straight back in front of the GR car.
Speaking of sending.
A tricky one to do that down into the Dunlop chicane. You're braking under
The boonies of North Carolina.
To distance, of course, because of the radius of that right
New York City, India, Indianapolis, Wyoming.
Apex there.
Another one from NC, Virginia. Quite a few East Coasters up late today. Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
No, I can imagine that exactly being the case. On board with 86.
Just south of LA, Orange County. Oh, cool, Paul.
The GR sport car.
I have never been to LA. So the furthest south I went in California was just San Francisco. That was fine.
A touring car driver by trade. And of course, not all of our pro race drivers are even sports car drivers of any kind.
Arizona is where it's at this time of year. I would happy to go there for this time, but not in the summer.
And yeah, prototype racing. The pro racing drivers in the field, but Matt O'Homeler.
San Diego. I know what that stands for.
No exception. British GT Championship in the GT4 class for 2022. 2021, it was British GT Cup. So another GT3 famed competitor.
Yep.
And back with the 71, then the red line BMW.
Nice with your shirt off.
And still Rudy Van Buren.
I'm not a walk around with my shirt off kind of guy as it is. So.
To Rudy Van Buren, because he seems to be, every time I look at that car, Van Buren seems to be behind the wheel of it.
I refuse to walk around with my shirt off until it's totally fine for women to do the same. It's an equality thing. Yeah, I think you understand.
I had one at about 2:30 before I came back on air. I'm definitely feeling the need for a little bit of coffee now. Got that sandy eyes feeling.
It's one of your 5 before 9 a.m., is it, Martin?
Yeah. Rudy Van
Favorite memory from racing when you were younger? You know, I mentioned it in past ones, but when I was 13, I went to the IndyCar race up in Portland, and the sheer sound of those methanol beasts, I will never forget. I remember like being a kid and watching Camel GT races, you know, those Jags and the weird Chevy GTP, a lot of 962s, and I just thought, wow, that's a race car. You know, it had that purpose-built look to it that I loved, and of course I like open wheelers, IndyCar and F1, but stuff like that sticks with me. And getting way into racing in 2000, all those races I watched live from the German Grand Prix in 2000 onwards, where I remember way too many things about it because I was just that right age, and I was absorbing it on a level that was like, this is my education, this is what I need to know, this is what I want to learn about. And so yeah, I think that had a good
to the rear wing of that Porsche.
A good push in my life for like wanting to dig in a little deeper, you know, to let the passions I have carry me forward to know more about it, you know. And it's fun when I talk with my folks and they ask me questions about motorsport, and to be able to let them understand the details. You know, they watch F1. Both my parents and my oldest brother do, and it's fun to hear them discuss it. And then you know, every now and then just put in something to help them out or for them to understand. Because oh my God, there's so many little bits and pieces you have to know.
The rest of the race is the two red lines.
Formula, that's right. Formula E's coming to Portland. I haven't decided if I want to go yet. It might be fun. I'll ask my partner later in the year if maybe we should go. You know, I'm trying to do more things outside this year and have some fun that's not just at my computer or with my nose buried in a book.
Let him through as quickly as you can, please. And Rudy will have done that. And at the moment, again, you know, 7 hours to go. That's 7 hours to go. That's an awful lot of.
I don't think Texas is on the list. I'll look for you if you want.
More than a standard WEC race distance. That's a lot of racing, and they are at the moment, what, 3 seconds off the podium. Obviously, in the ideal world, they'll win the title and win Le Mans. But we've still got 7.5 hours.
The calendar is Mexico, Hermanos Rodriguez, Riyadh, Hyderabad, India, Cape Town, Sao Paulo, Tempelhof, Germany, Monaco, Jakarta, Portland.
Don't come in early.
Which city is that in Italy? They're going. Oh, they're going to Rome. Okay, the Rome and London. That's the 2023 schedule.
It's the stage of the race where people start to get tired.
And that's all the way to July.
And it's the stage of the
16
race where it's
races.
so easy for those ahead of you, those you're moving past in terms of traffic, to do more and more.
Yep, Formula E.
There are tolerances.
What I love that little E that they have for their logo nowadays. Nope, no Vegas either. And I'm doing F1 for Vegas.
And you are also more tired than you're giving yourself credit for. So you need to allow yourself.
I watched it. I watched a lot of that race. AJ Allmendinger is brilliant. I can't believe what a race someone could have and win. You know, spinning off on the formation lap, getting banged around and winning that race. Allmendinger is just pure stud with NASCARs.
Or impaired in any way. No, exactly right.
Well, it is equivalent in many ways. And so
does SC? I don't know if SCCA goes to Portland. They were at Sebring.
Keep yourself hydrated. Give yourself the best.
Somebody in my chat the other day was telling me that about how wild the sound of 91 MX-5s is going by them. What a buzz, am I right?
In the braking zone, there has to be that tolerance for the fact you are both getting
Jim's car number 10, Anza.
Of your concentration.
And also, the car is getting fatigued. Now, less so on this platform than in real life. The car will be less worn out in the virtual world than it will be in the real world, and you know, you'll be nursing fewer.
It looks like someone didn't know how to make a paper airplane.
But again, like you talked about, you know,
yeah, who was it? Sam Winton, Amphobius, was saying he thought it was just a low poly model from years and years ago. You know, just one of those throwaway temp car models. I thought it looked like a Star Destroyer.
Career, not just in what you're doing this season, not just in what you're doing this weekend, but in what you're doing every minute of every lap in the car. You're constantly
favorite sports car? Are the sports cars?
And your own.
I'm just gonna go with my favorite car in general. It's the Alfa Romeo TZ2.
About the stint lengths of the various LMP cars as they moved through the race. I asked the guys here if the red line was still going one long.
Good night, Jeremy.
Faced and said, why would
just hanging out with your Twitch chat. Well, you're always welcome if you have the time and you're in the neighborhood.
Through the race, cars gather a little bit of drag sometimes. You see the fuel numbers creep skywards, and so often a car that was able to do
I did see that Ross Chastain move.
As the race goes on.
Did they end up making a rule for that or not? Or it's not the first time they've ever used it, where you intentionally wall ride in a sense to pull out a result. You know, I mean, in a way, it's brilliant. And if there is no other rule that says you couldn't do it, you know, that's what sports is. Alonso asked what the rules were at Sochi in 2021 about the off track and where you've got to come back on with the bollard and that, and then he gamed the hell out of it. He's, you know, it's a brilliant move, and if you got a hole in the rules, you need folks that are total competitors to exploit them.
To your stint on each stint, you won't suddenly go from.
It really is. That in competition, you've got to be able to find them, and then if you're really famous, they'll name the rule after you.
You save yourself time in the pits. Not then, but cumulatively, you will get to the stage where
you said you learned it from Gran Turismo.
That you don't have to make.
That's the strat I used to win the F1 car. I tied a rubber band around my controller with the Scudo at that oval in the track, and I just walked away for 2 hours, and then I magically won the race, and then I had an MP44. Good game.
Still with this battle.
Yeah, the Alonso rule, the Schumacher rule. Can't pit on the last lap. You can't pass somebody before the safety car line. Like, I'll never forget that.
For the championship through this year in GT Honors.
Can't change multiple times to defend. That's also Schumacher's, actually. What was that? Monza 2010? Couldn't remember if it was 2010 or 2011, where he was. That Mercedes was such a bullet in a straight line that Hamilton couldn't do anything about it.
Which is hoovering himself into the toe of the Porsche and allowing the Porsche to do all the work, saving himself a bit.
Zanardi at Laguna Seca, and then Rossi at Laguna Seca, and then Marquez at Laguna Seca. All three ballers. The pass, as they call it for Zanardi, I mean, that's an illegal pass. I don't care who you are. The track limits, and maybe they just, I don't think they ever expected someone would do that, and since he pulled it off, they didn't change it. But come on, that's an off-track pass. It's amazing that he didn't crash.
He's made the move, and he's now up to 3rd place.
They've been around here in 37th Sam Bradford for a long time, actually. I mean, really, since the red flags, they've been around P11. So
you'll continue through.
I think they're 12th there in 30. No.
You get a nice little toe. You'll take it, and sometimes it's actually.
Sorry, the number's not on there now, but the Mullet, number 10 BMW, is hovering in the 36th to 38th spot.
As you're racing and try and move away, than it is to have to judge your braking points, than get less air through the rads, than have to deal with the traffic as a.
Okay, it's 2011. Okay.
Trying to make
I need to remember that.
It adds so much opportunity for error to get that move done, to get out and into some nice clear air and move forward to the best way.
It allows you to drive your own race at your own pace, and actually in the end, that is by far the best for yourself and for the car. Couple of pit stops, BS Competition, they've had a stop, and Bruno Spengler is back at the wheel of that car. I've not actually mentioned his name. The multiple DTM champion and now electric touring car racer Bruno Spengler. And then Sim Marinello, they've just made a stop as well. Driver change there too. And who else just stopped? Simsa Esports and Satellite.
The video game rule.
Satellite.
Well, they should. Yeah, that's right on the nose.
Again, Ramez Azar.
Something you thought only worked in that. And then the video games themselves have preventative measures to make sure you don't wall ride.
Please no Pontorino, Terzi, haven't mentioned his name.
Hi, Bacho.
AMG.
Do you think the hypercar era in WEC will live up to the hype?
Our stars align. All of those 4 drivers freshly into the cars after their pit stops, and they coincide with one of my stints as well.
Speaking of Bruno Spengler, he's going to be in Super GT this year. He's taking over from Augusto Farfus in the steady CSL team, driving an M4. Not the whole season, but 5 of the races. Bruno Spengler is pretty awesome.
They both had a disconnect and drop right back there, back up there. Oracle Red Bull now in 3rd.
I think it was like an hour 45, maybe, for all the red flags together, something like that. That second one
And the
I lost track of time.
Proton Co-Anda car,
I'm just happy that we've been going ever since. You know what I mean? Like, I was really in fear of them getting a third one in succession, quick succession, I should say, because then I was like, oh man, I don't want them to thinking about canceling it. You know, that would be really sad. So anyway, it's going good. No worries from now on.
As competitive as I'd really hoped it would be here at Le Mans. The balance of power, a balance of performance doesn't quite.
You got rickrolled by a bot? Oh man. Well, don't forget to remind everybody else where they can catch out Max. They can find either Max's stream or look at a mug. Don't worry, I've fallen for it too. Sometimes I don't know what Nightbot's up to, and so as a mod, I'm like, I should probably see where this link goes. And I go, God damn it, man.
Thank you very much, Alex Brundle.
He's racing for the Mala team, MAHLE.
Well, actually, Murray, and that's exactly why we have competent racing driver professionals with us.
Well, I was about to note that was the exception that proves the rule.
No, I haven't seen the Cadillacs in sponsor colors yet. No. I'm going to have to go find that. No, just in the Sebring test colors.
What is it that R8G are doing with the
Are you trying to win me over from the Porsche looks best camp to go like, On engine note, you know, if I close my eyes, I'll pick the Cadillac.
What is it that Sims have been competitive during the season? Sim Maranello have had good runs. What are they not able to do?
That's your biggest flex. You haven't watched Max's stream.
Is it lap speed? Is it driver lineup? What is it about R8G that is better?
Racer Mag.
They've nailed it, don't they, in terms of setup?
The website, not a real magazine. I hope.
I've not seen one particular driver take off into the distance in that R8G car. They've all been there or thereabouts, haven't they? I mean, you've got Jajovski behind the wheel right now. He's a driver that's been
G-Hammer is right, Kojak, but it's not spectator friendly, unfortunately. The only time sorry, they cut to that car and it was wiggling a little weird, but I don't know, maybe that was netcode. When Jimmy was doing the VEC races back in the day, the admin for the series, Jimmy Allison, always complicated having so many Jimmys, although it's Jimmy with an I for Jimmy Allison, he allowed Jimmy to stay on, along with a couple commentators, so that they could broadcast the race, because he was, you know, aware enough that there's a large audience that would be bigger than the audience watching the official stream. That'd be here with Jimmy, so it was better, you know, to allow him to stay on our car and the first-person perspective all the way through. But that was afforded to us for special reasons, you know.
So yeah, 51, a brief disconnect and into the pit lane, and where were they? Oliver Behrman was.
I talked about that a little bit, but my summation for Formula Drift is that I get it now. Is all. And you know what it takes to be good in it, the way they set up the cars, and what the aim and goal of the competition is. So I respect it for what it is. I'm not going to say like I'm going to cover it, you know, as a recap every Monday, or I'm going to follow the results of it. But if it's on, I'll watch it. You know?
Not back of the grid teams either, so yeah.
That's my modus operandi in my life these days, is finding out why something is good, as opposed to finding out why I should avoid it. It's interesting from people I meet that give me all the reasons why they don't care about something, and I'm just on the other side of that glass, you know.
Well, because that never comes in their biogs, does it? You know, the few drivers or teams that actually produce driver biogs and actually manage to get them out to
likes pineapple on pizza and has a dog called Charlie.
Yeah,
you know,
you get that, but you don't. Yeah, they don't mention that he's a three-time world something or other champion, or a Formula this, that, and the other front runner, or whatever. No, well, that's not relevant, is that? That's just messing around on computer games.
Quite.
Yeah. Although of course, the first thing
memes, I love memes.
Get him to the factory to mess around.
Jerome, tell me your favorite meme.
He can start to dial the car in with the engineers. And yet still there is that sort of real world, or has been probably up until lockdown, that real world poo-pooing of, if it's not a sim rig, in your factory, then you just
years from now,
go.
people will still be watching that
mod.
mod.
In your factory, then it's a de facto bit of work.
Well, obviously using R Factor 2 as the basis for the simulation here, and almost all of the mid-range race teams I've driven for have an R Factor based simulation.
Yep.
Well, Jeff, if you're not a fan of F1, then what in motorsport are you a fan of? What's everyone, aside from F1, what's everyone's favorite form of motorsport? Like the one you put the most energy into, you set your alarm, you make sure to catch as much of it as you can. I've already said mine, a Super GT.
Of the simulation is this.
Oh, the R50.
With a reasonable moment.
So we got one vote for Formula E, Super GT.
Didn't look too serious. Big old wiggle through the mid corner.
MotoGP, WRC, MotoGP, Super GT, and Aussie Supercars. We're in the hours now for Supercars and Super GT. Anything that starts with Super.
And have a run on the simulation.
World GT Challenge.
For the next event.
I'm really happy to see some of the Aussie ones, and we got the new cars coming this year with the Chevrolet and the Ford. I'm excited by that. You know, as good as those old cars were, I just kind of felt like they stayed that shape for quite a while, and I don't think anything is going to like allow someone other than Shane Van Gisbergen to destroy everyone. But hey, they're gonna look a little different and behave a little differently too. Stadium Super Trucks.
26.
I like Super.
Williams, Nikodem Vishnevsky just leaving the pit lane for them. Who else?
NASCAR.
23 stops for the car. That is in 7th.
WEC?
So they have been
Sometimes you gotta wait a while for your WEC race. It's not same for Super GT. One event per month if you're lucky.
And there, I did see one more. Yeah, GR. Unbelievably.
Imza Baja. Oh yeah, you're standing out in the crowd. You. BTCC.
They've just been quite long ones.
No, well, not
Dakar. Super Formula is pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, none of them have been seemingly
the way they do the system for pit stops has very different strategies, because you can come in extremely early to get your pit stop out of the way. And I really like the way they show the amount of seconds of charge you have for the hybrid. You know, on the roll hoop, how many seconds of it remain.
In and out, and maintained the lead. Van Buren moved away to the tune. We saw that move just a little while back in the BMW Team Redline 70.
Pinewood Derby.
Managed to find 3 or so seconds over Conroy.
The one Pinewood Derby car I made, like for the small ones, I remember it was underweight, so the aerodynamic wedge that my dad made, mostly my dad if I recall, since he actually had some woodworking skills, we ended up having to tape some lead weights to it. And I was like, oh, this is screwing up the aero, Dad.
Exactly what he'll want to do. He's 45 seconds back now from that R8G car that's just completed its stop. That's on 16 stops to the BMW's 14.
Well, I have to say, a lot of you have extremely good taste. Because I saw a lot of rally, a lot of Super GT and supercars, and a lot of others that I also like to watch. So good for you. Good for you, chap. Pat on the back.
Of the Le Mans Series Virtual during the year, Timotej Andonovski just taking over from Erhan Yayovsky. So from
hell yeah, World of Outlaws and sprint cars. That's another one where I'll watch the highlights. I think it'd be really fun to see it in person. But the bit that I appreciated from the last year of watching different videos on Mondays to try and, you know, show something a little different, is that the commentators for World of Outlaws are great. Like they speak so clearly, they have to speak fast and keep up with the action for, you know, who's going low and high and what they're planning to do and how they call it in the moment. Like, great respect, you know, from somebody that's attempted to call races, not super successfully, watching how seemingly easy it is for them. I love watching that.
Now, he only had a minute over Mitchell de Jong in the better of the two Porsche Coanda cars. And so he may lose second place during the stop.
Well, I said before, you know, like the Alfa Romeo TZ2, but like even more focused on a racing car.
Interestingly,
It's probably something like a Porsche 917 or a Porsche 962 in terms of just out and out, has no other purpose. But as a racing car, you know, there's just so many good cars out there. But yeah, a real love affair for the 962 and 917.
Similarly named. They're run from completely different places by completely different people.
Yeah.
Those two teams, they're in no way a team together beyond the connection associated to AMG. AMG, of course, involved
Morning,
as a
Sweden.
partner engine supplier to Williams in Formula One, and of course supplying high-performance powertrains to the Mercedes F1 team over in Brackley. So that's the.
If you don't have WRC Plus,
AMG.
it's even harder
Beyond that,
to watch rally. But
Williams eSports a thing, Petronas eSports a thing, and very much
the channel I found that does the best recaps is Red Bull Rally. They just put more effort into it. They're close to 10 minutes long. They do them per day. But the WRC channel itself, their videos are like 2 minutes long. And these stages 1 through 3 make no interviews, pretty bland narration. It's just dull. You know, the Red Bull ones are better. They're not not like the programs they put together in the early 2000s. Those were hour long per day, and those aren't coming back. But the WRC Plus stuff does a pretty good job. But it's, you know, another service you gotta subscribe to.
Great to see Ramon back on a racetrack, virtual or otherwise.
Oh yeah. Either way, long tail, no tail, 91710, Pork Pig, the 20, the Can-Am car, the 956, anything in the 956 family.
Ramon Pinheiro, guided through his career.
Porsche did an incredible job of just making a chassis and then finding a way to move it forward through time, and either into other rules or with more experimentation for the time. You know, for at least the overall chassis, you can end up having a 908 go around Targa or smaller venues. You know, that didn't have to be the full 917.
Leader in the pits,
787B. Oh yes. Oh yes. One of the great sounds. That Dorito engine. The videos that are out there that are just 787B flybys, and I don't even care that the microphone clips. I like to think that there isn't a microphone that can truly handle the powerful noise of that rotary.
All in the pit lane, and that's Yasheet Veloce now. They were shown as on their outlap. So
935, yeah, before Group 6 came and went, and then into the Group C era. 935 through so many categories. Yeah, but in Europe and in the States. Yeah, beautiful car.
Either AMG, Team Williams, or AMG. I think it was
Ken Block was your favorite rally driver?
Was that Nikodem Wisniewski? I think so.
Yeah,
it's sad to hear that he passed. You know, I didn't keep up with what he did, and I think what I think back on for that is the impact and the inspiration that he gave for people that maybe wanted a bit more connection for what a car could do, and then showing them seemingly impossible things that a car could do, right? And then applying that in an area that's familiar, whether it's a street or around objects you can understand. So you get to understand the scale, and then admire the speed, and then even the artistry of how he planned things out, right? To make those individual videos and his routines and going over the courses, and so that stuff, you know, it's going to live on forever, and it's sad that he passed so soon, but it's a really great legacy, and I wouldn't be surprised if there are people in the chat that kind of got into cars or something because of seeing something, you know, like one of his videos or the kinds of machines he was building. You know, I remember that I don't know the names for some of his cars, but there was that mid-60s Mustang that has like incredible power and grip to it that obviously outstrips any Mustang I've ever seen. And I can't help but smile when I see that. And that's me as an older person, so I can only imagine when people that are younger than me, really ripe to get inspired by that, we'll always remember and love that. The unicorn, that's what it was. Yes, thank you.
So they were clearly on an in-lap when he had his problems.
Yeah, the moment I saw that thing, I was like, boy, that's dumb and amazing. Like, you know, to be like the stupid amount of power it did. And to go, that's a very... that looks like an extremely fast car. Okay, nothing but respect.
The pit lane scenario, but you have been there to try to make it back. I mean, sometimes it just straight doesn't work.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Good. I'm glad you said so. Lasagne. Lasagne. Not lasagna, but lasagne. That was something they got you into. I figured that was one. 1,400 horsepower. What rear tires? They're gone. All I did was put my foot down. I burned them up.
He was offline everywhere, really picking and choosing. And when he came so slowly into the pit lane,
going into a real world rally, I will never forget. I think it was Sweden. Was Sweden the first one that he did officially? He looked humbled being there, and that is also a good sign from someone, you know, because in the world of cars, you know, there's alpha types. They're in their mind, they're the most amazing driver, you know, and a lot of attitude. And you could think someone like his pedigree, if you were to make assumptions about somebody, which you shouldn't do, that he'd be out there a bragger or whatever. But he looked like, oh my gosh, like what I'm doing is nuts. I'm glad that they allowed me into it, and that I'm able to compete, and that I'm doing all right. You know, he wasn't you know, Colin McRae or something like that, because wasn't really his element, like someone like Colin and Tommy and Marcus and Juha and all those that look like they were born in a rally car practically, but you still had that overall feel and enough to be in the rally. And it's just, yeah, I remember the interviews with him, and he just seemed like, I'm just happy to be here. So what a good attitude.
Behind the wheel of these two, and it's in fact Boos who's come out behind again, isn't it? And is going to make his way past again. Or was that the other way?
Oh, he's in Mexico too. Another tough rally. High altitude, massive rocks. Watch all the rocks. Watch out for every rock.
Same mistake for me. It does look a lot like the Coanda.
Yeah,
it
does.
Car, doesn't it?
On his shoes, yeah, those DC
like the
DC stars.
On the front.
I never owned any of those, but I saw them everywhere.
Well, now,
how Piastri will do at McLaren? I don't know. I don't know what to think when people come up from something like Formula 2, even right into Formula 1. It's so specific. The F1 cars themselves, the demands, and that I'm gonna watch and see. You know, obviously they want someone to be a little closer to Lando if they can, give them that first year to learn, and some of the older hands that had cars when they switched cars, Vettel, Alonso, and Sainz Jr. were their first years in their new cars were maybe a little off, you know, and because limited testing, going from one car to a completely other one, or like Alonso had been out of the sport for a little while, obviously some adjustment there, but for those drivers, it didn't take them long to get back onto the pace, of course, and so, you know, I would hope McLaren give Piastri the room to improve, like Toro Rosso did with Yuki Tsunoda, and even with Zhou Guan Yu at Alfa Romeo, and so yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do. I can't give you a good prediction on it though, because you know, like I said, you just got to plug him in there and see what happens.
that's not reflected.
Yeah, I think Alonso could drive just about anything fast. He just has that skill, you know. And I can't really say it's diminishing as he's getting older. Yeah, I've been watching some of Dakar the last week and a half. Sebastian Loeb, Carlos Sainz. And then even last year with Loeb and then Rally again, he picked up a win. Needed a little bit of help from cars, having issues at the end, of course. One very specifically, but they still love it, and they appear to have that fire to drive it as hard as they feel like they can. And I don't think they'd do it if they thought otherwise. You know, they don't strike me as people who would just poodle around. Bailey and I talked about this. We were like, it's like, would Sebastian Loeb ever drive a WRC2 car? Well, I don't think he would. I think he'd just quit at that point. I think they're all competitors, you know, and they know when they've had enough. And Alonso, it's got a lot of driving left to do, in my opinion.
That's Andre Castro. And where is the other GR car? Yeah, the other GR car, the GR Esports 86 car. That is the one that
the final boss of motorsport. It's a cool one to have on your CV if you can pick up a win, even if it's a stage win, or just to experience it. You know, not much else out there like it. It's nearly 5,000 kilometers over 2 weeks. You know, and seeing some of the highlights. I'm not up on everything that's happened, so I'm sorry I can't answer a lot of those. But with the rain and I mean. Raining in Saudi Arabia, it's obviously not always deserty out there in the desert, and the deserts don't handle water very well, ground absorption, etc. But yeah, no matter you're on two wheels, the quad bikes, the prototypes, you know, or the trucks. There's no Kamazes there, but there's a few trucks out there. There's the Praga. That nothing but can't help but respect what they do as well. That sport is also really hard to shoot, to televise, to sum up, because it's just there's too much. There's that's not in a bad way either, but there's so many categories and riders, you really can't film it all.
Brabham Esports sitting in 8th position at the moment.
No, I didn't see that seat swap.
324.
Is that a channel too? Seat swap? Or was that for some other promotional thing? Sorry, I missed that bit of
with all the fuel taken out,
where they were sharing, where they switched.
And all the wings at maximum, and all of the qualifying modes flat out is 322.3, and that's for car 20.
What about Audi coming to F1? Yeah, 2026. Going about it the old-fashioned way in F1, where you take over a team as opposed to trying to bring a team in. Andretti's he's trying. Bless him if he's got Cadillac on board, and that's made people like Toto Wolff turn their head and go, "Oh, GM, you say? That's pretty big money." You know, they're starting to wake up. The deal is not like a. It's not the. They like it. They're being associated. I mean, Cadillac's not going to start throwing LS motors in Formula 1 cars or something. But it's a big name, and Andretti is serious business. But I'm getting to the point with this push and pull tug of war they're doing, that the F1 teams themselves are going to, well, at least initially, say no to, because they don't like dividing the spoils. That I don't know. It's like, Michael, why do you want to be in a sport where they don't want you? You know what I mean? Like, go kick their ass in every other category, and leave them be. He wants to do it, go for it. You know what I mean? But the resistance is real.
Then slows right back down to how it was almost at the beginning of the race, and you start to struggle.
Pastrana doing Daytona 500. Who was it? Kyle Larson that's going to do Indy 500 too? This is becoming more of a thing. It was always a thing in the old days, but it's coming back again, where people are finding their way into seats for one-offs, for big races. That's cool. I watched Pastrana in Nitro Rallycross. The guy knows how to wheel.
And you never know what you're going to get.
I mean, it was encouraging what Haas did at the end of the season. So I'm going to keep an eye on him for the tests. and hope they can capitalize further. You know, I thought it was interesting to have 2 experienced people in the team. You know, I was sad to see Mick Schumacher not get another chance. You know, obviously, this past year was kind of tough on the team, and budget matters a lot, obviously, and but I mean, Nico Hülkenberg getting another chance. He's still Hülkenberg continuing to revenge against Jimmy for being called a former F1 driver, and he's appeared in several Grand Prix since, and is about to do a whole season. So he didn't. Maybe he heard the words "former F1 driver" come out of Jimmy's mouth for that race they did together, and he was like, "I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the sound of that. I'm gonna fix that." Hülkenberg.
That is the best of the rest of the Ferraris, because the RAG Ferrari that leads the race is definitely very much an outlier compared to the performance of any of its sister brand cars.
I think it's the most awkward lineup of 2023. Half the teams have drivers that have not gotten along in previous seasons. I haven't really thought about that. Yeah. Obviously, a lot of the drama stems forth in F1 about beating your teammate. I'm happy for Ocon to have another teammate to mess with. Ocon and teammates, they don't go together well. After a while, I start wondering if there's a common denominator problem.
In a sports car 2016 FIA WEC.
And maybe a Haas too. Yeah, we'll see. Hulkenberg seems like a fierce competitor. But we know Kevin Magnussen is too.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Tim Greaves and the team. Absolutely.
But yeah, Luis Diaz, see him back behind the wheel as we follow this Ferrari.
Imagine if he gets his first podium and thanks Jimmy for inspiring him to get back in F1. The moment after that race is done, he does the Rocky routine. He's cracking eggs and eating them raw. He's running up hundreds of steps every day in Philadelphia. I don't know why you go to Philadelphia. You find steps other places. I love that. That'd be great. Seeking the I told you so.
A very impressive speed. Still across the driver line.
Eye of the Tiger play. He's had Eye of the Tiger on loop for 2 years now.
The wheel of the red line BMW that sits in third position. We'll see what kind of speed he has when he gets up to speed.
Well, Bruno Spengler clearly stung by your criticism. 7,000.
Hey, Rumble. I saw you here before. I was.
The race leader.
No, somebody named Ruby. Sorry. There's another person I was thinking of. But good to have you here, Rumble, nonetheless. Sorry.
Social media presence as obviously a number 2, but that car always.
Oh, hey, Mizzy. Welcome. Good to see you here over on YouTube.
Which makes it very easy to identify in a crowd. There's your race leader, Timotej Andonovski for RAG.
Well, I love how informed everybody is. It's always great when we can have chats like this, and it doesn't just devolve into this person sucks and like just kind of throwing crap at each other. I thought it's just always nice when you can, especially in something like F1, it gets highly divisive and everyone's got incredibly, angry opinions about things, and some people need to go. And some of my friends can be like that too. They get a bee in their bonnet about a particular driver and think like, oh, they need to retire. They're getting too old. I don't like watching them drive. And then every time they make a mistake in a race, I'm not going to name any names, but they'll jump on the comms and be like, see, I told you they were terrible. I'm like, all right. I don't have that much ill will in my heart for anybody in Formula One at the moment. In fact, I feel like the last person who ever defends someone like Stroll. Maybe I didn't have so many defenses for Latifi because he ran out of chances a long time ago. But hey, he's not in this year. I hope he finds greener pastures elsewhere. I never wish ill on anybody.
Is yet another one of those that has found a very happy birth with Prema with a roof over his head now.
It just comes from love. Some people make it harder for them to love, that's for sure. But I try my best from the start.
In putting a fast car on the track, as was well.
And Latifi, you ran out of chances. No, how many more times can you call the yellow flag now?
You know, there was a time when if Prema wasn't winning the race,
it sucked that even positive old me, when I'd see up on the screen that there was a yellow flag, I go, oh, please don't be Latifi. Ah, shoot.
Losing out in Formula 2 to MP, losing out to ART in Formula 3.
I got a new boss there at Williams, one of the Mercedes race strategists. It was an interesting little meeting, or a little press conference he had with Toto Wolff, affirming that there's no collusion between Williams and Mercedes, because they're sharing. I have a team principal who used to work there, and I have an engine deal, etc., etc. You know, Mercedes always want to make it seem like they're letting everyone be independent.
So, okay, what do WRT do? Well, they do Audi. What do we know that Audi are doing? They're developing a hypercar. That link was really obvious. What do Prema do? They do single-seaters.
I did see, yeah, I saw Kimi out there for a while. He had some bad luck in that race, right? Didn't he get shoved coming out of the NASCAR chicane? And that was kind of that. You know, I was excited to see him drive there. I hope he had fun. He's another one then. Like, you're not done driving yet, are you?
What's the other connection? Why suddenly now? And the most obvious thing that I could think of is Ferrari.
You make it sound like it's being taken to the vet.
There is clearly a Ferrari link there. Now,
well, I mean, even my own audience was like, I asked them a question. I'll ask all of you, just curious, like, what's the highest racing seat? What's the seat or series that you think Latifi could get into if right now, I guess I should say, like, where could he go and have a career at this point? Because I don't think he's going to get back in F1.
Had no sports car racing knowledge, so they're doing it in LMP2. But you know, AF course already has.
He said he wanted to try and do the Daytona 500. Is that for Kimi or for Latifi? WC or IMSA, endurance racing, MX5. It's a bit low. Le Mans prototype, ELMS, like. Some of you being slightly unkind. The
surprises, I think, probably
LMP2 gold or platinum driver. Amateur navigation rally. I don't know if I want him to have that job either. Arca. See, some of you are coming. I would say LMP2, ELMS. There's an LMP2 with his name that would happily take him.
I think Prema coming into the series of endurance racing series.
I knew some of you would go just a tad too far.
They're one of a number of teams who
I still love you for it.
Have a specific program in mind, but hope to be
Clio Cup.
The wealth of general opportunity,
like Volkswagen Scirocco's.
Racing now, whether it be that they are providing, a feeder series structure, providing.
Like, I don't know if I wanted to jump right into IndyCar. Though, what's his name? Chilton was able to do it. Didn't. God, I didn't do it. I didn't watch F1 and think Chilton was going to be Max Chilton. Sorry, not Tom Chilton, of course. That's where my brain always goes to. But Max Chilton was going to like start winning races or something. I have to say the Marcus Ericsson win at IndyCar was extremely surprising to me. I think Marcus Ericsson is a better driver than Chilton, but I didn't think he'd win that race. But even if Latifi went to cut his teeth in IndyCar NXT, which I'd rather just call it Indy Lights, but I think that'd be a good place to, like, all right, let's calm down, get back to basics, and move forward again. You know what I mean?
And then possibly that balance has been tipped by looking at what WRT did in the first season and going,
4-cylinder dirt track bombs.
Okay, they only run GT3 cars. No, we run proper racing cars. We can definitely do that.
The Brazilian banger races. Oh man, banger racing. It's just wreckfest. It's wreckfest. All day, every day.
It is interesting.
I don't know how they do it.
And I think that when the risk really comes not in
shortcutting the corner at Long Beach. You gotta be judicious with your Long Beach shortcuts. Not many of those you can get away with.
Yeah.
So you can enter these championships risk-free. You run
Have I
three
seen the rocket-powered
drivers
mode?
who pay their way. And
No, I haven't seen that.
Necessarily hypercar material, but you're there demonstrating your competence in endurance racing.
Good point. Yeah, Alexander Albon, the GT3, Liam Lawson in the GT3. There's some other skills to pick up there, you know, as they discovered in that series. But totally. And there's a whole restructuring with DTM and ADEC GT, and yes, absolutely. And obviously, you know, as we were talking about before, there's going to be a lot more LMDHs next year. It's going to really expand the rosters for getting people in the cars, you know.
In the Arsenal, don't you? You will tow up behind a slower car to give you even more of a speed advantage.
I mean, Jacques Villeneuve is going to be in WEC this year. He's the Van Wall pick as their special driver. I couldn't believe it. 51-year-old Jacques Villeneuve. I know he's heavily into Euro NASCAR. His other pastime is annoying the hell out of me because he has to give his opinion every weekend about something in Formula One. Man, my give-a-dams wore out for Jacques Villeneuve. Villeneuve's hot takes years ago, but here he is again, back at Le Mans. All right, fine. Let's see what you got, Jacques.
In a closed wheel racing car, the biggest element dishing out of the highest.
Yeah, they're finally in. The will they, won't they? It's worse than Pam and Jim in the office. To find out, like, are they going to be able to get in? And, too bad the Isolta team. I think they just got everything together too late. The Isolta Fraschini Vector Sport. They want like a late application for Le Mans because it's their goal to be there for the centenary, because the Isolta Fraschini name goes back to the early parts of the 20th century. I think like late aughts, and their heyday was like 20s and 30s. So they would definitely want to be there. But it's all coming together only in the last couple of weeks. They received, I think, their tub for their LMH, and I don't think they have any testing with it. So it was maybe optimistic to think that they could get in for a full WEC calendar.
Absolutely everything he possibly can out of the car ahead.
No, it's dry for the rest of the track. After the server problems from earlier, I think they decided to just not chance it and remove any variables that could maybe cause further instability. So we've remained dry here.
Spread out by the Porsche curves, and without the toe down those big long straights, you can get nastily caught out.
Yeah, definitely. And Verstappen now fighting his way back towards
it's 62 cars?
Gradually picking them off.
Is it 60? I know there was 62 last year. Is that the maximum they can do?
Is the number 18.
That's for Le Mans. Someone asked what the number was.
Is 27.5 seconds in front. So that's going to be a long, slow.
Some of these cars, it's hard to remember some rules for like amounts for that.
12th position. So it's going to be, yeah. I mean, once they had that double glitch.
I know there were improvements in this last year for rain, and I wanted to see more of that. The drawing line. They improved it from what it used to be, because the rain in our factory 2 was extremely broken until April, because like the drawing line would like the way it would track the wet line and where the grip was just incorrect. And in fact, you could practically grip roll on certain tires once it had dried out. But they turned that around to make it closer to reality for how it dries, and although I don't know, it's always hard to explain where the grip is in wet weather because of what's coming up from the bitumen and how the water is being displaced and where bits of rubber are falling off to, and how grip around the radius changes over time. But it seemed like, from what Jimmy explained from the times he drove it in reviewing it, in a sense, that they were more or less correct, and that's good. I I mean, like ACC has interesting, decent, I should say, not interesting, decent approximations for grip and what the water does. That's what an extremely difficult thing to model. Anything with hydrodynamics, let alone in a game like this that's trying to compute all these other physics things. You're like a lot of programming. You're kind of holding it together with best guesses, and I think they do a pretty good job in this.
A little bit on disparate stop strategies.
So I have the last.
Okay, 63 is the max. Okay, so I think we had 62 last time. Thank you for clarifying that. I'll try to remember that.
European times, that would be 4:31.
Grand Prix rain in Grand Prix 3 rain was really good. I was spoiled by how it worked, how it dissipated, where the dry line was.
21 received 2 laps.
I don't think it was any more complicated than X number of cars ran over this patch of tarmac Y number of times at this rain level and this temperature. What happens to it? If the rain were hard enough that it's not doing anything, or is lightning and the temperature is high, it would start to obviously form a dry line. Probably not too much more complicated than that, but in video games sometimes you just need something that's close.
They were not part of that group. That was not part of that remit. Looking here, I think this is
or 92 Miatas at Sebring.
No, that's not the Floyd Van Oel burst car that is ahead of the Brabham Esports car. So Brabham Esports car on a Skernflate, 57.
Oh, cool! I'm glad Betska's streaming the race, and Jimmy was given promotions for it to watch.
That was the race leader going by, Felipe Drugovic.
Have Ollie Behrman stopped again in that 51 Ferrari that we have seen in the pits a couple of times? Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. So it'd be interesting to see if they are genuinely stopped or if that's just a timing screen stoppage. We are following the leader, Felipe Drugovic, as he makes his way through the LMP field.
Slippery rubber.
What I think will be a standard pit stop. We are due a bunch of.
I think that's what our Factor 2's trying to do.
AMG Team Williams in. We've just seen.
But into the pits. How realistic it is, I have to just listen to real drivers. I don't know.
So expect Bonnehuis, Mitchell de Jong, Bastien Boos.
The night has been really good, Christian. I've had a good time with all the people that have been here. Some familiar faces and a few I know from other places, and then a bunch of you that just want to ask questions and throw out stuff to further the conversation. So I've been having a great time. By the way, if you've been enjoying yourself, I haven't plugged this yet, but hit that like button if you are. It's down there. I see it at 4.6K. Jimmy's gonna have to turn on the last third of this thing for YouTube when he wakes up here, but really happy to see the amount of people that are already thumbing it up. And also, if you're not already subscribed, Jimmy's trying to get to 1 million. And not that you should subscribe just so he gets to 1 million, but it sure is nice to know when someone's stuff is out. I always use the bell on here to let me know when he goes live and when new videos come out, and so it'd be really awesome to have you here in the Jimmer family more, even if you're just hanging out and chatting. It's just fun to be in the group. One of us.
And that car continues. Didn't pit for damage control, and clearly then they felt that it was losing less time on track with whatever tiny little ailment it had, compared to coming in and giving a little massage, which you can do
at this stage, should we come up with an incentive for what Jimmy has to do at 1 million subscribers? It's 1 million. I mean, he's done other stunts for numbers, things for charity, things for his own personal channel. What does he have to do with that grand 7th digit?
In now 8th position, having another really good run. The next words you hear will be from Alex Brundle, and then Chris McCarthy will take over the reins.
Where do I see sim racing in 5 years? Probably in the same spot. It's sad to say, but I don't have a lot of faith with the Motorsport Games products right now.
of the race.
Other than them appearing in R Factor 2 again, but again, nobody that ever made R Factor 1 or R Factor 2 works on that game anymore. It's amazing what the Dutch company has, Studio 397, that they put VR and DirectX 11 into it, and they brought out a bunch of products for people to get. They really leaned into the aspect of putting more content out, which it needed desperately. iRacing still working off of some pretty old tech. It's yet to roll in their own weather after all this time. It could use another upgrade in either DirectX or I don't know if they'd ever go to RTX lighting or something. But you know, the struggle to keep up with all the other games for something that's been kicking around since 2003 in one shape or another for iRacing could continue to be a thing. But of course they're going to want to stay up with whatever deals they can get for how motorsport's moving forward. There's no GTR 3. Just forget that exists. We get to see Assetto Corsa 2 in 2024. So at least I hope so. That's the early. That's when they said the earliest, I think. And I don't know if it's going to be just like AC1. Because how do you outdo that? In fact, how do you make a product like Assetto Corsa again and then beat all that is already in the old game, right? Because the mod community has now turned that into a beast that Kunos could not. At least, I can't say that for sure, but they didn't plan for it, let's say. It has a path of its own now, and so I don't know what they do with that. It doesn't sound like it's going to be ACC2. You know what I mean? They were calling it Assetto Corsa 2, not just we made another GT3 game with all the but 5 years. You know, how many of you had planned on buying virtual reality, you know, in the next few years? Or some of you just said, you know what, maybe it's not for me, or it's too much, or you're waiting for it to be in a better place. And
yeah, of course, last time we were both here together, they worked together very nicely.
You think AC2 would be like the first AC game but with better graphics? But do you think that they would make it as moddable as the first game? You know, that part is what gave the other game, you know, all this life, that it's going stronger now, in my opinion, than when it came out in 2014. And I don't know if that's easy to recreate. You got VR, it's pretty good. VR makes you sick.
Oh, it's whoa, so close to being turned into the wall. I think it was as he went through.
Yeah, Project Car Series, that's not going to happen.
And that was almost the end of this car.
Ian Bell keeps resurfacing to do something with like the GTR name, and I have no faith in that either. If they can make old content compatible with AC2, oh sure. I don't know. That would be an amazing move. Definitely.
In the number 62 car joining in as well. The Marla car follows.
Think of Assetto Corsa as Netcar 2.0. Oh yeah. Yeah, I get you. The netcode is fairly similar in those games.
It was.
More interested in Rennsport? Yeah, that looked interesting. I don't know if there's a time, there's a release date for Rennsport, or if it was just a demo to start with.
Swamped by LMP cars, and Marla now come in. We'll see how long they are stopped for. There's the Brabham car, which you mentioned.
The thing is, what engine they're going to make AC2 in? It's not Unreal, is it? Right, they were doing their own thing again. It's pure conjecture because they've really said very little about AC2. It's just kind of a hope and a dream for what you'd like it to be. So let's, yeah. I always wish for the best. Even the motorsport game stuff, easy to slag off, right? But like, who doesn't want an IndyCar game, or a WEC game, or a British Touring Car game, right? Those are things I would love to have. NASCAR Ignition, that was unfortunate and had to come out at the time that it did to fulfill the contract for the year that they purchased, and it was broken. No doubt about it. I don't think anyone could say otherwise. And it was not a good first look into what they were putting out. And it's been a little alarming that some of the things like the touring cars, which I would have expected to be in the BTCC game, suddenly appeared in R Factor 2. Motorsport Games also owns R Factor 2, so the stock price isn't good, and they did buy a company, the Kartcraft sim people, right? They are under Motorsport Games, and that Kartcraft game is really good. From what people say, it looks good, and I had high hopes that they could turn that, to have that team turn something that was really good. So yeah, just I cross my fingers all the time,
There were those top 5 cars managing to go a lap longer than everyone else, especially after the restart. And then all of a sudden, Alpine
a mod for F1 2010.
That extra lap, and as a result,
remastered by modders.
Appeared to move.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's something. Like, I know people go back and play some of the Codemasters games just to say that they did, right? Nate did a whole series of like F1 Decade, where he tried to play each one career-wise. I think some of the playthroughs got corrupted or had some technical issues with them, and he was also using mods for them.
Second place to Chris Lullum, who's just taken over the number 2 Team Redline, and competitor.
Yeah, what I wanted from since getting ACC, obviously models GT3 and GT4 in the vein of like GTR2 and the old Papyrus games, was like, oh man, having another IndyCar game, all the locales and the cars and the liveries and the driver names like that, that's the kind of stuff I love. Is when iRacing just puts out one car in a series or 2 cars in a series, I'm like, no, I want the whole thing, Even the terrible cars. They have usually have a lot of character too.
Of that number 2 Redline car.
Jacques.
The race a little further back.
And this is the 101, isn't it? Trying to get past. This is GR Esports trying to get past.
Jason Cox. Yeah, I'm going to be here a little bit longer.
Which has Josh Skelton aboard currently as we make our way.
I would guess about an hour and a half or 2 hours. Going by when Jimmer was predicting. He's in the Mala team, Jason James. They're the number 10 BMW. Scrolls down there a bit. They're in the overall. I haven't looked in a little bit. So hold on. I'll wait till it comes back. It's announced. Nil Russia.
To try and make the car turn.
I haven't seen any pictures of it.
Struggling a little bit with the balance. They're going to have to go down the inside of this Porsche. That's a satellite. It's Aston, actually. It's a satellite car into the
force feedback sucks on AC. Blasphemy is so scary. Some of it depends on the car, and some of it is on how you set it up. Mine used to be really, really mushy, and I got into the guts of the Content Manager, and oh my god, that is just the worst program. I can't. I wish they had somebody that knew how to design UI, because Content Manager is just menus on top of menus. I hope you love clicking through all the menus and one at a time, because I can never remember, like, is this in the weather effects or the tire effects? Anyway, but there's some stuff in there for like simulating understeer and messing with the different kinds of force feedback and how those effects come in. And obviously some of us have different preferences for dampening and gain and those kinds of things, and depending on your wheel, it's, oh my god, I feel for anyone that has to do that. If you even just hate working on car setups, I imagine you wouldn't like just clicking different boxes and moving sliders around and Content Manager and then loading the game up and seeing, is this better, yes or no? But eventually, for my G29, not the greatest wheel, very peaky and force feedback, but I got it to a spot where I can tell roughly what the car is doing under me in terms of which end is wanting to swap places or not as pliable as I want it, right? Once it starts to push or rear's coming a bit out from under me. So it's in there somewhere, but it takes a little work. That's kind of what Aesthetic Course is at the moment. It's not very it's not super friendly at times. There's a learning curve to at least figuring out how to get to all this exciting new content that's there with the custom shaders and where, you know, how you're installing mods and that. And the days of dragging and dropping things into the directories, I'd prefer to use a content manager because it smooths a lot of that process out.
300, aren't we, for this iteration of the 24-hour virtual. So, yeah, plenty of tours being completed. We've got Victor Martins.
We all have different opinions on force feedback, though. Like, iRacing is really hard for me to detect. R-Factor 2s is a really nice middle spot. You know, it feels powerful enough, but not like wrenchingly slow. So, and ACCs, I think, has the way it jumps over the curbs, and that is really cool. I get a good sense that I'm driving a GT3. It gives me the kind of feedback and feel that I'm looking for. Yeah, and ACs, you know, it kind of depends. There are so many different mods, and some of those are very broken. So, but you know, the cars I drive for RSS, the GT1s, and GTs, I think they handle well enough. Yeah, people have such different opinions on those things, so it's very much your mileage may vary depending on what your equipment is.
Was caught on the way through by a couple of LMP cars.
Oh, it has a weak spot on the top of the wheel, so it just goes kind of dead at the middle, Joshua. Does it harm your immersion to it, or like, oh, you feel like you're not getting something that you should, you know? And it sucks when you have, when it goes null, you know.
In the pit lane again, unfortunately, and they've been suffering connection issues with that car, and it seems to be that Max Verstappen.
They also improved the tire model and tied that to the force feedback in a set of course competizione with how a tire strikes the curb and the unique feeling that gives, how it hops and lands again, and also what that does to affect the tire pressure. I'm not, you know, a super expert in those things, but like, it's convincing, you know, and I feel like I'm having to drive the circuit and think about things on a more real-world level, about the cameras of the road and the heights of the curb and what my pressures are and what the downsides will be either to my pace or, you know what I mean? I don't know. They've really got it right in there. I'm not the biggest fan of GT3 cars. I don't. Everybody in DHR is very sour on GT3 for some reason, but yeah, I definitely just love the way they feel.
Another very difficult afternoon. Max Verstappen back in pit lane, so all we can do is hope that they are able to get.
Good morning, Jar Q. And there you go. Someone says they prefer iRacing's force feedback, and that totally. Your experience and whatever you've got going for you, that's wonderful. I had center spring issues where I was feeling too much, and then in other cars where I wasn't feeling anything, and I just couldn't get that happy medium, you know. And maybe I just didn't put enough time into it.
Certainly, well, any kind of top 5 performance, realistically. The 444 car makes its way. That's
I got the cup of joe here as well. You know, it's getting to the late hours, and I need to every boost of caffeine I can get. No sugar though. I didn't want to overdo it.
Just up the road,
this is sugar-free French vanilla, and added in with my black coffee.
Pitting the R8G car, the number 8 car, just ahead of them, so that'll become
the days of just drinking black coffee are behind me, I'm afraid.
Unless they follow him into the pits as they go through this time.
Now, if you're wondering why Martin came in, he wasn't telling me what's for breakfast or anything.
Is it true we had another disconnect? I was wondering what all the F's were for.
He's had a game crash, sadly, so he's trying to get things reloaded and get himself back into the race. So more problems for Max. It's another problem that he's faced. There's been many that have come his way, really. None that seem to be his fault, but unfortunately Max Verstappen has had a game crash and will now try and get that reloaded and get that back.
Oh, I'm on the West Coast, Jason.
The circuit.
Yeah.
I guess you could compare that to something going wrong with the car and having to bring it back.
I was really surprised when I asked everybody where they were from. There are tons of you from the East, lots of North Carolina and
the number 8 car into the
and Virginia.
And they will get going again very shortly in GTE. The other RHG 888 leads by 2 minutes ahead of the BMW Team Redline, one of the red.
I think we all need a Jim Connor game.
Only 10
I would hope to see something like that in the Dirt Series. It's intrinsically linked, you know, it'd be a really nice thing to have. Of course, I don't know with whatever the next Dirt games were, because they're obviously they get the Codemasters as WRC again, but it would be a sweet tribute.
It's the third appearance in the Le Mans 24 hours. Virtual for him.
Oh, you got a G27. It was a horrible decision. I can't get my shifter to work or my clutch.
Into 15th position. It's been
Yeah,
a quiet run.
I remember it did have some issues. The G27.
Featuring slightly more, but
I'm sorry that it wasn't working out for you. I mean, that doesn't sound very operable at all. So.
LMP not quite working out for them in exactly the same way.
I have a Twitch, yeah. You can do !Bacho to get my Twitch. That's the best place to find me. I'm on there much more often. Always cool to have any of you come around. I always love hanging out here and just saying hi to all of you, even if this is the only place that we chat. You know what I mean? Like it's more than okay. I understand.
In terms of RHG's season this year in LMP,
I've been more than fortunate having Jimmy to have that command there and offer me the space to come here and keep the conversation going. And everything I've been able to do through there, I owe to Jimmy. So you know, I don't get a chance to say it to him very often because I get sappy and I start crying, I'm pretty sure. But what is done for giving me something to look forward to, you know, like how many people can you say that get me choked up? All right, that in terms of like, you know, having a show and people that want to watch it and just people that want to, you know, have a place to talk about motorsport that's a little more in depth. You know, I'm not gonna say we're Craig Scarborough circling individual bits of carbon fiber, and I'm gonna tell you what the airflow is gonna do because this tiny winglet has a raise in it by 2 millimeters, and where that's going to go to the brake duct and this Venturi effect. I don't get that far into anything, but at least to upping the level of discourse a little bit, and then having fun with it in our own little way too. And so just bringing any of that to people, I couldn't do it without Jimmy. I tried streaming and all that before having anything like this, you know, just kind of separate from it all, and I couldn't get 2 people to watch. I couldn't get my own friends to watch. They didn't care, you know what I mean? It was boring, and I felt bored by it, and it took me a long time to understand, to watch someone like Jimmy and realize how to be myself, and he gave me that. He's an inspiration to us all. I searched through iRacing and R Factor and Assetto streams on Twitch, and like, there's so many people on there that clearly started streaming because of Jimmy, and so I'm one of them. I'm like probably a lot of you as well. I just have a little bit more of a connection to him, and he's been kind to at least allow people to, you know, to go there.
Multiple times in the FIA Formula 3 Championship, trying to chase him.
All right, Missy. I will see you there.
Interesting that the time's more variable across the GT class. I think they tend to lose a lot of time when these prototypes lunge them down into the braking zones, whereas the prototype cars appear to be able to...
You have a voice built for like night drives and a Tokyo expressway, and a change with cool drifting tunes.
Who finds his way to the pit lane, but they've been trading tenths, it's fair to say, the Red Line and the RHG Ferrari.
Bedtime for you. Good night, Greg Randolph.
Most of that stint.
I'm waving to the south right now, over to you in California.
The rest of that GT field.
Happy to. Hope to be here next time too.
But going faster broadly.
Fart LLC. Now there's a business I'd invest in.
Behind him has found his way to the pit lane. The earliest.
Hey, Taylor Mills.
Of that
Good
group,
to see you.
apart from Oliveira in the Fira 95 car, who has already been in and out, but he's one of the earlier pitters in the GT group.
So with GTEs, there's, you'd say, more to win and lose there with all those traffic coming through. And
hell, Jason, I want to see Laguna Seca in person, and I've even traveled near it. Why did I miss it?
They certainly try. You can try to take control of the racetrack. Realistically,
oh, I did. I went down there one time to visit my friend who lives in San Francisco, and he was going to take his 1080 Ducati to Laguna for a track day, and I was going to go with him, but that's right, they couldn't go. They were having issues with the van to bring it there, and I think they had to end up canceling, and so that wasn't the reason I went, but you know, winning the area and the opportunity, like, yeah, I watched my mate ride around on his sweet bike, of course. And I think my only goal was I just wanted to walk up the corkscrew, you know, to know on a real level how steep this is, and look at where Zanardi, Rossi, and Marquez put their machines, and then respect it on a different level, you know. One of these days maybe.
On their way through the Porsche curves, we drop in with the project.
And they paid you too. Nice, cheap. That's usually the kind of work you don't get paid for.
Esports at the moment, they're 17 seconds back from the Red Bull Porsche. We almost saw wiped out in the middle of the Porsche curves by the Van Wall Burst car. That is the battle. So you've got
the next Dawn of Hell.
You've got Colombo,
all right, sure.
BMW team red line, then it's Red Bull. Then
sign me on, man.
Project One Porsche that's making its way into the Ford chicane now.
An IRL figure 8 race. No thanks. God, I played Destruction Derby 1 and 2 by Signosis. The last thing I want to do is a figure 8 race. That's insane. Take a skateboard down the corkscrew. That's a pretty good idea, Nathan.
And then kiss the real battle.
Oh cow, I'm totally going so fast. Ah, fuck.
With 5.5 hours to go in GTE.
Yeah, Norby Kiss doing a really good job, as we've mentioned a couple of times, a little bit different to what he's used to racing in the European
as a photographer. Let's go, yeah.
Championship.
Blind man goes down corkscrew. News at 11.
This one moves a little bit quicker. They do famously go to Le Mans.
Nah, I haven't been over to Florida. I haven't gone that far in the States. I've visited like 15-ish states, maybe 20 at the most. I'll get there one of these days. I want to get get a little bit of my vision back if I'm gonna go. You know, a little more memorable. So we'll put that one on the list.
Been a fantastic job by them.
I think Daytona more than Sebring, because you can see more of Daytona. Obviously, Florida is just a big flat penis, and it's really hard to get up high enough at Sebring to see anything. I mean, granted, one of those super weekends at WC would be rad, but you get up in the stands at Daytona and you see everything. So that's what I'd really like to do.
Claim to be versatile racing drivers.
East Coast, I've been to Maryland, Jersey. I've seen the Atlantic, at least, from Atlantic City. Good thing they put the Atlantic next to Atlantic City. That'd be disappointing if they didn't. And
he's had a bit of a go, Norbert Kiss, in some machinery here, there. Trying his
yeah, that's as far on the East Coast I've been.
Virtual Le Mans racing and doing a lovely job of it.
No, never to British Columbia. No, otherwise it's Washington, Oregon, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, Montana. That's pretty much it. I've gone over the river to Ohio once. Oh, in West Virginia. And I've been to West Virginia. Relatives in West Virginia. I'm G29. I don't get to drive too much, but I gotta tell you, I mean, I try to say it every time. And Bailey's asleep now, so I can speak lovingly about him. But Bailey's been the biggest help in allowing me to drive into this part of my life, and I wouldn't be able to do it without him. And And of course, I'm sure other people could have come up with the same solution, but he discovered it quickly and made modifications to what I needed for it, basically to allow me to use a driving line that I could see. The one in stock Assetto Corsa is semi-opaque, so the line is subject to lighting changes. So and could become invisible sometimes, which might be hard for some of you to understand. But I have extremely complicated eyesight that colors sometimes don't exist, or they bleed into each other, or there's a lot of things in the way. I have a very, very narrow vision, and I can only see out of one of my eyes. So he was able to make the driving line wide, like about as wide as the car is. It's like it's basically Rainbow Road. And the other thing he's done for me, by request, of course, is that he's made new driving lines. The ones that the AI comes up with are usually wrong. However, they're programmed is not. It's not mathematically correct, at the very least, let alone correct to what a car would do. So he makes those, and I can usually drive most tracks without the driving line, but it's just I have a very, very narrow view. It's like 5 degrees or so right in the center, and so whatever I'm looking at, I'm only looking at that, and so I'm kind of painting this little dot around to gather up as much information as I can. I have like it almost looks like I have a condition, because my eyes are just darting around to the horizon, and looking at the track, trying to understand where I am. So the line is not for the corners, really. It's to tether me on the straights, because the straights are the hardest part of the track. Because there's so much more of that road, and they can have gentle bends to them. So like the kink at Road America to Canada Corner, you'd think that's pretty straightforward, right? But it bends a little bit to the left, right? You fly through the kink, it gets there in the shade, you gotta go a little left, a little bit, and it kind of generally goes around all the way to the braking zone. So without the line on, I'm just driving on the grass, or I'm, kind of brailing my way through it, lack of a better term. And there's a lot of those. There's a lot of tracks like that. Even Monza straights, they're not. I mean, they're straight-ish for the most part. But I just need something to kind of hold me to it. And say Bailey could make the line the way I wanted, the right kind of width, and then drives the track in the car that I'd like to drive in, and then drives the line as best as he can, and then he takes the replay from that and then kicks out a file to me to use to plop in there. So at least it's in the realm of what I want to use as a reference mark. So it's a real treat to have a friend like that who wants to at least give me the opportunity to drive things, knowing that he has, him putting in a little bit of work there is, that also chokes me up, because that's a super kind thing to do.
So we wait to see if he can get that going. As Alex was mentioning earlier, there is
still in top 10. We haven't been top 10 all race, have we? That's
whether they continue going now, if they can help, as you mentioned, the likes of Chris Lullum, or is it time?
And it's cool again that a game as moddable as AC can allow for that. iRacing has hidden features. You have to message them and say specifically, like, "Oi, I have an eye thing. Can you give me the other options?" And I think they can change the colors and the width of the line. I don't know if there's a different line, but at least it's there, which is cool. But a lot of the other games, they don't have that. Assetto Corsa Competizione doesn't have that. There isn't any like colorblind options or any way I can change the line. The line in ACC is 3D, and I hate it. I can barely see it a lot of the time, and plus it changes color, which also frustrates me. I'd rather it be a static color and on the road, because again, when the sun shines on it, I can't see it, even when it turns red or green. I've messaged them about, I crowed about it complained on Twitter about it, but they don't care about that stuff. And unfortunately, not every game company adheres to accessibility options that are quite pervasive in gaming these days, but the standard is all self-imposed. And I know there's a few of you out there that have vision issues, whether it be colors or field of view and stuff like that. And really love knowing that there's folks out there still going at it, still trying their hardest and making up for what they can't see, you know, with a lot of practice. It's really heartwarming.
Around the world coordinated in Grove. That's in the pits. They drop then behind the Brackley-based AMG Petronas.
12th in class.
Mercedes Works driver. Looking forward to another season full of Works.
You see that Danish driving instructor who tried to show everyone the driving without seeing the road is overrated? I don't think I did. That sounds like something I need to look at.
Lallam continues in the number 2 team red line that we're expecting to see in relatively short order in the pit lane, I would say.
Yeah. There we see the Pro Drive car, the Aston.
Oh, okay, yeah. I figured they were tied together suddenly, Bear, saying that the AC driving line is tied to the AI. That makes sense from what I saw them doing. I really haven't messed with the AI in that game. It's very easy to change and can be recorded and made by how long. So you can improve their line then? I mean, I should tell Bailey that, because he's been trying to race with them. And if there's an improvement like that, that'd be awesome. There's something like that for RF2 as well.
The number 77
you could essentially train it.
Often see in the 24-hour Le Mans, problems can hit you at any stage.
Put a blindfold on and tried to drive a lap of the track, and it hit a wall. Yeah, I mean, of all the games out there, racing games do require some vision. And I gotta tell you, I look at the iRacing clip compilations like anybody else, and sometimes I wonder about people's vision.
To everybody else, it's not.
I have an excuse. I'm not sure about the rest of it.
Seconds. It's not even a minute. You know, it can be 2 minutes, a lap.
That's right. I do exclamation Betscape. That's a command on here if you want to go watch her perspective.
What we have seen is the cream rise though to the top, haven't we?
Yeah. That's good. This is our other pro driver here in the Mala car, the number 10.
With Redline looking so dominant from sort of the mid-race onward. Coanda coming back at them, trying to fight back from a deficit of a disconnection of their own with the 20 car. 63, keeping a watching brief. Danny Junquedella has been super quick though over the last few laps. Took 4/10 out of Antoine Juven last time around.
Clemens thinking this might be the last time with RF2. I have that feeling as well. And today's operation, whatever happened to Force, I really haven't gotten to the bottom of that. I've heard a few theories, but I don't want to say conclusively for why RF2 had the major problems. There's some little disconnects. That stuff's always an RF2. There's seemingly no fix to that. But yeah, the big ones, I would hope they'd think about running it into something else. You know, it's all right to spread it around a bit.
To this world, and they've done a super.
And when something like iRacing is going to have, you know, a few of the modern cars.
With a best result of 8th at the first round, which came after we had quite a lot of incidents in that race. We had a few DNFs. Brabham taking advantage of that. Since then, they have not been able to quite
Declan said, if you ever cause a crash and they blame it on you, just tell them that you're visually impaired and make them feel bad.
Yeah.
Oh God, I did 303 races in 2021, most of them MX-5s, and I didn't. I don't think my vision caused. Well, maybe one. There was one accident on the start where a car was just. It was crashing so weirdly. I think I was looking at a slightly different spot and just didn't realize it was rolling backwards across the track, and I hit it. So it looked like, oh, you really could have dodged that. And to my eyes, I couldn't. But that was one of the rare ones. Most of the accidents I got into, I was hit. That's fine. I knew what I was getting into when I drove that game, and that's a silly amount of races to do in something like 8 months, 7 or 8 months. I think I did 303 races.
Absolutely pleased with what he's seeing here.
Yeah, he'll be delighted with that there. Participating.
Yeah, I mean, I felt bad because I watched it back and I was like, oh gosh, you know, I know what this looks like. And fun fact, in the first race I won, while I was streaming it, on my slowdown lap, I was so busy talking to chat and happy/crying that I ran into a car that was parked in the middle of the road. It was like just before the hairpin at Okayama, but I just wasn't looking where I was going, obviously, and it's just like so pathetic.
In the number 53. Wisniewski has
oh, the one where I said sorry at first, that was my fault. That was a driving error. That was a summit point mistake. The fast right-hander early in the lap. You know the one if you've driven summit point. And I touched the grass on the outside, and I knew I was going to T-bone that person. Sometimes you gotta know, you want to get your apology out of the way early before the contact happens. Think about it. You might diffuse an argument that way. Or it might look extremely deliberate. I don't know.
Back out onto the circuit. Oracle Red Bull race.
Crashing into a car after you finish your first race is called content.
A lot of room for changes there in GTE.
Howdy, Dave. Yeah, we're doing all right. Lopez is over there snoring away. He's got a little pillow, or actually a rather big pillow that he sleeps on.
It's all going to depend how it works out.
Thank you for asking. It's very kind of you, Dave.
We've seen 13, 14 lap stints for some, 15 lap stints for others. R8G clearly out of sequence with those two BMWs, and it depends how they stack then through to the end of the race in terms of pit stops. And who owes what to whom in terms of how we end. The R8G car has done an extra stop, if that's anything to go by, over the two BMWs. The BMWs have been going a little bit further. The question is, will those Beamers have to splash before the end?
How many childs I have? Zero childs.
Pace can they do so? Because if they're able to not splash before the end of the race and also keep up
my children are my cats. My indoor cat Lopez and our indoor-outdoor cat named Kitty.
Second of those, the red line run BMW, you're on board with the number 53.
Each of them have different voices, of course. I give Lopez a kind of like a sort of high-pitched, maybe a bit anxious about things, and then for Kitty, I give this kind of oh my god, like this kind of valley girl. She likes to lay out in the sun. She waits until she can't wait for summertime. In fact, it's hard to get her to come inside from laying out in the sun, literally all day on the tarmac, just soaking up the rays. And then when it's wintertime, she sits on the heater vent because that's the only warm place she can find. And in fact, when the wind blows and the rain falls, and you open the door for her to go out, she's like, oh my goodness, oh my gosh, I don't want to go out there. So she's very special.
Reasonably well balanced throughout the race.
Let's go, Cat Dad Gang, yes.
The ultimate pace over the last couple of laps in the hands of Wisniewski, but could well have been a little bit of traffic. Got a nice clear lap this time, and moving across the road. The camber.
Yeah, who's got time for children when we're streaming and or racing, you know?
And make sure that you're not scrubbing too much speed. This is the part where you start working out the distance. You have so much experience of GTs.
I tried to convince people when I was dating that, like, you want to date someone who's a nerd or a sim racer because you know where they're at. You know, they're not running around all over town causing trouble. They're just over there in the corner on the sim rig, like just lapping after lap. I mean, they're very accountable and predictable. That's a good quality.
Yeah, the number 2 red line car comes in from the race lead. Update on the number 1 team red line car.
You know how many sim rings I could have bought if I didn't have this kid?
Race, they were hit with technical problems.
I've heard it's very good, Sam. There's options in there that get the Xbox, whichever the quick Xbox is, to do 60. It does 60 frames a second now, doesn't it? But I think for a sim experience that you can get right now, like, it's cool that ACC is on a console.
Max Verstappen was in the car for them. Unfortunately, we will not see them
Sup, Anarchy.
in this race. That's a real shame for them. They had put in such a good performance, but of course they are not the only team to have been suffered with issues. It's I guess part of racing in the 24-hour of Le Mans. Just making it to the flag is an achievement in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, red line and Max
You made it onto an episode. It's an episode. I don't know which one. Sutcliffe. But thank you for joining.
After having the initial technical issue, obviously after having further issues, I've made the decision not.
I'm making a livery on a Ferrari 458 GT3 in Gran Turismo right now. What sponsors can you put on it?
Here to try and win.
You want something appropriate for a 458 or go nuts? Well, make sure it's red. Or yellow. I will accept either one of those. I will also accept red and yellow.
I'm sure they will be wishing the best for their teammates.
What else could you put on?
Who are still flat out.
I don't know what things you like.
In the number 2, and we'll go
too many options.
Out the team players that they are into a supporting role for those teammates to try to jump on a test rig, maximise the talent.
Oh, forever faithful here. No, I gotta get us through to when Jimmy wakes up. I felt bad that I even had to walk away for 15 minutes to go eat dinner.
That's right.
It's Mountain Dew and Doritos.
Well, you've got a car that's, as you said, well out of the running, but you've got a car that's in the lead of the race and a support crew around that number 1 car, which could very much go and help. And
so put the things on there that you love the most that you've eaten in the last day.
2 car will
Doritos Ferrari car.
Sure, not only from the team but from the drivers that were in that number 1 car as well, as we see Chris Lullum coming out.
Or when in doubt, make a Hatsune Miku livery. In fact, there's probably already one out there.
Try and bring this race win home for Team Redline, and it's been that case for quite some time now.
I have it on good authority that nobody will mess with you if you have a Hatsune Miku on your car, because they'll probably be repelled. You know what I mean? And what more do you need in sim racing than for cars to get not too close to you?
They're in the hunt still, and they've got good pace.
It's a rule, Burns. Do not hit the Miku car.
Back out of the pit lane, having stayed behind the
Hey, Seth, welcome. Friendos.
That's a quick
abound.
Throughout his first stint, certainly, just delivered by L'Atelier. So Alpine Esports driving themselves into contention. 44 seconds is the gap at the very front of the field.
Wax axe. We were only chatting when I was not on. When I was just texting. I'm glad you're here while I'm actually speaking.
But in case you hadn't noticed, in the 24 hours of Le Mans,
watch Jimmy wake up 5 seconds later.
I think it probably helps, doesn't it, that he's got a car with someone who's won this race. Only 3.5 seconds behind him as well.
The other important thing, Wax Axe, is I saw your text, so you can. Wax, you have the ability to type in all caps, just so I don't miss it.
On your toes. I imagine, as someone, you've been in this race several times.
And Peter is here.
You've got that bit of pressure behind, just to keep you going. Either you've got pressure behind or someone to chase.
No, you're quite correct. Probably more. Oh, bit of contact then for the car that we were on board with.
See, you watched it in Action Zane. It has power in the real world and in sim. Your friend who's got Itasha all over their car, and people are just like, oh, I'm not touching that thing.
Straight to the pit lane.
The thing is, you might get some people who are very attracted to it. So, yeah, double-edged sword. You gotta.
If you don't commit to that outside line,
you gotta sort through the good from the bad.
Always run the risk of the GT inside you, basically doing exactly what happened there, dropping it straight into the side of you. And Victor Martins commits immediately to the pit lane to try to cover off that damage.
Yep, Victor Martins in from P9. in this race. That looked like the
who would be at the sharp end in LMH LMD8? I always think it's hard. It's
and they ran wide.
you really want to bet against Toyota for most times. They've got so much experience at this now.
Well, it'd be great to see that again, and I'm not sure if that'll result.
You know, looking at the Ferraris, you know, when it was going around Imola at stretches, and you know, they seem pretty positive about what it's doing, but the 9X8 and Peugeot did not have a great time. Kept having like plug issues, leak issues, engine stuff, and had to retire or have major work done during races. Their race at Fuji was bizarre. I don't know why they were so hesitant to let James Rossiter get by his teammate and give it, you know, give it a good go. I mean, it's still a race, even if they're basically testing. But anyway, they don't have to worry about that anymore. James Rossiter is busy. I think he's helping out with the Maserati Formula E group. Anyway, so, you know, new car, it'd be great, you know, as a Ferrari fan, to watch it just go out there and steamroll right out the gate. But I don't know. It's hard to gauge these things, you know. That's what I like about it. We can hypothesize all day long, but in watching the flag drop and seeing what happens next, that's what keeps my attention.
But has lost 9th place because of that now to Team Fordzilla. They are 10th place. And
24 hours of lemons. I've had friends that have done 24 hours of lemons. Sounded like a blast. The right sort of caring, but not really. No, but no, I also hear it's a bit expensive to get into lemons racing. I love the idea.
Coming in is that as they make their way in, it is.
Who is speaking? It's Jimmer's friend, and I guess I'm kind of in Doug Henson racing. I don't know what my title is other than like head cheerleader, motivator, I guess. Bacho. I'm in here as John Bacho. I probably banned some of your friends. No, I take over here in the night time and give everyone something to talk about, and wait for Jimmy to come back. You know, it's the #1 question I see when it goes by is, when's Jimmy coming back? But it should be in another hour or so, and hand it back to him. We just, you know, we don't like having dead air for too long, and it's good to keep some more people around and engaged. When I'm up and awake and he's off getting his beauty sleep.
Of the Porsche co-anders running in the race.
Scary story in movie trailer voice. In a world. No, my voice is just about to die here, so I'm trying my best to make it to the finish line.
Running round inside the top 10 for the newcomers in such a competitive field.
No, not Jimmy's place. I'm over at my place. I'm like 5,000 miles away from Jimmy. We just use Boomer Speak, TeamSpeak to chat.
Behind the wheel of the Fordzilla car. They're a long way out, meaningfully, from
racing Talisman. Thanks, Dave.
Ahead. So a bit of a quiet stretch of racetrack for Brabham. That might be the way they would have it at this stage of the race, and they've really got to just lie in wait now, haven't they, Chris?
I'd like to see Jimmy's place.
The cars ahead.
Yeah.
Gotta get that passport going.
I think to the end for the next 5 hours and 9 minutes, which is pretty straightforward when you say it out loud, isn't it? Will Dendy in the car for them, a British GT racer. Now comes out of the chicane.
And entertain the Aussie fans.
A little bit yesterday about
some of my faves. There's another country I want to go to very badly, Australia.
Well, and worked his way up to British GT. Will Dendy running in 8th place for the Brabham.
I want to get off the plane, instantly be handed a BB long neck, drain that thing in one gulp, and then I'm ready. I'm ready for my vacation.
The lead battles. When you're in the race,
it's so damn far away. Why does everything have to be like an hour by car or 3+ hours by plane? I mean, Tokyo is 20 hours. I think Australia's close to that.
Not make any mistakes and then see
this
what
planet's
the race
huge.
Gives you. And so often, if you're having a decent
that's right. Where's my long neck?
Behaving itself
Get that up,
well, you then end up just moving forward. The 8 will turn
86
into
billion
a
at neurons. Hello.
you've, you're 2
It's raining
hours
here
down
in
the
Japan.
line, and
The
it turns
mountains are
into a
full of
4.
snow. It's raining in Japan.
Wow, goodness me.
Not even at Mount
actually on
Fuji.
for a podium position there and start to push.
Sounds nice.
The amount of times
Get some snowboarding in. You gotta make the most of what you got. I've been watching. I watch a few IRL streamers around Japan. It looks cold there in December and January.
Or a scuffle or an incident.
Yeah, it can happen.
They just don't have a hypercar in North Factor 2 yet. I would expect to see one at some stage. It's obviously going to be the commodity everybody wants to sign a deal with to model it in their game. But for now, this was the closest that they could, since there are no LMP1s in this game.
I know people who
except for again, there is that bike, Colas car, I think, right?
Several times throughout racing online, but I guess that's the hardest thing in leading a race sometimes, isn't it?
You've got to try and keep your concentration up.
So it's just extreme swag, so.
That 30 seconds, although
give me those humid summers.
Behind wherever it is, when you jump back behind the wheel,
moisture in the air.
Is not really that far.
I'm in the U.S.
2 hours,
Western Pacific Northwest,
of a prototype
up here in Oregon.
And if you keep on just taking 2-3 tenths out of the driver ahead, and you manage to do that consistently, and then a bit of
Jimmy's in the Mala team, by the way, the number 10 dimmer.
And a little bit better fuel saving, all of a sudden you arrive
They're
on this
in 38th right now. At least that's what it looked like.
Having been, what appears to be an insurmountable amount of time behind.
Oh, I do apologize. I wish it was easier to follow the race that we do, and it's a little bit easier now. That's because streaming right now. If you want to see Vista stream, you can do exclamation Biscuit. BEITSKE, I believe, if my mind can spell things right, and go over to her stream, and you can see if she's still in the car, but at least give you another perspective to look at, because I totally get it. You wanna ride along with the team, and instead we're just watching along with the broadcast and have me talk all over it. But again, thanks for people that wanted to hang out and ask questions and just shoot conversation back and forth. I've had a really great time, and it's not quite over yet. I've got about 1 more hour left, and if you want to hit that like button, sure would appreciate it. It's now at 4.8K, and subscribe over to Jimmy and ring the bell to let you know when he goes live for future things that he comes up with. Always looking in between the lines, that Jimmy, for something else to show.
All of a sudden, a mass disconnect happens, for example, in the scenario of this race, and you and the Porsche co-owner Juven are racing for the win with 5 laps to go.
Yeah.
So got to stay switched on.
100%.
Try driving across Australia. Yeah. Every map and globe I was given as a poor public school child in the United States made it seem like Australia was a small island, or at least a medium-sized island. And I don't know why that is. The scale was all off. The Cold War globes, they were just messed up or something. Anyway, or it just didn't translate well when they would put it in 2D form as just a map. But oh my God, talk about huge. I couldn't even imagine driving across there. Obviously, you can't drive across. You gotta stick to the coast. Anyone here driven across Australia? I don't know. You went from Sydney to Perth or something. Even if you started in Darwin or Adelaide, I'll give you a break.
You're driving.
I had bad American maps, all right? Like I said, U.S. public education, not exactly good. I didn't learn anything in school past World War I mean, barely World War II. I think it's like the end of that Simpsons episode where everyone gets released, like, you're leaving for summer, and then the teacher goes, oh, wait a minute, I didn't tell you how World War II ended. And everybody looks back in silence. It just goes, we won! And they cheer and say USA. Like, that's what my education was like.
Absolutely right. The concentration needs to be there. You're still pulling the G. in the high-speed corners, so the physicality of driving while saving a little bit of fuel and tyre is pretty much, you know, almost exactly the same. So
only 2% smaller. What?
To look
See?
after the car than it is to drive.
I don't even know if that's true.
I mean, some people would expect when we say
Drove from Ireland to the Russian border a few years ago. That's some going. Cost you €500.
Just as much speed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a constantly variable calculation.
And you they don't have
how much lift and coast
the straightest of shots to get there, right? Not like some of our U.S. interstates.
For it. So teams will generally give you an
From
efficiency
Melbourne to
map
Perth, 3 days in the car.
So
Did you get the stages, Chris? Chris Day. I'm trying to remember. Reese Gardner, Southpaw Racer, told me this. That you get to certain towns and it will say like how many kilometers it is to the next town in case you need to fill up. One of those like there isn't another station for a while, so like you shouldn't leave if you don't think you can make it, kind of thing. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's a much more succinct way to say this.
That energy has to come from somewhere. So you save the fuel in the areas where it's most efficient. Saving fuel is quite easy. You just go slower. Saving fuel without going any slower is the hard bit. And then you try to manage the balance of the car. So there are several areas around this race.
Oh, that'd be really fun, Tom. I hope you get to do it.
To the first Dunlop chicane.
The changes you see across just North America for how many different little regions and kind of biomes we have, you know. Especially if you get a chance to go to some of the state parks in the West that are just massive. You know, and there's a few in the East, but not quite like what we have out here. 50% of the land west of the Mississippi is owned by the government, and a lot of that is state parks because of Theodore Roosevelt and obviously some others. But Yellowstone, Glacier National Park are, for me, must-stops if you come to the States.
Without losing time, an eye for efficiency and a bit of a feel for balance. After a while,
that makes sense. Make sure you have signs that say last fuel stop for X amount of kilometers. Good, because it, you know, obviously it's for the size of what Australia is and the amount of people that are there. It's there's a lot of space in between.
And sometimes you have to, you know, because the fuel.
Cycled through England, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia, down to Japan in 1997. You did all those places in '97. That's awesome.
And the Sim Maranello 26 around the outside.
Have you thought about doing it since 86 billion to like compare what it was like? Because, you know, a few years ago and how all those places have changed.
Yes, side by side on board with Project One. Then this is your battle for 5th place in GTE.
Still have that car today. Journey took 4 days one way. Some sketchy roads. Yeah, I wish we had something like the Autobahn too. Anything that could have variable speeds based on how much traffic there is, and plus trusting that you can keep a lane to be a bit quicker for some people. You know, when it's not too busy.
It was very deep indeed. Down into Arnage, no harm done. LMP car making its way through this battle. That is one of the hardest things to do in a prototype car in a race like this. It's all very well. GTs tend to be terribly polite when you arrive. They're all on their own. They're driving their stint. They just want to see the back of you. All of a sudden, you've got a driver.
Oh, that's cool, Rudder. I shouldn't be too surprised. WRT are quite the team these days.
They've already exchanged position, as is the nature.
Did you already talk about airplanes? Yeah, a little bit. We did some speed. You can't have a radio bacha without a little bit of DCS or airplanes in general.
Into the middle of their battle.
Wow, what airplane you got in your mind, Thunder? I'm just kidding.
And keep their track position because they know it's their only opportunity. If they let you,
I read about that. The floods there
they're going to have to spend
were disastrous in Yellowstone.
To the GT
for sure. Some extreme weather in the States through fall and winter, and then the blizzards from a few weeks ago. I couldn't believe that.
Seconds, over your competitors.
Hey, Jim is still asleep. He'll be up soon. Looking at the time and what it says for when he plans to be up.
fifth place here, just behind or chasing after fifth place, Sim Marinello. A great
Boys and girls, we were in 37th last I looked, so see if I can keep my attention long enough for the standings to change in our BMW.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well,
Don't forget to go follow Betska as well at that Twitch link that is just under mine there in the chat. And go give a head low for their perspective. Visser's been driving off and on. I don't know if she's still in the car. We're 36 now, good.
Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit stop, virtual race, real power.
I like blimps and nobody understands how cool they are. Would it make you feel better that I read a book about blimps? It was called Empires of the Sky. About it was a lot of it from the beginning about blimps. I can't tell you. I can't say I remembered a lot about that title, but it was interesting enough. I think the first 10 blimps that they built there in Germany in the attempt to understand it, how it was like in this giant hangar out over the water, and some of the stories where they had to learn how to anchor it properly, how to navigate. They're using these massive contraptions to change the weight and angles for the rudders on the front and the back at that time. And so like how they got to the Zeppelins we see today, and obviously the materials they used, a lot of animal bladders and intestines, an outrageous amount, and obviously what they filled it with had to change over time, going to helium, and not from something so flammable. I really like that book, Empires of the Sky, so don't worry, there are other people out there that also love something like blimps. It might not be everybody, but I can tell you that near me in Oregon, at Tillamook, there's a very large airship hangar. It's made out of wood. It's like one of the largest wooden structures in North America or something, just for blimp lovers like you.
And we're straight into the pit lane to get that car repaired. Maybe just caught out by the approach speed. This was the number 22.
Fun to go to the old sections of the Autobahn, little concrete blocks.
Only just about got the car stopped in time. Well, for those of you that might just be
they have that I read that book called it was about cars that the Delahaye that beat the Mercedes and Auto Union in 38 or something like that, and that book has some interesting history in there. And I want to say that there was a memorial for Rosemeyer and one other driver. I can't remember who it was. Where they were going for the land speed records out on the Autobahn, which I'm glad they still have those. Those guys are still legends in their own right, even if it was a pretty obviously troublesome time in nationalism and racing even.
Plenty of room for change in GTE as we go into the final 5 hours. Chris McCarthy and Alex Brundle here with you for the next hour of racing, and we pick up our...
No, I've never flown in a Tesla. They say it's very safe.
Two cars and pit stops just taking place. Alpine Esports in the
indeed, Dane. Yeah. What a track like Avis just couldn't exist today. You've flown in a blimp? How did you get that? How did you get that opportunity, Jason?
Last year, one of the juniors of that championship. Here we see that AAA car then. A scare for them earlier, to say the least, as we saw in those highlights, Alex, to be minding their own business as such, and find an Alpine Esports car charging into the back of them.
How did I get started with this and getting paired up with Jimmy? Just being friends and being in the sim racing, and then seeing how he was putting all this effort into live streaming, and building a community. And obviously being his friend, I there all along, to watch it grow. And
Well, I'm not sure whether
I had to stop sim racing for the most part, at least competitively, because I wasn't able to see as well. And so I started running the leagues that we were driving in, and then they would do endurance stuff together, and I wasn't in it, but I'd still be hanging out in the channel. And so then you sharing all that stuff through YouTube, and just grew out of that naturally. You know, it's not like we sat down and planned it out. I mean, that's not really his style to begin with. You know, everything is like this is very thrown together, and and I kind of like it that way. It feels informal, and I've always liked communicating in an informal way too. And so we just developed out of that, and over time it's just like, oh, he likes to come on and talk to people. I mean, talking to a chat that is as lovely as you, and moves like this, always going somewhere, you know, to latch onto, or maybe give it a little bit of a shove, is a real treat for someone like me that likes to communicate with people. So yeah, he noticed that the rest of you liked it, and I liked doing it. So here we are, continuing on, I guess.
Bonjour, so I'm joined here by Louis Dossa, who is the race engineer for Peugeot Esports. Now, we've just seen, you know, there have been a bit of frustration, notably from Max Verstappen. Because
no, I can't change that, Christian Engelstedt, sorry. Engelstedt, sorry. I misread that one. The bot stuff is out of my control. Things I wish I could do as a moderator on YouTube.
We were all disappointed here. But we are working for a brand like Peugeot, so we have to be focused, and it was just the beginning of the
Thank you, Mo CBR 900. No, I really appreciate that. Some of you have been really kind to me, and your positive messages they sustain me, you know. When I start to get a little bit tired of that, I think my voice is about to.
We are here for that, so we have to race.
So this is, of course,
that I just can't speak anymore. That I don't know. I find another thing to keep going, and the rest of you help tremendously.
But there, of course, have been other things that have changed, of course, your strategy, notably the red flags. How do you do? I mean, how flexible do you have to be as a race engineer?
We're in the GTE cars, the class that we're in. There's only one split. Obviously, with all these pro drivers, esport drivers.
We know that it's not going to happen like we want.
Please no Ponzarino.
And we have
Mind
to
blown, watching a 24 hours virtual LM while being in the paddock watching Dubai 24 hours in real life.
I'll take that. We know that respecting the rules that are 3 hours out of 5. We are a little bit flexible, and this occurs for us. We were planning not to put Gustavo in the car for the night, and finally he was
That's a pleasure, McCann.
The first part, so this may happen.
So he gets the whole night's sleep. So
Oh, it happens every time, Bach. Like I kind of ignore it.
Now you actually, I know you've
like,
paddock.
I don't know. There's so many other places you can find out what happened to Max that it seems funny to come to Jimmy's channel and ask. But you know, he's obviously the biggest person in this race, and everybody and people want to know. But from my point of view, it'd be like I'd be saying it every 10 seconds. And it's one of those. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but the part of in streaming and reading a chat like this, you have to be a little judicious with what it is, you know. Every now and then someone says something that is not very nice, maybe to me, or I don't know what it means, and then I just skip over it, you know. That's sort of self-editing you gotta do.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. I'll let you go.
And following the race, you know, from this broadcast while I'm basically talking to the rest of you, like extremely difficult. So, you know, I'm not gonna wing it too much.
I'm glad you're getting good at the self-edit though, man. You need to be careful of that stuff.
Tell me about it. I mean, I forgot to ask you before I left. I was like, can I swear? I forgot. And
so I was safe and just fucking swore the entire fucking time.
I did it once accidentally and I felt bad. I was like, all right, I'll try to do 1 per hour. Just because I didn't ask. And then chat was like, no, don't worry about it.
You just cost me millions, Patcher.
This whole video's been ruined. I demonetized it. Okay, how much do I?
The first few corners, the first few laps, or perhaps the first pit stop. Everything, no matter how
Chat, I need to GoFundMe.
planned it,
Please no Pontarino,
there's
Jimmer.
one way that it'll definitely work out, and that's none of the ways you've planned it. Because there are so many different permutations of sequences of events that during these races that no matter how prepared you think you are, it just never quite happened that way. A little bit disappointed.
My boy.
Down at Peugeot to have had that disappointment.
I don't like it here, man.
My boy, what have they done to your beautiful face?
Sitting down in 19th.
Beautiful George.
At the moment, but
Furious George does it.
say,
Okay. I'm tired of it. Furious George.
That's very much in the spirit of the 24-hour race.
3:25.7 for them last
Like,
time. 3:25.3.
when your alarm goes off and you're like, 10 minutes, you're like, you're driving in less than an hour, and you're like, get the
That's
fuck
great
up, Jimmy.
pace, and they'll be happy with that, but almost
Yeah, sometimes you do end up picking yourself up.
I need to go and see what the crack is over here.
Positive that they'll definitely take, not only if they
How was it,
get
man?
to the flag now, but it is of course what Martin talked about throughout the evening, or just before we went into the evening, that Peugeot are looking to bring 2 cars
Hey guys.
into the series, and Peugeot, this a great warm-up.
I am
for
awake and raring to go.
and finish this race successfully. They are missing a lot of drivers, sadly, this weekend.
How long till I'm in the car?
Might, usually bring in.
Bitsker just started her final stint, so you have 14 laps, so it's like 50 minutes.
Okay, cool. I hear we've been basically just slapped about overnight.
On screen, by the way, further up the road, Bastien Boost for Porsche Co-Ander in that 23.
Good.
That's a team that never gives up.
Right, I'll have some coffee.
From James Baldwin. So Alex, there is definitely plenty to watch out for as we have 4 hours and 46
Oh, mate.
minutes
Well,
remaining.
Coming back to GT.
ladies and gentlemen, please give some love to our resident night goblin, John Badger.
And we can connect with Thierry Larue, the R8G.
Again, Jimmy, cheers for the opportunity. I had a blast. I mean, honestly, I thought I was only on for like 2 or 3 hours. It's kind of mind-blowing that it's been this long. So everybody was wonderful as always. And again, cheers.
Well, at least the best Ferrari, but
it's good to have you, man. It's a part of his stream. So I had a panic yesterday. I was like, I've not asked. I've not asked him. I knew I was gonna. But
someone came over and said, Jimmy's planning to ask you if you want to be in the 24-hour race. And I said, all right, you go back and tell him that I'm planning to do it.
I was kind of them to be like, Jimmy might ask you. Get ready to be asked.
I mean, the only secret.
I don't even know what you're doing for the damn Daytona one next time. I'm like, I don't know. I'll probably be in the chat as well.
That race doesn't exist for another 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, let's not think about it. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. Cool, man. Right, I'm going to restart this stream. It might be a good chance for you to go and have some sleep. But thank you again, man. It's been,
good idea.
I did tune in for a bit. I was like, cool, Batcha. I just fell asleep. The warm voice.
Oh, good, it's still going.
The warm voice.
Yeah. So yeah, for me the secret is only human.
I always tell them that if you're gonna sign off, keep the stream on. If I'm gonna put you to sleep.
Those guys are just flying on track, so now we are just really.
Right, I'm gonna go split the stream, man.
So you put together this
fantastic
list of drivers.
I love you.
Does that fall to you?
Guys, give some love to his Lord and Saviour. I'm going to split the stream.
Do you test
back? Why not? Can I do this on my headset still on? I think I can. I think it stretches this far. If you hear a massive crash and the snoring sound effect, you know that I've fallen over. Brothers, I have fallen, and I just simply cannot get up.
He's so strong. So we build a team around him. It seems that we have a good connection in North Macedonia now with Timo
few hours.
hard worker. Not the famous Factor 2 driver in the world, but such a hard worker. He never surrounded.
You're a hard worker, chat. I hope you had a good night with Bacho, guys. Make sure to hit !Bacho in the chat and go and follow his Twitch. Guy streams over there a lot. If you liked those vibes, and let's be honest, the vibes were fucking immaculate overnight. If you like those vibes, then make sure you are
we had
following my guy Batch. And if you have a Twitch Prime sub,
I presume
you would really be helping Bacho out by going to leave a nice little cheeky Twitch Prime sub over in his stream. I know it's not live right now, so you're not going to get the recognition for doing it, but trust me, fam.
So once again, I think we are bullying a human story.
Yeah, Thibault. So you're what? I think you're a little bit out of sequence with the pit stops. You have 2 minutes now on Lorenzo Colombo in the team red line car.
So I've still got the little tabby up here.
Are you on sequence nicely to the end, or do you think you're going to have to splash on?
Right.
On your current,
let me restart. The roof is better because it stopped raining.
Mate, I think you have seen the race like us. It's not possible to say anything about being synchronized with anything. I don't know. I've done Le Mans as a journalist for 18 years. I've never been so stressed in real life.
Right. Okay. Let me just.
The field is insane, and when you think something is
feels insane,
done, it's not. So, yeah, I fully trust. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a strategist, so I fully trust the team. We have Pierre as well.
Stay there, chat. Back on the tick.
And they are all walking together. So yeah, I prefer to watch the race, and we never